After Julian lost his parents and sister several years ago, he hadn't known what to do. As just a young child, he wasn't emotionally prepared to deal with everything that came after. Their deaths hadn't even been a possibility in his mind. Death was an obscure thing to young Julian. They were killed in a car accident. Some stupid drunk driver coming home from the bar late at night was several times over the legal limit and hit them head-on, killing them instantly in a ball of flame. He didn't have any other relatives other than his mother's father. Luckily, his grandfather took him in and raised him as his own. His Gramps had lost his own wife a few years earlier, but learning of his daughter's death had hit him harder than it had hit Julian. Julian had seen his grandfather often crying over old photo albums of his mother. Julian had been angry for a long time. It took years before he was able to get past the worst of it. The rawness faded with time, but the pain and rage never went away. However, the loss and anger he and his grandfather shared brought them closer together. They would take week-long camping trips to the middle of the wilderness, hunting, fishing, and enjoying nature in its purity. The time they spent with each other was therapeutic for both of them and allowed each other to heal from their anguish. They both learned to continue living their lives, and they did for several years at least. But now he was gone too. It wasn't like it was unexpected. His Gramps was almost 80 years old, but it still hit Julian hard. In fact, it might have hit him harder than losing his parents and sister. Because this time, he understood the value of family and appreciated it more than before. His Gramps didn't want to have a funeral or any type of service. Most of his friends had passed away already and wanted his ashes spread on the mountain they had often camped on. So that was exactly what Julian did. He was sitting on the edge of the cliff that he and his Gramps used to watch the sunset over the horizon. He had his Gramps urn full of ashes lying in his lap, looking over the green forest that expanded all across. He spent hours there, sitting there and reminiscing about the memories that they had gathered over the years. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. Julian didn't have many close friends after his family's death. He had friends from school, but most of them were just people he saw and hung out with. Most of them didn't even know about his family's death. His Gramps was his best friend. They had shared everything together. He taught Julian all he knew, from cooking to hunting to just being a decent human being. He taught him everything. After a while, he finally saw the sun begin to fall over the horizon. The orange light from the sun cast a beautiful ray of light over the forest and sky. However, he noticed something off in the distance. Large flashes of blue and violet streaks were stretching across the sky. Beautiful arcs of light danced and sparkled. He didn't know what it was. It certainly wasn't lightning, not when there wasn't a cloud in sight. So what could it possibly be? Even after several minutes went by, the light show continued without any signs of stopping. Julian didn't know what it was, but he didn't believe there would be a more magical send-off than this. With a smile on his face and tears running down his cheeks, he opened up the urn and tossed his grandfather's ashes high up from the mountaintop. He watched as the wind took the ashes and scattered them all over the forest standing below. It was a stunning scene, arcs of magical light dashing across the sky with the sun setting just over the horizon. It was a fitting goodbye for the person who saved him from despair and gave him a little hope in his bleak life. However, just when he was about to turn around and make his way down the mountainside, the ground started to tremble and an enormous gust of wind hit him from behind, blowing him right over the edge. The world seemed to slow to a crawl as he tried to turn around and grab anything that might save him. But there was nothing. It was a straight drop over a couple 100 feet. So, with the extra time the world seemed to grace him with during these last moments, he took a moment to think about his life. Although the world brought him plenty of misfortune, he lived a good life, and even after everything, he wouldn't change anything because it would mean he wouldn't have gotten to spend all that time with his Gramps. So, with a final smile, he peacefully accepted his death and plummeted down to the trees below. Chapter 1. The Beginning. Julian woke up staring at the sky, the sun glaring down at him. How did he survive that fall? There was no way he should have been anything other than a pancake on the forest floor. He also had a huge migraine that was like a jackhammer inside of his head. Rolling over and trying to get to his feet, he felt off, like there was a disconnect between his mind and body. All of a sudden, he felt a massive rush of information inside of his head. Things he previously did not know were now, suddenly, just there. Names and faces. His favorite food. Years of memories were being jammed inside his brain at an unprecedented speed. It was overwhelming. The pain, the sheer amount of information. It felt like someone was trying to shove his brain into a jar the size of his fist. He felt blood dripping down his face, and unable to take the pain, he fell unconscious. Gwen POV. Gwyneth was a retainer of House Hyperius. She had worked for the noble house for over 2 years now. Originally, she was an adventurer and their party support mage. Reaching Tier 3 with healing abilities, she received many offers from powerful houses and guilds. However, she chose House Hyperius because having the backing of one of the most influential powers on the continent was very appealing. On top of the generous pay, they also offered to sponsor her to Tier 4, teaching her things that only those from established powers would be able to. Chapter 2. He tries. It's been a week since the incident, and Julius has finally started to sort through the clutter of memories. He was the son of Gregor von Hyperius, one of many younger brothers of Lucas von Hyperius, the current patriarch of House Hyperius. House Hyperius was awarded the rank of Marquis centuries ago by the Emperor for its achievements during the Great War. It governed the Valorberry region, a large territory with many smaller houses underneath it. He didn't know who his mother was, and had only seen his father a handful of times. It seemed like his father and family overall did not particularly care about Julius, or rather himself. His father had returned to the estate several times over the years, but in that time had not visited to see Julius once. Compared to other great houses, there were not many members of House Hyperius. The most recent monster flood took the lives of many of their elites. For a house that made their name for their martial prowess, this was a major blow to their power. Their few remaining elites were either offered better options from more powerful factions or wanted to settle down to start families of their own. This meant that House Hyperius was experiencing pressure from the remaining great houses, losing much of their influence and holdings in the past decade. It was only due to the strength of their patriarch that they weren't swallowed up entirely. Reaching Tier 5 before turning 40 years old, Lucas von Hyperius was considered one of the most talented individuals of his generation. His talent was what made the former patriarch name him his successor. However, when the former patriarch died in the prior monster flood, Lucas was still under 50 years old, but was widely known as one of the most powerful Tier 5s in the Empire. Julius had many questions. There were so many questions that he wasn't able to answer. He was restricted to a few areas of the estate. There was something about his circumstances that confined him to the estate. He was not allowed to visit other areas, and most of the time had to eat his meals in the kitchen or his room. To be fair, the estate was massive. The mansion alone would make Bruce Wayne's mansion feel like a studio apartment in comparison. It could house hundreds comfortably, and the land it resided on was even more ridiculous. So, even if you lived together, you could go years without seeing each other. So he couldn't say it was even that bad. He had more space than he did in his previous life. With that being said, it was lonely being confined in these prison-like conditions. Reviewing his memories, he found himself pitying the former Julius. There weren't many children his age around in the first place, and the ones who already had their groups. At 7 years old, the only people he had interactions with were Gwen, Edwin, and a handful of workers, and even then, they were employees of the house, not his friends. It was also important to mention that not a single one of his blood relatives interacted with him during these 7 years. For the previous Julius, this was a curse. However, for the new Julius, this was a blessing in disguise. Because while he was confined to this part of the estate, as long as he remained inside the area, he was free to do whatever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about pretending to be a 7-year-old child all the time. But it was odd that in all these years his family treated him like he didn't exist. Another unanswered question. However, there was one thing that he was very excited about. Magic. It seemed that magic was possible in this world, and that everyone has the ability to use it to some extent. It also had something to do with skills. The memories he gained didn't have many details describing them, but he understood they were important. According to Gwen, he would learn more once he went through his baptism when he was 12. Unfortunately, even after pressing her for more answers, she said the house restricted her about what she could tell him. Magic and skills were apparently how he was able to recover so quickly. His caretaker, Gwen, was an accomplished healer and found him outside unconscious. From there, she was able to heal him, and within a day, he awoke in his bed feeling better than ever. It was truly an amazing feat, and he would be feeling even more excited if it wasn't for the fact that he had been under strict orders not to move for the last week. Therefore, he has spent the last week sitting in bed eating, sleeping, and going over 7 years' worth of memories. It seems that he didn't just take over Julius' body. It was more accurate to say that their souls somehow combined. There wasn't a separation between identities. Nonetheless, because Julius was only around 7 years old, the memories and weight of his soul were slightly lower than Julian's. This is why he suspected his personality hadn't changed that much from his previous life. He also still had many questions regarding the events that brought him here, like if that light show was the reason why he arrived in this world, or what else might have happened to his world during that anomaly. He couldn't believe that something only happened to him, but he didn't have enough information to figure out his questions. But learning and understanding magic would probably be a good start. Unfortunately, there seemed to be an issue. Magic was not easy to learn. After a week of trying everything his brain could think of, he ended up back where he started. From visualizing to chanting, he made no progress. Stolen story, please report. Although he would be damned if he didn't stop trying, it was magic for heaven's sake. He and every kid always dreamed about the day they acquired magic. Now, it was an actual reality for him, and he would be an idiot if he didn't put everything into learning it. He would not allow this chance to pass him by without giving it his all. He made a pact with himself to commit to learning magic. Even if it was too difficult, he wouldn't give up. So he tried. For years, he followed the same routine every day. Wake up, try focusing on using the mana around him, fail, eat, and once a week go to see Edwin, a scary middle-aged gentleman, for his educational lessons. He wasn't able to access any real knowledge from the library. He was allowed to read stories or history, but all techniques and guides were kept heavily restricted. Julius was thankful he retained his memories because learning another language would have been annoying and hard to explain to everyone. Following his lessons, he would spend the rest of his time reading whatever piece of literature he got his hands on or trying another method to use mana. In 3 years, he tried many techniques he thought of or found in stories, but nothing seemed to click for him. It was frustrating, to say the least. But he never gave up. His latest attempt was to blindfold himself as he went around the estate. He got this idea because he believed that by depriving himself of his other senses, he could concentrate on his mana-sensing one. He would randomly walk around for hours, bumping into everything until he got used to it. Despite going through with it for almost a year, Julius didn't accomplish his goal. But he was adamant he was on the right track. Being able to perceive mana was an obvious condition to use it. Thankfully, since he was still considered a child who hadn't undergone his baptism, most adults thought his admittingly odd actions were just that. Actions of child. Julius didn't think anyone really knew why, and the ones who did know did not believe him, because they only saw him as a young child. That's how it worked in both worlds. Adults rarely ever take children seriously, but certainly helped him in this case. He was now able to practice with complete freedom without many distractions. Therefore, he embraced the facade of a slightly smart, yet eccentric child without second thoughts. He kept that up for a long time, and although he didn't get a grasp on mana, he managed to enhance his other natural senses. He swore his hearing was magnified by a significant amount. He also became much more sensitive to tastes and smells. Another interesting development was that he was developing a sort of sixth sense. He would be able to tell where people were standing or sidestep if he was about to run into them. It also became very hard for others to sneak up on him, and interestingly became more sensitive the more often he did it. Making a decision, he set aside his focus on finding a way to use mana for a while and decided to explore this possible ability a little more, focusing everything he had on developing it. As a result, he started pushing the limits of this ability. How detailed can he perceive something? How far away does it extend to? Is it only restricted to people, or can he sense objects? Those were the questions he wanted to find out. So he spent hours every day experimenting with this new power, using his stubbornness as a sledgehammer, hoping to break through the invisible wall he felt was just beyond reach. So he cranked up the intensity. Instead of depriving himself of just his sight, he stuffed pieces of clay in his ears and nostrils. Now, he could not see, hear, or smell. He wanted his entire focus to be on this supernatural ability. He also decided he needed to add some complexity to his actions. Rather than meditating on a bench or grass, he wanted to add stress to his training, hoping that it would act as a catalyst for improvement. Therefore, he exercised around the estate and swung a wood staff he made at a gathering of trees and other targets, pretending they were enemies. It took a while for the results to show, but they slowly did. Now Julius was able to run around without ramming into trees or walls. He was also able to hit most of his intended targets without missing. It was unbelievable for someone who was previously from a world that didn't have magic. There were times Julius would try random things, like guessing how many petals are on a flower or how many coins are inside a purse without looking. Julius also liked a game where he would grab a random rock and throw it while trying to track its trajectory. That was a much harder endeavor. Being able to perceive a small, inorganic object while it was moving was a challenge. But Julius noticed how challenging himself with games like these was improving his ability. Plus, it was just fun for him. It didn't feel like training because he was enjoying himself so much. Therefore, he got into the habit of making up random games that would force him to use this perception ability in more creative and challenging ways. It was during this that Julius experienced explosive growth. Julius's dedication had proven its worth. His perception ability had grown to the point that he didn't need the blindfold and aids anymore. One morning he woke up and realized he was activating it instinctually. It was as if it was just suddenly there, like another sense. He felt extremely validated for all his efforts. However, it seemed like using it along with his other senses for very long was not possible yet. He believed the amount of information that his brain had to process was probably too much for him to handle. However, he noticed that with practice using it with his other senses, he increased the time he was able to keep it up. In the meantime, he removed his ear and nose plugs to slowly introduce more stimulus for his brain to get used to at one time. Regretfully, now that Julius was almost 12, his antics were becoming less of an adorable quirk and more like he was just a weirdo. He observed the other workers in his part of the estate to start giving him strange looks from time to time. While he hadn't quite learned how to listen in on people's conversations using his perception ability yet, his ears were still unnaturally sharp and ended up hearing many of the workers talking about him behind his back. Nevertheless, Julius sucked it up and ignored them, continuing with his training. It wasn't like anything they were saying would get him to stop. Not after he had improved so much. In the end, he didn't care what the others said or thought because he was having so much fun. He might not have learned to manipulate mana yet, but this ability to perceive in every direction is in some ways more magical to him than throwing a fireball. Chapter 3. Strange Child. Edwin POV Edwin was enjoying his morning tea while reading an interesting report about the recent developments in the Kingdom of Corvus. Corvus was one of the Luminous Empire's largest trade partners. Situated on the Empire's western border, Corvus was having issues with its northern neighbor. According to the report, the Alliance of Morning Sun had elected a new leader. The country's previous prime was more interested in cultivating beneficial trade agreements with other countries. However, this new prime, Hallam Andaraz, had a different plan. Andaraz completely voided many of its prior contracts and planned to renegotiate its terms with Corvus. This obviously angered many in Corvus, who in retribution decided to restrict shipments that were planned to be sent to other countries. These tensions between the two countries and the various mercantile guilds and businesses have drastically raised prices and caused civil unrest in both regions. Luckily for House Hyperius, it's situated in the eastern region of the Luminous Empire, very far away from the potential conflict, Edwin noted. Edwin's attention was brought to the door that had just opened. Walking through was young Julius, still wearing a black piece of cloth around his face. Edwin was well aware of the young child's strange exploits. Everyone in the estate, even those who never met him, had heard of his peculiarities. But typically, Julius took his lessons seriously, which meant that he usually took off the get-up before the lesson started. He is by far one of the most peculiar children I have met. Remarkably intelligent in many areas of study, but he can be completely lacking when it comes to many other areas, Edwin remarked to himself. The young scion of House Hyperius has been the subject of much gossip around the estate these past years. People took notice that the young child spent most of his days roaming and playing around the estate, doing weird things by himself. At first, when Julius decided to wear a blindfold, people thought it was cute. They thought he was just pretending to be a character out of a story. However, as years went by, and when he started to jam pieces of clay up his nose, people began to question the sanity of the young Hyperius. Edwin could not understand why Julius was so insistent, playing around like this. Edwin had discussed it in passing many times, but to no avail. Even now, Edwin was watching Julius as he got out his materials for the lesson. He was still blindfolded and was taking his sweet time. Edwin knew Julius was doing it on purpose in retribution for the times Edwin did it himself. Exasperated, Edwin reached over to try to remove the stupid things. But surprisingly, Julius neatly swayed out of the way. Edwin had always had a suspicion that there was something more to the blindfold than at first glance. Julius was able to navigate his way around the estate quite well for someone unable to see, but Edwin had always thought that the blindfold was sheer enough that Julius could still see through it. Not to mention that Edwin actually tried to be quick about it. For an untired to be able to dodge him when he was somewhat trying was embarrassing. He was a tier 4 who largely focused on speed. Besides, Julius wasn't even looking at him. I wonder. Deciding to do a little test, he used a bit of mana and wrapped it around a little sugar cube from the table and launched it at the back of Julius's head. Julius POV. Julius was purposefully taking his time unloading his bag and setting up his stuff for the lesson. He learned this from Edwin himself. It was a tactic Edwin used to annoy him, and he found it quite effective when used on others. Whenever Julius had a question about skills or anything to do with what tiers were, Edwin would pretend to ignore him while slowly sipping his tea. Therefore, he made it his mission to be as petty as he could get away with. Nothing too drastic. The old man was still very intimidating, and Julius suspected Edwin of being at least tier 3 or 4. Julius still had his blindfold on, and he could feel Edwin shifting in annoyance behind him. Does it feel so good when someone else ignores you, old man? Edwin didn't actually look old. He had the appearance of a fit 30-year-old man with medium-length black hair that curled at the tips. He had dark eyes and sharp facial features that made him look quite strict, but he also had a poise about him that exuded confidence. Suddenly, he felt Edwin tense and quickly reach out to Julius's head. Julius, who had learned to react very quickly to sudden perceptions thanks to his training, instinctually shifted his head to the side. Playing the ignorant, Julius pretended like he didn't even notice Edwin's actions. However, he soon felt something rise behind him. It was small, barely the size of a pebble, but it was oddly square like a cube. How is it floating? I don't feel Edwin moving at all, but is he using mana to float it? I also feel something else, like there's swirling air around the object. Is this Manipo? Without warning, the cube-like object was shot toward him with alarming force. Julius only managed to tilt his head a few degrees, and it still nicked him across the back of the head. A stinging pain erupted from where he was hit, and dropping his axe took off his blindfold to confront the crazy old man. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. What was that for? Shouted at Edwin. It's rude to ignore others, Julius, Edwin calmly responded. I would argue that throwing things at others is more rude, Julius argued. Edwin just stared at Julius. It wasn't long, but it was enough to feel uncomfortable. Finally, Edwin chose to ask a question. How did you know? Know what? Julius played dumb. Edwin pressed his lips together. How did you know what I was doing? even though you were not looking in my direction. I'm pretty sure I have told you before. Haven't I? No, I am quite certain you have not. When I asked you last time, you said you were doing it because it was fun. Edwin said impatiently. Well, it is fun. That doesn't mean there aren't other reasons. Julius replied. So what are these other reasons? Edwin stressed. Julius thought about answering. To be honest, while he hadn't kept it a secret about what he was doing with his time, he never gave a complete explanation about why he was doing it. Certainly not explaining his perception ability. He kind of liked keeping a secret. However, it seemed like that was no longer going to be an option. I originally started to wear a blindfold to get a sense of mana. I was hoping that by depriving myself of my other senses, I would be able to sense it easier. I wasn't able to do that. However, a side effect is being able to sense my surroundings without relying on traditional senses. Julius explained. Edwin was surprised. For one, he noticed that Julius had spoken quite eloquently for a child who hadn't awakened yet. Secondly, noble houses have tried to get their children to sense mana before their baptism for many years. However, they had never accomplished this with any reliability. Finally, an ability like this was quite outrageous. How does someone just gain the ability to sense everything around them by just wearing a blindfold? You're telling me that you are able to perceive your immediate surroundings because you wore a blindfold? Edwin asked for clarification. Not just wearing a blindfold, Julius added. Edwin just looked at Julius with a deadpan expression. I also practiced, Julius said innocently. Practice, he says. Julius, do you know how outrageous that sounds? Edwin asked him. Julius shook his head. There are many skills that improve perception. Most fighters end up getting one as a utility skill. Skills like mana sense or life detection. However, there are usually restrictions on what they can perceive. Mana sense has limitations. The major one is that it can only detect mana and not anything else. Life detection has the downside of being able to sense living targets, not inorganic objects. Even the skill Danger Sense, which can detect practically anything as long as it presents a danger to the user's life, cannot sense small things outside of its scope. There are strengths and weaknesses to every skill. But your skill seems to be very versatile without much drawback. Edwin deeply explained. Julius had just learned more about skills and magic in that short rant than what he had managed to find on his own for several years. Information about stuff like this was kept away from him. Furthermore, all his questions always seemed to come back to his baptism, which was only a few months away. Julius did not know how to respond to Edwin's statement. According to him, his ability, or rather, skill was able to do too many things without a limit. Except for mana, he still hasn't quite figured that out. Wait a second. That last thing Edwin threw at me was different. Was that weird air around the cube mana? If so, does that not mean I can sense mana? If so, then all this time I have had the answers right in front of my face, but was too blind to see it. I gotta ask him. I have to know, Julius decided. Was that last thing you threw at me made up of mana? Julius asked with wide eyes. It wasn't made up of mana, but yes, I surrounded a cube of sugar with mana. Edwin said. This was amazing. So he was able to sense mana, which means there is a great chance that he would be able to find a way to use actual magic. Julius was still a little upset that he had been able to do this for who knows how long, but honestly, it was more of a relief. He had been trying for almost 5 years to learn how to do magic, and without any success, it was hard not to get pessimistic about it. If he didn't know with certainty that it existed, he wasn't sure if he would have been so stubborn. Nevertheless, Julius had finally done it. He wanted to run around with joy and shout from the rooftops. Maybe eat some cake. Yes, definitely cake as a celebration. I will ask one of the chefs to make one. This is a momentous day. He couldn't keep the massive smile off of his face, grinning like a maniac. All of a sudden, he felt something hard pelt him in the forehead. It broke him out of his daydreaming. He looked down and saw a sugar cube broken in half lying in his lap. Looking back up, he saw Edwin holding another sugar cube, preparing to throw it again. Do I have your attention again? Or is there something more important taking up your focus? Edwin asked with amusement. Sorry, I was just excited, Julius said smiling. I didn't know my ability could detect mana until now. But now that I can, I believe I can start learning how to use mana. I think you are misunderstanding something, young master. Most people, unless they have the mana sense or similar skill, are not able to detect mana other than their own. Even then, the majority of people simply direct their mana into whatever skill they acquired. Edwin clarified to Julius. That was a revelation to Julius. He had always thought it was logical that people would have to be able to sense mana before they could use it. If he understood Edwin correctly, he was mistaken. He guessed that this was the main dilemma of trying to practice without having access to knowledge and resources. He just didn't know enough to train effectively. Regardless, he had a feeling that things were about to take a big change of direction once his baptism came around. Chapter 4. The Chamber. In the months coming up to his baptism, Julius started to make some progress. He couldn't quite manipulate ambient mana, but he could sometimes push it around like one would try to move air by waving their arms really fast. Edwin also became more involved than before. In the past, Edwin and Julius's relationship was at most considered professional. However, since that day, Edwin started to take interest in Julius's life. In contrast to previous years, Edwin would take the time to answer some of Julius's questions. He wouldn't answer everything, but compared to how it used to be, it was huge progress. As such, Edwin helped explain what a baptism entailed. He didn't go into too many details, but Julius was able to get a general understanding. A baptism was a ritual everyone, from nobles to commoners, went through. It was a process that infused mana into a child at the age of 12. The infusion of mana would start the process of developing one's core, allowing mana to be stored internally. This enabled children to start absorbing mana and try to consolidate it into a core. Once they concentrated all of their mana into a core, they would officially be considered a Tier 1. However, it was during the process of trying to develop a core that one would finally be able to have their own mana to practice with. That is the reason Julius had not been able to manipulate mana. Learning how to use your own mana can already be difficult, but trying to manipulate ambient mana as an untired was on another level of difficulty. However, mana manipulation will be much easier to learn once he awakens and can use his own internal mana. A baptism was also used to determine someone's innate talent. Those with higher talents could be infused with more mana and develop their core much sooner than others. This was a good indication of how much mana you could handle at once. Soon, the days leading up to his baptism closed in. He noticed that everyone other than Edwin started to act differently around him. Wondering why, he asked Edwin the next time he saw him. "I'm not supposed to tell you this, but I feel like not telling you would just do more harm than good at this point," Edwin said in resignation. "I need you to promise that nothing I say leaves this room. This is just between you and me, okay?" Julius promised. Edwin hesitated for a moment before continuing. "I bet you realized it already, but everyone has always stayed their distance from you, correct?" Julius nodded in agreement. Seeing his response, Edwin went on. "There's a reason for that. Your father does not have a good standing with the house. Although he is the patriarch's younger brother, many of the elders do not hold favorable opinions of him. He has always been rash, arrogant, and quite careless, causing many issues over the years. This caused many to talk about disowning him from the family. But one day he showed up with you. He said you were some child between him and some commoner. Unsurprisingly, the elders were not happy to hear that, and some wanted to throw both of you out of the house. Despite that, thanks to the patriarch's intervention, they allowed you and your father to remain on the condition that it would be re-evaluated after your baptism." That was a lot to take in. As Julius processed what he had just heard, he started to connect the dots. He was always curious why some servants of a noble house felt so comfortable acting casually around a young scion like himself, even going as far as to insult him. It also made sense why people like Gwen and some of the others he knew had been growing more and more distant over the years. So, the reason why people were isolating themselves from me was because they thought I would fail. Julius wanted to confirm. "Yes, considering the circumstances of your birth, as well as your peculiar behavior, many do not have high hopes," Edwin confirmed. Did they think that his abnormality was an indicator that he was going to do poorly at his baptism? He thought many of the strange looks he had gotten over the years were because they thought of him as an odd duckling. However, Looking back, he understood those looks were more pity than anything else. That was also probably why his family never interacted with him. If they thought there was a high chance of losing him anyway, why take the risk of getting close? So all those times when Gwen, Edwin, or someone else was dismissive or distant, they were probably just emotionally distancing themselves away, just in case something happened to him. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. It all started to make more sense. He was far too absorbed in his own training to notice these clues until it was almost too late. However, Julius still had a question for Edwin. What changed your mind? You did. Edwin simply said, Ow! He pressed. I had always thought you were an intelligent child, quick to pick up lessons, but you had very odd habits that were similar to what I have seen in other children who were mentally challenged. But seeing your skill completely changed my opinion. You don't get a skill like that unless you were extremely talented or hardworking. Edwin explained further. So you thought I was retarded. Hold up, does everyone think that? Julius asked, afraid to hear the answer. Edwin didn't say anything for a few moments. Yes, he finally answered. Does this mean you now think I will do well enough during my baptism? Julius asked. You have nothing to worry about. Of that, I am absolutely certain. How do you know? Julius asked worryingly. Once you get to my age and tier, you just know things. Trust me, you're going to be fine. Edwin added confidently. Julius decided to trust him. It wouldn't matter if he worried about it anyway. With only a couple of days until he turned 12, there wasn't anything he could do. Once he realized that, a lot of his worries and stress went away. Julius took a deep breath, steadying himself. He had learned that sometimes knowing something was out of your hands made stress less of a factor. And so the day of Julius's baptism arrived. Deviating from his typical routine, Gwen made sure he wore his best set of clothes and told him to follow her. She didn't mention where they were going or explain what was happening. After hearing what Edwin had to say to him, he could see that she had completely distanced herself away from him. He wasn't going to lie. That kind of hurt his feelings. While they weren't close, she had been the person he had seen almost every day for most of his life. Gwen led him to a part of the mansion he was unfamiliar with, then opened a door that led further downwards. Of course, there is a creepy ritual chamber in the basement, Julius muttered under his breath. He didn't know if she heard him, but she continued on anyway. Once they started to reach the bottom, the entire floor opened up. It was the farthest thing away from a creepy chamber. Lamps with floating orbs of soft yellow light illuminated the chamber. There were intricate carvings embossed with gold on every wall and pillar. In the center of the ceiling, there was a beautiful mural of the sky. Right in the middle of it was the depiction of a glowing sun, shedding light across the entire mural and chamber. It felt oddly divine, like heavenly light flooding down on the mortal realm. It was gorgeous. It was completely unnecessary and probably cost way too much. But it was glorious. He was so distracted by the beauty that he completely missed the crowd surrounding a pedestal in the middle of the room. There was a surprising amount of spectators, which made Julius slightly anxious. He only recognized a few faces. One was the patriarch, Lucas von Hyperius, who stood apart from the others and was closest to the pedestal. The patriarch was a very handsome man with wide shoulders, long blonde hair, and immaculate clothes. He was the quintessential image of a lord. However, it was the eyes that got Julius's attention. Golden yellow, glowing with an oppressive presence emanating from them, like he was looking down on everyone and everything. It reminded him of the sun depicted on the mural. It seemed like his father was forced to come as well, because he was there too. However, his father didn't even bother looking up at him as he approached. But with a quick glance, Julius could tell he got his mother's looks. His father, just like his older brother, had long blonde hair tied in a bun, but a much sharper face and brown eyes. Julius, on the other hand, had soft black hair, a heart-shaped face, and dark brown eyes. He also spotted Edwin in the back, who gave him an encouraging nod. The patriarch, who was technically his uncle, suddenly spoke. "Come here, young Julius," Lucas commanded. Those eyes looked down on his much smaller frame with such intensity. There was nothing he could do but obey. His legs started to move on their own before he even knew it. Once he was close to the pedestal, He could see a round device implanted directly on top of it. It shone with a brilliant white light, sparkling with energy. "Are you aware of what a baptism is?" Lucas asked. Julius didn't trust himself to speak, so he just nodded his head. "Yes or no?" Lucas demanded. "Yes," Julius managed to squeeze out. "Okay, I want you to put your hands onto the awakening orb. Once I say begin, I want you to pull as much mana into yourself as possible. Don't stop until you can no longer take in anymore." "Clear." "Crystal," he responded. "Excuse me," Lucas asked, narrowing his eyes. "I meant yes. Yes, I understand." Julius quickly amended. Giving Julius one last long look, he placed Julius's hands onto the orb. "Begin." Chapter 5, The Baptism. The second the patriarch said to begin, Julius began to feel a warm feeling suffusing his entire body. However, just as quickly as it came, it slowly went away. The mana started to congregate towards the center of his chest. No, not toward his chest, deeper, more like it was heading directly into his soul, that a part of himself that Julius never knew existed appeared within him. He could sense the mana from the orb start to collect within this chamber. The mana was like water vapor, slowly filling up the room. When the entire room was filled with this mist, it stopped filling on its own. The mana coming from the orb was slowing to a trickle. This is what Edwin meant by determining talent, Julius realized. So, it became the challenge of how much mana Julius could fit inside before stopping. Instead of just allowing the mana to fill up on its own, he began to try to shove in as much as he could into it. However, that started to no longer work either. He was letting more and more slip through his fingers, and most of it wasn't going to him but getting lost. Panicking slightly, he decided to change methods. What if he didn't shove the mana? What if he sucked it in like air through his lungs? Visualizing what he imagined, he began to take deep breaths, trying to suck in as much mana in with each breath. It started to fill up rapidly, and the pace increased noticeably. The room started to fill up with a thick fog rather than a fine mist. Julius started to understand that the more mana that it was filled with, the greater the difficulty in bringing in more. It didn't matter how much you wanted to continue. In the end, it became more of an issue of how much you can stuff inside a limited space. With that being said, Julius had a random thought. He knew from his previous memories that condensed mist was just water. Therefore, it should be theoretically possible to fill it up until it is all liquid. He was curious what his core would look like if he accumulated as much mana as he could within himself. With this goal in mind, he renewed his focus and tried to condense all the mana even more, using the momentum of what he was taking in to compress what mana he already had into one side of the room. For a moment, nothing happened. It looked like he was just exerting himself unnecessarily, until, for a second, he felt a little give. It was a sign that it was possible. However, the rate at which he was bringing in new mana was slowing down. It became similar to breathing through a thin straw. No matter how hard he pulled in, there was a limit. But what if he didn't try to breathe it in? Why would he try to sip it in when he could aggressively drag it? Julius thought about what he could adjust, and, after some moments, came to a realization. Just like the vortex of a whirlpool, he would rip the mana from the orb and pull it into himself, constantly gaining more and more momentum. He would not stop until he filled it to the brim. With this image in mind, Julius started to spin the mana, imitating a vortex motion. It was extremely difficult. On top of trying to continue to compress his mana into liquid form, his brain was on fire, and his soul felt like it was being wrung like a dish towel. However, it started to work. Mana began to flood into him, wave after wave crashing against the mana already inside, condensing it even easier. Once the vortex was spinning at a ridiculous speed, he didn't even need to focus on it anymore. It was sustaining itself without much input from him. Unfortunately, he started to run into a different problem. The walls of this internal room started to show signs of wear, and small hairline cracks appeared. Understanding that the walls containing his mana could not endure the pressure he was generating by compressing it, he started to reinforce the walls themselves. He imagined his entire will infusing into the walls, smothering the mana inside, not allowing even a drop to get out. Eventually, he noticed a pool of mana, a small pool of liquid mana in the center of the room, radiating a sense of power that was incomparable to its prior form. However, Julius was at his limit. Hell, he was way beyond his limits. Only sheer stubbornness kept him going. He didn't even try to focus on anything other than keeping it contained. When Julius came to this world, he was given a chance, and he would not take it for granted. He had promised himself that he would never give up. He remembered what it felt like to give up, to fall to his death, to be okay with dying without a fight. Not again. He would fight for every inch, every second. He would fight. To that end, Julius didn't let up. Not even as his soul was screaming in pain and his mind was in complete delusion. However, not even he could keep it up forever, and the comforts of darkness soon welcomed him. Lucas POV. Lucas von Hyperius was speechless. His nephew, Julius, was an unexpected addition to his family. When his youngest brother came home bearing a baby boy in his arms, he didn't know what to think. The others thought it was well beyond the point of return for his brother. Lucas didn't necessarily disagree with them either. He loved his brother. Gregor was his youngest sibling and held a special part in his heart. With that being said, Lucas knew that he had been irrational when it came to his brother. Gregor was given every chance to show the family that he had changed for the better and failed to prove it. Despite that, he continued to act as an arrogant fool who flaunted his status at every turn. He had no sense of responsibility, rather spending his time out drinking and whoring around. It was an embarrassment as a member of a marquee house. It was only by Lucas's word that he had managed to stay attached to the house. However, when Lucas saw his brother bring home a child of his own, he thought it might be a sign that he would change. Except it didn't. Gregor remained a boastful, conceited, self-important noble. Naturally, Lucas was curious about the circumstances of Julius's birth. Thus, he investigated what had happened. Lucas wasn't stupid. He knew that Gregor probably had dozens of spawns running around the Empire. He just didn't know what made him decide to bring Julius home instead. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. According to everything Lucas had managed to find out, the mother was just some commoner who had caught his brother's eye. However, with her passing, she requested that Gregor take care of their son. Lucas was surprised Gregor actually followed through, expecting him to drop the child off at some orphanage and forget about him. When Gregor brought young Julius back to the estate, many of the elders wanted to expel him immediately. Elder Samuel, who had a particular dislike for Gregor, was especially adamant. Fortunately for his brother and his child, Lucas managed to convince the others to allow them to remain in the family. However, Samuel put a stipulation in place, agreeing that they could as long as they were able to reevaluate the situation once Julius's baptism had passed. Lucas was frustrated. He understood Samuel's dislike for his brother, but he disagreed with taking it out on Julius, who was by all accounts still his nephew and innocent. Lucas didn't believe in punishing a child for his father's crimes, but the agreement was set nonetheless. Gregor had gotten worse over the years, and the decision about him had already been made a while ago, and as the patriarch he had prepared himself for what had to be done. As the years went by, Lucas always maintained an eye over Julius. Other than one freak accident that occurred when Julius was 7, he was a perfectly healthy young boy. Lucas found himself enjoying hearing about his young nephew's antics and unusual behaviors. It was often a highlight of his day when Edwin came in to give a recent report. However, in Edwin's opinion, he thought the boy had a developmental disorder. He backed it up by noting his antisocial behavior, above-average intelligence, obsessive habits, and overall odd behavior, which were all signs that it was true. While Lucas understood some of the truth behind Edwin's claims, he couldn't help but feel attached to Julius. Lucas wasn't happy keeping his distance from his nephew all these years, but he had to maintain his neutrality to avoid angering other family members. Unlike many other of the kids running around, who were all spoiled rotten, Julius was seemingly a kind young man who treated everyone around him with respect and consideration. However, kindness and patience did not necessarily relate to talent, and if he wasn't talented enough, he would be expelled from House Hyperius. As such, he had already decided that if the baptism didn't go well, he would find him a loving home fit with anything he would need for his entire life. That was the least Lucas could do for Julius after being absent for many years. With that being said, he did not expect the current situation at all. Edwin had previously mentioned that the boy had a good possibility of failing the requirements to be considered a natural talent. When Julius first started absorbing the mana inside the orb, it was slow but predictable. So when Lucas noticed the rate of mana being absorbed slowing down, he was ready to end the test. Despite that, against all expectations, he felt the rate increase dramatically. Before, it was like raindrops accumulating, but now it felt like a faucet rapidly filling up a bucket. At this rate, he believed that Julius was going to pass the test. Lucas took a quick glance at Edwin, standing in the crowd. Edwin wasn't surprised. No, he had a shit-eating grin all over his face. Lucas was confused. Why would Edwin say he didn't think Julius would pass, but now was not even mildly shocked at the outcome? He pulled his attention back to Julius. The flow of mana was still large. However, Lucas ascertained that he would be slowing down any second. Sure enough, a few moments later, mana started to slow down. This was already an amount that exceeded the general average, which meant that the others arguing for his expulsion would find it difficult to do so. I guess this means that Lucas's thoughts were interrupted as he felt a massive surge of mana, dwarfing the previous amount, erupt from the pedestal. Just as he thought Julius was done, he once again figured out how to increase the rate of flow. Everyone present, except for Edwin, was in undisguised shock at this turn of events. Even Samuel had a sour look on his face. After several moments, the amount of mana being drained from the orb was enough to fill several average cores. However, he could sense a lot of it was being wasted, dissipating into the surroundings. Therefore, it was difficult to predict how much mana Julius was retaining. Regardless, he had already proven his talent enough. At this point, Lucas could see Julius's face was screwed tight in pain and concentration. Grinding his teeth so hard, Lucas swore he heard some of them crack. After a bit of time, trickles of blood started to drip out of Julius's nose and eyes. Alarmed, Lucas was just about to put a stop to it. However, just as he was about to interrupt, Julius passed out, spilling to the floor. The rapid flow of mana slowly dwindled, and Lucas noticed that Edwin immediately tended to Julius while the others took time to process what had just occurred. The entire crowd was quiet for what seemed like an eternity. Not a single person spoke, in shock of what happened. Finally, Abigail, one of his cousins who was in charge of running the day-to-day operations of the house, such as scheduling and maintenance, spoke up. What in the God's name just happened? Nobody answered her. They didn't know themselves. However, after a bit, it seemed like Samuel had something he wanted to say. It seemed like the child managed to drain mana out of the device with a surprising level of force. However, I found it odd that although the amount of mana being drained was massive, most of it was being wasted. If the child had indeed been successful in absorbing even a small amount of that mana, he would have easily formed his core several times over. Therefore, since he is evidently still an untired, I believe that we can explain this away with it just being an anomaly. Maybe the device has malfunctioned in a way, releasing way too much mana for a child such as Julius to handle. The people around took time to digest this information. Everyone knew that Samuel was one of the only ones with a proper mana sensing skill amongst them. Most of the people around the estate were not the most skilled users in the family, bottlenecking around tier 2 or 3. Most of their remaining elites were off doing more important missions or tasks. But Samuel was a powerful tier 5 who was almost 2 centuries old with an abundance of experience. Thus, his statement convinced many of them. In their view, what Samuel proposed was way more realistic than the option that a child just turned 12 could somehow manipulate such an incredible amount of mana, an amount that many of them could not do themselves. Lucas decided to speak up. I agree. It is possible that it was a malfunction, and most of the mana towards the end was unabsorbed. With that being said, that doesn't mean the child didn't absorb any of it. By my accounts, young Julius was able to absorb much more than what most are capable of during their baptism. He has very likely almost filled up a major portion of his core. This means that by all standards, He is a talent we cannot afford to lose. Do you disagree, Samuel? Lucas looked directly at Samuel. Samuel nodded in agreement. He knew very well that Lucas's point was true. While his opinion was biased, he couldn't ignore the facts. Samuel was extremely loyal to his house and wouldn't deprive it of a potential talent just out of spite. Now that people got their composure back, several questions were thrown around at once, while the person of their inquiry laid passed out on the floor. However, there was something that surprised Lucas. He didn't know if Samuel had managed to catch it, but he had. Lucas couldn't quite tell what Julius was doing with the mana he absorbed. It was a weird technique that was similar to what you would do to condense your core, but it was different in some ways that made it very intriguing. He also didn't miss the fact that this interesting technique wasn't released even after Julius passed out. Chapter 6. Unexpected Turn. Julius found himself lying down on the cold stone floor of the chamber. His mind was hazy, and he was barely cognizant. With his eyes still closed, he could recognize Edwin beside him. To his surprise, he could feel Edwin was channeling mana into him, rejuvenating him, something he wouldn't have been able to sense before. Julius could immediately realize it was nothing like what Julius did during his baptism. Whereas Julius's manipulation was a violent tantrum, Edwin's manipulation of mana was elegant and beautiful, likely refined over many years of practice. Now that he had done his baptism, he could see what Edwin meant. Before, it was like feeling mana through several layers of clothes. Now, those layers were off, and he basked in the feeling of mana all around him. Using his perception ability, he tossed out a small pulse to get a bearing on his surroundings, wincing at the slight head pain that this action caused. He was still lying next to the pedestal, but the spectators were now discussing things with each other, talking animately. However, what caught his attention was the sound of ding going off inside his head, and he felt something inside him. Focusing on it, a notification popped into his head. Would you like to learn the skill Sixth Sense? Julius was completely taken aback. What was this? Nothing he had experienced in the world so far suggested something like this. Nevertheless, after thinking for a moment, his curiosity got the better of him and mentally confirmed. Congratulations, skill Sixth Sense acquired. However, that wasn't the end of the notifications. Would you like to learn the skill Detect Life? He hesitantly confirmed it as well. Congratulations, skill Detect Life acquired. Would you like to learn the skill Awareness? Congratulations, skill Awareness acquired. Synergy detected. Would you like to evolve Sixth Sense, Detect Life, and Awareness into a single skill? Notice, this will remove existing skills. Julius didn't know the consequences of doing so, so he wanted to wait. To his relief, the second he decided to wait, the message disappeared. However, in the back of his mind, he knew that if he wanted to, it could reappear anytime. Julius, full of so many questions, opened his eyes to look at Edwin. Edwin must have felt him shift because his eyes, which were focused on the others' discussions, turned and looked down at him. I know you have many questions. I didn't tell you because it is hard to explain unless you experience it for yourself. It is also why this ritual is so important. It doesn't only awaken your mana, but it also opens you to the words of the world. And I suspect you have a few notifications due to your perception ability. However, do not make any decisions yet. I will explain everything once we leave here and are alone. Edwin whispered quietly into Julius's ear. For now, pretend to be unconscious. You don't have anything to worry about. There is no way they're going to expel you after this. Edwin's words calmed down Julius significantly. He was curious why Edwin didn't want to let the others know he was awake, but he must have a reason for it. So Julius played along. Now that he was somewhat lucid, he was able to listen in on the conversation. Someone had just asked a question. Did the child truly not receive any training during these years, Patriarch? Because I find it difficult to see how a child his age was able to achieve such a result. Julius didn't see who asked that, but Edwin spoke up from Julius's side and answered. I can personally guarantee that I nor anyone else had taught Julius any techniques. There has been no violation of the conditions you and the others set. Every bit of his results are due to his own merit. Conditions? I didn't know there were conditions. Just how much do I not know about my own circumstances or about this world? I have more questions now than when I first arrived. I can confirm with Edwin that Julius has been isolated for these years without the possibility of learning outside what was available to him, Lucas added. Therefore, I recommend that we do not expel him. Rather, we should cultivate his talent so that he becomes a more valuable member of the family, not wasting his talent. Does everyone agree on that? Lucas proposed to others. Everyone's heads nodded in agreement, and nobody offered any opposing opinion. That was easy. I thought there would be more pushback. If I were to guess, that was what they were discussing when I was asleep, Julius thought to himself. Unfortunately, his father decided at that moment to speak up. Well, now that this has been settled, I will be on my way. I have some things I need to do, Gregor said while already quickly making his exit. Most of the people had forgotten that he was even there in the first place. Even Julius had completely forgotten that his father was present. He decided to take a quick peek around, and based on what reactions Julius could perceive from the others, it might have been better to stay quiet. An older man with gray hair spoke up. Gregor, I am afraid that while it has been decided that the child will not be removed from the house, I can't say that goes the same for you, the man said. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. What do you mean? You all agreed that he is a valuable asset to the house, Gregor boasted. It does not work that way. 12 years ago, we decided to extend the vote about whether to expel Julius and yourself. Meaning that just because we decided that Julius can stay does not mean that we have decided that you get to stay alongside him. The older man explained. You are not making any sense, Samuel. I'm still his father, Gregor insisted. A father in name only. I will be surprised if you had even had a conversation with young Julius in the 12 years since he was born. Over the years, you have come back to the estate a handful of times, and during these times, I don't recall you ever visiting young Julius. This man, evidently named Samuel, scolded his father. The house's servants are closer to a father to the child than you have ever been. Now you dare try to use that relationship to justify remaining within this house. You have been a plague to this family's resources and reputation and have been an overall pain in the ass to everyone here. You are a talentless wastrel that only fucks whores and drinks booze. The noble house Hyperius does not need leeches like you. Samuel viciously insulted Gregor. Julius, even as Gregor's son, didn't find any fault in what Samuel said. Sure, it was harsh, but considering his father's reputation, it was completely warranted. It wasn't like Julius had any positive feelings towards this man anyway. To Samuel's point, Julius had not spoken a word to his father in 12 long years. However, just because Julius didn't take offense to Samuel's words didn't mean his father didn't. Gregor's fists balled up in anger. He looked like he wanted to do something about it. However, in the end, he didn't. Julius was curious about Samuel. While he might have been older with a full head of gray hair, his physical appearance spoke of another story. Samuel was still fit, with broad shoulders and biceps the size of Julius's torso. Julius quickly saw that Samuel was not like the others there. He had a similar presence to the patriarch. There was an intimidating aura emitting from his body like bloodlust, smothering those in its wake. Julius didn't know what tier or how powerful Gregor was, but he would bet every penny that he was much weaker than Samuel. Watching Gregor, not saying a word, Samuel continued. Today we were supposed to decide what we were going to do with both of you. The house has kept tabs on your activities these past 12 years. It has been quite enlightening to see what you have been doing. Julius's father's eyes widened, and you could see the cogs turning inside his head, looking for a way out. Gregor inevitably looked over at his brother, Lucas. If there was someone who could save him from this situation, it would be his brother. But the patriarch of the Hyperius family could only look at his younger brother in disappointment, shaking his head slowly. Samuel wasn't finished. What you might not know is that your fate had already been decided weeks ago. Everyone has received a detailed report of your doings over these past years. It was unanimous. Not even your brother, for as much as he loves you, could overlook some of your egregious errors. Firstly, you threatened the son of Baron Astrius, one of our few trusted remaining allies. Secondly, you decided to borrow 200,000 credits under the house's name. Thirdly, you were caught blabbering about house secrets in a brothel for everyone around to hear. Need I to go on? I have over 24 more offenses recorded. Search * the novel fire.ne *t website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Desmond Estrius was the one who started it. He has always been a self-righteous prick, and you know it. Also, I needed the money. I had some important house business to settle. Gregor pleaded. And the brothel? Samuel asked. The brothel doesn't matter. Nobody is going to believe a whore. Gregor said dismissively. Samuel could be seen sighing visibly in disappointment. That brothel was owned by Duke Grayson. Oh, Gregor said, looking like he swallowed a rock. Yes, oh indeed. You should have never been privy to that information, but still, thanks to you, Duke Grayson and everyone allied with him knows sensitive information about our house. House Hyperius has been trying to recover for a long time, but in one swoop you have ruined years of work. Samuel said angrily. It was an honest mistake. I promise. It won't ever happen again, I swear it. Gregor pleaded, looking at his brother. Lucas did not even look at Gregor. He was resigned to his brother's fate. We did have to discuss what would happen to you, Gregor. After all, you have already proven that you are willing to betray house secrets. Therefore, we can't take the chance of you running off to another house and selling out more secrets. There is only one option, Samuel explained. Julius, while lying on the floor, was speechless. He didn't believe things would have escalated this far. He knew his father had a bad reputation, but this... Gregor began to freak out and beg for forgiveness, not even able to coherently say anything. I'm truly sorry that it has come to this, Gregor, Samuel said softly. I didn't wish it to end this way. Julius could barely watch as his father begged desperately. So, Julius glanced at Lucas to see how he was reacting. Lucas was staring coldly at Gregor, making his intent of not helping his brother clear. It seemed like the time Lucas protected his brother was no longer. Seeing nobody come to his aid, Gregor tried to run for it. Unfortunately for him, Samuel was prepared and had already wrapped him in mana, completely immobilizing him. Julius watched as Gregor was helpless to do anything, unable to speak or move due to what Samuel had done to him. He stared around frantically, tears pouring out his eyes. In Julius's opinion, the man's fate was unsurprising. Gregor was already a deplorable man and now had betrayed his family. He knew most noble families would do even worse if someone like Gregor was one of their own. Furthermore, Julius found it difficult to feel any sympathy or remorse for a man whom he didn't know, and what little he did know wasn't pleasant. Julius knew what it was like to lose his family. After he had lost his family and Gramps, he had cried for days on end. He still felt the pain from their deaths. However, now that he was about to watch his new father get executed, he didn't feel a thing. It made Julius question his own morality. Shouldn't I feel more upset? Failed father or not, he was still technically family. Breaking his silence, and Julius out of his thoughts, the patriarch spoke. Gregor von Hyperius. As the patriarch of House Hyperius, I, Lucas von Hyperius, declare you a traitor to your house and therefore sentence you to death. Julius could feel an incredible amount of mana move. It made the amount of mana used during his baptism look pathetic in comparison. He could feel it congregating towards the patriarch. Then in a split second, an aura of light appeared around his father's frozen body and erupted with golden light. There was no heat or explosion of energy. Just silence and an empty spot where Gregor had stood. Chapter 7. Training begins. Afterward, Julius was in a bit of daze. There was a lot to unpack. His father's death didn't have much impact on him as he would have thought, even after the shock of it. What had astounded Julius more was the casual ease at which the patriarch had vaporized his brother. It wasn't like in movies, a big explosion. No, the calm effortlessness was what surprised Julius. It was the first time Julius had seen someone who was powerful seriously use magic, and it was terrifying that in the days that followed his baptism, Edwin remained close by. It was unusual. Julius was used to seeing Edwin once a week for many years. However, Recently, he has been spending much more time with him. Julius enjoyed his company. As irritating as Edwin could be at times, he was a comforting presence to be around. He didn't speak or ask unnecessary questions about how Julius was feeling. He would just sit there sipping his tea while reading a book. They'd end up discussing the prompt that showed up after his baptism. In all the drama that occurred, Julius almost completely forgot about the notifications he received. He ended up going to Edwin to answer some of his questions. Skills are considered a blessing from the words of the world. It is the closest thing to a god that humanity knows of. Edwin described, "You will receive the opportunity to learn a skill through repeating an action over and over again." Skills are very important for many reasons. One of the most important ones is that by using a skill to, say, for example, light a fire, it would be more efficient mana-wise and faster to activate it than without a skill. However, there is a limit to how many skills you can learn at one time. Humans can learn 10 skills before the capacity in their souls is reached. This means that it becomes incredibly important what skills you choose to learn. You will always have a choice to remove skills, but that is an extremely painful process. Once you told me about your ability, I already expected you to receive a notice about learning some sort of skill after your awakening. But what did you end up getting? Edwin asked him. Julius thought about not telling Edwin, but in the end, Julius needed information more than he needed to keep secrets. It was an opportunity to learn something important, and he couldn't afford to be tight-lipped about it. I got offered 3 separate skills: Sixth Sense, Life Detection, and Awareness. I didn't know there was a limit to how many skills I could have, but I learned all of them. Julius admitted. Edwin winced. All 3 of those skills are useful, but honestly, Awareness is probably the best out of the 3. With time, you could learn to do the effects of Sixth Sense and Life Detection with some time and practice. Luckily, you have plenty of slots left. You will probably have to release them in time, but you can worry about that later. Julius almost forgot to mention the other notice he got. I also got a prompt telling me there was a synergy between the 3 skills and that I could combine them. I didn't say yes or no, but if I did, does this affect how many skills I can still hold? Edwin's eyes widened and his lips turned up into a grin. No, you can hold 9 more. Can you still pull up the notice? Julian nodded. Okay, I want you to read it to me word by word. Julius pulled it up again and repeated exactly what was said for Edwin. Synergy detected. Would you like to evolve Sixth Sense, Detect Life, and Awareness into a single skill? Notice, this will remove existing skills. You are something else, Julius. Being able to combine synergistic skills is everyone's goal. Being able to combine skills into a single one is a massive advantage at the later tiers. Edwin said in disbelief. Really, why is that? Julius asked. Edwin gave an example. Imagine a fight between 2 fighters in the same tier, but one of them has a few combined skills while the other doesn't. Who do you think will win? With the same experience, probably the one with the combined skills because he has effectively more skills than the other, Julian responded. Correct, but there is more to it. To evolve a skill, you must reach a certain threshold of understanding. Meaning, you can't just learn a couple of skills and combine them. You would need to practice them extensively and then understand how these skills interact and synergize with each other on a fundamental level. It is not easy to achieve. So, I should evolve them? Julius was sure this was a no-brainer, but he wanted to double-check. Yes, the sooner the better, Edwin told him. Now that Julius had a better understanding of skills, he mentally focused on the message and selected yes. Skill evolution commencing. Congratulations, skill spatial perception, rare, acquired. It says I gained the skill spatial perception, but it says it is rare, Julius said. Skills typically start at level 1, and as you progress through use, you can evolve it down various paths. You could keep the same path and specialize, or combine skills with it. Both have their advantages. This usually leads to a skills improve grade. Most are general ranked, but it goes up from there. Next is uncommon, then rare, then epic, then legendary. The fact you already have a rare rank skill is very impressive. Edwin patiently explained. This was a familiar concept Julius had seen in video games. Which begged the question, why was it so familiar? Even more questions. So, if I understand it correctly, unless you combine skills, the only way to rank up skills is by increasing their level? Julius asked. Level 10 is the minimum threshold one would need to get to qualify for a skill rank up. It usually ends up being higher in reality. Edwin said, what's the best way to level up? Julius was curious if there was a method that increased the rate of leveling up skills. After many centuries, nobles have found a method that works the best by far, Edwin said with a grin. Really? Julius had an excited expression on his face. He was already fantasizing about all the things he would be able to do with the techniques of a noble family. Practice, Edwin said. Sorry, Julius asked. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Practice, Edwin repeated with a big smile. Shortly after his conversation with Edwin, the patriarch summoned him to his study. After Edwin had shut the door, Julius realized it was just him and the man who had casually erased his father several days prior. Julius walked in with sweaty palms, anxiously thinking about what he wanted. Nobody spoke for a while. It was just the two of them sitting in their respective chairs in silence, until the patriarch finally decided to break it. I first want to apologize for never coming to see you. As the family head, I have a responsibility, and that responsibility made me unable to get close to you. Lucas explained. I hope this doesn't mean we can't become closer. I lost my younger sister in a monster flood years ago, and I never had children of my own. Edwin already explained some of the situation to me. Lord Hyperius, I don't hold much resentment towards you. I understand that my conditions could have been much worse. After all, I still had servants taking care of my needs. But I'm curious about what will happen now. Julius said. Julius could see on Lucas's face that he was having a difficult time accepting Julius's ease in forgiving him. He probably thought it would be more difficult. First off, you can call me uncle when we are in private. As for what happens now, it is to begin your formal training. Because of your circumstances, you have never been given the same opportunity as the other sons and daughters of House Hyperius. The original plan was to put you with the other children and to help you catch up. However, Edwin had another suggestion. He volunteered to be in charge of your training. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. In the many years I have known Edwin, he has never volunteered to train anybody. Lucas said, So, I will be his first? Julius asked. Yes, you will be. I am confident you won't find a better teacher. Edwin is one of the best fighters at Tier 4 you can find in the Valorberry region. Lucas explained. He placed in the top 50 in the annual Inter Academy tournament as a commoner, a feat very few have achieved. Inter Academy tournament? Julius hadn't heard anything about a tournament like this. Yes, it is a tournament held within the capital, Luminous, every year. Every academy across the empire is invited to participate to decide who is strongest. Each school sends their best and brightest to compete. There are also other competitions for enchanting, smithing, alchemy, and other sections. But by far the most popular is the martial competition. You might even have the option to join this tournament in a few years. Julius wasn't expecting that. He had been so focused on his training that he had completely forgotten what he would have to do as a noble-born. Most noble-born are sent to academies once they turn 15 or sometimes earlier if they reach Tier 1 before that. This excited Julius. For years he had been stuck in the estate, not allowed to leave. The idea of exploring a new world and go to school to learn magic sounded like a fantastic idea. Having to deal with school drama again was not so ideal, but it was worth it if it meant he could find some freedom. After that, the two of them just talked. Like any plans or goals Julius had, or stories they had that they wanted to share. It was soon apparent that his uncle truly wanted to get to know him. Julius had to admit that while it was awkward at first, it was nice that he was finally building a relationship with his new family. They also discussed what his future training would be like. According to his uncle, the main thing he would be focusing on is condensing his core. On top of that, he would be doing physical training with Edwin every day, as well as some mana exercises. However, he was told he needed to limit how much mana he used. This was because without a core, Julius wouldn't be able to regenerate mana on his own. He would have to absorb ambient mana and then use that to fuel his usage. However, though it would also mean he would be taking mana away from his core, significantly increasing the time it would take to establish his core. The mana exercises he would be learning to use would center on him recycling whatever was left back into himself without wasting it. This is also the reason why most join a school or academy once they reach Tier 1. Otherwise, it was just a waste of time. However, now Julius had a goal set. For a while, he had been stuck training his perception skill with no real way forward. Julius's first day of formal training arrived. He was told that Gwen would no longer be assigned to him, and Edwin would be taking up most of her duties on top of his training. Julius showed up at the training yard right after the sun rose. Edwin was already there waiting for him with his arms crossed. Edwin didn't even take the time to greet Julius. He just stared at him and said, "Start running." Julius had a bad feeling about what was to come, but still started a run around the training yard regardless. "Faster," Edwin yelled. Julius picked up his pace, but after a couple of minutes, started to flag. His pace started to slow down, and Edwin didn't seem to appreciate that. Julius felt a painful zap go right into his back. That on top of the exhaustion caused him to trip over his feet and fall right on his face, tearing up his hands and knees on the stone floor. "Where is all that bravado? Giving up already?" Edwin taunted him. "Not in a million years, and definitely not to a sadistic wannabe butler. I know if I give up you would hold it against me forever," Julius told himself. He crawled his way back to his feet and started back into a run. For what seemed like hours, Julius ran around the yard. The only thing that kept him going was sheer stubbornness and the fact that if he did stop, Edwin would zap him and then insult him while he was face down on the ground. Then would continue to zap him until he got back up. Julius was already aware that Edwin was a petty old bastard, but during training, he became a ruthless taskmaster. "Why are you stopping? Did your legs fall off, or are you just that pathetic? Stop breathing so hard. I can smell your nasty fumes from here." Edwin continually berated Julius. Julius knew that Edwin was trying to beat him up physically and mentally toughen him up. But just because Julius knew what Edwin was doing, didn't mean he wasn't getting angry. With that being said, he could see why militaries back in his old world used methods like this. It was very effective. The fact that Edwin was able to use healing magic on Julius whenever he could not physically move anymore made the training even more brutal. Instead of getting a break to recover, he would be given a painful jolt of healing mana that would increase his recovery. Edwin claimed he wasn't very good at healing magic, and that was why it was slightly painful. But Julius knew he was full of shit. He had already felt Edwin's healing magic before, after his baptism. He was just doing it to hurt Julius, and because it seemed like he enjoyed it. This went all the way until lunchtime when he was given time to eat. After that, Julius was forced to sit down and meditate. The orb that was used to awaken him was only useful for children who had not accumulated any mana whatsoever. Once someone goes through their baptism, it falls to the individual to independently absorb mana. That was where it got hard. Julius had to meditate and enter a trance-like state, which was already hard enough as is, but Edwin decided to add an additional challenge on top of that. Julius was supposed to enter a trance while maintaining spatial perception. Edwin explained that any self-respecting practitioner should be able to cultivate his mana with distractions. This might have been easier for others, but with Julius's skill, it was practically impossible, since spatial perception had to process an insane amount of information while active. Meditating when Julius was using it was like trying to ignore a child who was simultaneously screaming and slapping his face. It didn't help that Edwin just stood by reading a book while occasionally throwing random things or zapping him, while Julius had no success in finding his inner peace. He was able to level up spatial perception quite nicely. Spatial perception has reached threshold. Spatial perception LVL1-, spatial perception LVL2. Spatial perception has reached threshold. Spatial perception LVL2-, spatial perception LVL3. Spatial perception has reached threshold. Spatial perception LVL3-, spatial perception LVL4. Edwin did mention that since he had prior experience with the skill, Julius would see a higher rate of leveling until he caught up. Afterward, it would slow down to normal. Regardless, it still felt nice seeing numbers go up. Chapter 8, Daily Grind. Once Julius finished up his meditation attempts and his perception training, he would eat dinner and start on his mana manipulation training. The current goal was just for him to learn mana manipulation. Julius had considered the idea that he should learn how to manipulate mana without the skill. Edwin quickly dissuaded him from the thought. Mana manipulation was too important of a skill to not have. It was the one skill that everyone had. The advantages it gave were too enormous to ignore, and only an idiot never gained the skill. Was it strange that Julius wanted to try it anyway? Edwin taught him mana manipulation techniques that had him pull a small amount of mana from himself and try various activities such as writing his name in the air with it or making general shapes, all the while trying to not waste a single bit of it. If he lost control for even a second, he would have to begin again. After several days of practicing every night for several hours, he finally got the prompt. Would you like to learn the skill, mana manipulation? Congratulations, skill, mana manipulation acquired. Edwin was right. The difference was substantial. It wasn't like spatial perception. Spatial perception didn't feel like it became more effective after he received a skill for it. It mainly lightened the mental load it had on him. Julius could feel the skill activating and assisting him in manipulating the mana. The best thing he could compare it to was the difference between playing a video game with aim assist on versus having it off. It was slight, and you still needed to do the majority of the work. But some of the smaller adjustments were taken care of thanks to the skill. It was an amazing skill. So obviously, Julius decided to get rid of it. It was painful to remove a skill, but he finally managed after an hour of attempting. Would like to remove the skill, mana manipulation? Notice, this action will remove mana manipulation from your current skills. Mana manipulation has been removed from your current skills. Several months went by like this, and during this time, Julius had finally gotten in a good enough shape for Edwin to decide to teach him how to fight. They started with unarmed combat, an important skill that many nobles didn't focus on. Julius didn't blame them for not wanting to. Getting hit sucked. One moment you think you're fine, then all of a sudden you overextend and take a fist to the face. Or sometimes you get tripped up and take a foot to the face. There are other times you are just too slow to react and take a spinning backhand to the face. What was Julius trying to get at? He got hit in the face a lot. However, the second he overprotected his face, Edwin would punish him and land a shot in his gut. For those who had never been hit in the liver, you feel like you just died. You forget how to breathe and how to stand on your 2 feet. For several hours a day, Julius would get folded like a lawn chair in the training yard. Some of the other members of the house who wanted to train in the mornings often watched them off to the side. It became a game to bet and see how long Julius could last against Edwin. Julius knew in his head that he was improving rapidly. His tolerance for abuse had certainly gotten better. The problem was that whenever Edwin thought he had as well, he would raise his strength and start hitting harder and faster. So, although Julius was incomparable to himself before, he somehow continued to get even harder beatings. Edwin was truly a sadistic teacher. He would make him run around until he was ragged. Heal him. Beat him senseless. Heal him. Beat him some more. Heal him. It was an endless cycle of beatdowns. With that being said, Julius had to admit that Edwin's training paid off. He looked at the most recent notice he got after the last spar. Unarmed combat has reached threshold. Unarmed combat LVL 3- Unarmed combat LVL 4. There is something undoubtedly satisfying about being able to see his progress quantitatively. Julius was getting a bit worried for himself. At the beginning of these sessions, he would actively avoid getting hurt. Now, he didn't care about getting beat up. He became desensitized to the pain. All that mattered to him was managing to land a hit on Edwin. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Not that it ever happened, of course. The only hits Julius ever got in on Edwin were the ones that Edwin allowed him to. Edwin would purposefully leave an opening for Julius to exploit, but Julius had not managed to catch Edwin off guard on his own. Julius found himself eating lunch with his uncle, Lucas. This has become a daily occurrence for both of them. While both he and his uncle had busy schedules, they decided to make time to have lunch and dinner with each other every day, if possible. Edwin also ended up joining them, who took a brief respite from his trainer mindset and just relaxed with them. During this time, Julius had learned many things about each of them. He learned stories about how the two of them met during their travels. They met while doing an extermination mission the Adventurer Guild had posted. His uncle was still a Tier 4 at the time, and Edwin was with a separate group who were all Tier 3s. The extermination was for a colony of stone-gorging ants, a threat that could vary from Tier 2 all the way to Tier 5. It was important to deal with any colonies before they grew to such dangers. Otherwise, the local environment and nearby towns would be in danger. Luckily for them, scouting put the ants at around a Tier 3 or low Tier 4 at most. As such, his uncle was one of the leaders of the extermination party, where he noticed Edwin's talents. There weren't many Shadow Affinity users in the Empire, but their usefulness was unanimously agreed upon. Not many were born with the affinity, and those that were usually belonged to Clan Genshin. Clan Genshin did not hold any noble title, but they were known for their strength and abundance of Shadow Affinity users. They were elites who specialized in assassination, scouting, infiltration, and going into dangerous places alone. The clan recruited many commoners who found out they had the affinity. It was known that Shadow was an extremely difficult affinity to train on your own. As such, most chose to join Clan Genshin. Edwin was different. He had learned his entire path practically on his own and had garnered a reputation for himself already. Coming in the top 50 of the Inter Academy was quite an achievement that, on top of his affinity, had him receiving many offers by powerful groups before and after his graduation. However, Edwin didn't choose any of them. Instead, he decided to become an adventurer with 3 of his friends. As fate would have it, when Lucas and Edwin met, 2 of his party members were going to have a baby and plan to settle down, which meant that their party was going to be disbanded. Therefore, Lucas made Edwin a very generous offer to come and work for House Hyperius. After lunch, Julius started on the most challenging part of his day. While he had been able to enter into a trance on occasion, he couldn't do it consistently or for very long. With spatial perception active, it had taken him months to be able to do this much. On the bright side, using his skill in this way had done wonders for its progress. Edwin also told Julius of a way to see his skill levels. Julius had taken to calling it his status. He mentally envisioned what he wanted to know, and it popped up in his mind. Name, Julius von Hyperius. Tier 0. Skills. Spatial Perception LVL 9, Rare. Unarmed Combat LVL 4. It wasn't too helpful now, but Julius expected that once he filled out his skills a bit more, he would be thankful for its existence. For the past months, Julius had been trying to meditate and reach a trance to start absorbing mana and condense his core. The few times he was able to succeed, he saw a space that was around a quarter filled with liquid and the rest of it occupied by a dense fog. It had slightly lowered over time as his attempts to manipulate mana failed, and inevitably some of it dissipated. However, not by much to Julius's estimations. While some of the fog had dispersed a little, the liquid remained untouched. This led him to believe that the amount concentrated within the liquid was vastly superior to the other mana, both in quantity and quality. Julius had been trying something different for the past week or so. Before, he had been attempting to meditate by clearing his thoughts and ignoring stimuli. However, he had an idea. Instead of clearing his thoughts, he wanted to find a balance. Just like a state he sometimes got into when he practiced mana manipulation, he would try the same for this. Julius sat down and started to focus. Not on his inner core, but outwards. He used his perception to focus on everything around him. Every pebble, every drop of water, every crack in a stone, he focused on everything. Once he reached a state of total concentration, he took a deep breath, imagining the vortex from his baptism. Mana surged into him. To his surprise, it worked, which snapped him out of his trance. But Julius understood something now. For Edwin and others, clearing their mind was easier for them. For Julius, he almost needed to do the opposite. He needed to fill his mind with so much there wasn't space for distracting thoughts. In that revelation, Julius heard a ding. Would you like to learn the skill, Focus? Yes. Congratulations, skill, Focus acquired. Julius immediately attempted to meditate again. To his shock, it baffled him how hard he found it just mere minutes ago. Now it was like second nature. Focus allowed him to reach this state without struggling, and he could still think while in his trance. He should have gained a skill like this much earlier. He was going to have to remember to ask Edwin about this skill later and how common it was. For the first time since his baptism, he was able to cultivate mana. He would now be able to condense his core and reach Tier 1. This would allow him to practice more mana-extensive techniques without worrying about recycling it. Now that Julius was able to cultivate, he sat down and got to work. He maintained the same method he used during his baptism, the only difference being that he didn't have an orb that directly provided him with mana. From now on, you would need to learn to absorb mana from the environment, which was much slower and tedious. But after an hour of meditating, he received another notice. Focus has reached threshold. Focus LVL1- Focus LVL2. The past several months have been a difficult grind, but now Julius felt it was worth it. This feeling was what motivated Julius to train harder. The feeling of improving. Chapter 9. Seeing Results. Edwin POV Edwin had volunteered to train Julius. The thought of training someone had never occurred to Edwin before, but for some reason, he wanted to with Julius. When he saw Julius training his spatial perception, he knew there was something special. The fact that a child could acquire a rare skill like that was unfathomable to Edwin. Most people went their entire lives without earning a rare skill, not to mention a skill that Edwin suspected was on the higher end of rare. Edwin could recognize a fellow training maniac when he saw one. At 13 years old, Julius was unlike any other child his age. Most of his peers were content running around playing games with their friends, but Julius was different. Edwin had begun Julius's training over a year ago and was surprised at how dedicated Julius was. Many would see Julius as a child who was getting pushed too hard by Edwin and was only doing this much because he was being pressured. However, Edwin realized that Julius really, and he meant really, loved it. It was alarming how much Julius enjoyed getting beat up and doing boring mana exercises every day for countless hours. Even Edwin, who was known as a training junkie in his younger days, wasn't this obsessed. Edwin knew that Julius's work ethic would bring him far. He knew exactly what hard work could do for advancement. The only thing that had stunted Edwin's advancement was his poor foundation and his lack of knowledge. He was a hard worker, but he didn't know enough about his shadow affinity when he tiered up. Thus, some imperfections limited his ability to reach Tier 5. Combat ability-wise, he was the cream of the crop of Tier 4, but until he cleaned up his path, he would forever remain a Tier 4. That was one of the main reasons he accepted Lucas's offer all those years ago. He already knew his foundation would be the thing that prevented him from advancing further, and Lucas had offered him the resources to fix it. Tier 5 was a barrier that separated the good from the great. Most talented individuals could reach Tier 4 with time as long as they survived. However, Edwin believed what separated the Tier 5s from Tier 4s was their ability to push themselves. Unless one goes beyond their limits, they won't ever become Tier 5. That was why Edwin chose to train Julius. He truly believed Julius had what it took to cross this barrier. He certainly had the work ethic, but mostly Julius enjoyed training. It surprised Edwin just how fast Julius adapted to his training. When they first started sparring, Julius was timid and unconfident in his approach. Now, Julius fought like a demon. Aggressive and decisive were the best descriptors Edwin could think of. Julius's style revolved around taking 2 hits for every one he gave. He didn't mind taking a knee or 2 in the stomach if it meant he got to punch you in the face in return. Normally, Edwin would dissuade such an aggressive style of fighting. His own style was more about countering and avoiding direct conflicts. Julius was the opposite. He used every angle and every potential leverage point he could to gain an advantage over his opponent. It was gritty and violent. The young fighter also quickly learned to use his fighting style's weakness as a weapon. Edwin began to notice Julius would wait for Edwin to capitalize on his aggression and create himself an opening to strike. Julius's instincts when it came to fighting were honestly frightening, but Edwin was certain those instincts were going to save his life many times over the years, which was the whole point of this training. Julius swept his leg out towards Edwin's left knee, trying to smash his kneecap. When it missed, he closed in on Edwin, not letting him have a chance to retaliate. He threw a flurry of punches looking for any openings. He took a couple of shots, but maintained his aggression. He couldn't allow Edwin to sit back and pick him apart. There, Edwin hadn't quite predicted his feint, and Julius launched a kick right at Edwin's temple. Unfortunately, Edwin was quick and managed to step into Julius's kick and grab him around the thigh. He then proceeded to smash his fist into Julius's torso and simultaneously sweep out his other leg from underneath, then tossed him like a sack of potatoes across the training yard. Edwin calmly stepped back, and Julius stayed on the floor, soaked in sweat and sore all over. Focus has reached threshold. Focus LVL 6- Focus LVL 7. Unarmed combat has reached threshold. Unarmed combat LVL 8- Unarmed combat LVL 9. A double level up was rare, but more than welcome at this point. He had now reached the bottleneck stage in unarmed combat, which Edwin mentioned was a skill that usually upgraded at level 10. Each rank up reset a skill's level to 0, but it also meant the next level requirement would be 5 levels higher. For example, when unarmed combat reached level 10, he would receive an option to evolve the skill. Once he did, it would become an uncommon skill at level 0. If he wanted to rank it up to rare, he would have to get it to level 15 and so on. Name: Julius von Hyperius. Tier 0. Skills: Spatial Perception LVL 16, Rare. Unarmed Combat LVL 9. Focus LVL 7. His Spatial Perception skill had grown to level 15 before he finally felt its accelerated growth slow down. But it proved how much work he had put into the skill beforehand. He was going to miss the rapid level ups. It seemed the higher the rank and level were, the more difficult it became to level up a skill. The single level from 15 to 16 took over a month to achieve. However, the effects increased in proportion to the skill's rank and level too. Therefore, the one level up provided a significant boost to how far he could extend it and how long he was able to keep it active. He would estimate that he could now perceive 20% farther than before and could maintain the skill up for 10 to 30% longer, depending on circumstances. Julius was also very close to condensing his core. He probably only had a few days left until his preparations were complete, which meant Tier 1 was right around the corner. Not having a core really put a limit on how much mana he could use without regressing his progress. It also made it more difficult to gain more skills. Most active skills require some usage of mana to operate. He has been lucky in acquiring 2 active skills, Spatial Perception and Focus, that didn't require any mana, just mental energy. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. He already had an idea for a skill once he condensed his core. It would cover a lot of his weaknesses in close combat. Julius had a lot of thoughts on his mind while he was walking to the kitchen. Although his schedule was extremely packed, already he couldn't keep up with just fighting and training all day. He needed something to do that he could just relax and chill out. A hobby or project that didn't have anything to do with getting better. The first thing he thought of was cooking. He and his Gramps would spend a lot of time cooking together, and he missed the simple activity of just making food. Therefore, Julius had begun cooking meals for Edwin, his uncle, and himself, trying to do it at least once a day. It was oddly relaxing. Julius was almost 14 years old, and for the majority of the past 2 years, he had not done anything except for sparring, meditating, and exercising his mana control. By cooking, he was able to remind himself that there was more to life than getting stronger. Tonight, he was planning to make something for the 3 of them. He didn't know what he wanted to make exactly, but he was thinking something a little lighter. It has been a hot summer this year, and maybe some fresh fish would be nice. Luckily, it seemed like much of the cuisine in this world was similar to what existed in his old one. There were still the same proteins like beef, pork, poultry, and fish, just with a lot more variations. For tonight, he wanted to see what was already available in the pantry before he decided. This world didn't have technology on the level of his previous one, but they still had some impressive inventions in their own right. Instead of refrigerators, they had coolers the size of a small chest that were enchanted with spatial expansion magic and could fit enough food to fill a small room. They were also enchanted with magic that preserved food for much longer durations than what was natural. Additionally, their water system was amazing. They didn't need to pipe water in from anywhere. As long as you had a water affinity stone or crystal and had mana to supply it with, you were able to have clean water at any time. This world might not have the internet, but it certainly has things that many in his old world would dream of. Julius finally made it to the kitchen and said hello to the workers who were still around. There usually weren't many people in this particular kitchen because this wing of the mansion only housed a few members. The majority of the rest of the members lived on the other side of the mansion, which is why Julius rarely saw anyone else other than the workers. This also meant that he had most of the kitchen to himself, which was also very nice. Julius checked the pantry for what was still left over from the day. He spotted several portions of white fish and a healthy selection of vegetables. Grabbing what he needed, he began preparing dinner. Julius decided to make a quick marinade for the fish. He used some citrus-like fruit that reminded him of a lemon. It was yellow, but about the size of a small melon. There were also these flower petals that tasted similar to chili, but had this weirdly sweet component as well. He also added some herbs that were in pots on the windowsill. As Julius let the fish marinate for a little bit, he started on the rice. It was surprising that they had rice in this world, but it was also much more delicious than typical rice. It was soft and had an innate richness that paired well with almost everything. Afterward, he also prepped the medley of vegetables. He was going to grill them with the fish. There was something that he never expected. Cooking with an open fire that was made by mana could influence the flavor. It was similar to how charcoal imparts a delicious smoky element, but on another level. The best way to describe it was magical. It literally exploded with flavor on his palate. As such, it seemed that much of the food made in this world was cooked over an open flame. Julius couldn't blame them. Even vegetables, depending on the variety, could end up tasting sweet, spicy, or citrusy just from the mana flame. Julius took the fish out of the marinade and placed it on the grill alongside the vegetables. The fish hit the fire with a satisfying sizzle. The smell of citrus and chilies emanated from the fire, making his mouth water. Julius smiled. These moments reminded him of simpler days. Days where he and his Gramps would be camping out in the middle of the wilderness, catching fish and grilling them on an open campfire. He missed those moments, and the more time that passed, the more he cherished those memories. Julius was lying in bed, just playing around with his mana. He learned that mana manipulation was like a muscle in a lot of ways. Only by constantly using and stressing it could it become stronger. It also required a lot of creativity to find entertaining ways to practice. Otherwise, it would be too much of a bore to repeat the same exercises over and over. Right now, Julius was trying to replicate one of Edwin's tricks. Edwin had managed to wrap his mana around several objects at one time and then simultaneously move them in complete synchrony. Edwin didn't share the particular method he used to do it. He just told Julius to figure it out himself. Wrapping mana around an object was much harder than Edwin made out to be. The first attempts Julius made showed how much finesse was required. He couldn't entirely wrap his mana around the ball he was using as practice. It was like he was trying to grab a wet bar of soap. The harder he tried, the more slippery it reacted. It was much easier to shove the object in one direction or the other, but having absolute control of the object's movements was another challenge entirely. Julius didn't think he could create such a delicate shell of mana around the ball as Edwin managed, but he thought he could brute force it. If Edwin's was like a layer of skin, his would be like an inflated sumo wrestler's suit. It worked kind of. Julius at least managed to control a single object with pure mana, but it was clunky and wasteful, and there was no way he could control more than one object with it. Therefore, the first thing he was going to practice was reducing how much mana he used to control an object. This is why he was holding the ball in the air above him, while slowly taking away layer by layer of mana until there was only a delicate shell like Edwin's, or the shaping failed and he dropped it. Julius still hadn't told Edwin about removing his mana manipulation skill. He was too scared of what Edwin might do to him if he found out. But it also became even more motivation for him to practice his mana. Every day, without fail, he would spend several hours finding creative ways to use mana while also still not wasting a single speck of it. Julius knew what kind of results challenging himself could have. Whenever he could, he was shaping mana into something. Even when he was getting beat down by Edwin in the yard, he tried to maintain some mana. Due to his efforts, his ability to shape mana was coming along nicely. He could feel his control was even beyond the level of when he had been using the skill. Also, with being able to accumulate mana now, Julius got a little more greedy and controlled larger amounts at a time. This meant that it was more difficult and wasteful, but it also increased his rate of improvement. To Julius, his success proved his hypothesis that mana manipulation was a crutch and that he was better off not learning it. Chapter 10, Tier 1. The day had finally arrived. Julius had spent countless hours accumulating as much mana as he could into himself. It was honestly the only slightly boring part of his training. There wasn't much variety he could do with it. He could try different methods of gathering mana, but most were less efficient than his usual technique. It didn't make sense to constantly try new techniques if they took more than double the amount of time to absorb the same quantity. Julius did try to find ways to further compress his mana before he made his core. He didn't figure anything out even after months of extensive testing and experimenting. He believed that liquid was the only state he was going to reach unless he wanted to spend another few years or decades trying to see if it was possible. At this point, liquid mana was filled throughout the entire space. He believed that he could have done it yesterday, but he wanted to see if he could pack any more in beforehand and go at it with a fresh mind. Edwin already shared with him the steps he was supposed to take to form his core. The most important was the intent. Julius needed to imagine all the mana merging with his body and soul. Right now, it was a mass of mana that was stored separately. What he wanted was for the mana to become a part of him, and so that he could generate mana of his own. Julius was used to compressing the mana itself that was already inside of him. The only difference now is that he needed to do the same to the shell surrounding the mana. The barrier that kept the mana contained needed to become smaller. Julius's main concern was that he had already compressed the mana until he couldn't anymore, so he didn't know what was going to happen. Logic says that since he was compressing what held the mana, it would compress the mana inside of it as well. Despite that, Julius had a feeling that wasn't how it worked. The mana inside of him wasn't actually contained within a physical barrier. It was just the easiest way that he was able to comprehend it. Who knows, there might be an interesting result after he creates his core. Regardless, Julius sat down and began the process. He envisioned the barrier around his mana shrinking. He wanted it to change into a sphere. The reason for this is that the sphere is one of the strongest shapes in nature. He knew that a sphere distributed force along the arc, and it was the natural shape celestial objects like planets, moons, and stars took. Therefore, a sphere was the mental image he had in his head. For what seemed to be forever, Julius concentrated on compressing it into a smaller shape. He didn't make any progress, no matter how hard he tried. Maybe compressing the mana itself beforehand wasn't a good idea, he thought to himself. Too late now, what's done is done. He didn't have the time or the focus to be worrying about what he should have done. He just needed to worry about the task in front of him. Even with his improved mana manipulation, he couldn't generate enough force for it to compact together. Realizing that he was just wasting energy, he took a step back and thought about what he could do differently. For a long time, Julius just sat there, contemplating his options. Then he remembered Edwin saying intent was the most crucial aspect. So maybe his intent, or rather his mental image of the process, was wrong. There was something he had to change. There wasn't enough force from the outside to compress it. That was the main issue. Wait, outside. There isn't enough force from the outside, but what about the inside? Julius was thinking about whether or not he could use the same vortex method. He used a vortex to bring mana inside of him. But if he used it again, there would be nowhere for the mana to go. He didn't want to remove the mana. He just wanted to compress it. So that idea was out. But maybe he was onto something. He needed an internal force that simultaneously pulled the barrier into itself while smashing it together from the outside to make it more dense. The first thing that popped into his head was how gravity pulled various gases and particles into a star. Okay, he would use the image of gravity to act on the inside while he compressed it from the outside. Deciding on how he wanted to do it, he settled down and got to work. It was the same as before, just struggling to condense it, but with nothing happening. However, after some time had passed, he couldn't keep it up anymore and had to take a break. Taking a step back again, he looked at his mana. It was a beautiful combination of every color, sparkling like a rainbow lantern in the middle of the night. Wait a moment. It was smaller. Call me crazy, but I think it is actually smaller. He had spent several hours each day meditating, observing it. So he had a good idea of what it normally looked like. But right now, he could swear it looked just a hair smaller than usual. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Julius didn't care that he might be seeing things. This was the best opportunity yet. He immediately jumped back into it and continued. This time, he wasn't going to stop until he formed his core. His entire soul struggled. It was like pushing a house-sized boulder up a hill. But with a supreme will, he commanded for it to condense. He wasn't giving an option anymore. He wasn't stopping until he accomplished forming his core. Julius wouldn't be denied. Suddenly, Julius felt the slightest give. Just the most subtle movement. Noticing it was ever so slowly condensing, he redoubled his effort. He was squeezing every ounce of strength from his will as possible. All he cared about was forming his core. There was nothing else distracting him. It steadily picked up pace. It was no longer crawling, it was walking, and it was continuing to increase in speed. The boulder no longer felt like he was pushing it uphill. It was as if he had gotten over the crest, and now it was gaining momentum on the way down. It was scary. Julius could feel the force behind it. It was spreading throughout his body, suffusing his flesh with sheer power. He was becoming one with mana, but he didn't know if his body could take this amount of energy. Julius felt like his bones were being ground down into dust, his skin ripped out in chunks, and his brain doused in burning gasoline. Then gone in an instant, the pain stopped. The force had culminated to a peak and finished increasing. Now his body was saturated by this force, and it sat comfortably throughout him. Julius felt like a new person, humming with untamed energy, incomparable to before. And sitting right in the middle of his body was a sphere radiating power. He did it. For a second there, he doubted whether or not he could succeed. But now Julius was officially Tier 1 and had taken the first step. Julius took a moment to inspect his newly formed core. It was a pure white orb surrounded by a glowing ring of soft white light. It was mesmerizing and comforting to feel, similar to a heated blanket and hot cocoa on a cold winter morning. Julius didn't have more time to investigate his core because his door slammed open. Standing in his doorway were Edwin and Lucas, both of them with wide smiles across their faces. "Congratulations!" Lucas yelled with his hands in the air. Edwin didn't say anything, but his smile was more than enough to show how proud he was. Julius laughed. It wasn't often the two of them took off their stoic masks and relaxed, but it was nice whenever they did. It always felt like they genuinely cared about him. "Thanks. You better watch out, old-timers. At this rate, I'm going to leave you two behind." Julius teased. Lucas laughed good-naturedly and replied, "Maybe in a few centuries you will. Don't get cocky. You wouldn't want to be like the other noble kids, would ya?" Julius dramatically grimaced. "If I ever become like that, just put a sword in my stomach. It would be a more merciful end." They both laughed together, high off of Julius's recent advancement. However, Edwin decided to step in. "I guess if you're feeling so confident, we should test out your new strength, huh?" Julius, with a confident grin, replied, "Bring it." Half an hour later, Julius was lying face down in the dirt. I should not have said anything to him. Me and my big mouth, I got overconfident, he regretfully thought his head. His overall strength had significantly increased. Everything from his speed, power, mental processing, and reflexes felt like they were on a whole other level. He ended up sparring with both of them, which was unusual because Lucas was normally very busy with house business and didn't have time to train with him. Now that he was Tier 1, he noticed that the whole world seemed to slow down compared to before. The previous him was always feeling like he was in a rush, that he was always a second behind his opponent. When they first started, he blitzed right out the gate at Edwin, trying to create an opening through sheer aggression. However, now he noticed he had more control of his actions. Before, he was just like a maniac, trying his hardest to get a hit on Edwin. But after he formed his core, he could plan out his strikes more effectively. Julius was able to find a balance between aggression and anticipation. In that moment, he understood that the changes to his mind were probably the most impactful changes. Julius was finally able to use spatial perception throughout the entire fight. He didn't realize it, but the skill allowed him to get an unnaturally good feeling on judging distance within strikes. He was now dodging punches and kicks with centimeters to spare, and it allowed him to get into a better position to counter back. He knew exactly where he needed to be to punish their positioning. His uncle was much more fun to spar with than Edwin. Lucas spent time letting Julius get a feel for his new abilities and just casually defending while throwing some probing attacks. Generally, just allowing him to explore his new strength. Edwin, on the other hand, was like his normal self. He let Julius get acclimated to his strength for a couple of minutes. However, once he felt he had a good grasp, he started to ramp up his own strength. Edwin pummeled Julius black and blue. He didn't give Julius the chance to take the initiative, just bulldozing him. Edwin would even charge some mana into his strikes, so that they either shocked or exploded with force on impact. Julius naturally tried to replicate him. While narrowly dodging for his life, he attempted to shape mana around his fist. Seeing an opportunity, Julius shifted his shoulder and ate a punch. However, this gave him a second to throw his mana-covered fist, glowing with a white aura. He managed to hit Edwin right in the stomach. To his and Edwin's surprise, it did nothing. Apparently, his strike was nothing more than a colorful fist and a waste of mana. They both just paused. With Julius's fist still in his stomach, Edwin just looked down at him with extreme disappointment and judgmental eyes. Sighing, Edwin shook his head and leaned slightly back. Then he Spartan kicked the embarrassed Julius 20 feet across the yard. Chapter 11. Affinity Ritual. Julius didn't know why he tried to copy Edwin. First off, he still didn't know what affinities he had. Secondly, he didn't understand the technique Edwin used in the first place. Julius had just wrapped his fist with mana, as he would if he was trying to levitate an object. Just this time, he was able to use far more mana than before, and so it visibly glowed. In all honesty, it would have been less humiliating if he had just missed his punch. However, that reminded Julius that he needed to still do the ritual that determined his affinities. He had gotten so wrapped up in sparring to test his newfound abilities that he had forgotten that he needed to find out his affinities before he started to learn new techniques. As such, the three of them were walking to the basement where Julius had done his baptism. Lucas was still smiling and teasing Julius along the way, while Edwin was trailing behind them, just shaking his head and averting his gaze every time he looked at Julius as if he were ashamed of him. Julius already knew that he wasn't going to live this one down for a very long time. Lucas had already coined a name for his technique. He was calling it Julius's Twinkle Strike, a very powerful skill that allowed its user to twinkle his fist before punching. Its primary function was to confuse the opponent into thinking it was actually going to do something, but in reality, it was just a glorified fist-shaped lantern. Julius took the teasing in stride. He knew it would eventually blow over, and he had to admit it was funny. Once they had reached the beautiful chamber, Lucas immediately went to a cabinet in the corner of the room. Lucas reached into it and pulled out a large handful of glowing mana stones alongside a cube-like object. He then placed them around where the pedestal for his baptism had been. The pedestal was no longer there, but he noticed complex lines intersecting each other into a runic pattern. Julius wasn't well versed in runes. However, He knew they were known to be one of the more difficult fields of study in academies, and any rune master would have a bright future ahead of them, with plenty of opportunities. Julius was initially interested in learning runes, but it seems like runes were similar to language comprehension. That was something Julius wasn't good at in his previous life, nor this one either. It seemed like Julius was better at understanding things by hitting them or being hit by them. It made him realize that he was sort of a meathead in a way. If he hit a wall in learning something, he was more likely to just find a way to go through it, instead of around it, solving most of his problems by just being stubborn, which, when he thought about it, was a talent in itself. Feeling self-assured again, he paid attention to what his uncle was doing with the ritual. Lucas had placed the mana stones equally along the border of the circle. There seemed to be around a dozen marble-sized mana stones encircling the cube. "Hey, Twinkles, come over here," Lucas said to Julius. Julius pretended to ignore his annoying uncle, looking away at the murals decorating the room. His uncle snickered at Julius's antic. Instead of waiting for him to come over voluntarily, he decided to bring Julius to him. Julius was snatched from where he was standing and carried over to the middle of the ritual. Julius barely felt any mana used to achieve this. There was another force he felt was being used. He couldn't quite determine what it was, but he suspected it was some aura ability that his uncle and Edwin had hinted at before. Levitating objects with mana was easy, but something that had a will was much more difficult. The only way to levitate someone was to override their will with their own will. Julius didn't quite get it, but it was impressive how easily his uncle managed it nonetheless. He guessed that was the power of a tier 5. Now that Julius was placed within the center of the circle, sitting right in front of the cube, Lucas focused some mana to activate the runes of the ritual. "Place your hands around the cube," his uncle instructed. Julius complied and immediately felt himself getting bombarded with mana from all directions. It wasn't absorbing mana. Alternatively, it was flowing through him. There was a slight discomfort, but not too bad. It was comparable to getting rinsed down by a very powerful hose. A couple of minutes passed before it ended. Julius had no idea what the purpose of that was, but Lucas plucked the cue from his grasp. Julius was curious about what had just happened. What was that, and how does it determine my affinities? He asked the two of them. His uncle chose to answer him. It takes a few days to prepare, but during this time, the runic circle absorbs mana from the atmosphere. The reason for this is that the ritual needs to have enough mana for each affinity to test. Most affinities are present in the natural world in ambient mana, so it only takes time to accumulate. It then distributes the mana throughout your body. Then that is where the cube comes in. The cube is a device that was created to measure how well you naturally respond to mana, thus revealing your affinities. So, if I'm understanding it correctly, the ritual is meant to pump me full of various mana, like fire mana or water mana. Then the cube senses how I react to each one and then measures my affinity to it. Right? Julius asked. It is much more complex, and there are thousands of interesting studies that describe it in a more detailed fashion. But yes, Lucas said. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. Wait, is that why controlling ambient mana is more difficult than your own? Julius had another question. Yes, there are many affinities that make up ambient mana, and most people only have an affinity to a few. So if the ambient mana is comprised of only 1% of the mana of your affinity, it would obviously be harder to control, Lucas explained. That is why it is important to find your affinity once you create your core. Because your core is now able to generate mana on its own, you should logically want to produce mana you have the most affinity for. That would mean that his core would produce only what he focused on. He knew people could have multiple affinities they used, but if he had a fire and a water affinity, would it be better for him to just choose one or the other? Hypothetically, if I were to have 2 affinities, does that mean I would focus on one, or could I balance each one out? Julius asked. You could. It has been a long-time debate of whether to diversify or specialize in affinities. Both have their pros and cons, but in the end, it comes down to personal preference, Lucas said. That made sense to Julius. It was a decision he had to make, whether he wanted to be a jack of all trades or focus on a single aspect. If he focused on one, he would probably be able to practice it much more frequently, but it also left him open to bad matchups. What if someone had an affinity that had an advantage over his? But if he diversified, he would have to split his focus on two different affinities. It was a tough decision with no clear answer. Wait a moment. Before I formed my core, I had to absorb ambient mana into myself to use it. So how did I manipulate easier than regular ambient mana? Edwin, who was still there with them, decided to answer this question. When you take an ambient mana, your will automatically changes the mana into a suitable version for you. It is not efficient or better than mana of your affinity, but it is easier than normal ambient mana. Those things are the things you can learn when you leave to go to an academy. Lucas interrupted. If you don't have any more questions about the affinity ritual, let's get our attention back to your results. Julius was excited. He didn't have any clue what his affinities might be. He knew his uncle had the rarer sun affinity, which was a blend of light and fire mana, and Edwin had the shadow affinity, but he was curious about his own. Lucas inspected the cube, and once he interpreted it, he spoke. It seems like you have a high affinity to fire, life, and kinetic. You also have a medium affinity to water and air, as well as a low affinity for light. Julius was somewhat disappointed. Affinities were ranked as low, medium, high, excellent, and perfect. He was hoping for at least one affinity to be excellent, and praying for one to be perfect. With that being said, he couldn't be too disappointed. It was better than average. Most people had one affinity at high and only a couple of lower-rated ones. He had a total of 3 at high, another 2 at medium, and 1 at low. He wasn't surprised at his fire affinity, but life affinities were rare and kinetic even more so. High-affinity life users were usually healers or supporters within a party, while kinetic users were rarely seen in the Empire. Most known users were from the northern countries, like the Kingdom of Vald, where some of their warriors had an affinity for kinetic. Even though having 3 high affinities was more than most people, in reality, the majority would choose only 1 or 2 of the 3 affinities to create their path. Furthermore, having an excellent or perfect affinity would have practically guaranteed he was a top talent of his generation. Only 5% of people got an excellent affinity, and only 1 in 1,000 got a perfect affinity. However, with a population of over 100 million, that still meant over 100,000 individuals had a perfect affinity in the Empire alone. So while it was an uncommon achievement, it wasn't unheard of. With that being said, just because you have a perfect affinity doesn't mean you will rise to Tier 5 with certainty. Affinities are useful indicators of how fast you can progress your path, but there have been times in history when people with medium or low affinities have become absolute powerhouses. Affinities are also able to change over time with hard work or extreme circumstances. There was a famous story about William Prash, a rice farmer born in the Empire with a low affinity for water. William would go on to become one of the strongest people on the entire continent. It was said that he had progressed his affinity all the way from low to perfect. It was never confirmed, but it gave rise to the idea that affinities weren't the end-all, be-all. They were simply one starting point on their path. Having a high affinity wasn't going to stop Julius from advancing. He might even be lucky for one of his affinities to become excellent over the years. If there was something that Julius was good at, it was that he always improved, no matter how small. Julius looked over at his uncle and Edwin, who were having their own discussion. He couldn't make out exactly what they were saying, but based on the few things he overheard, they were talking about his progression plan. Finally, they seemed to be in agreement, and both turned towards Julius. First off, congratulations. You have successfully become a Tier 1 and now have identified your affinities. That means you have officially begun your path. Edwin said, also, don't be too worried about your affinities. I know you are hoping for an excellent or perfect affinity, but high in 3 of them is a good result as well. Especially kinetic, a particularly rare affinity and one that suits your fighting style quite nicely. Lucas added, they were both being supportive. Even Edwin, who usually wasn't, was congratulating him. It would feel slightly more authentic if his uncle didn't have a perfect sun affinity himself, and Edwin had an excellent shadow affinity. But they were trying, and he had realized in his past life that sometimes try was all that really mattered. On the bright side, he already had some early ideas about which affinities he would go with. He had pretty much decided that he wanted to have at least two. Julius's core was much more intense than others at this stage. He didn't quite know how much more, but based on how much he had to absorb and condense. Also from what the two of them told him about other people's core formations, he could theorize he had a much larger capacity than average. The small investigative probes he sent to his core felt like there wasn't an end to it. Even the light show he tried with his fist had used a massive amount of mana, but it didn't even make a dent in his reserves. Therefore, he was thinking that he should diversify his affinities. He wouldn't have the issues of splitting up his meager resources if his assumption of his large capacity was correct. Hence, the main issue would be having enough time to practice possibly multiple affinities instead of one. However, Julius had a wonderful plan for that as well. It was a simple but genius plan. Practice. All he needed to do was to practice more, practice harder, and practice smarter. Simple, really. Chapter 12. Meeting New Faces. All three of them were back at the training yard. It was one of many around the estate, which was why Edwin and Julius were left undisturbed most of the time. However, it seemed like between the time they were last out here and did the ritual, someone had decided to use it as well. There were two people training. One was a young teenager who looked a little older than Julius, and another man who looked around his early 20s. The older man was carefully guiding the younger teen through some sword forms, correcting his feet and posture as needed. The two of them hadn't noticed Julius and the others, but Julius took the time to observe the younger one. While Julius wasn't an expert on sword fighting, he was still able to see gaps in the way the young teen moved around. The biggest thing that jumped out was how robotic and stiff the teen moved. It seemed like there were a specific number of forms to the style he was learning, but since he seemed relatively new to it, he wasn't able to smoothly transition between each position. Finally, the older man took notice of them and immediately looked at his uncle. He then stopped the young teen from practicing and bowed deeply at the waist. "Greetings, Patriarch. I wasn't aware you would be using the training yard at this time. I apologize. We will continue elsewhere," the man said. Lucas smiled at the man and said, "Don't worry about it, Frederick. There is plenty of room for all of us. I see that you're showing Tristan the Imperial sword art." The man, Frederick, smiled as he turned back to the teen. "Yes, I am teaching my son the forms before he sets out to Golden Crest Academy. I know he will be taught the style once he begins his learning there, but I wanted him to get some familiarity beforehand." Lucas directed his attention to the young teen. "Oh yes, I heard you managed to get into Golden Crest. Getting into one of the most prestigious academies is quite an achievement." Julius had heard of Golden Crest Academy. It was one of the most illustrious academies on the entire continent. There were also academies like Brightwood and Raydun that were talked about with the same reverence, but many agreed that Golden Crest trained the most powerful combatants on the continent. "So, when are you two leaving?" Lucas asked them. "We are leaving tomorrow. The entrance ceremony takes place in several weeks, but I wanted to show Tristan around Heston beforehand," Frederick replied. Heston was a wonderful city that was placed in the southeastern regions of the empire right off the coast. Surrounded by gigantic stone cliffs that protected it from the sea and weather, it was a city that was famous for its beauty. Julius had read that the sunsets were what the academy was named after. It was said that when the sun crested over the horizon in the morning, it would hit the golden structure of the academy and illuminate the early dawn with a gorgeous light, able to be seen from miles away. Golden Crest was at the top of Julius's list of academies that he had really wanted to go to. However, Golden Crest was infamous for its high standards. They only accepted 1,000 or fewer students every year, and every student had either perfect or excellent affinities. Even those with excellent affinities had to go through extensive examination before acceptance. Only those with perfect affinities were guaranteed a spot at their school. It was probably going to be difficult since he only had high affinities. It wasn't that he thought he was weaker than the other students, but most schools place a heavy emphasis on affinity. Although William Prash was an example of being able to overcome your affinity, in reality, there weren't many William Prash in the world. Suddenly, Julius was brought back to reality because someone was calling his name. He looked around and saw that his uncle was calling him over. His uncle probably wanted him to meet some of his family. Right then he just realized that this would possibly be the first time he meets someone in his family other than Lucas. He didn't even get to say hello once to Gregor before Lucas erased him. Julius, I want you to meet Frederick and his son, Tristan. Tristan is going to Golden Crest, so they are leaving tomorrow. Lucas explained to Julius. Julius had already decided to feed into his reputation as an odd boy beforehand. It was easier. People around the estate had already heard of his escapades, so they had some expectations already, and Julius wasn't going to correct them on it. He was amazed at how differently people treated and talked to him when they thought he was a little special. And based on how Tristan was looking at him like he would a cute pet, he had heard some rumors already. Plus, Julius found it amusing to mess with others like this. Putting on his acting hat, Julius walked over with an expression of awe on his face and said with a higher-pitched voice than normal, "Wow, you must be really strong, Dillian. I heard that only the best of the best make it in Golden Crest." Julius could see Edwin putting a hand to his face and shaking his head with spatial perception. Tristan didn't know how he should react. On one hand, his name wasn't Dillian, but on the other hand, he was flattered because Julius was right. Only the best went to Golden Crest. Tristan had heard things about the son of the patriarch's late brother. The workers and those who had been around him all described him as a kind boy, just missing a few pieces upstairs. So Tristan couldn't get upset if Julius didn't get his name right on the first try. With a patient look, Tristan said to Julius, "My name is Tristan," emphasizing each syllable. "And yes, only the best go to Golden Crest. I have dual excellent affinities for son and heir," Tristan stated proudly. To be fair, that was something to be proud of. Dual excellent affinities were highly desirable, and with son being one of them, doubly so. Julius wasn't jealous in the slightest. With that being said, Julius was slightly surprised to find out that Tristan didn't seem that bad. His uncle had told him stories about some of the other children around the estate and how spoiled they acted. If Lucas was to be believed, some of them were downright terrors. But Tristan could have also been acting nice because the house's patriarch was a few feet away. "You are so cool. I want to go to Golden Crest too when I'm older," Julius said. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. "Yeah? Well, I wish you luck. The examination was brutal," Tristan said. Frederick, who was off to the side next to Julius's uncle, asked Lucas, "It seems like Julius has reached tier 1 already. Has he found out his affinities yet?" Lucas nodded his head and replied, "Yes, he has high affinities in fire, life, and kinetic." "Kinetic?" Frederick repeated with a surprised expression. "That is quite a unique affinity, hard to train, but very rare. No excellent affinities?" Julius looked over at Tristan and noticed Tristan's face changed the slightest upon hearing that. It was known that those from established families had better chances of awakening an excellent affinity, but Julius wasn't considered a genius on that front. But he was curious why Tristan had that reaction. Maybe he was disappointed at hearing of Julius's affinities. "No, unfortunately not," his uncle replied. "Yes, quite unfortunate," Frederick said with regret. But with his life affinity, he could have a future as a healer. The two of them continued to talk about small things, and with Tristan paying attention to their conversation, Julius found an opening to leave quietly. He went over to Edwin, who was off to the side, and looked at him with pleading eyes. Edwin, being the smart man he was, knew what that look was for. Sighing dramatically, he took Julius over to the other side of the yard and sat him down. Julius wanted to learn how to generate his affinity-attributed mana. He could feel multiple distinct mana signatures in his core, but he didn't know what to do with them. Luckily, Edwin already predicted what he was going to ask. The main thing you have to do is identify which mana is which. After that, it becomes a decision on what types you want to keep in your core. Edwin explained to Julius, "I was thinking about keeping fire, life, and kinetic. What do you think?" Julius asked Edwin for his opinion. "I wouldn't keep kinetic. It is undoubtedly a versatile affinity, but House Hyperius doesn't have the resources to help you. I also don't know if the academies have much on it either. Take it from someone like me who chose Shadow, even though there wasn't much on it." Julius had thought about that. There weren't many places he could learn about kinetic. It would just be him blindly finding his way. However, he thought that maybe with his knowledge from his previous world, there was a better chance of understanding it. He also liked the idea of 3 mana types instead of 1 or 2. He always believed 3 was a lucky number. I'm going to keep all 3. I believe that I can find a way to make it work, Julius said with more confidence than he really felt. Okay, Edwin said. Julius expected more of an attempt to convince him otherwise. I don't think it is a bad decision. If you find a way to do it, kinetic will fit you very well in the later stages of your path. Also, in the end, it is a personal preference, and I made the same decision. Edwin said. Julius nodded at Edwin. Thank you for understanding. Julius then started to meditate, using focus to concentrate on each mana signature. He noticed that each one had a distinct feeling, and some were much more noticeable than others. For example, his fire affinity was obvious. It was hot, almost burning him when he touched it with his senses. Another that stood out was a soothing light that exuded a vibrancy of life and hope. He could instantly tell it was his life affinity. Kinetic, on the other hand, was difficult. If he didn't already know it was kinetic, he wasn't sure he could guess it. The best way he could describe it was forceful. He could feel it vibrating with energy, just waiting to be released. He also took the time to feel his other affinities. He checked on his water and air affinities and realized why the rating of your affinity mattered so much. Compared to his other high affinities, they both seemed dull. For his 3 high affinities, he could instinctually feel what they wanted to do and connect with them on a deep level. But for water and air, they just felt like a pane of glass separated them from him. Light was even worse. He could barely notice its presence. It was similar to a small grain of uncooked rice in a bowl of cooked rice. It took him a while to find it, and if he wasn't looking for it, he wouldn't have seen it. After getting a good sense of each of his affinities, he got to work on the easier part, separating what he wanted to keep and what he didn't. It was a simple process. His core worked in tandem with his intent. So if he wanted to get rid of affinity-attributed mana in his core, it would automatically remove it. He didn't know how long he sat there, but by the end of it, he had 3 distinct kinds of mana in equal quantities in his core. Edwin had mentioned that once he decides which affinities to focus on, his core will generate mana on its own. He also had a notification awaiting him. Focus has reached threshold. Focus LVL 7- Focus LVL 8. That was a nice surprise. He was looking forward to what kind of evolutions his skills would go through once he reached level 10. When Julius opened his eyes, he noticed Edwin sitting next to him reading a book on a chair he got from who knows where. Lucas, on the other hand, wasn't anywhere to be seen. Neither were Frederick and his son. They must have left while Julius was meditating. How long was I out? Julius asked Edwin. Edwin took a moment to finish whatever sentence he was at and looked at Julius. Around an hour, give or take. Not too bad. We still have time before dinner. Want to spar for a bit? Julius asked with a smile. Edwin didn't say anything in return, but he did stand up and touch the chair with his hand. The chair then disappeared into what was probably some sort of spatial storage device. Edwin then walked over to the center of the yard and waited for Julius. Julius didn't waste much time and joined him. They started slow, like usual. Then they quickly picked up the pace. Julius was still amazed at how well his body felt and reacted now that he formed his core. It was still challenging to keep up with Edwin because he had adapted his strength to better match Julius. However, unlike their usual spars where neither talked except after an exchange, Edwin was advising Julius constantly, even while throwing punches or avoiding strikes. Your kinetic affinity goes well with your current style of fighting. You just need to figure out how to infuse your strikes with it now, Edwin said while demonstrating how he infused his own fist with shadow mana before lashing out trying to hit Julius with it. You have 3 affinities, which is going to be difficult to train. But I'm not worried about that. You have the work ethic to pull it off. The real struggle is going to be combining your use of the 3 of them. Edwin finished, saying before using a tendril of shadow mana to trip Julius's leg and land a hard kick to his side. Even as Julius landed on the hard ground, Edwin continued his advice. I would start with a basic idea for each of them. Fire can be your long to mid-range attack. Kinetic can be your close range, and life can be your utility. Eventually, you will learn to use all of them regardless of the situation. We can work on your fire later. Right now, let's focus on the other two. Julius managed to find his way back to his feet with a grunt. Grab a hold of your life mana and try to infuse it into your body. Try concentrating on the thought of it rejuvenating and healing you. Edwin commanded Julius. Julius did as he was instructed. He controlled some life mana and directed it to permeate his entire body while thinking of each unit of mana healing his cells. It was easy to imagine. After all, Edwin had been healing him for years. Julius realized that Edwin, when healing him, wasn't quite using life mana before. Julius's life mana was much more invigorating than Edwin's mana. It was like he was dunked in an ice bath. His body still hurt from the thrashing, but he didn't feel as tired anymore. It was a small but noticeable difference. Chapter 13. Late Night Tribulations. Learning how to use life mana on himself was much easier than learning to use kinetic mana. The most difficult part of it was timing the release of the mana with his strikes. It wasn't like life mana, where he could just infuse every part of himself with IT.NO. Kinetic mana needed to be accumulated and then released. Even after a couple of hours of practice, Julius hadn't managed to successfully deliver a strike with kinetic mana. Frustrated, Julius chose to take a break for the day. Being stubborn could sometimes be a blessing, but a curse at the same time. He needed to try again tomorrow with a fresh head. So after dinner, he found himself outside in the training yard by himself. He was going to try using fire mana this time, and he didn't want to risk setting his room on fire. At least here, not much to burn down, only stone and dirt. Julius sat down and began focusing on the task at hand. Fire magic was supposed to be relatively easy to use. It was an affinity that was highly desired for combat because of its offensive potential while being easy to learn. The hard part was being able to control the flames with any measure of success. He started to gather fire mana from his core with an obsessive single-mindedness. He wasn't going to fail another time today. Once he accumulated enough mana, he willed it to ignite. For a moment, nothing happened. The mass of fire mana just sat there idle. Gritting his teeth, he pushed hard, visualizing a spark that ignites the fire mana into an explosion of flame. Then there was a huge release, and a pillar of fire blasted right in front of his face and up to the night sky. He flinched backward and dove out of the way. Julius had been inches away from burning his face off. He was so worried about just creating fire magic that he didn't even think about where it was going to go. Getting back to his original position, he took a deep breath. Once he calmed himself, he tried again. This time he used about half the amount. It came much easier, and immediately he felt he could ignite it whenever he wanted. However, unlike last time, he imagined a spike of flame constructed from the fire mana. What appeared was an uneven red stick that wobbled in the air. It was a start at least. He tried to fix the shape carefully. He didn't want to accidentally release the volatile fire mana that it was made up of. At first, he tried to change the shape after putting a dozen feet between him and the stick-like mana construct. Unfortunately, it seemed that it became much harder to manipulate its shape the further away he got. At last, he got closer to the scary fire stick and began to change its shape. He handled it like a newborn baby. The last thing he wanted was for it to explode in his face again. With a tight grip around it, he could feel the fire mana slowly dissipating. Thinking for a bit, he started to feed more mana into it. He concentrated on making it more uniform across the length. Ever so slowly, the uneven stick turned into a red pencil-like object. It wasn't pretty by any means, but at least now it looked like it could fly through the air. Excited, he quickly aimed the fire arrow at the nearest training dummy. The dummy was made of wood and reinforced steel, so it was a good target to see how it was. Julius focused on making it fly toward the target and then explode. The results were anticlimactic. He had imagined an arrow of fire launching through the air and exploding the dummy into pieces. Instead, the arrow of fire was still moving at the pace of a slow jog. It was a wonderful technique if his opponent was a turtle. Julius needed it to go faster. Once the arrow of fire landed on the target, An explosion erupted with a bang. It had scorched the dummy pretty badly, leaving some burn marks over the surface. Power-wise, it was far beyond what he thought should have been possible for his rank. It might have been the result of condensing his mana so much before he formed his core, but he didn't have anything to compare it to. He certainly felt like his mana was potent and still hadn't come close to emptying it, but he had no context. While the power was impressive, the speed was atrocious. It moved like a fat man waddling toward a salad bar, but he had an idea about what he could do to fix that. He believed that he was controlling the mana too tightly. It felt as if he was guiding the mana to the target, not releasing it. With a brand new idea in mind, he tried again. This time, he carefully formed a much smaller bullet-sized construct. It barely took any mana to form. Then he envisioned what he wanted it to do. He wanted to recreate a bullet firing out of a rifle. Hence, he wanted to create an explosion behind the actual projectile that would generate enough force to shoot it towards his target. The only issue he could foresee would be the mana construct would not be able to handle the force of the explosion and would just blow up instantly. Therefore, Julius wanted to start slow. At first, he wanted to create an explosion that would shoot the fire bullet at a reasonable speed. Something he felt like he could control, or at least that would keep the bullet together so that it wouldn't blow up in his face. Julius held the bullet a foot away from him and focused on creating a small burst of energy behind the bullet. He immediately stopped what he was doing. Was he dumb or something? Why would he think setting off a small bomb in front of his face was any better? He had seen what that small deformed arrow had done to the target. If that was his face, he might have gotten seriously injured or even killed. He was so set on creating little fire bombs that he could shoot at enemies that he forgot that most fire users did not use fire mana in this way. The typical way fire mana was used followed how he had used it the first time. Others would manifest streams of fire towards their enemy, similar to a flamethrower. It wasn't until they reached Tier 2 that they started to use more advanced techniques, like a firebolt. He felt stupid. Here he was, late at night, practicing deadly techniques that could blow him up without Edwin or anyone to look over him. He may have a life affinity now, but it wasn't anywhere close to good enough to heal from third-degree burns. He realized he had been impatient for so many years not being able to use magic, and he was getting way ahead of himself. Mentally reprimanding himself that magic wasn't a toy, he slowed down and practiced just igniting fire like he did before. He started with small amounts that he would then release outwards, careful not to burn himself. He had to admit to himself that while he wasn't making firebombs, he was having a lot of fun. After a while, he was experimenting with how various shapes of fire mana would create different flames. He was so focused on playing with his fire that hours passed by without him realizing it. By now, he had become more familiar with the steps of gathering and igniting, and it had become more of a cohesive process. Julius was able to now summon fire over his palm without burning himself at will. He also could maneuver it with increasing precision. At the moment, he had split the fire into several strands of thin ribbons and was trying to recreate complex shapes like a double helix or even animating little stick figures. They weren't pretty, but he thought if someone were to see it, they would have a good guess of what it was. Love what you're reading? Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. Julius didn't quite comprehend it, but he started to see how far along his mana manipulation had come. He didn't have the skill, so it was hard to measure his progress. Nevertheless, he still remembered how hard it was to form a simple triangle with mana when he first started. If his first attempts were like a toddler learning to write, the current him was incomparable. He was curious what his skill level would have been if he had the skill. He was confident it would have reached its first rank by now, getting a neat upgrade, and a small part of him regretted not going with mana manipulation. But he knew that in the long run, he would be better off not leaning off the crutch of the skill. He had felt what the skill was like. It was comparable to focus, and it practically did half the work by itself. With mana manipulation, he might not have spent as much time challenging himself to find ways to improve. His creativity and connection with mana had been the main benefits of using it naturally. Julius didn't know what time it was, but he checked how much mana he had left in his core. He was still full on his life and kinetic mana, but his fire mana was at just under 50%. Honestly, way more than he would have thought after such extensive practice. With that being said, he wasn't using large amounts at a time, and whenever he could, he would try to recycle as much as he could back into his core. So he could see why he still had so much left. In any case, Julius felt like it was a productive night and had improved by a large margin. He was very happy with himself. He didn't know that playing around with fire could be so entertaining. But it was about time to head back in and go to sleep. He still had early training with Edwin after all. As he got up from his position in the training yard, he looked around, taking in the beautiful, crisp night air. There weren't any clouds obscuring the night sky and the dazzling stars. It was late at night, so many of the lights were turned off around the estate, and it was hard to see where he was going. Therefore, he turned on spatial perception to find his way back to his room. Once he entered the wing where his uncle and Edwin lived, Julius felt something. It was a tingling sensation that crept up his spine. The dark hallways that were only lit with the occasional glow of mana lamps were quite eerie when he noticed it. He shouldn't be scared. He wasn't actually a kid and knew there weren't monsters hiding in the walls anymore. Despite that, he still activated spatial perception to the limit just to make sure. He knew he was being paranoid, but it was good practice anyway, he told himself. However, he picked up something at the edge of his senses. A mixture of nervousness and curiosity went through him. He intensified his ability and directed it toward where he detected something. It was a figure hiding in shadows down the hall. Julius froze in terror. His heart just stopped, and his stomach felt like someone had just stabbed an icy dagger right into it. A worker? No, there are never any around this time of night. Even if they were, why are they hiding in the shadows? If I didn't have spatial perception, I would not have ever noticed them. An intruder? How did someone make it inside the mansion? Even getting into the estate should be impossible. 1,000 questions and no answers ran through his head. He didn't know if the person was watching him or not. Should he pretend that nothing was wrong? Or should he confront him? No, confronting is a really bad idea. If the person was hostile, there was nothing Julius could do. You don't just break into House Hyperion's property without some strength. Luckily, the person should not have been given any reason to notice Julius. To his knowledge, spatial perception didn't let others know he could perceive them. Okay, so pretending I didn't notice him is my first step. But what do I do after that? Julius started to walk again like nothing had happened, making his way to his room. He was so anxious and scared. What if the person thought Julius was suspicious anyway and decided to come out of hiding to silence him? Julius swore the person could hear his heart pounding in his chest from where he was. His legs were shaking from the fear and adrenaline coursing through him. Julius needed to figure out a plan quickly. There wasn't much time left before he reached his room, and once he got there, he wouldn't have another chance. He couldn't just go into his room and hide. If they were here to harm them, hiding inside his room would just guarantee his death, as well as Lucas's and Edwin's. The first thing that popped into his head was trying to alert Edwin and Lucas of the danger. With panic-filled desperation, he pushed spatial perception to its limits, trying to see what was happening in his uncle's and Edwin's rooms. He could make out both of their bodies sleeping in their beds. Unfortunately, he also noticed several more figures outside their hallways. They all seemed to be surrounded by some sort of shadow mana, hiding their presence. Julius wouldn't be able to make it to their doors without being seen by the intruders. How was he going to wake them up without grabbing attention? He purposefully slowed his walk to give him more time to think about what he could do. Yet, Julius wasn't able to come up with anything. The only plan he could come up with was to get as close as he could to their rooms and shout as loud as he could. It wasn't much of a plan. Honestly, it was a shit plan, but he had nothing else. Julius took a slow breath and steeled himself. He needed to use spatial perception and pay attention to each of the intruders' movements. It was essential to get as close as he could before they noticed something was up. If he could get to either Lucas or Edwin, he would have a much better chance of surviving. But Julius suspected that they would try to kill him before he could reach the door. Acting as casually as Julius could, he walked towards Edwin's door. It was the closer of the two and was 20 paces down the hall from his room. At the moment, 20 paces felt like crossing the ocean. He could feel all the intruders' gazes shift towards him as he passed the door to his room. Julius faked a yawn and stretched, trying to lower their guards even by a little. 15 paces away, they probably realized that Julius had just walked past his door and was walking toward the others. Keeping his focus on every inch of their movements, Julius was ready to act at the slightest indication they were going to stop him. Spatial perception was the only thing going for him. They didn't have reason to suspect him knowing they were there. 10 paces. Julius felt the one who was closest to Edwin's door shift ever so slightly. Fortunately, they were the only person who seemed like they would make a move at the moment. The rest were still just tracking him from the shadows with their eyes. 5 paces. The person seemed to get suspicious of Julius and removed a small knife from the inside of his clothing. Then he stood up and slowly walked towards Julius's position. Julius finally arrived right in front of Edwin's door. The person was now just a few steps behind him, silently getting closer. If it wasn't for his skill, he would have never known he was there. Julius was unable to fully control his breathing, and his hands were slick with his sweat. With a jolt of fear, he felt the person's muscles tense. Julius was able to recognize the telltale signs of when someone was about to strike. Unbelievably fast, the intruder delivered a strike at his head that would have killed him. Julius, already moving, threw himself down, supporting his hands on the door, and launched a kick at the intruder's face. Julius hadn't managed to time a kinetic strike a single time today. However, when everything was on the line and he was on the edge of death, Julius delivered his first kinetic strike. Julius didn't hold back on mana whatsoever. He loaded as much mana into his leg and blasted it into the intruder's face. The force of the kick knocked the intruder only a few feet back, surprising him more than actually hurting him. Julius, on the other hand, felt like he just kicked a steel wall. The recoil of the strike threw him head first into the wooden door to Edwin's room. The door was unable to take it, and the hinges blew off the door. Julius was thrown into the middle of the room, dazed from breaking the door with his face. It was only by instincts that saved him from the follow-up from the intruder. He still had residual kinetic mana left in his leg and used it to literally throw himself away from the knife coming for his throat. Even though he moved before the man even struck, the knife still nicked him right under his chin. However, he was unbalanced now and in no position to evade the next attack. The extreme usage of kinetic mana had left his legs a painful mess, and he couldn't move. But he wouldn't go out quietly, not like before. While he would undoubtedly die again, he would go out fighting this time. In his final seconds, time slowed to a crawl. Julius didn't have anything else on his mind except to compress as much fire and kinetic mana as possible. To the outside world, it seemed like in the blink of an eye, a violet-colored orb of mana was created and shot out. Julius, all the while, could only stare at the knife that was heading straight at his eye. Beyond the edge of the knife, he could see the surprise and fear in the assassin's eyes behind their mask. I gave it my all, he thought to himself with a smile. Chapter 14, Survival. Right when he thought he was done for, Julius was grabbed from behind and tossed out of the way of the knife. To end the chaos, Julius had completely forgotten to wake Edwin up. Luckily, it seemed that breaking down his door was sufficient enough to wake Edwin from his slumber. Edwin, after getting Julius out of the way, quickly attacked the intruder. Julius couldn't follow their movements. However, a split second later, Edwin had a blade of shadow mana rammed through the chest of his opponent. The assassin never had a chance. Seeing the commotion from Edwin's room, Julius sensed the other assassins converging on it from their hiding places. The violet orb of mana didn't make contact with his attacker. It was much faster than his previous constructs, but it was still too slow to hit a high-tiered opponent. Yet, it seemed that Lady Luck was on his side, and the orb, missing his intended target, was heading directly towards the doorway, where the assassins were now running. The mass of violet mana hit the chest of the first assassin just as he was turning into the room and detonated. Unlike his earlier kick on the first intruder, this attack did much more damage. The combination of condensed fire and kinetic mana created a lethal explosion that ripped through the defenses of the assassin. The orb that Julius created wasn't a technique that focused on elegance or efficiency. It was a construct that had one purpose: to destroy anything in its path. That being said, Julius was still only Tier 1, so to be able to hurt someone who was probably Tier 3 or 4 was next to impossible. It was already insanely difficult to fight up to Tier 2 as a Tier 1, and the disparity between ranks only increased as you advanced. That was why it was so surprising to see how effective his attack had been against a much superior opponent. The assassin was enveloped in the explosion and was blasted out of the doorway and through the walls of the building, leaving a human-sized crater in its wake. The hallway didn't remain unscathed either. The surroundings of the explosion destroyed everything around it, and the wall connecting Edwin's room to the hallway had turned to rubble. Julius could only hear ringing in his ears from the shockwave of the blast. The chaos that Julius had caused provided a few moments for Edwin to get his bearings. Edwin took a quick look around at the intruders still converging on them and immediately sent out a wave of shadow mana. It hit the group, and they all swayed as if they were drunk. It seemed like the purpose was only to disorient the assassins, because Edwin instantly turned to the wall that connected his room and Lucas's and blew a large hole through it. Julius understood what Edwin was doing. He was trying to get to Lucas's side, knowing that he was probably the intended target. The other room had a similar scene playing out. Apparently, Lucas had heard the noise as well and woke up. However, around 10 attackers were in the process of trying to kill the Patriarch, compared to the 4 who were in Edwin's room. It did seem that their true target was the Patriarch of House Hyperius. Despite being heavily outnumbered, Lucas was holding his own. His uncle had a thick golden barrier made of sun mana protecting him from the bombardment from the assassins. He also was simultaneously tossing out golden blasts whenever he could. Unfortunately, it seemed like the assassin knew about his uncle's abilities and had prepared accordingly. 3 attackers with pitch-black shields stood in front of the others. These shields were able to absorb Lucas's blasts with ease. It was almost like they consuming the light out of the blasts. It seemed like they had come well prepared. It was well known that Sun Affinity users were much more powerful during the daytime. It was also why they probably tried to assassinate Lucas at night. Therefore, they thought they had the best chance of success if they attacked him when he was weakest and defenseless in bed. Still, the assassins weren't making much headway into breaking Lucas's defenses. To Julius's surprise, Edwin grabbed him by the arm and whipped him over to Lucas's feet. His uncle expanded his barrier a bit, so Julius was safe from any stray shots. Edwin, on the other hand, promptly disappeared and reappeared directly behind the attackers. Within a blink, he took out one shield user with a blade to the back of their throat and disappeared again before half a dozen strikes landed on his location. This time, he reappeared several steps to the side and launched the same wave of mana he used in the other room at all of them. Disoriented, the attackers didn't focus on Lucas, who had swept a narrow disk of condensed mana at the distracted intruders. It managed to cut through 4 of them like they were clay. The other 4 from the other room had made their way over, and now there were 9 opponents against Edwin, Lucas, and Julius. They also didn't leave any more gaps for Lucas to exploit. Every attack from him was blocked by those black shields. Julius just sat there behind the barrier and watched. He was aware he was more of a liability than anything else. Because he was there, Lucas was forced to continue protecting him within the barrier. He constantly pulsed spatial perception, making sure nothing snuck up on them. But the intense usage of it was putting a large toll on his brain. His legs were still a mess, even with him sending as much life mana as he could down into them. The only thing he thought might help was to try to replicate that violet mana orb again. He didn't know exactly how he did it, but it was the only thing he had done that caused actual damage. Taking a deep breath, he tried to remember that feeling. Ever since he successfully delivered that kinetic-empowered kick, a switch seemed to flick for Julius. Kinetic mana was now more responsive than before. It was as if once he had done it, his body wouldn't let him forget it. Julius did seem to vaguely remember getting a notification during the chaos. So before he tried to recreate the orb, he wanted to quickly check to see if there was a skill available. Any increase in strength would be useful, right? and might be the difference between life and death. Spatial perception has reached threshold. Spatial perception LVL 16- Spatial perception LVL 17. Spatial perception has reached threshold. Spatial perception LVL 17- Spatial perception LVL 18. Focus has reached threshold. Focus LVL 8- Focus LVL 9. He got 2 consecutive level ups in spatial perception and 1 in focus. It must have been the pressure he was under with the threat of death. It was an open secret that skill levels correlated with how much stress your soul was received. But he didn't think it would have been this drastic. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. There are more notifications. Would you like to learn the skill, kinetic release? Would you like to learn the skill, thermal compression, uncommon? He was offered 2 skills, and 1 was even uncommon at that. Learning an uncommon skill without evolving an existing general skill was difficult. Not many were able to achieve it. He had a feeling it was because of his prior experience with compressing his own mana for years. Julius had accepted both of them without a second thought. They might not be what he wanted in the long run, but if he survives the night, he could always remove them later. Congratulations, skill kinetic release acquired. Congratulations, skill thermal compression uncommon acquired. While Julius was fooling around with his new skills, Edwin and Lucas were fighting the remaining assassins. Feeling bad for being deadweight, he focused on his task. Thermal compression, unsurprisingly, was related to how Julius compressed his fire mana to its limit, and kinetic release was similar to what he had done with his kick to the assassin's face. While they weren't new variations of his abilities, these skills made a large difference already. He could feel them starting to activate on their own with just the thought of it. He began to load fire mana into another orb, while also trying to add kinetic mana on top of it. However, the way the kinetic mana was interacting with the fire mana did not feel the same as before. Earlier, the fire mana and kinetic mana seemed to swirl together inside, feeding off one another's energy. Therefore, he started to spin the mana inside the orb, not worrying about controlling each mana type separately, just trying to mix them together like in a blender. While he was continuing to dump mana into the orb, it started to spin faster and as a result, compress even further thermal compression, making it practically automatic. He took much longer to form it compared to his previous one, but this time it felt stronger. After almost 10 seconds, he finally held in front of him an orb of compressed fire and kinetic mana. It was still a violet color, but was now rapidly swirling within its confines. The mental toll it took to control this much mana together, all while feeding it 2 separate mana types, was massive. On top of his generous use of spatial perception, his brain was just about to melt into a puddle. Julius didn't know if Lucas's barrier only stopped external attacks, or if it allowed attacks from the inside to be sent out. It looked like Lucas's own attacks had no problem going through, but it might just be because it's his technique. So, Julius tapped his uncle's side to gain his attention. Lucas had been observing Julius create the orb while he was defending and attacking the assassins. Truthfully, he was shocked at how much mana Julius had managed to fit inside the orb. Julius always seemed to have a talent for condensing mana. Furthermore, Lucas was also aware of the unnatural purity of Julius's mana after his baptism. It was unknown to him why Julius had such rich mana at Tier 1, but it was only a benefit to Julius and subsequently House Hyperius, so Lucas didn't pry. These factors, combined with Julius's high mana capacity, put Julius far above any Tier 1 Lucas had ever met. He would never tell Julius this, but just off of pure raw mana, Julius was at the level of a Tier 2 combatant. It seemed that Julius himself had no idea how far ahead he was compared to other children his age. His isolation left him without anyone to compare himself to, and with Edwin's brutal training, Julius's foundation was unbelievable. Lucas truly was convinced that Julius would reach Tier 6, maybe even Tier 7 someday, as long as he lived long enough. He needed to make sure Julius survived no matter what. If Julius reached his potential, House Hyperius' success was assured. After getting Lucas's attention, Julius didn't even need to say anything. Lucas just opened a small gap in his barrier around the size of the orb, and Julius quickly shot the orb right toward the attackers. It seemed like Edwin had taken care of one assailant in the meantime. Still, the two remaining with shields were the biggest threats. Those shields seemed to be specifically made to counter sun magic, and they needed to be taken care of before anything else. Julius used kinetic release to use up some of the charge he built up on the outside of the orb. Unlike his prior attempts where he tried to use explosions to propel the construct, kinetic was much more delicate on the orb. The kinetic mana acted similar to a jet thruster, pushing force one way, and the orb speeding toward the other. This meant the orb was much faster than any other attempt so far. The shield-bearing figures noticed the projectile and braced themselves against the incoming orb. Edwin, once he saw what Julius was trying to do, teleported away from the group and shot another wave of shadow mana. It didn't do as much as it did the first time, as they were prepared for it, but it still staggered them. The orb hit the shields with a monstrous force, detonating on impact. The shield users themselves stumbled backward. The shock was evident in their eyes. They weren't expecting such a blow from a child. One of them even almost lost his grip on the shield. Edwin immediately capitalized on this opening and confusion. He teleported directly overhead and released a massive blast of shadow mana that shredded the one who almost dropped the shield and took the entire left arm from the other. With only one more shield user, who was half crippled, Lucas made his move. He surrounded the remaining assassins with golden light. The soul shield was trying to absorb as much of the mana as it could, and the others were desperately flinging spells at Lucas. But it wasn't enough. Lucas powered this move with enough mana that it had completely overpowered whatever effect it had. Once the entire group was enveloped in the thick aura, Lucas released his technique on them. In a similar fashion to what happened to Gregor, a divine beam of light burst enveloped them. This time Julius could feel the heat and oppressive force it constrained. Every single one of them was vaporized. Nothing but ash and several pieces of equipment survived its wrath. Just like that, it was over. Julius was exhausted. He had a lot of mana, but those two orbs took everything out of him. It would take several hours before he could regenerate his mana. Only that Edwin and Lucas didn't look like they thought it was over. They were still on edge and prepared to fight more. Their instincts were proven correct, as Julius could see through a hole in the wall to the outside and saw a layer of blue mana sealing off the entire section of the mansion they were in, like a dome. They were trapped. He heard Edwin curse under his breath. Lucas let out a soft sigh as well. They somehow activated the property's wards, and now we can't leave. I wondered how they got in, but now it makes sense. Lucas said, "You think someone betrayed us?" Edwin asked Lucas. Yes, they had to have someone on the inside, let them in, and then give them access to the wards. It probably took them a long time too, otherwise I would have seen signs of tampering. What does that mean for us? Julius asked the two. Neither replied, but that was an answer itself. It didn't look good for them. The ones that attacked us were probably expecting to catch us off guard in our sleep. Honestly, they would have if you didn't wake us up, Julius. Those shields were made to counter my skills, and they would have eventually whittled me down. We are alive because of you, Lucas finally said to Julius, ruffling his hair. The realization of how close to their deaths hit Julius. One false step, and they could have died. Not that they were out of danger yet. It seemed like they were still in a bad situation. I only noticed them because I felt something was off, and spatial perception picked up on them hiding in the shadows. Julius paused for a moment. Were they from the Jinshin clan? Lucas nodded his head. Yeah, I expect one of our enemies, maybe Duke Grayson, hired them for this job. Edwin spoke up. We should head towards the emergency teleportation station. They shouldn't know about it, and they might think we're trapped inside. The only worry is that the wards might interfere with any long-range teleportation. With that said, it is still our best chance. Where will it send us? Julius asked. It is supposed to send us to a corresponding teleportation station in one of our safe houses. It should be the one in Celestia. Lucas said. Julius hadn't heard much about Celestia, only that it was the nearest city to the estate and where House Hyperius held many of their holdings. But it seemed like that was their next destination, assuming they got to the teleportation station first. Chapter 15. teleportation formation. The three of them quietly made their way to the station. Julius didn't know what was happening outside of the ward. He didn't see or hear anything. It was odd. Nobody was coming to check on their patriarch. Admittedly, there weren't many combatants on the estate, but Julius still expected some like Samuel or others to investigate. However, there was no noticeable attempt to help the three of them out. The fact that someone who had access to the property's wards had betrayed them, plus that nobody was coming to help, was a troublesome sign. This was all looking very shady. That said, Julius didn't understand enough about the political environment of the family to make any speculations. The way to the emergency teleportation was too quiet. There wasn't a single sound except for the shuffling of their feet. The station was set up beneath the dining room, in a hidden underground chamber. Edwin moved a large shelf that covered up the entrance to the chamber. However, Julius got that feeling again, the one he got earlier when walking back to his room. Using spatial perception, he tried to see beyond the door, but due to his overuse of the skill or something else blocking it, he couldn't see what was behind it. He quickly placed his hand on Edwin's, who was about to open the door. "I can't see what's inside. Something feels off," Julius said. Surprisingly, Edwin looked at Julius and seriously contemplated what he just said. It seemed like Edwin trusted Julius's judgment and took his words to heart. "We don't have many other options," Edwin finally said. "I know that, but if it's a trap, we don't need to waltz right into it," Julius argued. "You're right. Edwin, you should hide yourself. While Julius and I enter, you come in from behind. If someone is waiting for us, they might just think it is the two of us," Lucas said from behind Julius. Edwin thought about it and nodded his head, quickly disappearing from view. Lucas summoned his golden barrier again and put his hand on the door, then opened it. Inside was a dark space that had a glowing platform in the center of it. Julius nervously looked around and scanned the surroundings with spatial perception. It seemed like the skill worked again once he got inside. Before he could even react, a wall of blue flame smothered the golden barrier. Julius could feel the intense heat from inside, roasting him like a chicken in the oven. The barrier that had held against all the assassin's attacks earlier was now showing signs of cracking at the edges. The wave of fire finally let up, and Julius saw several figures standing in front of a platform. He didn't immediately recognize any of them, except for one. The man standing directly in the middle was Samuel, the same man who was at his baptism and who was supposedly a loyal member of House Hyperius. It seemed he no longer felt that way. Lucas didn't look that surprised, only angry and disappointed. "Samuel," Lucas said quietly while staring directly into his eyes. "I'm sorry, Lucas. We receive an offer from Duke Grayson that guarantees House Hyperius' safety. But it came with one condition," Samuel apologized. "What was it?" "To slit your own family's throat in their bed." Lucas needled at Samuel. Samuel shook his head. "Don't be like that. You know that the house comes before everyone, even you." "Yes, but we don't sell out each other," Lucas said. "What did you expect? We are stranded in the middle of the ocean and there's blood in the water. Everyone is coming after us to get a piece of our flesh. If we don't do something, House Hyperius won't survive. This was the only way," Samuel said heatedly. "No, it was just the easiest way," Lucas said disappointedly. A flash of guilt went across Samuel's face. "You're right. It was the easiest choice, but that doesn't mean it isn't the best one." As Lucas and Samuel went back and forth, Julius took a look at the other figures in the room with them. Now that he was looking closer, there were half a dozen of them. He spotted a man and a woman who he thought were present at his baptism as well. This meant that Samuel wasn't just doing it alone. Others in the house went along with his plan too. He also vaguely sensed Edwin. It was always hard to track Edwin when he hid, but Julius was so familiar with his presence that he could still feel a wispy aura sneaking its way to the platform. Lucas is distracting them so that Edwin has time to prepare the transport, Julius thought. It wasn't a bad idea. So far was their only chance out of this mess. This novel is published on a different platform. Support the original author by finding the official source. Julius could feel the pressure exuding from the other figures. They were all on par with Samuel. Furthermore, Samuel was a tier 5, a strong one at that. So that must have meant that they were potentially facing 6 elite Tier 5s. Lucas was their only Tier 5 combatant. Edwin was only a Tier 4, and Julius was a Tier 1 who was physically and mentally spent, as well as having practically no mana. Even though Lucas was renowned for his ability to fight beyond his tier, fighting 6-on-1 while protecting a child was too tall a task. It was looking bleak, and Lucas seemed to understand this as well. His uncle looked at Julius with calm eyes. "Go," he said softly. Julius knew better than to argue and ran directly to the side of the room. "They don't know about Edwin yet. I just need to make it to the platform." All of a sudden, Julius felt a mountain crash over his back. Turning back, he saw his uncle shrouded in a golden aura, radiating immense heat and light. It was on a whole other level than when he was fighting the assassins. The pressure from his uncle physically affected Julius, and by the looks of it, the enemies were taking it even worse. Julius knew Lucas had been holding back for his sake, but it was astounding to see his uncle show his true strength. The strength that had protected House Hyperius for years. The might of a Tier 5 with a perfect sun affinity. This was the power of those at the top of the continent, the power that Julius sought. Lucas and 3 of his opponents were in the air, trading attacks back and forth, while the others on the ground were sending their own techniques at Lucas. They were trying to corral him and box him in. But Lucas was too fast and too skilled. They were moving so fast to Julius's eyes that it looked like they were teleporting from place to place in a flash of light. Julius couldn't even see their figures anymore, just a zipper of light dancing across the chamber. He could only tell which one was Lucas based on the golden-colored light. Several attacks managed to get near, but whenever that happened, a golden barrier would erupt around him, protecting Julius. Lucas was still protecting Julius, even as he was fighting 6 Tier 5 opponents. It was unbelievable. Taking one last glance at the fight going on, Julius took off toward the platform. His legs were barely functioning at this point, even with Julius constantly infusing his legs with life mana. He promised himself that if he survived this, his first priority would be to learn a proper healing skill. Edwin should have been close to finishing the preparations by now. And by the looks of things, his uncle was more than occupying his opponent's attention. They were too busy trying to not die than to worry about a Tier 1 child. Julius ran in the direction he felt Edwin and felt the teleportation runes start to hum with mana. It seemed that Edwin had started up. Julius stopped next to the still invisible Edwin and took the time to catch his breath, pumping his body with as much life mana as he could. It was the only mana he had left, but it was too slow to heal his injuries, only staving off the worst of his exhaustion. Unfortunately, it seemed like that also got the attention of the enemies. A massive lance of blue ice crashed into the platform, shaking the intricate circuits being formed by the teleportation runes. Another lance followed directly after it. However, this time Edwin decided to reveal himself and intercept the ice lance. Shadow mana was not good for direct confrontations. It was for evading and misdirection. Regardless, Edwin used his body to deflect the lance away from the runes. He was unable to handle the force of the attack and was thrown off to the side. Still, that didn't stop Edwin from getting back up and deflecting another lance of ice. The woman who was sending the lances was still busy fighting Lucas, and her main focus was on his uncle, dodging thick pillars of light, trying to spear her out of the air. It was the only reason the teleportation circle wasn't broken yet. Finally, Julius felt the mana settle down and realized it was ready to be activated. Samuel, while fighting Lucas, seemed to sense this as well. Therefore, he took his attention away from the fight and launched a rotating spike of dark red mana at the platform. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lucas was able to land a hit on Samuel's shoulder, severing his entire left arm. However, the damage was done. Edwin was busy blocking the ice lances with everything he had, and the attack landed directly onto the runic formation, cracking and shattering some of the links. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was also the trigger to activate the circle. Julius saw the panicked look on Edwin's face as he was trying desperately to get to Julius's side. However, he was too late. The formation was activated, and Julius felt the mana release in a massive explosion. In an instant, Julius was enveloped within the mana and was gone in the next. Whatever damage Samuel did to the transportation runes must have caused the formation to malfunction. Julius felt the formation grab him, twist him into a tiny ball, and shove him into a blender. He felt his skin was ripped apart, and his bones were crushed into dust. He was absolutely sure that being transported was not supposed to hurt this much. It wasn't like he was instantaneously transported to another location either. He stayed stuck within a void for what seemed like an eternity, unable to see or hear anything. Even spatial perception said there was nothing around him. The only thing he had to keep him company were sensations of pain and his thoughts. Julius didn't know what happened to Lucas or Edwin. The worry he felt exceeded the pain he was in. The hopeful side of him believed that they would be all right, but the rational side of him spoke of a different outcome. As strong as Lucas was, the enemies would whittle him down like a pack of wolves until he ran out of mana or made a mistake. His thoughts turned into despair at the injustice of his situation. It seemed whenever he got close to people, they were always taken away from him. It was always something that was outside his control. His mother, father, and sister were killed by a drunk driver. His grandfather had died of cancer. Now his new family was likely killed due to the machinations of a powerful ducal house. He never had the chance to save them because he was powerless. He was always either unable to or too weak to save them. Never again. I will never be powerless to save another person I care about again. His old world didn't have magic, but this one did. Julius swore that one day he would become powerful enough that he could control his fate. He wouldn't let it steal any more of his loved ones away. That was his vow. He would transcend fate. Chapter 16. Lost in the Woods. Julius woke up face down in the dirt. His body was in agony, and the pain made him breathless. Gritting his teeth, he grasped some life mana from his core and sent it throughout his body. The small infusion took the edge off the pain and let him finally breathe again. He noticed something what was pooling at his side, soaking his clothes. It smelled like rust and copper, and with a quick inspection, he confirmed it was his own blood. There was a gaping hole on his side, and it was leaking out like a deflated water balloon. At this rate, he might die from bleeding out. He didn't know where it came from, but he needed to heal it fast, or else he was going to die face down, ass up, in a pool of his own blood. If there were any time to create a skill for healing, it would be now. First, he had to focus on stopping the bleeding. He didn't have any tools or bandages to staunch it, but he checked his core and felt that he had some fire mana. It must have regenerated while he was unconscious. Rolling over, he concentrated on creating a jet of constant flame. It was hard to keep focused on it. His brain was muddled from either the blood loss or the pain. He couldn't tell at this point. But eventually, he managed to create a soft red flame over his palm. Then, gently lifting his shirt with the other hand, he pressed the fire directly onto his wound. Julius couldn't even scream, choking on his tongue in silent agony. The smell of burning flesh wafted from his torso. Once he felt like he cauterized the wound and could no longer take the pain, he released the flame and started to gather life mana towards his side. Julius had understood something about life mana. It was different than fire and kinetic mana. Where fire and kinetic were like beasts that needed a firm hand to control, life mana was the opposite. It required a delicate touch, and you needed to convince it to do what you wanted. That's what Julius needed to do. He had to envision it healing him while he softly infused life mana into his injuries. As he was delicately leading life mana into the location of the wound, he desperately tried convincing it to heal him, to save his life. It wasn't enough. The life mana was just floating around his wound, with no direction, just passively healing it. It was too slow. Julius tried to recall as much information as he had about healing. He wasn't a doctor, but he knew enough about biology to get by. He imagined the life mana visibly healing his tissue, taking oxygen in, and breathing life into his flesh, rebuilding each cell of skin bit by bit. This caused a reaction. He started to feel his skin become itchy and feel his body requiring more mana to sustain this process. Julius let it have it all. But it wasn't enough. He needed something more. Thus, he used the same method he used for all of his magic applications. He just condensed the hell out of it. Julius didn't have the required knowledge to carefully finesse his mana to heal him. Therefore, he would just need to brute force it. Julius jammed as much compressed life mana into his wound as he possibly could. There was so much mana present that his side started to glow a brilliant verdant green. Then, to his astonishment, his skin was seen visibly healing. Not very fast, but at this rate his wound would be healed within 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, and with practically no life mana left, his side was healed. Admittedly, it was a horrendous job that any proper healer would be ashamed of. His skin was left horribly disfigured with burns scarring all across its surface. It was a patchwork of ugly healing at best, but it got the job done. He also got a notification along with it. Would you like to learn the skill Heal? It seemed that Julius would finally get that healing skill he was desperately wanting. It would have been more useful 10 minutes ago, but better late than never. He accepted it quickly. Congratulations, skill Heal acquired. It also seemed like he had some notifications from the fight that he didn't see. Thermal compression has reached threshold. Thermal compression LVL1-, thermal compression LVL2. Kinetic release has reached threshold. Kinetic release LVL1-, kinetic release LVL2. Focus has reached threshold. Focus LVL9-, focus LVL10. Focus has advanced to level 10. Would you like to evolve the skill? Julius was surprised. He always thought that unarmed combat would be his first skill to level 10, but it seemed like he was wrong. He wasn't upset and couldn't see any reason not to, so he mentally confirmed to evolve Focus. Skill Focus is evolving possible advancements, Enhanced Focus, and Combat Trance. Julius learned about the possibility of choosing multiple skill evolutions when you rank them up. Most of the time, people get offered a general upgrade of the skill, something that increases it across the board, but there could also be an option to specialize within a certain part of the skill, depending on how you had used it. For Julius, it seemed like he got an option that specializes in combat. If it was before everything happened, the obvious choice would have been Enhanced Focus, but now he was stranded in the middle of the wilderness with monsters lurking around. It was expected that he would be doing a lot of fighting, but he really liked how the general Focus worked. It was incredibly versatile and was able to be applied to everything that he wanted it to. While the effects weren't as dramatic as, say, thermal compression, it was still a useful skill that gave a small boost to many other applications. However, his instincts were telling him that Combat Trance was going to be vital in the future. In the end, he decided to follow his gut. It hadn't steered him wrong yet. Congratulations, skill Combat Trance, uncommon, acquired. He tried activating Combat Trance the moment he received it, and it seemed like his suspicions were right. It no longer worked on everything. It took more manual effort to get to the same level of focus again. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. Despite that, it wasn't as big of a difference as he initially predicted either. It appeared that Julius had been getting better at focusing regardless of the skill. The skill had been giving him a little extra boost, but nothing so extreme that it was detrimental. However, his new skill appeared to only work while he was in combat. It was like the conditions weren't right to activate it yet. Julius was sure that would change once he got into a fight. He remembered he also got Heal, something he believed would be keeping him alive for the foreseeable future. Figuring that now would be a good time to test it out real quick, he channeled some mana using Heal. The difference was massive. It was faster, more efficient, and more potent now. Julius could feel the life mana thrumming through his entire body, healing small tears and scratches he had. Now that his life wasn't in immediate danger, Julius took the time to look around and check his surroundings. He was in a forest of some kind. Massive trees were caging him in on all sides. It was beautiful to see. However, it was definitely not a city and definitely not Celestia. This meant that whatever had happened to the teleportation had landed Julius off course from his supposed location. He didn't know where exactly he was. There were many forests within the empire and even more outside of it. He He would need to find civilization if he wanted to determine where he was. Plan in mind, Julius got up and started walking. The hard part was choosing a direction to start walking toward. He chose to head east just out of simple randomness. He was hoping that there was some sort of vantage point he would find. If he was able to get a good look at the surrounding environment, it would be extremely helpful in dictating his travel route. The thing about walking alone in a forest with nothing to do is that Julius started to think too much. Julius's head was filled with 100 different scenarios in which he imagined what had happened to Lucas and Edwin after he was transported, constantly worrying about whether they were safe, if they had died, or if something else happened. However, he knew from experience that obsessing over it would lead to more issues down the road. It would just build up until Julius couldn't handle it. He needed to distract himself. It was better to focus on the current task, something he could do. Therefore, he didn't just walk through the forest doing nothing. He was continuously training his skills while he made his way east. Julius constantly had spatial perception, pulsing to check his surroundings. To the naked eye, Julius didn't see any activity. But with spatial perception, he could sense small rodents and critters scurrying around the foliage and forest floor. There were also larger creatures he sensed occasionally, but whenever he did, he would take a detour, trying to avoid them. He also was storing and releasing small amounts of kinetic energy in his legs, increasing his speed by a little. It was good practice for getting familiar with kinetic release and using kinetic mana in general. Furthermore, he was training his fire manipulation as well. Julius had witnessed Samuel's last attack and noticed that Samuel added centrifugal force for additional penetration and flight stability. It reminded Julius of how the rifling of a gun barrel worked on a bullet. For a world that wasn't as knowledgeable about physics and or other scientific fields, the people had a surprisingly good grasp on what was the best way to do something, even if they didn't fully understand why it worked. Julius had been walking in the same direction for several hours by now. The surroundings were still just large trees, and it didn't seem like the forest was going to end soon. At the moment, Julius was ultra-focused on keeping a spike made of fire mana spinning in front of him. It was a surprisingly difficult technique. When he initially tried it out, he was unable to keep the spike in place as he spun it. It would sometimes shoot out or spin out of his control. The amount of concentration he spent on the construct meant that he was unable to split his attention to his legs. This predictably led to him failing to sense a tree limb or releasing too much kinetic energy through his legs, resulting in him falling on his face several times. If anyone were watching him, they would see a boy obsessively playing with fire who frequently tripped over his feet. It was certainly an odd sight, but he kept at it. Eventually, he made an interesting discovery. It seemed like kinetic energy was the perfect complement to this spinning technique. The motion of spinning the spike generated kinetic energy on its own. This would mean he didn't have to always use his kinetic mana to use kinetic energy. He would be able to capture natural kinetic energy in its place. There were so many applications he could use this discovery for, either to increase the strength of his attacks or to save kinetic mana. They were endless. The sun was getting low to the horizon, and Julius was still in the forest. He must have been walking for at least 10 hours, but he still hadn't seen any evidence of society. However, he realized that he needed to stop for the day and set up a camp. He had finally found a suitable place to sleep for the night. There was a creek nearby, and there was a grouping of large boulders that would make for a secure place to sleep with a little work. First, he went to the creek and checked to see if it was safe to drink. It looked clear, and there was a pretty strong current, so he expected it to be safe. He took a small sip to test it, and it was cold and crisp. It was remarkably fresh, and he took a deep drink, dehydrated from all the walking from the day. He was also pretty hungry and wanted to get something to eat before it got too dark. Not that it really mattered with spatial perception, but he didn't want to be running around in the dark regardless. He sensed a small rabbit-like creature hiding underneath a log and slowly crept toward it while creating a small needle of fire mana. During his walk, he had seen many of these rabbit-like creatures running about and knew they were really quick. Once he felt he was at a comfortable distance, he stopped and aimed his needle at the rabbit. Spinning it gently, He took in the excess kinetic energy and concentrated on repurposing it to propel towards the needle faster. Prepared, Julius shot it, aiming at the center mass of the rabbit. However, his aim was slightly off. The extra kinetic energy he used to launch it caused the release point to be slightly off. The needle missed by a few inches, right over the rabbit's head and way off into the woods. Successfully missing his target and scaring off his dinner, Julius had to find another poor rabbit. Several minutes later, he found another one that was just sitting there eating some sort of vegetation. This time he had an idea. Before, when he was practicing spinning the spike, he had compared it to the rifling of a gun barrel. This time, he wanted to create some sort of barrel that would keep the projectile from deviation from its course once he released the kinetic charge. He didn't necessarily need to make a barrel with rifling in, because he was already doing that by spinning it manually. Thus, all he needed to do was create a mental image of a barrel, whose main priority was to direct the object initially so that it was more accurate. Julius stalked the rabbit just like before and got himself ready. He recreated exactly what he did earlier, but now he was imagining a barrel extending out to his target. Lining up his aim, he released the kinetically enhanced fire needle. This time he hit his target right in the chest. The barrel idea worked perfectly. He even got another notification for his technique. Would you like to learn the skill Firebolt? Uncommon. It was a good skill that he could see having a lot of various uses. It was also uncommon, which was nice. However, he was approaching his 10 skill limit already. Initially, he thought that 10 was plenty, but he had 7 already and he was just in tier 1. That on top of his triple affinities, it seemed like he was always going to require more skill slots. I will have to start thinking about combining skills earlier than I thought. It was still a great skill, so he accepted it. Congratulations, skill Firebolt, uncommon acquired. Getting all of that settled, Julius shifted his attention back toward his dinner. While his technique had proven satisfactory, the results were less than ideal. Unfortunately, it seemed like shooting an explosive dart at extreme speeds was overkill. The needle shredded through the poor rabbit and exploded on impact. The rabbit, with little meat to its bones, was reduced to a paste scattered across the forest. Julius had a feeling that getting dinner was going to be a more difficult challenge than he expected. Chapter 17. Rude Dinner Guest. 6 tries. It took Julius 6 tries to catch a rabbit. It would have been easier to catch it without magic. Not to mention way less humiliating. However, his pride was on the line, and he would have tried 100 times more to achieve success, even if it meant he went hungry for the night. In the end, he concluded that he needed to use a less damaging method. Fire magic was too destructive, at least for him. Even creating a small firebolt was overkill. It didn't matter the size of the firebolt. It would detonate on impact, exploding its target. It was like using a broadsword to cut an onion. After his third failure, Julius decided to use just kinetic mana. He created a firebolt, like projectile, with kinetic energy only. But it became apparent that kinetic energy wasn't as easy to use this way as fire mana. Kinetic mana worked better in short bursts, or if it was contained with a construct. But creating a construct made entirely of kinetic energy and controlling it like he did with fire mana was way too hard. What he came up with was unexpected. He learned that kinetic mana was a lot freer and easier to move around than other mana types. This meant that he could gather little bundles of kinetic mana from a distance and then discharge them around his target. In short, this created a sort of concussion bubble, where from multiple directions his enemy was bombarded with kinetic energy. This is what he ended up doing to the stupid rabbit. He found it and carefully started to collect as much kinetic energy as he could from the environment, and then added some of his own to supplement it. Then he created loose bundles of kinetic energy that were floating by his target and were just a thought away from releasing their payload. Finally, Julius released 3 separate kinetic explosions from each angle around the rabbit. The shockwave that hit it from all 3 sides killed it before it knew what happened. Furthermore, while it broke bones, it left the meat almost entirely intact. It was ironic if he hadn't failed. He wouldn't have found such a unique way to use kinetic energy. It It was way too slow at the moment, but eventually Julius could see this ability being a useful weapon in the future. He was honestly surprised he wasn't offered a skill for it. Prize in hand, he headed back to the campsite. The sun had just set, and it was now almost completely dark except for the 3 moons illuminating the sky. Forging some sticks, he created a makeshift spill just like his gramps showed him how. However, it seemed that there was another problem that Julius stupidly missed. He didn't have anything to skin the rabbit with. He was so used to camping with his gramps, where they each had a couple of knives on hand at all times, that forgot he didn't have one. Also, it wasn't like his affinities were particularly great at delicate slicing or cutting through things. He tried to look for a sharp rock that might work, but he ultimately decided to use his fire affinity to do the job. Julius imagined a scalpel made of fire, a fire that was razor thin. It kind of worked. It was similar to what he did when he made the thin needles, condensing fire mana to the point where it had a physical hard shell. Despite that, Julius couldn't create an edge that was thin enough to cut the flesh. It was much easier to make one single point of the object sharp, like a spike. However, keeping it sharp along the entire edge of something was more difficult. What he created was a dull red knife as sharp as a spoon. Predictably, it didn't work very well. So, Julius just decided to use his hands to get the job done. He used a pointy stick to create several holes within the skin and then jammed his fingers in the holes and ripped them open. It was messy and took a long time, but Julius ended up getting it done. He was just glad he could finally start cooking the damn thing. Once he got it situated on the spit, Julius created a soft fire to slowly cook the rabbit. It was going to be the first time he was cooking with his own fire magic, and he was excited to see how it came out. The smell of the rendered fat falling into the flames was magical. It was a supreme effort of Will to not grab the rabbit of the spit and just start eating right away. He patiently waited and salivated over his meal. Once it was done, he tore into it. There wasn't any seasoning or even salt, but it tasted divine. He swiftly went in for another bite, but then time started to slow. He felt combat trance activate on its own, and he got a cold feeling on the back of his neck. Julius was so absorbed with his meal that he had forgotten to maintain vigilance of his surroundings. His instincts were telling him he didn't have time to use spatial perception to look. He instantly let go of his rabbit and threw himself to the side. Right in his place, something swiped through the air. Julius tried to get as much distance as he could and activated spatial perception. Whatever it was had moved back to the edge of the clearing. It looked like a large black monster, resembling a wolf. With just his eyes, Julius wouldn't have been able to see it. The forest was too dark at night. But with his skill, he was able to sense it hiding behind a bush, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. His heart was pounding in his chest from a close call. Julius didn't know combat trance could activate on its own. He was lucky because if it hadn't, Julius wouldn't have come away from that ambush unscathed. Julius took the time to get a feel for the monster's strength. Based on the pressure alone, he would put it around tier 1. It didn't feel particularly strong, but he knew that was deceptive. The speed at which it had attacked was faster than any tier 1 could reach. If he had to guess, it was probably at least a tier 2. He suspected that as an ambush predator, it was able to suppress some of its aura. Julius was able to track it as it patrolled around his campsite patiently. It shouldn't be aware that Julius could sense it, but it seemed to be waiting for another opportunity. Stolen story, please report. He started to place large masses of kinetic energy all around the campsite. 3 was his limit for the moment before it became too hard to control them. The monster wasn't staying in place, so it would be difficult to use his new kinetic technique, but he could wait until it passed right in front of one of them. He also created a firebolt that hovered in front of him. The projectile that was created using the skill was much faster to form, but it wasn't as compressed. Therefore, Julius added more mana and used thermal compression to condense the bolt of mana even further. The monster wasn't making a move. Julius understood that he would need to take the initiative and needed to attack it before it could ambush him again. Otherwise, he would have to stay awake for the entire night, constantly having to be aware, and the second he let his guard down, it would strike. But he had a plan. Julius brought the three masses of kinetic toward a spot that the monster was on course to walk to. He consciously avoided looking in its direction, so that it still believed that he was unaware of its location. Monsters were intelligent, and the higher tier, the more intelligent they were. Furthermore, it seemed like this particular monster was smart even for a tier 2. Thus, Julius had to play this right or it might fail. The moment the monster was close enough to the trap, Julius activated it. The unexpected blast detonated by the clumps of kinetic energy stunned the creature. Quickly, Julius released the condensed firebolt, shooting it straight at the monster's face. The blast of kinetic energy caused the monster to flail erratically, and the firebolt missed, exploding the ground right beside it. Julius grimaced. The resulting explosion did lead to some burns and minor injuries, but the monster soon got its bearings back and immediately sprinted directly at Julius. A burst of air mana propelled the beast forward. Julius only had enough time to shoot a single firebolt, hitting the monster's chest and leaving a fist-sized wound. Still, that didn't stop the enraged monster. With combat trance active, Julius felt an unnatural wave of calmness wash over him and became more focused than he had ever been. Alongside unarmed combat, Julius had precise control of his body. A burst of kinetic energy released from his legs, launching him to the side, and he barely avoided the sharp claws trying to cut his stomach open. The wolf monster had overextended with that lunge, fully expecting that it would have landed. Julius took advantage of this opening, and with another burst, closed in and hammered the monster in the back of the skull with a fully powered kinetic strike. He didn't let up either. Julius landed a couple more flush shots to the thing's head and back before backing away, narrowly evading its swing. He vaguely heard a notification in the back of his mind as he just stared at the injured monster. Julius didn't move in again. He just created another condensed firebolt and sent it at the creature's head. After the quick but brutal assault, the monster was staggering on its four limbs and unable to notice the attack, took the strike right to the side of the head. It was dead before it hit the ground. The unnatural calmness and extreme focus from combat trance faded away, and he took a deep breath to collect himself. How rude. I always knew that I was likely to have to fight monsters, but I didn't think I would be ambushed while eating my first meal. Julius thought to himself. He looked at the meal that he had worked so hard for. His beautiful and delicious rabbit was lying on the ground, covered in twigs and dirt. Gently, he picked it up and tried to dust off as much grime from it as he could. There wasn't much he could do to bring it back. It was a goner. Julius looked over at the corpse that was sitting several paces away with clear resentment. He wasn't necessarily upset that it had tried to kill him. He was more upset that it had ruined his dinner. He could understand that it was in its nature to hunt and eat, but why couldn't it have waited until he was finished? He checked the notifications he received during and after the fight. Kinetic release LVL2-LVL4. Thermal compression LVL2-LVL3. Combat trance LVL1-LVL2. Firebolt LVL1-LVL2. Unarmed combat LVL9-LVL10. Skill, Unarmed Combat, has reached level 10. Would you like to evolve Unarmed Combat? Skill, Unarmed Combat, is evolving possible advancements. Unarmed Combat Mastery, Combat Reflexes, Body Control, Brutal Strike. There were a lot of level ups. But Julius knew that it would slow down once he passed the newbie stage. Lower rank skills were much easier to improve, and many saw fast growth in the beginning ranks. So it didn't come as a surprise. However, Julius was intrigued by the message of his unarmed combat skill. He had finally reached level 10, and he had an amazing 4 options to choose from. Unarmed Combat Mastery seems like it is the general upgrade to the skill, while Combat Reflexes, Body Control, and Brutal Strike were the specializations. Edwin told me that I should choose one of the specializations if possible. But which one? While Edwin was sparring with Julius, he told him that unarmed combat was a useless skill of the general rank, but it would shine once it ranked up. It seems this was what he was talking about. All options were enticing, and he could see ways to utilize all 4 skills. He wished he was given a description of what the skills did, but he wasn't so fortunate. Julius chose to use the process of elimination. The first skill he discarded was unarmed combat mastery, just because Edwin told him not to choose the basic upgrade. The second skill he chose to discard would be a much more difficult choice. Combat reflexes sounded like a passive skill that would allow him to react to situations faster. Body control also sounded like it was a passive skill, but would give him better control over his movements. Brutal strike was the one that interested Julius the most. If Julius had to guess, it was a skill that increased his damage to a strike. It would go well with his kinetic energy usage. After some thought, he dismissed combat reflexes. He felt like in the previous fight he was able to react more than fast enough with combat trance active. If anything, the skill had some sort of precognition that had saved him from the ambush. So it became a choice between body control and brutal strike. He liked both of them, but active skills were usually more potent because they weren't used all the time. In the end, Julius thought that brutal strike would fit his needs better overall. It would work well with his aggressive fighting style and give him another offensive weapon. If he had the skill before, he might have killed the monster with one punch to the back of the head. Congratulations, skill Brutal Strike Uncommon acquired. A flood of information went to his brain, and he understood how to use the skill instantly. He understood why the skill had been offered. It was similar to his kinetic strike in that it delivered a resonating force that traveled through thick layers of hide or armor. However, it also let him know the location on the body where he could deal the most damage. Synergy detected. Would you like to evolve Combat Trance and Brutal Strike into a single skill? Already? I just got the skill a few seconds ago. Not to mention, I was thinking Brutal Strike and Kinetic Release would combine. However, this sounds pretty good too. Julius's lips pressed together in thought. His gut hasn't led him astray so far, so he trusted his instincts and he made his decision. Skill Evolution commencing. Congratulations, skill Savage Dance, rare acquired. Chapter 18. Curiosity killed the cat. It was an interesting sounding skill. Based on the information he received after he evolved the skill, it seemed like it was a skill that utilized Brutal Strike and Combat Trance to augment his close combat ability. It was his second rare skill, and if spatial perception was any indicator, it was going to be a very useful skill. However, as much as he wanted to at the moment, Julius couldn't just experiment with his new skill. He had to find another location for the night. The scent of blood would attract who knows what. Furthermore, changing locations was easier than moving the entire carcass. After a little while, he found a spot a couple of miles away that seemed safe. It was a small alcove between the creek and some rocks. It was much more hidden than his last camp. Julius also brought with him the rabbit. It was still dirty, but he managed to remove most of the dirt from it. Plus, he was still really hungry, and a little grime wasn't going to get in the way of it. He gave it another once-over before he created a small flame to heat it and kill any bacteria that might be on it. Once it was nice and charred again, he bit into it. It was gritty and slightly earthy from the dirt marinating its surface. Sadly, it wasn't the most pleasant of meals, especially compared to how it was before he got attacked, but it was still the first thing he ate today. Julius polished off the rabbit in quick order and then got ready for bed. The rest of the night was uneventful, except for the occasional distant loud roars and the sound of trees falling that woke him up periodically. When he woke up, he went to the creek and washed himself up. He thought about going back to check on the corpse, but was conflicted. On one hand, he was curious as to what that thing looked like in the daylight, but also thought there might be other predators attracted to it. The mana core inside of it would be valuable normally, but with him being in the middle of nowhere, it didn't hold much value unless he found civilization. On second thought, he didn't have any money on him, nor did he have anything of value to trade for. Now that he was thinking about it, that core would be able to pay for information or supplies if he found a town. A couple miles later, he arrived at his old campsite. The corpse was still where he left it, much to his surprise. He had really thought the corpse would have been eaten by now, but it was pristine. Not even scavengers had touched it. It was very odd and made him wary. Quietly checking the surroundings, Julius stooped down and inspected the monster closer. He was correct in assuming it was similar to a wolf. Its features were distinctly canine. It had a beautiful coat of pure black that absorbed the light and was soft to the touch. Julius would estimate it to measure around 6 feet long from head to tail. The massive claws are what grabbed his attention. The claws were closer to small swords. He was very fortunate he wasn't sliced by those things. It would not have taken much for them to bisect him. Julius bent down and searched for the monster's mana core. The location was slightly different depending on the species, but it typically was found in the chest or head of most monsters. Monster cores were used in a variety of ways. The most common is ground down to make pure essence, which could be used to make items that increase skill progression and growth toward the next tier. Since Julius was a Tier 1 now, he needed to work towards his advancement to Tier 2. Tier 1 was about creating a mana core, but Tier 2 was about becoming one with that mana. This process would physically enhance individuals past mortal limits, and once they were completely infused with their mana, they would undergo an evolution. Their bodies will adapt and change to better reflect their core's mana. For example, those with earth affinities will often have bodies that are more robust and rigid. Also, those with water affinities become more flexible and adaptable. It was commonly seen by wealthy families to use cores with the same affinities to create potions or supplements that increase their advancement. With that being said, it was known that those who used cores as a way to progress were on average weaker than their peers. Additionally, those who choose to go this route become bottlenecked at the next tiers. Therefore, this method is used for people who are non-combatants and those with crafting professions. Julius still didn't have a knife, so that forced him to take a step back and use a firebolt to open the chest cavity more. Expectedly, it was a gruesome scene. Blood and internal organs were scattered about. Luckily, due to it being at least a Tier 2, the mana had preserved its flesh still, and it wasn't starting to putrefy. Unluckily, he still needed to jam his arm into its disgusting chest. After a bit of rummaging, he finally found what he was looking for. It was a small marble-sized sphere that contained pure air affinity essence. Julius did have a medium air affinity, but he didn't choose to use any air mana in his core and had no other plans to do so. I already have enough on my plate. No need to get greedy, he told himself. At the last moment, he also ended up removing the claws from the monster. They weren't exactly a knife, but they would do until he found or bought one himself. Then he left the scene, one core and several claws richer. Julius made his way back to his second camp and decided to make himself a quick breakfast before he headed out. He was still pretty hungry and could also use another bath since he was covered in blood. He found another rabbit and dispatched it in the same manner as before. This time he was able to enjoy it and wasn't interrupted by anything that was trying to eat him. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. It wasn't until several more hours of walking that Julius finally saw a change in scenery. The forest ahead had a massive clearing. Julius walked out of the forest and into the open field. About a few hundred paces later, he saw a small dip in the grass up ahead and got closer. What he saw astonished him. In front of him was a ginormous bowl that looked like a crater you would see from a meteor or like he had seen in dormant volcanoes. The inside of the hole was completely made up of dark-colored rock and slate. He would estimate the bowl was about a few hundred feet deep, and at the bottom of it was a glowing light emanating a soft blue hue. Julius was naturally curious and decided to work his way down the slightly steep incline to get a closer look. He took his time climbing down and was careful where he stepped. Some pieces of rock were loose, and he could easily fall if he wasn't paying attention. Once he got close to the bottom, he could see what was the source of the blue light. It was a swirling mass of energy, radiating a warm heat from its base. Julius was curious about what this object was and was very tempted to touch it, but he knew it would be a stupid idea. However, something kept trying to convince him to get closer. It was like a small voice in the back of his head that was telling him to touch it. Feeling something was off about the situation, Julius immediately tried to back off and get as far away from it. Suddenly, the energy lashed out with small tendrils and grasped him by the arms. Julius quickly attempted to pull away as hard as he could, but it was fruitless. Even with kinetic mana being discharged from his limbs, he wasn't able to get free. It had him in a vice grip, and was pulling him closer to its center. He tried everything he could think of to escape, but it was pointless. It inevitably pulled him in. Julius landed on his face, feeling a grassy surface beneath him. He got up and scanned around him. What just happened? One moment he was being sucked into the glowing blue sphere, and the next he was here on some sort of grassy plain. Unexpectedly, he received a notification. You have entered a rift. Alert! Rift is reaching the overflow stage. You will not be able to leave until the rift is cleared. Rift? That blue thing was a rift. I never thought rifts could forcibly bring in people, Julius thought. Rifts were created by the uninterrupted accumulation of mana, converging onto a location over a long period of time, which was why they were usually found in the wilderness or far away from large populations. Rifts were pocket dimensions that contained monsters and resources. It was the main responsibility of the Adventurers Guild to find and clear as many rifts as they could. Rifts were responsible for monster floods, which are caused when rifts aren't regularly cleared in a specific time frame. This can cause mana to start leaking out of the rifts and creating an escape point for the monsters contained. Monster floods happen quite frequently, and it was the only time when everybody, regardless of political affiliations or animosity, put it aside, all to combat the horde of monsters. Julius had never heard of rifts sucking people in like it did with him. It also appeared that he wouldn't be able to leave until he cleared the rift. That was going to be the big problem. Rifts were sometimes maintained for their useful resources and for training young practitioners. However, you would be able to leave whenever it got too dangerous. I don't think that is going to be an option for me. Me and my stupid curiosity. I could have walked away without investigating, but no, I wanted to see what the ominous blue light was. Julius mentally berated himself. Julius didn't even know the tier or details of the rift. The Adventurers Guild had a standardized procedure to analyze rifts to see what tier they were and how dangerous amongst that tier they estimated it. For all he knew, this was a Tier 5 A-rank rift. Unlikely, but still, Julius had no idea. On the bright side, he hasn't been attacked by any monsters yet, and he couldn't sense any in his immediate vicinity. Nevertheless, it was still a very dangerous situation he found himself in. He needed to create some sort of plan, or at least prioritize something like gathering as much information as he could before he got himself into any confrontations. If this rift was anything Tier 2 or above, which it most likely was, Julius would need to use everything he had at his disposal. First, he took a look at his status to get an idea of his own condition. Name, Julius von Hyperius. Tier 1. Skills. Spatial Perception LVL 18, Rare. Savage Dance LVL 1, Rare. Thermal Compression LVL 3, Uncommon. Firebolt LVL 2, Uncommon. Kinetic Release LVL 4. Heal LVL 1. Julius was happy with his current skills, especially considering he was still Tier 1. However, he wanted to create a defensive skill on top of improving his healing skill. One would help him avoid taking damage, and the other would help him recover from damage. He was already expecting that he would be in this rift for a good while. As such, having these types of skills would save his life at several moments. He already had some ideas for both of them. For the defensive skill, he had thought that instead of releasing kinetic energy, he would absorb it. He would effectively nullify the impact of an attack from an opponent. That being said, he didn't think that would cancel out elemental effects such as heat. Wait, or could I? Fire, or rather heat, is created by the intense movement of the molecules. So when I burn something, I should be hypothetically generating kinetic energy from the movement of the molecules. That could mean by removing kinetic energy, I could remove heat, Julius realized after thinking about it. That was important because while Julius could control fire that occurred naturally as well as he did with natural kinetic energy, controlling fire created by another person was much more difficult. The addition of willpower came into play, and taking control of someone else's fire would require him to subvert their will before he could steal their flames. However, if he was able to steal or absorb the kinetic energy of the fire itself, that might work. It was an interesting theory that he would have to try when he met another fire user in the future. Moreover, a present application he could use this idea for would be to add kinetic energy to Firebolt. If he increased the movement of the molecules of the fire, theoretically, it should increase the heat being produced. Julius was already condensing it, but what would happen if he made the fire itself hotter? Would it be an additive effect or a multiplicative effect? He knew he shouldn't be this excited and should be more worried about what his plans were, instead of theorizing about skills considering his dire circumstances. But he truly loved magic, and once ideas like this started, he couldn't stop them or himself. He became obsessed, and there wasn't anything else that mattered in these moments. It was like all his worries disappeared for a little bit. Chapter 19, Angry Troll. Julius was still sitting in the same spot that he arrived at. Presently, he was holding a firebolt over his palm and was slowly adding more kinetic energy to the flame. He was also trying to spin it as fast as he could, gaining more momentum that he could use to further empower the firebolt. The skill already provided the projectile with a soft rotation when it was shot, but it was not enough to generate the amount of kinetic energy he needed. He didn't know how long he sat there. All that mattered was trying out his new idea. He wasn't completely reckless, though. He was still checking his surroundings with spatial perception. However, the majority of his concentration was being used to experiment with this potentially useful application of kinetic energy and fire. Julius knew he was originally trying to think of a defensive skill, but his mind always gravitated to offensive techniques. In his mind, the best defense is a good offense. He hadn't quite figured out how to use kinetic energy to make his flames hotter, but he felt he was on the right track. He even got some skill levels already for his experimentation. Firebolt LVL 2-LVL 3. Kinetic Release LVL 4-LVL 5. He believed that this was a sign that he was on the right track. At the edge of his senses, he felt something approaching. It was a very large humanoid creature, probably one of the rift's residents if he had a guess. It was slowly heading in his direction and seemed like it knew exactly where Julius was, even though he was slightly hidden by the tall grass. Getting to his feet, Julius got ready for a fight. His firebolt was still hovering over his palm, waiting to be released at the target. Normally, Julius would have had second thoughts, attacking a humanoid without saying a word to them, but a monster inside of a rift was a different story. He was going to have to shoot first and ask questions later. The monster got closer, and Julius could make out some of its details more clearly. It was a massive creature with stone-gray skin and chiseled muscles he could make out from here. It was probably standing over 7 feet tall and resembled what he imagined an orc would look like. Compared to his 5.5-foot frame, it was quite intimidating. Julius had not seen any orcs in this world yet, but this one looked like what he would expect from one. Not waiting for it to get any closer, he released the condensed firebolt, and it was sent screaming toward the monster. The attack came as a total surprise and smashed into its chest, detonating with a loud boom. It staggered the monster and left a large burn across its torso, but the creature otherwise appeared fine. Julius had sent that attack out as a tester to compare it to the wolf he fought last night. So far, he determined that this monster was much more resilient than the wolf, but also was slower. It was still over 50 paces away, and he couldn't quite determine its aura from this distance. But it was at least at the level of strength as the wolf, and most likely stronger based on the initial confrontation. Then, to his astonishment, the wound on its chest was visibly going away even from far away. In mere seconds, the injury was nowhere to be seen. There was another creature from his world stories that matched this monster's description: trolls. Trolls were similar to orcs, except they were known for their ridiculous ability to heal themselves. This thing's physical resilience and regeneration might put it at a tier 3. Julius anxiously thought. He would be able to tell for sure once it got closer, but Julius had no plans on letting this thing any closer to him. The troll, now fully healed, roared, shaking Julius's eardrums and sprinting directly at him. It does not seem happy, he thought as the enraged monster stampeded at him. He activated his new skill, Savage Dance, and his worldview narrowed to a fine edge. It was like his entire being was honed to a sharp blade, and the only thought in his mind was destroying this monster. He immediately created another, Firebolt, but this time he crammed as much kinetic energy into it, changing its color to a violet hue, and then once it was ready, he sent it with as much speed as he could. This time, the projectile actually screamed with a piercing whistle as it shot toward the troll. It hit the troll with immense force that blasted it off of its feet, leaving a gaping hole in its chest. However, that wasn't enough to put it down, it seemed. Julius started to create another kinetically enhanced firebolt as quickly as he could. Unfortunately, by the time he finished it, the troll was back on its feet, looking angrier than ever, its red eyes displaying its rage. The chest wound was deeper than the last, but it was still rapidly healing. Julius sent out his attack as soon as it was ready, but the troll stuck out its hand to block it. The resulting explosion mangled the thing's arm. Pieces of bone and flesh flayed out in every direction. Despite this, the troll was not knocked off its feet and charged Julius with its crippled arm visibly healing at its side. At this distance, Julius could tell it was definitely tier 3. 2 whole tiers above himself. The troll reached within arm's length soon after. It swung at Julius's head with surprising speed for something that size, and he just managed to duck beneath it, blasting himself away with a kinetic burst. Savage Dance was keeping him deadly calm in this chaos, and was informing Julius of the most vulnerable spots on the troll. It was highlighting the troll's head and its feet. The head was self-explanatory, but the feet were odd. The skill wanted Julius to target the feet so that it was unable to move properly, giving him time to charge a strike to damage it as much as he could. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. The troll's strength was immense. He could feel the vibrations whenever its arm passed by him, and, as he said, it was deceptively fast. Fortunately, it fought like an animal. There was no technique to its attacks. It was straight, uncontrolled violence, and that made it easier to avoid its strikes. Julius would occasionally land a kinetic strike, which did nothing except disrupt its momentum. But his main focus, other than dodging, was creating another kinetically enhanced firebolt. It was the most powerful attack he could create. Creating the plain firebolt was quick. It was condensing it while also adding kinetic energy that took time. This was why skills were so vital. A skill that did all these things would have been able to simultaneously combine all these separate aspects into a single moment. Whereas Julius had to do it manually, much more slowly. After a few more dodges, he tried to get as much distance between himself and the troll as he could, sending a lot of mana into his legs to dash behind it. Then he sent the firebolt at the troll's left leg. It managed to hit it dead on the mark and butchered the troll's entire leg from the knee down. The troll, missing its leg, collapsed to the ground. Then Julius, creating another enhanced firebolt, jumped toward it. He proceeded to land a kick right on the downed troll's head, loading it with a large amount of kinetic force. The kick snapped the troll's head back, but it also managed to bring its arm around and nick Julius with its arm. Although it barely hit him, he was sent flying backward. He miraculously managed to keep his construct intact, but his shoulder was definitely broken. Savage Dance allowed him to maintain focus and numb the pain he should be feeling to a dull throb, but it still hurt. If he had been hit directly, there was a chance that he would have had his chest crushed. Julius got up and saw that the troll's leg was healing, but it seemed like healing bone took more time than just flesh. Therefore, it was still on the ground, roaring in pain, not even paying attention to Julius anymore. His enhanced firebolt was ready, and he swiftly sent it at the back of the troll's skull. The violet-colored attack ruptured an entire third of the monster's head, creating a massive spray of blood and brains. To his horror, the troll was unmoving, but he could see attempts to heal its brain. Small bits of flesh were connecting via its regeneration skill. Julius promptly charged right where it was lying down. He started to throw strike after strike at the exposed flesh, try to put down this monster for good. However, no matter what he did, it was continuing to regenerate. Whatever skill it had must have been a higher rarity. Getting an idea, he continued to hit it and investigated how mana was interacting with this thing's flesh. He was trying to see how its skill worked and if he could maybe replicate some of its abilities. He had heal himself, but there was a large difference between his healing skill and this thing's. The sheer speed of its regeneration was impressive, but its mana efficiency was also incredible. Julius could have probably killed it with a couple more enhanced firebolts, but he didn't want to give up this opportunity. So he continued to damage it enough so that it wouldn't gain consciousness, but also not too much where he might kill it. Julius was very aware of the moral quandary he was committing. If it wasn't that this monster had just tried to kill him, and that it was unconscious throughout the entire time, he would have stopped. But if he could learn something from this monster's skill, he might come out of this rift alive. There were undoubtedly more of these trolls roaming around, and who knows what else. There might even be something stronger than this monster around. And so Julius stayed there for a long time, just keeping it in a coma while learning about its skill. After some time, he figured out something. The troll's skill was much more aggressive than Julius's own. For his own skill, he concentrated on handling the mana delicately and with gentleness. The troll's skill was practically the opposite. It was violently twisting and rotating mana in a loop around the injury. It was fast, and it somehow wasted practically no mana. It was completely wrong according to his earlier thoughts about how life mana worked. But it seemed that Julius still had much to learn about his own mana. Feeling like he finally understood enough of the technique, Julius put the troll to rest. He unleashed a powerful violet firebolt at the monster's face, and he felt its mana stop pumping into its skill. The troll was finally dead, hopefully. He kept an eye on it for a few minutes just to make sure. Once he was absolutely convinced, he let out a breath and felt Savage Dance deactivate. The skill's effect started to wear off, and he began to feel some of the emotions that were blocked rise up to the surface. At first, he felt relief that he survived a fight against an opponent 2 tiers above him, but then he felt guilt at his actions afterward. At the time, when the skill was running, he was able to rationally understand why it was the correct choice. Despite that, he still felt like he was cruelly experimenting on the creature for a gain of power. The skill was undoubtedly one of the strongest skills he currently had. It was able to hone his focus to a razor's edge in a fight, control his body with uncanny precision, allow him to effectively break down his opponent's weaknesses, and exponentially increase his proficiency with his skills when he was in combat. However, it seemed that he became a tad detached from reality and his humanity. It was a double-edged sword, and something he was going to have to think twice about in the future. With that being said, Julius took a deep calming breath to center himself. He managed to accrue some improvement to his skills during that fight as well. Firebolt LVL 3-LVL 5. Thermal Compression LVL 3-LVL 4. Savage Dance LVL 1-LVL 2. Kinetic Release LVL 5-LVL 8. Firebolt had increased by 2 levels, Savage Dance by 1, and Kinetic Release by a surprising 3 levels. However, these improvements made sense. He was using his skills in challenging ways while in life-threatening scenarios. It was why fighting monsters was the quickest way to advance one's skills. A small shift had Julius groaning in pain. There had been so much going on that he completely forgot about his broken shoulder. Savage Dance had been dulling the pain from the injury, but now was slightly painful. It didn't hurt that much. It was more like he couldn't feel his entire arm, and it only hurt when he moved it. Still, this was a perfect time to try healing it using the methods he learned from the troll's skill. Chapter 20, His Friends. The main thing Julius noticed about the difference between his and the troll's skill was that his was flat in comparison, as if there was no dimension to it. His was like a line on a piece of paper, while his opponent's was like an intricate woven rope. When he noticed it, he was surprised that he hadn't come up with a similar idea. Weaving strands together would be similar to what he does with compressing mana, but doing it in a slightly different way. It was something that he could probably apply to all his mana manipulation uses, especially his fire mana and maybe his kinetic mana, but kinetic energy worked a bit differently than fire and life mana, so it was hard to predict. Julius began to condense several strands of life mana around his shoulder. Then he started to weave them together like he would a braid. Immediately, he could feel the strands latching together, creating a strong bond and giving off a stronger aura. His heal skill was different from the troll's skill, in that it tried to infuse his body with mana, gently suffusing each nook and cranny of the injury with life mana. The new method Julius was going to try would be similar to strangling his injury with a rope of life mana. He was going to wrap it around the injury, creating a noose and tightening it. It was much more aggressive than what he expected out of a healing skill, but it definitely worked for the troll, so he was open-minded to trying it. If it didn't work, then he wouldn't lose anything but some time and energy. After a little while, it still hadn't accomplished anything. The rope of life mana was still squeezing his shoulder, but it wasn't healing it. However, he belatedly realized that his intent was still the same as when he used heal. He had already recognized that this new healing technique was more brutal and domineering, but he was still trying to gently caress it to work. Julius needed to become more ruthless and commanding if he wanted it to work. He no longer allowed his mana the option to not do exactly what he told it. It would listen to him. He didn't give it another choice. Suddenly, there was a swift reaction from his shoulder. It began to hurt, even more than when he broke it. However, he could also see his flesh and bones weaving together at a rapid pace. It was still slower than the trolls, but it was very mana efficient. The more aggressive nature of the technique allows for faster and more efficient healing, but in return, I experience more pain. This is probably because I am not gently infusing life mana anymore. That said, I will gladly take that trade-off. Julius observed. Julius would estimate this new technique was around 5 or 10 times faster than heal. It also would seem he received a new skill for his actions. Would you like to learn the skill, Regeneration? Congratulations, skill, Regeneration acquired. Synergy detected. Would you like to evolve Regeneration and heal into a single skill? Congratulations, skill, Restoration, uncommon, acquired. It wasn't entirely unexpected, but it was still a nice upgrade to his skills. Julius tried out this new skill right away. Activating Restoration, his shoulder, which was almost already healed, finished healing in a second. Then, some of the soreness that he was feeling after the fight was also healed. It seemed like Restoration was able to deal with his fatigue just as well as his wounds. He assumed that it would become more handy once he was fighting multiple opponents over a long duration. So far, most of his fights have been relatively short. Finally, he felt like he was a little less vulnerable. His defense was still non-existent, and he had to find a way to remedy that, but having a much better healing skill would be crucial to improving his survivability. Julius found himself walking again. He had always imagined a day when he would be adventuring and fighting monsters, but he didn't realize how much walking was involved. Nevertheless, it did give him time to practice some of his skills. He was still attempting to create hotter flames by adding kinetic energy to the reaction, but improvements were slow. He also still wanted to create some sort of defensive technique. The idea of absorbing kinetic energy from an attack was still on top of his list, but so far he hadn't been successful. It was weird because he was able to absorb kinetic energy from the environment already. He would have expected to be offered some sort of kinetic absorption skill by now. However, it might only become available after he raised kinetic release to level 10. Kinetic release LVL 8-LVL 9. Speak of the devil. As if it could hear Julius's thoughts, kinetic release leveled up to level 9, just a single level away from ranking it up. Up ahead, he could finally see the large mountains looming in the distance. They were the only landmark miles around, and the reason he chose to walk in this direction. Rifts varied in size quite a bit. However, the rule of thumb was that the higher the tier, the larger the rift. And it certainly seemed like this rift was quite expansive. Luckily, it seemed like there was some natural wildlife spread around the plains, so he wouldn't go starving. But he hadn't found any water yet and had hopes that the mountains in the distance had some. When he approached the base of the large mountain, he spotted a small group of trolls patrolling the area. He instantly lowered himself down into the tall grass and observed them. There were 4 trolls walking side by side, coming down from the mountainside. Unlike the one he fought, these ones had some clothing and weapons on them. It looks like the troll from earlier had some friends, Julius commented to himself. The clothes at a glance seemed like they were made out of some plant-based materials, rustic and tribal looking. Their weapons were massive gray clubs that resembled stone, but the largest of them had a dull silver axe strung over its back. If he had to guess, he would think that this one was the leader of them. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Julius had no intention of fighting them. One of them was already hard enough. Taking 4 of them on would be suicide. He should just allow them to walk on by and make his way up the mountain in the meantime. Except there was something inside Julius that wasn't allowing him to back away. As much as he wanted to ignore the group, something within him was fervently disagreeing with him. It wanted him to take on all 4 of them. Julius didn't understand. Why was he so set on trying to get into a fight with them? Was it pride? Or was it stupidity? Maybe if they didn't have such extreme regeneration abilities, he would have a chance. It's because I need to do it, Julius realized. He couldn't fool himself. There were most likely even larger groups of trolls ahead, and he couldn't afford to not use every opportunity to get stronger. If he couldn't kill these 4, how could he expect to kill the rest? He needed to be able to clear this rift if he wanted to escape. That meant he would need to kill these monsters regardless. Sighing to himself in resignation, Julius's gaze narrowed, and he started to create an enhanced firebolt. He needed to take out at least 1 troll in the first attack. He felt like he could handle 2 of them if they were as strong as the other troll. It would be difficult, but possible. If he was able to kill 1 in the initial volley, then kill 1 more before they reached him, he might have a chance to take care of the other 2. This might be the most idiotic thing I have done in either life, Julius chuckled to himself. But he needed to get as strong as he could, and he couldn't achieve this by playing it safe. He needed to take risks and put his life on the line. Otherwise, he would be too weak to face future challenges. Julius didn't just create 1 enhanced firebolt, but began forming another one after he finished the first. It was strenuous work, controlling 2 volatile projectiles. His mind was quickly becoming exhausted, and he activated Restoration to heal his fatigue. The new skill was able to be activated with barely a thought, and soon was releasing a refreshing burst of mana into his head, alleviating some of the stress. Holding 2 enhanced firebolts, Julius quickly approached the 4 trolls as quietly as he could. Once he got into a comfortable shooting position, he patiently stalked them for only a bit. He was waiting until the one in the back stopped moving so much. Julius wanted to go for the leader, but it was walking up front, and its back and flank were covered by the others. This meant he had to go for the one in the back. Readying both attacks, he waited for the right moment, struggling to maintain control of the constructs. Savage Dance was humming in the background, zeroing in his focus. Now, the moment the troll in the back stopped to scratch its head, Julius released both bolts right at the troll's head. The troll did not stand a chance. A sharp whistle resounded through the empty plains. The first bolt gouged a huge chunk out of its head, and the second one completely vaporized the rest in a fine red mist in an instant. Even its regeneration skill wouldn't be able to save it. The other 3 stopped in place, confused about what had just happened to their partner. Its headless corpse was lying at their feet. They didn't seem to sense where the attack came from, and that gave time for Julius to ready another barrage. He could see them sniffing the air, trying to figure out where Julius was. But after another few moments, he had another set of enhanced firebolts up and ready. Each of them had taken a large chunk of mana, but Julius should have enough to finish the rest off. He waited until they were all turned in the wrong direction and launched the bolts at the closest troll. The first one he aimed at the chest since they were moving around. He didn't want to risk missing entirely. However, he aimed the second one at the troll's head, hoping that the first one would stun it, thus allowing the second bolt to hit flush. The first strike did stun it like Julius expected, but the second didn't quite hit the monster's skull. It hit at the base of the thing's throat, leaving a gaping hole and blood flowing out like a river. It wasn't down for the count. Although it had fallen to its side, Julius could see the wound on its chest and throat healing over. Shit. The remaining 2, one of them being the leader, found Julius and charged right at his location. He didn't run away from them. Nope. Instead, he met them head on. Pumping too much kinetic energy through his legs, he dashed straight at them. The kinetic energy ripped apart his muscles, as his body was unable to take that much power. However, thanks to Restoration, he was already healing the damage. Julius was healing his legs just as fast as he was tearing them apart. As he got closer, the leader was in front with its axe unleashed from its back. This thing was much larger than the other troll he fought earlier and the one who was sprinting behind it. It was probably around 8 to 9 feet tall, and it was much more muscular. Once Julius and the leader got within reach of each other, the troll appeared to manipulate mana into its body. Savage Dance was instinctively letting Julius know that this monster was enhancing its body. Glowing a dim red light, the troll leader swung its axe downwards in a flash. Holy shit, that is fast! Julius was shocked. Even though he already expected the attack, it almost split him into two. He barely evaded it with a step to the side and proceeded to continue sprinting at the other troll. The other troll took a side swing at Julius with its stone club, and Julius had to dive to the ground. After his roll, he was behind the troll, and instead of attacking it, he got up and ran towards the troll he had downed. Its friends had completely abandoned it in the confusion and was just now stumbling its way back to its feet. Before it could fully recover, Julius jumped and launched a fully powered kinetic knee strike at the troll's head. Then, he released the enhanced firebolt. He was preparing at the monster's face point blank. The detonation obliterated the troll's head. However, the close distance of the explosion left painful burns and tears over Julius's body. Savage Dance saved his life again and threw him away from a decapitating strike from an axe while he was distracted. However, the other troll was already on top of him and landed a kick during his roll, punting him over a dozen feet and crushing multiple bones in his body. Restoration was running at full power, trying to heal some of his ruptured organs. He somehow managed to get back to his feet before the remaining two made their way over. However, the entire time he was cursing at himself. What kind of arrogant moron thought taking all four on was a good idea? Oh, yummy. He didn't have much time to express his annoyance at himself. He was too busy trying to survive the attacks from two very enraged trolls. He quickly sent out a barrage of firebolts as fast as he could. Though he could release normal ones very rapidly, they did not have the punch his enhanced ones did. The standard firebolts were enough to stop their charge momentarily more out of surprise than anything. But even when they landed on their faces, it only took out a small chunk of flesh, which was almost instantaneously healed. They took a moment to stop and look at Julius with murderous gazes. Yep, just ended up pissing them off more, Julius chuckled nervously. Chapter 21. Pushing his limits. Julius tried to gain distance between them, but they closed the gap instantly. He was trying to survive as long as he could, so that Restoration could heal his most critical injuries, but the trolls didn't give him any space. They brutally attacked Julius with rage-filled swings, leaving him desperately dodging for his life. His movements were sloppy due to his injuries and took a couple of clips on his arms that fractured more bones. It was only due to his skill that he hadn't taken another direct hit. All the while, Julius was creating an enhanced firebolt, compressing as much mana as he could into it. He couldn't create a second one, not while he was healing and using kinetic mana to evade. But he needed to kill or disable one of them with a single strike. It was the only way. Julius needed to use kinetic energy to increase the intensity of firebolt. He had been practicing relentlessly ever since he had the idea, but he hadn't succeeded a single time. If there was ever a time, it was now, because if he didn't, he would soon be crushed into a nice paste. As he dodged, Julius focused everything on generating even more kinetic energy into the flame. He envisioned it bursting with a brilliant intensity. He could feel something shift. Not hesitating, he threw every ounce of will into it. Julius unleashed a primal roar of pure desperation and pushed the final key in place. Something snapped into place, and the entire construct underwent a qualitative change. It twisted into itself and then expanded to become much thicker and longer. It now resembled a baseball bat in size and form. This firebolt was much different than the enhanced version. Instead of a violet hue, it was a pale, icy blue bolt of mana and released a terrifying pressure of its own. Then, using the momentum of an incoming swing, along with a shit ton of mana, he blasted himself as far away as he could. Managing to give himself a good amount of distance, Julius sent the enhanced firebolt at the larger troll. He could feel its weight pressing down on him as it shot toward the troll. It reached the troll so fast that he could barely track it. One moment it was hovering over his shoulder, and the next it was surging across the plains in a blue line. The icy blue firebolt tore straight through the troll's head, leaving a perfect 1-foot hole where its eyes and mouth were. The bolt continued flying even after it went through its target, detonating against the mountain in the distance, leveling the mountainside in a violent explosion, creating a shockwave you could see from far away. It was so astonishing that even the other troll had paused and looked toward the destruction Julius had caused. It looked at its leader's corpse and then at the mountain, and then shifted its attention to Julius with wide eyes. The anger in its eyes had faded. Now, there was only fear present in its gaze. It didn't even try to fight anymore. It just turned away and ran. It took Julius some time to comprehend what had just happened, but he got his bearings back before the troll could make it very far. He created another compound, firebolt, this time with much less mana, and sent it screaming towards the retreating troll's back. This one didn't tear through his target, but it detonated on impact, annihilating half of the thing's back in a single attack. It fell toward the grass, twitching in jerky motions. It still wasn't dead. Its ridiculous skill was keeping it alive and trying to heal it. These things were truly cockroaches. They don't even die with half of their body blown apart. It was insane. However, he did not let it suffer for too much longer and put a firebolt in the thing's head. Julius had barely any mana left, and most of it was life mana, which was still trying to heal him back to health. He dropped to his knees, the pain and exhaustion finally catching up to him now that it was over. Restoration had almost healed him, with just some minor fractures and fatigue remaining. Thus, he just laid down for a moment and waited for it to finish up. The new technique he created at the end still shocked Julius. He knew it would increase its power, but he didn't expect it to increase by that much. When he had been practicing, he had been trying to feed kinetic energy to the flames. In the end, he realized that wasn't the correct line of thinking. Julius was already condensing a lot of kinetic energy and fire mana when he made an enhanced firebolt, but he never thought of them feeding off each other. Typically, they would interact separately. One was hot, and the other had force. However, he figured out how to blend them so that they each amplified one another. It was more effective than he could hope for. However, the amount of mana it took for the firebolt that took the leader out cost over a quarter of his fire and kinetic mana. It wasn't something he could use that often in a fight, but its firepower spoke for itself. Out of nowhere, his stomach started to grumble, making its displeasure known. Julius also noticed how thirsty he was. He almost forgot that his main reason for going to the mountain was to find a water source. For the first time, he was envious of those with a water affinity. However, he didn't waste any time. He got up to his feet, and before he made his way to the mountain, he went over to the bodies of the trolls. Rummaging through their chests, Julius found several cores with life affinities. If you stumble upon this tale on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. He didn't know what he would do with them yet, but they might come in handy later on. While he was walking, he took a look at the massive mountain range in front of him. It was hard to estimate how tall it was, but there were many crevices, overhangs, and trees littered all across its surface. Now that he was closer, he could tell there were many towering peaks dusted with snow that were separated by large canyons. It almost felt a bit unnatural the way the rock formation was structured. As Julius was walking toward it, he checked his notifications. Firebolt LVL 5-LVL 9. Thermal Compression LVL 4-LVL 7. Savage Dance LVL 2-LVL 4. Kinetic Release LVL 9-LVL 10. It might have been one of the largest increases he had seen yet. Though that made sense, it was the most dangerous situation he had been in. Fighting 4 opponents 2 tiers above him increased his skill gains by quite a bit. The attack at the mansion didn't really count. Julius had been constantly protected by Lucas and Edwin. Lucas and Edwin. Julius's mind wandered to them. It hadn't been long, only 2 days, but it had already seemed like more time had passed. Julius was so busy trying to stay alive that he didn't have all that much time to worry about them. Almost getting eaten by monsters 3 times in less than 2 days would do that. On a bright note, it seemed like kinetic release had finally leveled up to level 10. He was heavily anticipating what kind of options he would have. Skill Kinetic Release has reached level 10. Would you like to evolve Kinetic Release? Skill Kinetic Release is evolving possible advancements: Kinetic Burst, Kinetic Trap, Kinetic Distribution, and Kinetic Reinforcement. Julius had 4 options available. All of them sound very useful and interesting. Kinetic Burst was most likely the direct upgrade. Kinetic Trap sounded interesting. It was probably offered because of the way he used clumps of kinetic mana to ambush the wolf. It would be good skill for setting up traps and ambushes, which has been Julius's main style so far. But it wasn't what he wanted to become in the future. He was forced to rely on these tactics because he was of a lower tier than his opponents, but it didn't fit into the style he envisioned for himself. Kinetic Distribution appeared to be what he had been expecting. It sounded like it added absorption to the skill, which could help with many applications. Kinetic Reinforcement was the one that appealed most to him. Right now, Julius was like a glass cannon. He could put out a lot of damage with enough time, but his physical abilities were far behind. Kinetic Reinforcement would balance him out nicely. With that being said, would being a balanced fighter keep him alive? If he was honest, the only reason he was alive was because of his offensive prowess. If his attacks were any less powerful, the trolls would have tanked his assault and healed without stopping. Julius would not have been able to kill even the first troll if his firebolt was too weak. It came down to the decision of whether to improve what he was good at or to address some of his weaknesses. Kinetic Reinforcement sounded different than how Julius was using kinetic energy. Currently, he would send bursts of kinetic mana to his limbs to either increase his speed or deliver a kinetic strike to his opponents. However, he didn't reinforce his body at all. It was constantly getting ripped apart by his violent applications of kinetic mana. With the sheer quality and quantity of his mana, he could be pumping much more kinetic energy through his body, but it was too weak to handle it. He would burst like a bubble if he tried to use any more. It was only due to restoration that he was able to use kinetic energy in his legs earlier with so much force. Even then, he could feel his muscles being broken down and his skeleton cracking from the pressure. When it came down to it, he felt like he could reproduce the effects of kinetic distribution without the skill. He had already been using the absorption aspect without a skill, but how much would losing the release aspect affect his constructs? On the other hand, he didn't feel as confident replicating the reinforcement ability. It was a difficult choice, and he contemplated it while he was hiking his way up the mountain. He didn't spot any more trolls, but he realized that the mountain wasn't as simple as he thought. Several trails led further up the mountain, but there were also several paths that led deeper into the heart of the mountain. He was expecting the trolls to come from one of the paths, and that there was a population somewhere either further up or deeper in. It was impossible to know from where he was, but Julius expected a mountain like this to have some sort of runoff. It might be on the other side of the range, but he was also worried that was where the trolls or other monsters would settle near. Most species needed a consistent source of water, but right now Julius wanted to avoid any more trolls or monsters for the day. So instead of walking around the mountain to find a lake or other water source, he was hoping to find a small stream that ran down the cliffs. He took a path that took him deeper down into a ravine-like structure and hoped it led to some water. The walls of the ravine were quite wide and blocked out much of the sun, making it feel cold and moist. However, he had spatial perception on and was keeping an eye out for any creatures or signs of water. After only several minutes, he sensed moving water just up ahead. It was flowing down from a ravine's walls and gathering in a pool of water at the base. Julius didn't sense anything other than some small animals, and immediately dashed for the water, giving it a small test before gulping down mouthful after mouthful of the delicious, icy cold water. Once he was satiated, he took a break on a small rocky shelf and just laid down. It had been a long day, and he still needed to choose which skill he was going with. Chapter 22. Physical Transformation. His gut was telling him to go with kinetic reinforcement. He didn't like that he was relying on his instincts to guide his skill choices so far, but they hadn't led him astray so far. Congratulations, skill kinetic reinforcement. Uncommon. Acquired. Biting the bullet, he chose kinetic reinforcement. Typically, when he learned a skill, the details of how to use it were ingrained into him. It made activation much quicker and easier. However, it seemed like kinetic reinforcement was not like normal skills. Julius had expected to learn how to apply kinetic mana to strengthen his body, but not this. It started as a warm flow of kinetic energy suffusing his body. It felt good. For about a few seconds at least. Then it felt like fire ants were crawling up and down his body. It didn't hurt at first, just more uncomfortable than anything else. However, it soon felt like the ants started to eat him from the inside out. Molten lava was ripping through his veins, and his entire skeletal structure felt like it was being broken down and rebuilt from the ground up. Julius tried his best not to scream out loud, but it was too much. He shoved his bloodied and dirty shirt into his mouth to muffle his cries. To any observer, it would look like Julius was having an exorcism being performed on him. His back was contorted and arching backward as he clawed the rock, writhing in pain. He tried to use restoration, but the pain magnified even more and quickly stopped. It was by far the worst pain he had experienced. His entire being was broken down and reconstructed before his very eyes. Despite that, Julius could feel his body becoming stronger, more flexible, and more dense. What was interesting was during that slight moment when he activated restoration, he could feel his body respond to it. The pain increased, yes, but the process accelerated and used the energy being supplied by restoration to make further improvements to his body. It swiftly returned to its prior pace, but Julius got the impression that kinetic reinforcement wanted more life mana. As if once it got a taste of it, it wanted more. He froze and began contemplating. He knew that this might be a pivotal point in his advancement. Would he continue to go with the standard process, or would he take a gamble? He had no evidence to think that using restoration would provide him with superior results. However, he didn't know it would for sure cause him significantly more pain. Julius didn't even hesitate. In this world, power meant freedom. It became clear to Julius that he needed to become more powerful if he ever wanted to have a say. A moment of pain for even a small possibility of a lifetime of freedom. It was an easy choice. He immediately activated restoration, feeding kinetic reinforcement with as much life mana as he could. He was not the most talented. His affinities said as much. Most of his accomplishments were because of his previous memories. He knew that there were some options for gaining power that he could never have access to. But pain? If all it cost was a bit of physical pain, then he wasn't willing to back down. Physical pain was nothing compared to the emotional torment of being too weak to save your loved ones. It was an opportunity he wasn't willing to pass him by. So he gritted his teeth and let the pain in, welcoming it with open arms. The pain twisted throughout his body, mana molding it to its desires. Restoration was aiding it, providing it with additional life mana to infuse into his flesh and bones. After what seemed like an eternity, the pain started to subside and dial back. It was still there, but compared to before was bliss. Julius just laid there, not able to move a single finger. It was like he had just gotten run over by a cement paver. His only movements were slight twitches and spasms from the lingering pain. He couldn't do anything but lay on his back, panting in exertion, feeling immeasurable tiredness. The soreness on top of the exhaustion from the day's events pushed him over the edge and lulled Julius to sleep. When he woke up, he was still sore, but could at least move. He thought about activating restoration, but the memory of the increased pain held him off. He hypothesized that restoration would have positive benefits to whatever was being done by kinetic reinforcement, but he didn't know for certainty. It was a calculated risk he was willing to make. Steeling himself, he activated restoration. The wave of life mana instantly shot through him. He could feel much of the soreness start to dissipate, until all that was left was an uncomfortable itch under his skin. It was like wearing itchy underwear that was 3 sizes too small, but around his entire body. Suddenly, the smell hit him, akin to rotten eggs and moldy cheese. It was all around him, suffocating him in its foul odor. Grabbing his nose to squeeze it shut, he felt something on his hands and face. He discovered that his skin was covered in a transparent film of black tar. It coated him from head to toe. It was definitely where the smell was coming from, and it was absolutely rank. He climbed down from the shelf and made his way toward the small pool of water below. Julius tried to remove the disgusting muck attached to his skin, but it wasn't coming off easily. The water helped a bit, but after a couple of minutes, scrubbing it off with his fingers wasn't working. He didn't have anything to scrub himself, so he decided to use a flat rock he found lying around. I mean, it's kind of like a pumice, if I think about it, Julius thought to himself. Julius viciously scoured his skin with his rock, making sure there wasn't anything left on it. The pool was already becoming black, contaminated by the tar-like substance. It took almost half an hour until he was completely clean, or at least as clean as he was going to get without a proper shower. The biggest problem was his clothes. His pants were soaked in the substance, and even after scrubbing them for a good while, they still smelled like the back alley of a nightclub. He ditched his shirt. He could go without a shirt, but he didn't want to go completely native, so he bore with it and put his nasty pants back on, praying he didn't catch any unfortunate disease on his private parts. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Now that he was clean, he noticed how different he felt. His skin was much stronger and more pliable than it was before. When he was scrubbing, he noted how aggressively he was able to exfoliate his skin without tearing or bruising it. He barely felt the rock on his skin, even though he was going to town on it. He also felt more dense, like his bones became steel rods, but at the same time, he never felt so light in his life. It seemed like kinetic reinforcement had lived up to its name. He wanted to check out his status to see if the changes he felt were reflected in it. Surprisingly, there were a lot of notifications that he missed. Restoration LVL 3-LVL 6. Kinetic reinforcement LVL 1-LVL 5. Julius was shocked. Kinetic reinforcement had gained 4 levels, although he just got the skill. He hadn't even used the skill yet, and it was a third of the way until the next rank up. Restoration had also gained 3 levels. It appeared that using restoration in conjunction with kinetic reinforcement had done wonders for both skills. He also felt like there were other benefits from pushing himself that weren't represented in his status. Through the intense pain, Julius could distinctly feel life mana augmenting the process as well. He believed that after some experimentation, he would find out if it was worth it. He was praying that the pain was worth it. Name: Julius von Hyperius. Tier 1. Skills: Spatial Perception LVL 18, Rare. Savage Dance LVL 4, Rare. Thermal Compression LVL 7, Uncommon. Firebolt LVL 9, Uncommon. Restoration LVL 6, Uncommon. Kinetic Reinforcement LVL 5, Uncommon. His status was looking pretty nice. He had a total of 6 skills and had 4 more open spots for additional ones. He still wanted a defensive skill, like a barrier or shield. However, kinetic reinforcement gave him confidence in taking more damage, even though he hadn't tested it out yet. Furthermore, he was seriously considering a movement-based skill. In the fight with the trolls, Julius would have seriously benefited by being able to disengage from his opponents. Blasting himself back with kinetic energy worked, but it was very inefficient. First, he couldn't dictate exactly where he would land, and second, his body couldn't handle such violent uses of kinetic mana. However, now that he was thinking about it, kinetic reinforcement would most likely take care of the latter problem. Wanting to test it out, Julius walked from the pond to an open spot a couple dozen feet away. He started slow and gently fed a bit of mana into his legs. Except that instead of the slow steam of mana, his body sucked it up like a sand in the desert. He ended up putting way more in than he expected, but to his surprise, it felt fine. At this amount, it was similar to how much he was putting into his legs while fighting the trolls. Before, Julius needed to feed restoration into his legs to counteract the damage the kinetic energy was doing to them. Now, it wasn't tearing his muscles apart or putting an extreme load on his bones. It felt like his legs were humming with energy that was just waiting to be let loose, as if someone has hooked up a car battery to his feet. He took a quick dash forward, releasing the pin-up kinetic energy. Julius noticed that he wasn't able to control the release of kinetic energy as well. However, that was to be expected, considering he no longer had kinetic release. With that being said, his legs felt fine afterward. He could probably repeat the same technique over and over now until he ran out of mana. Previously, his legs could only handle his burst step after restoration healed them enough, which took a few seconds of healing. Currently, his body felt like it could take much more mana and was reacting to it much more fluidly. There had always been a small delay when he used this technique, but it was instantaneous now. Despite the noticeable drop in his control over the release, he was quite happy with the results. It reminded him why he chose to forego mana manipulation. It would be better in the long run if he didn't rely on a skill for something that was integral to kinetic energy control. Julius usually forgot that he didn't have mana manipulation, but to be honest, he was thankful every day for it. He would be restricted by the skill parameters for most, if not all, his constructs. For example, Firebolt was his most offensively powerful skill, but there were some things he could not change about it. The activation sequence, the amount of mana used, and the general construction of it were the same every time. If he wanted to change it, he needed to modify it after it had already been created. Most skills were like this. You sacrifice flexibility for reliability and speed. However, in his opinion, for an integral ability like manipulating mana or kinetic energy, skills become a crutch. He believed that these skills would restrict him and he would lose a lot of adaptability in the long run. Julius hadn't heard about any other person modifying Firebolt or other skills like it, but he also hadn't heard of anyone not having mana manipulation. If someone wanted to change a skill, they did it during a skill advancement or evolution. He suspected that people's over-reliance on the mana manipulation or the skill itself had constraints in its usage that prevented them from being able to modify their skills like he had done. It was a lot harder to do without a skill and took a lot more practice, but he maintained his stance that it was worth it. If he hadn't trained so hard and practiced in creative and challenging ways, he wouldn't have been able to create the compound Firebolt. He would be stuck using the normal Firebolt, and he saw what they did to the troll. Or rather, what they didn't do. The troll had taken 4 firebolts to the face and didn't even phase it. Without a better way to do damage, his corpse would be roasting over a campfire, filling the bellies of the group of trolls. Now, he would just need to practice using kinetic energy without the skill. He expected it to be easier than when he was learning mana manipulation manually because Julius still used kinetic aspect mana to generate the majority of his kinetic energy. Only a small part of it was harnessed from the environment. In the meantime, he planned to stay in this particular ravine until he got a handle on his kinetic manipulation abilities, at least until they were back to his previous level. It was important to allocate some time to explore his new abilities because he had a feeling that things are going to get a lot tougher down the road. Chapter 23. Acclimating his gains. Julius was currently holding 2 condensed orbs of fire and kinetic mana in one hand, while he was also trying to create a third one in his other. During his fight, he realized that he wasn't able to hold multiple compressed constructs at one time. If he was able to control 4 of his enhanced firebolts, he would have been able to take out 2 instantly, and then have plenty of time to prepare for the other 2. He was able to create and control many weaker and non-condensed constructs, but he wasn't able to do the same with condensed ones. It was something that he wanted to change. Admittedly, it was a little scary at first. He could barely control 2 condensed orbs at one time, and any mistakes would cause them to blow up in his face. Not to mention, the noise might alert other monsters in the area of his whereabouts. It was stressful but valuable training for Julius. His kinetic control had taken a noticeable dip, but he was already recovering to his previous level at a rapid pace. He also discovered that just as he was able to augment his flames with additional kinetic energy, he was able to weaken them as well. This meant he was able to create dangerous compressed orbs of fire and kinetic mana, and then slowly dissipate them. Originally, he thought he would need to hold them while practicing and then shoot them across the plains after he was done. So he was glad he didn't have to resort to that. There had been another surprising benefit as well. While dissipating the orbs, he was able to recover some of the mana expended to make them. It allowed him to practice more, as he didn't need to constantly wait and regenerate mana. It was incredibly taxing, though, especially while holding multiple orbs that were practically bombs, but it was the perfect way to challenge himself. And if he was being honest with himself, the danger excited him. If he was able to create and control multiple powerful constructs, he wouldn't be restricted to shooting one or two powerful attacks at a time. Instead, he would be able to unleash a barrage in an instant. That's my plan. I'm not sure how long it might take to accomplish it, though, Julius told himself. However, if he got to that point, he would finally need to start worrying about having enough mana to power his attacks. This was funny because he thought that out of everything, he wouldn't be worrying about having enough mana. Now, with his new attack, he wasn't quite sure he would have enough for more than a few constructs. Several days quickly went by like that. He would train like a madman for every second of the day. He had even given up sleep to practice longer. Restoration was able to take some of his mental exhaustion away, and he now only required about an hour of sleep a night. It was a game changer when it came to training. He also began practicing using kinetic energy with his improved body for several hours each day. He tried out everything he could think of, though primarily Julius was practicing his ability to quickly move in a single step. In a fight, the difference in being an inch from where you needed to be could be the difference in life or death. It was crucial to be able to properly gauge his position relative to his opponents, which was easy thanks to spatial perception. It would allow him to capitalize on small openings or timings that would make or break a fight. But he also needed to be physically capable of precisely positioning himself. It was much harder than one would expect. The amount of force he created when he released the kinetic load launched him forward like a missile. It was fast and exactly what he was looking for in this technique, but it was too fast. At first, he was trying to stop himself with pure friction, but the speed would be too much for him to stop in time. Instead, he would either trip over his legs or slide for several feet before coming to a stop. The only way he prevented this was by going slower. However, that wasn't ideal either. His whole reason for this ability was to move incredibly quickly, efficiently, and precisely. He didn't want to sacrifice one of them for another. It was greedy, but in his opinion, necessary. So Julius came up with a new idea. Not only would he release kinetic energy to dash forward, but he would also absorb his kinetic energy to stop. Thanks to kinetic reinforcement, his body could take the extreme force of stopping so abruptly. It was the technical aspect of it that made it hard. Much like when he was first learning how to properly unleash a kinetic strike, he was having a hard time with the timing. Julius placed several rocks as targeting points for his training. He would start at one, then burst as fast as he could to the other, attempting to kill his kinetic energy right in front of the rock, pretending it was a monster. He would continue these drills for hours on end until he was no longer able to physically or got bored with it. Honestly, it was usually boredom that ended his training because restoration took care of physical fatigue. He hadn't even felt hungry yet, which he theorized was also because of his skill. With that being said, his build was coming together. He evaluated his strengths and weaknesses and decided on a path for himself. He wanted to have strong long-range capabilities, but also be capable in close range as well. He had given up the idea of creating an absolute defensive skill for now, realizing that with his affinities, it would prove difficult. If he had an earth or metal affinity, then it would be a good idea to create an unbreakable defense skill, but that wasn't the case for Julius. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. He would focus on an elusive defensive style that relied on his speed to avoid attacks and restoration to recover from any hits he took. It should work well because spatial perception gave him an unnaturally good sense of his surroundings and incoming attacks. After he finished his physical training, he would start on his mana control exercises. At the moment, he was trying to increase how many condensed constructs he could manage at a time. He was able to comfortably hold 3 now, but there was a lot of room for improvement. There were other exercises he tried as well. One of them was weaving fire and kinetic mana together like how he did with life mana. He had mixed results. With fire mana, he was able to create small spikes of woven fire mana. By utilizing the weaving property, he had been able to create a hardened mana construct. Typically, fire mana was hard to create solid and tangible constructs, but weaving mana seemed to change that. They were also stronger than his normal firebolt, but not quite as strong as his condensed firebolt. However, it costed a lot less mana. They also took a lot more time to create compared to a regular firebolts, but that was to be expected considering he didn't have a skill for it. Kinetic, on the other hand, was difficult. Kinetic mana didn't behave like normal mana. Therefore, when he tried to weave strands of it together, it didn't work. They just slipped away, much like trying to balance several spheres on top of each other. He felt like it should be possible, but if it was, Julius hadn't found a way to do it yet. It was hard to tell how long it had been since Julius started his secluded training. He thought it was around a week, but it was difficult to tell when he was in a dim ravine for almost the entirety of it. That being said, Julius made some nice improvements to his skills in that time. Firebolt LVL 9-LVL 11. Thermal Compression LVL 7-LVL 10. Restoration LVL 6-LVL 7. Kinetic Reinforcement LVL 5-LVL 7. Julius was very happy with his progress. Thermal Compression reached level 10 and was 2/3 of the way until its next advancement. Also, his control of kinetic energy was finally back to where it was before. It took less time than he originally thought. Although it was worth it to mention that kinetic release only helped with the release function, and all his control over absorption was left untouched. He also made some huge strides when it came to how proficient he was able to burst step. It was starting to feel instinctive. He was using the technique so much that he caught himself utilizing it accidentally when he was walking normally. Once he started to get a handle on the timing, everything came together like pieces of a puzzle. It was also a wonderfully mana-efficient technique. Now that he was absorbing his kinetic energy to stop himself and kill his momentum, the excess would be stored and reused for later purposes. Previously, it was a mana-hungry technique that had him throwing kinetic mana by the barrels to move him a few paces. Now it felt like he was almost gaining a net positive when he used it. It was about time to leave the ravine. He felt like he had consolidated his gains properly and was ready to delve deeper into this rift. For the entire time he had been in the ravine, he hadn't come across any more trolls or monsters of any kind. It had been a fortunate place to find, especially in a dangerous place like a rift. However, all good things must eventually end. Julius didn't have anything on him except for the pair of grimy pants and the 6 cores he accumulated so far in his pocket. Thus, he didn't have much to pack. He did regret not taking a chance to look at the trolls' weapons when he had the chance. He hadn't even thought to use the axe or clubs because they were obviously heavy and he wasn't well versed in fighting with weapons other than his fists anyways. But having something might be better than having nothing. It doesn't matter. I prefer to use my fists anyway. There's a distinct satisfaction you get from punching something in the face. I could see why Edwin did it to me so often, Julius reminisced with a somber smile. The deeper Julius went, the more cavern-like it became. Now the sun was no longer visible, it was just darkness. If it wasn't for spatial perception, he would have needed to create several lights with his fire constructs, but that might have drawn attention to him. There were a few monsters he spotted along the way. However, they seemed to be around tier 1 or 2 at most. There was a big group of tier 1 bats that were hanging out in the ceiling above. Julius was sure to be quiet and made sure not to disturb them, but the several who did notice him didn't attack and seemed docile for the most part. On another note, there were some reptilian species that had some really good camouflage. Most were around tier 1, but Julius noticed a couple of them hovering around tier 2. But as long as he maintained his distance, they didn't bother him. Whenever he didn't sense any monsters, he would continue practicing. Along with his training to control multiple condensed constructs, Julius had been creating dozens of woven fire orbs that floated around in patterns and various manners that trained his ability to manipulate constructs independently from each other. It had done wonders for his mana control. After walking for a long time, Julius approached a large tunnel with sunlight coming at its end. It was the first sign of light in a while. He slowly walked up to it. The contrast in lighting made it very difficult to see past the light and to see beyond the end of the tunnel. However, once he walked through the exit, his eyes adjusted quickly. What he saw blew his mind away. He had been prepared for a lot of things, but not this. What stood before him was an enormous, lush valley. Large swaths of trees littered the entire landscape, with patches of brilliantly colored flora decorating it. There was also a massive waterfall crashing down from a towering cliff in the center of the valley. The water was collected at the bottom to form a crystal blue lake that spanned beyond his sight and could be seen wrapping around the forest and hills. It was late afternoon by the looks of it, and the sun overhead was shining brightly, shimmering against the water and the mist of the waterfall like little sapphires. It was absolutely breathtaking. Chapter 24. That's a lot of trolls. Julius stood there, just taking in the wondrous view for a long time. He had been fighting and training so hard that he almost forgot that he was in another world surrounded by magic. It was times like this that reminded him of his hopes to explore the continent and the world beyond. This was a rift that was in the middle of nowhere, and it still contained indescribable beauty. Julius could not help but wonder what other places in the world might hold. He carefully made his way down the cliffside, walking around the outer rim of the valley to examine it. He was looking for any clues on how to clear this rift, because until he did, he was effectively stuck in here. However, there were worse places to be trapped if he was being honest. He could have been stuck in a volcanic rift with nothing but heat and the smell of sulfur as a companion. Instead, he was in a scene straight from a fairy tale. The one thing Julius was worried about was that except for the weaker monsters he found in the caverns, he hadn't seen any other monsters like the trolls. According to the notification, this rift was at risk of entering an overflow state, which should mean there's an overabundance of mana and monsters. I have no idea where they would be. If I didn't know better, I would think this was just a normal rift. Julius said to himself with furrowed eyebrows. It's not like I haven't seen any trolls either. I know they are out there, I just need to. Julius paused. Right when he rounded the corner, he spotted a large settlement camp next to the side of the lake, filled with a sea of figures. Find them, he finished. In front of him was a large campsite that was completely covered with trolls. There were several dozen beat-up-looking tents and campfires littering the encampment. Several large creatures were mounted onto some spits, being roasted over the flames, with most of the trolls just lazing around the camp. He hadn't seen it from where he entered the valley, because it was tucked behind several large hills and trees. However, it seemed to be found where they were hiding. He could see why the rift was at risk of overflowing now. There were at least hundreds of trolls down there, and there were probably even more scattered around. It would be any day now that the rift will overflow into the normal world. And Julius didn't know what would happen to him if he didn't clear it by then. He hadn't read or heard about any accounts of people who were in his circumstances. For all he knew, he would be allowed to leave when the trolls were. In that case, he could just hide away until that happened. Or maybe the rift was locked down until he either cleared it or died. Looking down at an entire army of Tier 3 trolls with ridiculous regeneration abilities, Julius didn't exactly like his odds. If it was any other monsters like orcs or hobgoblins, he wouldn't be as nervous. When he first saw the trolls, he had been hoping they weren't the main monster of the rift. However, trolls were notoriously hard to put down, and an entire horde of them even more so. It wasn't like he had much of a choice, though. The notification said he wouldn't be able to leave without clearing it, and he doubted he would be able to leave if he just waited. That would not make any sense after that message. So he needed a plan. Julius needed to somehow come up with a strategy that would allow him to take down hundreds of trolls before they swarmed him and ripped him apart. It wasn't an easy task for sure. The first thing was that he needed to get stronger before he even thought about taking them on. That was obvious. He was thinking that he would be able to pick small groups off at a time, simultaneously ranking up his skills. Thermal compression and firebolt were the closest to advancement, and he believed he would receive some good options for them. Restoration and kinetic reinforcement were not far behind either. Both were over a third of the way there. If Julius could get all his skills up to rare, he would have a much better chance. He also considered tiering up to Tier 2, but even after suffusing himself with fire, kinetic, and life mana by the barrels, he hadn't made that much progress. He could feel there was much more he would need to do before he was ready. If only he had exceptional affinities. Affinities affected how fast skills ranked up, but more importantly, the higher your affinity, the faster your body was able to adapt to your mana, which in turn accelerated one's advancement to Tier 2. With the amount of fighting and stress he had been experiencing for the past couple of weeks, his progress was already really impressive. However, if he had higher affinities, he would have probably doubled his gains, both in skills and in regard to achieving Tier 2. I am really envious of those with perfect affinities. I cannot even imagine how fast they can advance, even without having to fight for their lives, Julius brooded to himself. Yet, there wasn't anything Julius could do about that, and it wasn't worth griping about. He could only focus on what he could do in the present with what he had available to him. Julius hid behind some cover and observed the settlement for a while. It seemed like some groups would come and go on a regular schedule. Those who came back usually had some sort of meal in their possession. Some had extremely large prey that took a couple of trolls to carry, while others had smaller, but still quite large prey slung over their shoulders. He deduced that these parties were sent out to collect enough food for the rest of the settlement. The group of 4 he fought before probably were doing the same. On second thought, Julius wondered if the other trolls in the group had noticed their absence yet. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. He observed that most of the groups were in parties of 4 to 6. Most of them were carrying the same clubs he had seen before, and only a small amount were carrying proper weapons like axes or the occasional hammer. It was getting close to dusk now, and he was planning to stalk after one of the smaller parties if they went out. Just as he was going to head back to his ravine, Julius got lucky and spotted a group of 4 leaving. He quietly followed them as they made their way through an opening back into the mountains. Julius was aware of their sense of smell being better than most monsters, so he kept a liberal distance from them. Thankfully, it didn't move quietly. With spatial perception to help, it was easy to track their movements. Soon, they exited the cave which led to another valley. This one was much more bare than the first one he saw. It was a simple flat grassland with a large river splitting it in half. On the grassland were many large creatures that resembled buffalo. They were probably the large creatures Julius had seen being cooked on the fires back at the camp. They were similar to buffalo in their general shape, but their size was much larger than any buffalo Julius had ever heard about. They were the size of a small truck whose heads were about the size of his entire body. Julius saw the 4 approach a buffalo slowly, and once they got close enough, charged right at it with their stone clubs. The buffalo noticed their attack and tried to immediately flee. However, it seemed that as big as they were, speed was not their specialty. The trolls quickly caught up to it and started to lay into the beast. It was a brutal beatdown that displayed no technique, just pure violence and strength. The buffalo itself put up a valiant fight. It was slow and probably only a high tier 1 or low tier 2 at most, but its size made for an impressive show of its endurance. It tried to kick or smash into the trolls, but whatever damage it did was immediately regenerated due to their skill. The result was inevitable. The buffalo fell, but not without giving a fight, something Julius respected. He had considered trying to intervene, but he thought better of it. While he could have saved the buffalo, it was still a rift monster, and he needed to clear the rift. Therefore, he allowed the buffalo to tire out the trolls as much as it could before he stepped in. At that moment, Julius could hear some loud grunt from the group of trolls standing over the carcass. Based on their body language and sounding like they were arguing, Julius suspected they were trying to decide on who was lugging the buffalo back. After some intense arguing and a small scuffle between them, 2 trolls were chosen to carry the buffalo back to camp. Julius waited by the entrance back into the cave. He was simultaneously creating 4 enhanced firebolts in front of himself. The 2 who were carrying the buffalo were far behind the other 2 who were walking ahead. It was perfect. Julius managed to create the constructs within a couple of seconds, an impressive feat that spoke of his diligent practice. Then once they walked past his line of sight, he unloaded 2 of them into each troll's face. The 2 trolls didn't even have time to react. One moment they were walking, the next their heads were gone in a smoky ash. Julius was able to make the explosions less noisy than before by absorbing some of the excess kinetic energy from the blast. However, it still resounded with a solid boom, alerting the other 2 trolls. The other 2 just stood there for a bit, confused as to what had just happened. All they heard was an explosion, and then they saw their friends' headless bodies fall to the ground. They looked around to figure out who had done it. Julius could have just continued to hide and finish them off like the others, but he was out here to train his skills in real combat. So he came out his hiding spot and walked directly at the trolls, staring them dead in the eyes the entire time. As he walked towards them, he wove together a dozen of his new spikes out of fire mana, compressing as much as he could within a short period. He wasn't able to weave mana into his firebolts, so he had to create these without any skill aiding him. However, he wanted to try them out. Unlike Firebolt, Julius had more control over the trajectory of these constructs. Firebolt was only able to go in a straight line, but he was able to curve and control the spikes like they were homing missiles. One of the trolls seemed to collect his composure before his friend and bellowed in rage as he charged at Julius. He just continued to walk calmly toward the enraged troll. Savage Dance was honing his mind to an extreme, and he sent a dozen spikes spiraling toward the troll from multiple directions. The troll saw the spikes attacking it, but chose to ignore them and continue to charge in a straight line. The spikes weren't just constructs that were easier to maneuver, they were also harder, like an actual metal spike. Unlike Firebolt, which was intended to detonate on impact, these were made for piercing. The spikes were shot out to surround the troll, and then curved so that they were coming in to attack from all angles. About half of the spikes unfortunately missed due to Julius's inexperience in shooting them at a moving target. However, the other half managed to lodge themselves halfway into the troll's skull and neck. That still wasn't enough to put down the troll. It had dropped its club, but was still making its way toward Julius, albeit more slowly with several spikes impaled in its face and throat. It would seem nothing short of decapitation or destruction of their entire torso would kill them. However, just because the spikes didn't explode on impact, didn't mean they couldn't explode at all. The spikes were still connected to Julius's control, and he sent a small burst of mana to destabilize the construct and a concentrated burst of kinetic mana to blow them up. While the piercing alone didn't kill it, the subsequent blast certainly did. It took its entire head off in a fine mist of blood. The last troll was charging its way to Julius as well. However, Julius just smiled at it with cold eyes. Chapter 25, Experimenting. Julius thought about just killing the troll quickly and being done with it, but he had a much dumber plan. He wanted to try out his new kinetic reinforcement skill. He wouldn't have chosen to try it out with all 4 alive, but now that only one remained, he felt like it was his best chance to test it out, but he didn't let it come to him. Instead, he charged straight at it. He empowered his body with kinetic mana and whatever leftover kinetic energy he absorbed from his earlier explosion. Right as the troll loaded up a double-handed swing from its right, Julius Burst stepped into the left side of the troll, absorbing all his momentum and stopping on a dime. He then uncorked a kinetic strike to the troll's ribcage. The difference between the power of the strike before and now that it was enhanced with kinetic reinforcement showed. The troll's skin was shredded apart, leaving a crater of missing flesh. The troll itself was blasted off its feet into the grass they were standing on. Julius was surprised at the dramatic difference kinetic reinforcement had on his physical capabilities. The skill was still rated as uncommon, not even rare, and yet he felt like the impact of it was on par or better than Savage Dance or Spatial Perception. He couldn't help but wonder how much of a difference activating, restoration, had on a transformation. There was a small part of Julius that wished that the trolls were better fighters. It might have meant that he would have a much harder time killing them, but on the other hand, he would be able to test his fighting abilities against a skilled opponent. However, fighting something 2 tiers above him was going to do a lot for his skill progression regardless, so he didn't let it bother him too much. For the moment, Julius was going to use the troll as a sparring partner. Julius decided to fight, but did not use any of his fire mana techniques to do so. He wanted to have a good old-fashioned brawl with the 8-foot gray behemoth. It may not have been the safest or smartest decision, but he couldn't think of a better way to level up restoration and kinetic reinforcement. He didn't know when it happened, but Julius had gotten comfortable endangering himself, all in the name of improvement. He had always been somewhat of a training nut, but his recent actions put the old him to shame. However, he could see that his new methods were working very well. In the years he spent practicing, he wasn't subjected to any real life or death situations. Even with Edwin brutally beating him down every day for years on end, Julius knew that he was never in any real danger. Now, he could feel each fight had a risk associated with it. He couldn't afford to lose. That also meant his skills increased by leaps and bounds as well. He had made more progress in these couple weeks than he had in years of training. Admittedly, those years of training had built a foundation that allowed him to make such large increases. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be able to progress so fast. However, it wasn't until he was pushed to his limits that he saw such distinct growth. Not to mention, Julius was having the time of his life. He kept telling himself he shouldn't be, with what happened to Lucas and Edwin. Yet, he couldn't ignore the way he felt when he experienced the wind of a strike that could take his head off missing by inches, or how the world seemed to simplify and became so much clearer whenever he fought or trained past his limit. It was like he was finally experiencing the world for the first time, and it felt right. It appeared that Julius didn't have any more time to contemplate his psychological stability, because a very incensed troll was charging straight at him, even more angry than before. Julius prepared himself, ready to go toe-to-toe with the monster. No tricks, no traps, just pure fist versus fist. Well, more like club versus fist, if I want to get technical, Julius thought to himself. He allowed the troll to attack him at its own pace. He didn't attack it in return. He just focused on evading its wild strikes. Spatial perception, savage dance, and kinetic reinforcement complemented each other very well. One was able to give him unparalleled awareness. Another allowed him to have exceptional control over his movements and decision-making, while the other gave him the power to take advantage of the other skills. The troll was still vastly stronger than Julius, but his ability to use kinetic energy to accelerate and decelerate so quickly allowed him to keep up. Thanks to his other skills, he was practically dancing around the troll, although he still had taken a couple of small grazes from the club. Though he said small, the strength and brutality of the hits still meant he had to deal with several broken and fractured bones. Luckily, restoration was healing him with astonishing speed. It was much faster than before. All in all, Julius could noticeably feel himself getting better as the fight progressed. He hadn't allowed himself to get hit in the past few minutes, transitioning each burst of kinetic energy to another movement better than the beginning of the fight. He was also using barely any mana, though he would have been close to exhaustion if not for restoration taking care of it. So far he had just continued to dodge, not making any attacks toward it. Julius was impressed at the troll's tenacity. It was still going just as strong as when the fight first started. However, it made sense. If Julius was able to heal his fatigue, why wouldn't the troll be able to as well? After all, Julius's skill was heavily inspired off of the troll's healing skill. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. With that being said, he was curious why the trolls needed to hunt for food. He hadn't felt the pangs of hunger in a while. It could be that his skill evolved differently from their own. He was getting distracted by his thoughts and almost took a club in a chest for his inattention. Julius shook his head at his behavior and then grinned like a madman. I think I got a handle on evading. Let's see how I do with going on the offensive. The entire fight, Julius had been the one on the receiving end of the assault, Now it was the troll's turn. Instead of stepping back, he slid closer to the troll's chest. He unleashed a heavy kick to the troll's kneecap, causing a loud crunch. The troll, on one knee, tried to sweep Julius off his feet with a wild backhand, but he jumped over it and landed a clean punch right to the monster's temple. He felt something crack underneath his knuckles and quickly delivered 2 more swift strikes to the troll. Unfortunately, it recovered very rapidly, and Julius had to disengage. He continued this pattern for several more minutes, experimenting with new techniques. He was able to consistently get into a position to strike the thing's head, but he was unable to kill it in a couple of hits. He was confident that if he was able to get it to stop moving for several seconds, he would be able to unleash enough strikes to put it down. However, it recovered way too fast for him to get such an opportunity. Still, Julius had an idea. He had been inspired by seeing how his hardened fire spikes were able to penetrate the troll's skull and how much more effective an explosion was when it was released from inside the monster. Kinetic energy was really bad at creating a static construct, so he used fire mana. He wove a layer of mana around his right hand and compressed it into a sharp spike protruding from his knuckles, loading it with kinetic energy as well. The moment he saw an opening, he darted in and smashed the spike into the troll's chest. The spike was able to make it several inches deep, and Julius detonated it. It wasn't his brightest moment. He had completely overlooked that he would be caught up in the explosion as well, since it was still attached to this fist. It predictably exploded and flung Julius off to the side, his arm mangled and badly burned. It was healing, but so was the troll. The fist-sized hole in its chest was being regenerated faster than Julius's own skill. If he hadn't improved his physique, that move might have taken off his entire arm. He didn't know if he could regrow limbs yet, but he didn't want to find out anytime soon. He tried it again. This time, he was going to leave the spikes in the troll's body before detonating them. The troll had become more wary over the course of the fight, but it was still a monster and continued to attack Julius with nothing held back. Julius evaded a wide swing and slid to the side of the overhead strike following it. Then he released a small burst of kinetic energy at the troll's foot, tripping it. Instead of a single woven spike, Julius created 2 side-by-side on his fist. With the troll struggling to get back up in time, he slammed his fist down on the back of its head, breaking off the spikes into its skull. He swiftly used the troll's body as a springboard and kicked off it with a burst of kinetic energy. As he was retreating, he released the payload inside the spikes. 2 quick consecutive thumps later, the head was gone, and in its place was a red cloud of blood. That might be the way to kill them without using all my mana, Julius thought to himself. Kinetic energy was extremely mana efficient and reusable, and with restoration keeping him fresh, he was able to fight for long periods. These new spikes were really good at killing the trolls. Compared to his enhanced Firebolt, the spikes used a fraction of the mana. They were slower to create, but he could create a dozen of them at once, and he would get faster with practice. The biggest advantage was that the spikes were able to penetrate deep into the flesh of the trolls and release a detonation, making the explosion much more potent than exploding on the outside. He would save Firebolt, especially the very powerful blue one he made against the troll leader for opponents that called for it. Otherwise, it was way overboard for regular trolls. That attack had taken out a small piece of a mountain and 1/3 of his mana. It was going to be a strategic weapon, not his go-to attack for the average troll. Now that Julius was done with the fight, he left back toward his ravine. He took the time to collect the mana cores of the trolls, but didn't really want to. He had no plans of using them for himself. It was well known that core users were oftentimes much weaker than those who didn't use them, but they might be valuable to others once he leaves and could sell them for good money. However, he had nowhere to put them at the moment, and he already had to stash his others in a hidden spot in the ravine. He sneakily returned to the valley and entered his secret spot in the ravine. It was already almost dark by the time he made his way back. He wasn't worried about the other trolls finding the bodies of their comrades. The rift should absorb their bodies by the time morning came. He had dismissed the many notifications he had gotten during the fight, but now seemed like a good time to see how well he did. Spatial Perception LVL 18-LVL 19. Savage Dance LVL 4-LVL 7. Firebolt LVL11-LVL13. Thermal Compression LVL10-LVL13. Restoration LVL7-LVL10. Kinetic Reinforcement LVL7-LVL10. The gains were better than he expected. Every single skill had leveled up, even spatial perception, which was now a level away from advancing. He had a feeling that getting that one level was going to be really difficult. However, he already had an idea of what he was going to do if he got stuck, but he didn't want to resort to that quite yet. That was the last resort. For now, he needed to concentrate on getting his uncommon skills up to rare. Firebolt and Thermal Compression were neck and neck. Julius wanted to get both of them up to rare by the end of the week, if possible. His instincts were telling him that he was on a timer, and he wouldn't like what would happen if he didn't clear the rift by then. So he didn't have any time to waste. Chapter 26. Oops. Before bed, he practiced his mana control using some creative techniques. One involved using an enhanced firebolt and trying to mold it into a different shape. At the moment, he was trying to manipulate it into a thin string, but the skill was fighting him the entire time, constantly trying to revert back into a bolt. When he got tired of that, he would play around with mana by making small human-like figures out of fire mana, reenacting a scene. His current favorite was made up of a couple of dozen really small stick figures trying to take down a giant dragon. The people look more like matchsticks, and the dragon looks more like a worm with a tumor on its head, but the intent is what matters, Julius thought. It was great practice for training his ability to individually control each construct. He had tried to do the exercise with compressed mana constructs, but halfway through the entire thing destabilized. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have created a large explosion. Safe to say, he didn't try that again. Thermal Compression LVL13-LVL14. Interesting. Once he started to feel tired, he climbed his way up to his makeshift stone bed and passed out. He only required about an hour or two of sleep nowadays. So once he woke up, he began his day with some physical training without any kinetic energy. Kinetic energy amplified his fundamental capabilities, which would theoretically mean that if he increased his base, he would be able to display more power. Furthermore, restoration helped a lot with physical training. Whenever he would start to feel tired, he would activate it and it would heal him back to his peak. It also had another benefit of hastening his muscle tissue regeneration. At first, Julius noticed that the skill was just healing him back to his original state, and that wasn't good for muscle growth. His goal was to tear his muscles and cause muscle hypertrophy, but the skill wasn't allowing that. He made some adjustments to how the skill healed him. It wasn't easy. All modifications had to come after the skill had been activated, and he had to make all alterations manually. But eventually, he was able to modify the skill to allow for muscle growth. It allowed Julius to stress his muscles far beyond what was considered normal and healthy. But with restoration, he was able to push himself without worrying about lasting damage to his body. He was currently doing squats with a massive slab of stone slung over his back. With every rep, he was repairing his muscle tissue with life mana, enabling him to continue ripping them apart without stopping. His face was crimson red from the blood flooding his face due to the exertion. He had even popped several blood vessels in his eyes and cracked several teeth in his struggle. After one last rep, he let the slab of rock slip off his back, and he slumped to the ground in a lifeless heap while healing his injuries. The physical fatigue and exhaustion weren't much of a factor anymore due to restoration, but the mental fatigue was still there. Although the skill helped with lessening how much sleep he needed, the psychological trauma of struggling and enduring the pain still took its toll. Still, he could already tell some of the changes in his physiology in half a day's work. He already had signs of building muscle, as if he had been working out for a couple of weeks instead of a day. Imagine what bodybuilders from my world would do if they had this ability. Julius laughed at the idea. They probably wouldn't ever stop working out. Restoration LVL10-LVL12. Kinetic Reinforcement LVL10-LVL11. His efforts were rewarded in the form of 2 level-ups in Restoration and 1 in Kinetic Reinforcement, to his surprise. It was almost mid-afternoon at this point, and Julius wanted to pick off another group by the end of the day. If he was feeling extra bold, he would try for 2 groups. But all depended on if he could isolate them. He didn't want to be alerting the large group any more than he could help. It was still a possibility that they were already aware of something hunting them down. He spent the next few hours practicing his firebolt. It was the main skill he wanted to upgrade or get rid of. It was useful before, but now Julius felt restricted by it. It used too much mana, and it was only useful after he compressed a load of fire and kinetic mana into it. The main benefits the skill provided right now were its casting speed and its ability to contain a lot of compressed mana. More than his other constructs, but even that was slowly becoming obsolete. He was able to compress more and more mana every day, and the skill seemed to have a hard limit, while his other constructs didn't. In his upcoming fight with the trolls, he decided he was only going to use Firebolt in order to advance it. His spikes might have been the best way to go, but he needed to upgrade this skill as fast as he could. Once it was around late afternoon, Julius got up and headed toward the valley. It was a quick trip with his generous usage of his burst step, and he could already feel the difference his stronger legs made on the skill. He could send even more mana into them before they became unstable. Once he got back to the ridge, overlooking the encampment of trolls, he just observed for a while. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Based on what he saw, it didn't seem like anything was different from yesterday. He didn't see any trolls panicking or large parties being formed to hunt him down yet. So that was a good sign that they didn't know about his actions yet, or at least didn't care about the other trolls going missing. Either way, it was good for Julius. Once it got late enough, and he saw a party making their way out of the valley, he followed. There was another group of 4 leaving as well, but that one had a leader who was much larger and sporting a large axe. He didn't want to entangle himself with another troll at that level until he had upgraded his skills more. He stealthily tracked the group of 5 trolls, maintaining a safe distance so that he didn't get spotted or sniffed out. These trolls didn't take him in the same direction the other trolls did yesterday. This time they walked through the valley until they got to a narrow canyon with a stream trickling through it. The trolls then walked on the edge of the canyon's walls that eventually opened up. Up ahead was a flat grassland with a small lake to the right. Around the lake and grassland were large trees, towering over from all sides. Then surrounding the forest were large hills and mountainsides that sloped upward, containing the area in a bowl shape. It was quite the view. Julius couldn't see or sense any other trolls in the area with spatial perception, just the 5 who were making their way toward the edge of the forest. He didn't allow them to make it there. He launched 5 normal firebolts, 1 for each troll. He already knew before he sent them that they weren't going to kill any of them. That wasn't his goal today. His goal was to use firebolt as much as he could before he ran out of mana. Each troll took a strike to the back of the head, staggering them, with 2 of them falling to the ground. Overcoming their surprise, they quickly got to their feet and looked around to find the perpetrator of the attack. When they turned around, they saw Julius standing there with another 5 firebolts in hand. In typical troll fashion, they didn't even hesitate and attacked as soon as they saw him. Julius was watching the trolls sprinting at him with a calm expression on his face. The best way to push firebolt past its limitations was to use it in ways it wasn't intended to. That required him to think about its restrictions. For one, firebolt was only able to shoot in a linear direction. There wasn't much ability to change its trajectory once it was released. Secondly, there was a hard cap on how many firebolts he could summon at one time, regardless of how much mana he put into each one. With compressed mana, he could only control around 6 before he was unable to create more. The third, but most important problem was its extreme mana usage. After learning about weaving mana, Julius understood how much mana was being misused in Firebolt. For some reason, he wasn't able to create the skill with woven mana. He was still able to modify it, but creating a Firebolt with woven mana would require him to completely disassemble it and would defeat the whole purpose of using the skill. That was why he had been trying to practice his ability to modify the shape of the firebolt itself. It was a silly idea, but he thought if he couldn't create a firebolt with woven mana, then he might be able to change the shape of it into a strand and then weave the individual firebolts together into a larger woven version. He had gotten close while he practiced at night, but the last step had eluded him. He had hoped that the added pressure of combat with the help of Savage Dance would allow him the mental capabilities to pull it off. He sent 3 of the firebolts toward the incoming trolls and started trying to weave the remaining 2 together. Savage Dance was already making it easier. The focus aspect of the skill was making its presence known. 2 strings of a modified firebolt were created before the trolls had made it halfway to him. Then he gripped the 2 strings and began to twist them together. It was an ugly application of weaving and resembled a 100-year piece of rotting twine more than anything, but they managed to stay together. The second he saw they had fused, he sent the construct at the trolls who were already pretty close. It gouged the troll in front across the chest, leaving a much larger wound than what 2 normal firebolts should be able to. It was almost on the same damage as an enhanced firebolt, but for a fraction of the cost. Firebolt LVL 13-LVL 14. Nice. Julius had an excited smile on his face. More. The other 4 trolls were quickly on top of him, swinging their clubs, trying to smear him across the grass. Julius didn't even try to engage. He just used several generous blasts of kinetic mana to rocket himself backward. All the while he was creating 3 more firebolts within an instant. As he was evading the trolls, he elongated the projectiles into strands and wove them together. This version had much more stability. It didn't look like it would fall apart with a light breeze. Julius shot it at a random troll's chest, and it detonated with a resounding bang. It ripped the monster's torso to ribbons, leaving its upper half a complete mess, and it dropped to the floor in a puff of dust, blood leaking out onto the ground. It was the first time that Julius had managed to kill a troll without having to remove its head. It said a lot about the improvements to his offensive power. No notification, though, Julius thought to himself with a frown. He continued to duck and sidestep the remaining trolls' attacks. It was easy to dance around the trolls with the open space and spatial perception, letting him know every troll's position at all times. While he was dodging, he started to create another 3 strands of firebolt. It was becoming easier and easier each time. After a moment, he had another woven firebolt ready. The trolls took notice of the attack that had killed their brethren so easily and became a little warier of him. However, Julius didn't shoot it at them yet. This time he was using thermal compression to compress the finished construct. He didn't add much additional mana to it, and he didn't even add any kinetic energy. It was pure compression. It was like trying to squeeze a rock to make it harder. And just like a rock, the construct cracked from the pressure. He tried to wrestle back his control, but it was already too late. The construct crumbled apart and detonated in his face. Chapter 27. Dual Skill Evolution. The resulting explosion blasted him backward and tore apart the arm he had put up to protect his face. Savage Dance protected him from the influx of pain, and he was still able to function, frantically evading the trolls who had taken advantage of his mistake. However, he was injured pretty badly. He had lost his entire right hand and half of his arm from the explosion. Furthermore, he had severe internal bleeding from the concussive force, which had ruptured several of his organs. For the next several moments, he was trying all he could do to survive the trolls' assault while running restoration as hard as he could. The trolls' endurance showed, and they didn't give him even a little breathing room. He was stuck within their flurry of attacks. They kept up the assault, and he could feel himself slowly falling behind. Restoration, not able to keep up with his accruing injuries. Finally, Julius realized he needed to take a risk. He allowed the next swing of the troll to hit his already injured shoulder and used every ounce of kinetic energy from the strike and what he had collected to launch himself as far away as he could. He landed over 100 paces away, and though he had tried to absorb as much kinetic energy from the attack as he could, the entire left side of his body was still crushed. Okay, no more playing around. Julius was preparing 4 condensed spikes to kill the rapidly approaching trolls. However, something stopped him. If he killed them with the spikes, then that would mean he practically admitted defeat. He had told himself he would kill the trolls without using his new technique and would use Firebolt instead. Was it dumb that he still wanted to continue with his plan, even if it meant he would die? Yes. Was it his arrogant pride that was driving him to make this decision? Absolutely. However, was this the limit to how much he was willing to risk to get stronger? Hell no. With a snarl, he immediately dissipated the spikes and summoned 4 firebolts, modifying them into strings. The last failure had Julius realized that he couldn't compress the entire thing after it was finished. He needed to compress the strings before he started to weave them. Once he compressed them, he began to weave 4 separate firebolts together. However, it was like braiding 4 steel cables that just wouldn't bend. Julius was rapidly blasting himself as far backward as he could so that he had time to finish this construct. His frustration reached its limit. Not even Savage Dance was able to control the flood of emotions. With his entire will, he started to smash the 4 strands together. Blood was dripping from his eyes and nose. Slowly, but surely he was braiding the condensed cords of mana together. Then they came together and created a beautiful construct of brilliant red. It was small, only the length of his hand and as wide as a finger, but it radiated power. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to admire his work as the trolls were almost on him. He launched it at the group and it triggered on impact. The resulting explosion tore through the 2 trolls in the front like they were wet toilet paper, and the 2 in the back were blasted dozens of paces away. Julius didn't give them the chance to get up. He had already started creating another woven, firebolt. This one was created using only 3 strands and compressed to a slightly lesser degree. He was sacrificing a little bit of power for a much faster creation. In mere moments, he had another ready to go and sent it at the troll, staggering to its feet. It didn't even notice the attack before it was killed. The last troll had lost its legs from the first attack and was regenerating its limbs quickly. But Julius created another projectile and dispatched it before it had even regrew its feet. He immediately dropped to the ground, exhausted. He had come really close to dying this time around, and it would have been entirely his fault if he did. However, there were some nice rewards for his boneheaded risk. Savage Dance LVL 7-LVL 10. Thermal Compression LVL 14-LVL 15. Firebolt LVL 14-LVL 15. Restoration LVL 12-LVL 14. Kinetic Reinforcement LVL 11-LVL 13. Julius had finally reached level 15 in both Firebolt and Thermal Compression. Firebolt has advanced to level 15. Would you like to evolve the skill? Skill Firebolt is evolving possible advancements: Scorching Lance, Thermokinetic Javelin, and Arcane Construct. He was offered 3 paths the skill could take. Scorching Lance was the direct upgrade, while Thermokinetic Javelin was an upgrade that included kinetic energy in it. However, Arcane Construct was an interesting one. The other 2 seemed to be limited to a projectile or a single shape. Yet, Arcane Construct sounded like it would allow him to have more freedom with the shape and manifestation of the construct. It probably came at the cost of offensive power compared to the other 2, which seemed more like direct damage skills. Did Julius want a stronger offensive tool or something that could give him more diversity in its usage? It was a hard decision. He didn't make a choice yet and wanted to see what he was offered for Thermal Compression. Thermal Compression has advanced to level 15. Would you like to evolve a skill? Skill Thermal Compression is evolving possible advancements: Extreme Thermal Compression, Thermokinetic Compression, Mana Consolidation, and Pure Compression. Julius was offered 4 choices for his next skill. He would happily choose any one of them. They all sounded good. Extreme Thermal Compression was a general upgrade, but he compressed fire mana the most out of all his mana affinities, so it would have a massive impact on his fire constructs. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Thermokinetic Compression would probably allow him an easier time compressing kinetic energy, which was nice because it was much harder to compress than fire or life mana. Mana Consolidation sounded like it would let him compress all his mana affinities with the skill, or more correctly consolidate them. He didn't know what might be the exact difference, though. How was consolidating unique from compressing? pure compression was the one that interested him the most. Based on his previous experiences with skill evolutions, the last choice was the one he usually ended up choosing. In Julius's experience, he believed the list of advancement options was generated in chronological order of when he had met the requirements for that particular evolution. So if he went by that logic, pure compression was the latest option he had met the requirements for. Moreover, he believed that it had to do with how he was able to compress the woven firebolts together at the end. Julius also felt something else other than fire mana had been compressed alongside it. It felt like a part of himself was being condensed into that construct. It was a possibility that pure compression might be a skill that enabled him to compress other things, and not just be limited to mana compression. In the end, he felt like he had good enough control over his ability to compress fire mana, even without the skill, so he didn't go with extreme thermal compression and eliminated thermokinetic compression, because if he wanted to generalize, he also had to consider his life mana. Therefore, it came down to mana consolidation and pure compression. They were both similar sounding skills, but eventually Julius chose pure compression due to its potential to compress things other than mana in nature. Congratulations, skill, pure compression, rare, acquired. Julius also didn't wait any longer to choose the evolved skill for Firebolt. Congratulations, skill, arcane construct, rare, acquired. He was not lacking when it came to offense. He could already one-shot most of his opponents when he put his mind to it. What he needed right now was an ability that allowed him some breathing room whenever he got hurt, so that restoration had time to heal him. And he believed that Arcane Construct might finally allow him to create a defensive technique. However, he had finally ranked up 2 of his skills, leaving Restoration, which was on the precipice of advancement already, and Kinetic Reinforcement to rank up as well. It left him in a good mood. It was nice to see the progression after putting in the work. As he walked back to the valley, Julius was quickly healed of every injury except for his hand. No matter how much life mana he jammed into it or what he did, it wasn't growing back. It appeared like Restoration had a limit as well. So as he was making his way back, he attempted several ideas that he thought might work, but to no avail. It remained an ugly stump and had healed over creating a round nub where his fingers used to be. Although he had been concentrating on his hand, he maintained vigilance of his surroundings, which was how he noticed a group of trolls dragging along a large creature back to the valley. They hadn't noticed him, and Julius was thinking about what he would do. Honestly, he was tired and wanted to get back to his ravine, but he also wanted to test out his new skills. The only thing holding him back was the potential noise a fight might cause. They were close enough to the large camp that someone might hear the conflict. It wasn't likely, but there was still a chance. However, he made up his mind, justifying that he would have to deal with them in the future anyway, and started to create 5 spikes. The process had become quite simple after constant repetition, but now with Arcane Construct, it felt like it was faster than creating a firebolt. He also could sense that he wasn't restricted by the skill during the process. He could adjust and modify the construct on the fly. It was already providing much more freedom than Firebolt did. On the other hand, it wasn't as simple as calling upon the skill and feeding it mana. To create a Firebolt, like his old skill, would require more input. However, at this point, he had become comfortable enough that those extra steps didn't take that much more time, just effort. But Arcane Construct streamlined the process of every detail of his creating process. Even when he used pure compression on the spikes, he could feel Arcane Construct working in tandem with pure compression to expedite the process. In the blink of an eye, he managed to create 5 heavily condensed woven spikes of fire and kinetic mana, something that might have taken him a few seconds before he evolved the skills. He didn't shoot them at the unaware trolls just yet. He had just gotten an idea and wanted to try something. Julius took a spike and slowly started to change its shape. He flattened the construct out into a sheet of condensed mana and formed it into a thin disc about 2 feet wide. Then he focused on making the edges as thin as possible. Something like this was previously impossible. He had tried for a long time, but still never was able to create a razor's edge on anything he created. It wouldn't take shape or it would be too brittle, but that wasn't the case anymore. Arcane Construct was a rare skill for a reason, and it made a massive difference. He could feel the skill helping align the construct along the edge, thinning it out without breaking it apart, and enforcing the sharpened blades. It was quite a fascinating way to create a sharp edge on an object, and Julius took note of it. Once he got a feel for it, it was quite easy to finish creating a wicked sharp edge on all sides of the red disc. Soon enough, he had 5 crimson-red discs hovering in front of his nose. They were gently spinning and releasing a pleasant thrum of mana. Julius tracked the movements of the trolls and started to dump a lot of concentrated kinetic energy into the discs. Pure compression made compressing kinetic energy a much easier task, and it felt like he was compressing fire mana instead. They started to rapidly spin in place, releasing a humming noise from the speed they were gathering that quickly turned into a high-pitched whine. The discs were radiating mana around the edges in a dangerous gleam. Once he felt like an appropriate amount of force was collected, he slung the discs of compressed fire and kinetic mana at the group. To his astonishment, they shot toward the trolls like a railgun. It was almost impossible for him to track them. Luckily, he still had control over them and could feel their trajectories with his mana sense. They reached the trolls within an instant and missed them, continuing to fly past them. Julius hurriedly controlled them to turn around before they ended up hitting the canyon walls and getting stuck. Julius looked at them to see their reactions to the attack. However, they were oddly still. They hadn't moved an inch since the attack, but Julius didn't let that stop him from trying again. The flying sawblades were about to attack them again when Julius saw the entire group fall to the ground in a lifeless heap. Julius stopped his attack before he released them. Then he absorbed the excess kinetic energy from the discs and let them return to hover over his shoulders. Afterward, he walked over to where the trolls had fallen and inspected them. Julius hadn't felt any resistance. That was why he thought he had initially missed. But it seemed like he was mistaken. Each troll had a perfect cut across its upper half, severing each of them into 2 distinct pieces. The discs had been so sharp and launched with such speed that they had sliced right through their tough skin and hard bones like they were butter. It was a silent execution. For someone who had been using explosions as his offensive power all this time, killing something so cleanly was new to him. He just stood over their bodies for a moment, taking in what he had just done. Chapter 28. Evolving Restoration. After dealing with the trolls, he quickly retreated to the ravine before any trolls spotted him. He was still a little shaken at what he had done and hadn't even taken the time to collect their cores. Killing things with large explosions was normal for Julius. It made sense that big boom meant big damage. It was why most of the weapons in his old world were the exploding kind. Yet for some reason, being able to slice through something so effortlessly had demonstrated how much power he had in his hands. I can't recall any invention from my old world that could slice through something that cleanly. Maybe only a diamond-edged blade or something fictional like a lightsaber, Julius thought to himself. A lightsaber? He asked aloud with a contemplative look on his face. He wondered if it would be possible to recreate a lightsaber. He had a fire affinity, and a lightsaber should be made out of plasma, so it might be possible. However, you would need to somehow get his fire that hot. Even when he had accelerated the movement of molecules to create that scary, powerful blue firebolt, he still didn't think that was close to enough heat to replicate a lightsaber. It doesn't matter, he thought to himself. He put the silly thought aside, bookmarking it for a potential experiment in the future. Going back to his original musings, Julius was still a Tier 1. Although he was able to reliably kill the Tier 3 trolls, he had to remind himself that he still had a long way to go. He also couldn't let himself believe that he was able to take on any Tier 3 yet. The trolls were a good matchup against him. They didn't have any long-range abilities, and their movement speed was quite slow for their tier. The main thing that made them a real danger was their regenerative abilities. For most people, this would be extremely troublesome. However, Julius had an unbelievable advantage when it came to damage output. There was no way a Tier 1 should be able to have enough power to effectively kill the troll, before it was even able to heal. With that being said, due to his combination of skills, affinities, core, and knowledge from his old world, he was able to achieve this. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful a Tier 5 like his uncle was. He wasn't able to appreciate or even sense the abilities they used during the assassination attempt at the mansion. But now that he had gotten a taste for real combat, he couldn't help but question how close he was to actually dying that night. The more he learned, the larger the gap seemed to become. The reality was that all those worries shouldn't matter to Julius. He had larger problems staring at him in the face, like his missing hand for one. He still hadn't thought of a way to heal it yet. He knew the trolls could regrow limbs. He had seen it firsthand. So how could he achieve it? The most promising options were either he advanced to Tier 2 and hope his body advancement fixed it on its own, or he could evolve Restoration and hope there would be an option to regrow limbs similar to the troll's own skill. However, until then, he would be stuck with a nub for the time being. It was annoying, but the pain no longer bothered him, and he didn't exactly need a hand to fight anyway. When I think about it, the nub is just a smaller closed fist with no knuckles, Julius thought to himself as he tried to make himself feel better. Julius was about over halfway to Tier 2 by now. He could feel the mana accumulating within his body, strengthening his connection with it. The constant days of fighting and stress had hastened the process to an impressive level. But evolving Restoration seemed like it was the best choice at the moment. For now, he wanted to try to create a prosthetic. Arcane Construct should be able to create some sort of hand-like construct with practice. Sitting down, he focused on his missing hand. He used his remaining hand as a template to create the prosthetic. Unlike his attempts at creating realistic-looking constructs in the past, Arcane Construct was able to facilitate the task and helped adjust some of the finer details using his imagination as a base. His first attempt didn't look that bad considering everything. It looked like a red smudge with 5 pointy sticks, resembling an eldritch horror's hand from Nightmares. His second attempt was slightly better. The smudge had turned into a sphere, and the sharp pointy sticks became more rounded. Now it looked more like the Michelin Man's hand. He kept on trying different versions, trying to get it to resemble his left hand as close as he could. After a while, he had lost count of the number of attempts and had finally created something that had the proper proportions and aesthetics of a hand. The main difficulty after he created it was the hand was a completely solid construct, which meant that while it looked like a hand, it wasn't able to function like a hand. Julius couldn't grab anything with the fingers, couldn't bend them, or even make a fist. The only way around this was to keep the construct in a semi-complete state, which allowed it to maintain some flexibility but required constant focus to keep it together. Otherwise, it would fall apart with the slightest lapse in concentration. Julius kept experimenting with his construct throughout the night without stopping. By the time morning came around, he had decided on a construct that looked like a closed fist and was hardened so that it didn't require any attention to keep it together. However, he also made sure whenever he wanted to grab something or maneuver the fingers, he could soften the construct so it was malleable. Then he would use pure manipulation to create 5 digits to imitate the capabilities of real fingers. It was quite challenging to pull off, but he could already feel himself getting the hang of it. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. He was still planning on healing his hand. Even if he managed to heal his hand entirely by tomorrow, it was still great practice, and he had learned a lot from the experience. He had even gained a level in Arcane Construct during the night. Arcane Construct LVL1-LVL2. He was hoping that by either tomorrow or the next day, he would evolve Restoration. It was at level 14, and he could feel it only needed a nudge to tip it over the edge. He had an idea of how he would evolve Restoration, but he wasn't sure it was a good idea. He didn't think going out to fight trolls and purposefully getting hurt to heal over and over would do it. Julius had already felt that he was receiving diminishing returns on the skill progression by subjugating himself to the same injuries. It seemed like variety was essential for optimal progression, and he knew exactly what might do it. Before he continued to think about it anymore, he went through his workout regime for the day. It was somewhat awkward trying to hold a rock with 1.5 hands, but he made it work. He pushed himself hard, trying to squeeze out every inch of growth as he could. Restoration was constantly active, healing himself over and over as he broke down his muscles throughout half a day of work. Unfortunately, Restoration didn't level up, but kinetic reinforcement did. Kinetic reinforcement LVL 13-LVL 14. Now Julius had a single level left for both Restoration and kinetic reinforcement until they evolved. He was still thinking of his little idea. It was crazy, but Julius truly believed that it could work. It was dangerous, yes, but when has that stopped him before? He decided to get up and leave the ravine to clear his head. He headed toward the valley and found a small spot that overlooked the entire valley and just watched as the waterfall plummeted from the mountain spire. The sounds of crashing water relaxed him, and he took a break from the pressure he had been putting himself under. He had been pushing himself so hard that he could feel himself starting to fray at the seams. He needed a respite like this so that he didn't unravel. He couldn't forget that there was a beauty to life other than gaining power. Strength was just a means to an end. Power without ideals was empty, but ideals without strength were just fantasies. He would need to have a balance of both if he wanted to live a fulfilling life. For a while, he just sat on an overhang, feet dangling over the edge as he enjoyed the view, doing nothing. No mana manipulation, no training. He just enjoyed the tranquility. It was moments like this when he missed his old world. While it wasn't as exciting as this new one, it was peaceful. He didn't have to worry about a colossal gray monster try to smash his face in or some sort of monster stalking him in his sleep. It was boring and predictable. Julius was just lazing around for a while, but then when he looked up at the sky, something caught his eye. He noticed black streaks spreading across it. It was almost as if the sky was fracturing like a glass pane. It was subtle, that was why he hadn't noticed it before, but it was definitely spreading. Is this from the effects of the overflow? Was the entire rift going to collapse with everything inside of it? Julius had no idea. It seemed like the world wasn't going to give him the option to not go through with his idea. He was much more aware that he was on a time crunch and couldn't afford to waste any more time. He got up, dusted himself off, and headed back to the ravine. Once he got back, he sat himself down and created a flame above his left hand. Julius paused for a bit, thinking of what he was going to do. He was confident that he would be able to evolve Restoration without resorting to these kinds of methods. But how much time would be wasted while he did that? Too much, Julius decided. With a resigned sigh, he turned the flame over and pressed it against his right arm, searing his skin. Julius clenched his teeth and groaned from the pain. His skin was boiling from the heat, blisters already forming as Restoration was active at full speed. This was his not-so-good idea. Self-mutilation was not something he wanted to resort to, but there weren't many other ways he could pressure Restoration. When he fought trolls, most of his injuries were one-offs. He would break or fracture a bone, but he wasn't subjected to a consistent source of damage like a fire. He was also able to activate Savage Dance more freely. The restrictions of his skill activation had lowered as he leveled it up. This helped a lot and allowed him to ignore the worst of the pain. That was why he had decided it was worth taking the risk, even though it had a chance of not working. He continued to burn himself, but slowly ramped up the intensity as he got used to the pain. At this point, he had enshrouded his entire right arm with fire. Restoration was an amazing skill. He could feel his flesh being healed as it was being destroyed. He could also feel the skill was almost consuming the energy from the flames to increase its healing. It was fascinating. However, he still didn't receive a notification even after several minutes of his self-inflicted torture. It would seem he needed to increase the intensity even more. This time he concentrated the fire, making it only as small as his fist, but the strength increased exponentially. The pain was starting to become almost unbearable at this point. However, to his surprise, it was the other things that he would look back on this day with disgust. Like the smell of his fat dripping from his arm, perfuming as it hit the flames, or the sound of his skin crackling before it turned into ash. It was revolting, to say the least. He tuned it all out. The pain and other sensations He just hid inside of himself, waiting for it to be over. He didn't know how long it had been, but eventually he was distantly aware of a notification. Restoration LVL 14-LVL 15. Julius immediately dissipated the flames and healed his arm completely, albeit still missing a hand. There weren't any more burns, but the skin on his arm still showed scars from his intense treatment of it. Pale cracks winded around his entire forearm, looking like a spiderweb. However, he didn't regret it. He might have if it didn't work, but it did. In his years living in this world, he had come to learn that he would be rewarded for putting himself in danger. The more dangerous and stupid the risk was, the greater the reward. Chapter 29, Pseudo-Phoenix. Julius took a moment to rest before he checked his notifications. He moved to the exit of the ravine to get away from the scent of his burnt flesh. He sat down and took the time to recenter himself until he was ready to check his options. Restoration has advanced to level 15. Would you like to evolve the skill? Skill Restoration is evolving possible advancements: Superlative Restoration, Extreme Rejuvenation, Muscle Augmentation, and Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal. Julius's eyes widened in surprise. There were some very interesting advancements available. He almost chose Superlative Restoration without a second look at the others. Restoration had been such a great skill so far. The only limitation seemed to be its ability to heal crippling injuries, and it was highly likely the advancement fixed that. However, he remained calm and checked out the three other options. Extreme Rejuvenation sounded like a skill that concentrated on healing aspects such as fatigue, hunger, and sleep. That was honestly a very useful ability. The ability to heal wounds was nice, but rejuvenation was an underappreciated function in his opinion. It'd save his life more than he could count. But he had been able to heal these aspects already with restoration, maybe less than this new skill offered, but enough for his current needs, so he eliminated extreme rejuvenation. Muscle augmentation was a funny advancement to Julius. He had been practicing how to modify restoration to facilitate muscle growth, and it seemed like it had paid off. The option definitely was only there due to his previous experiments. If he had another healing skill, he would consider the skill much more seriously than he currently was. Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal was the most intriguing skill out of the lot. Just the name Phoenix was indicative enough of its power. Phoenixes were divine fire beasts who specialized in fire manipulation and were practically immortal due to their healing abilities. Even if it was called Pseudo-Phoenix, it was undeniably a powerful skill. But what if it didn't cover what restoration had? The option had most likely come from the phenomenon where Julius had felt restoration, using the flame's excess energy to fuel his skill. So he could assume that the healing properties were much more intense. But would he still be able to heal from fatigue, hunger, and sleep? That was the real question. Restoration and renewal were similar words with similar connotations, which led Julius to believe that Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal at least covered some of the same aspects as restoration. In the end, Julius couldn't give up a skill that had a divine beast name in it. Congratulations, skill Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, Rare Plus, acquired. What the hell does Rare Plus mean? Is it an indicator that the skill is powerful even among other rare skills? Edwin had mentioned spatial perception was in the upper range of rare skills, but he never mentioned anything like this. Julius pressed his lips tightly together as he thought about the potential significance of this discovery. Instead of thinking about it anymore, he wanted to try the skill out. He still had a hand that was missing. Julius activated Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, and he could feel mana race through his body to his arm. Just that small amount of time had Julius feeling like he touched an electric fence. The intensity of life and fire mana was extreme. However, he couldn't see his arm regrowing even when concentrating the skill on it. It was as if something was preventing it. Julius thought that it was possible that since it had been healed over already, it was unable to heal it. After a few moments of thought, Julius gathered some fire mana and created a scarlet red short blade. He tested the edge of the blade with his finger to make sure it was sharp and accidentally cut himself, surprising himself with its sharpness. Damn, that's how I'd cut those trolls apart so easily. He looked at the nub at the end of his right arm, and then he looked at the sharp blade in his hand. He kept looking back and forth between the two with a pronounced frown on his face. Then he closed his eyes and groaned in defeat. It has to be done, he convinced himself. He activated Savage Dance once again and brutally sliced down on his right arm. The blade was so sharp that he didn't even feel the pain for a few seconds, even as the offending nub was lying down on the ground in a puddle of blood. Julius quickly activated Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, focusing on healing his hand. This time, there was a noticeable effect. A warm blaze of red and orange flame burst into reality around the bloody stump on his arm. A potent amount of life mana was suffusing throughout his arm, and he visibly saw his hand knitting back together. The skeleton of his hand was formed first. Then the muscle and tissue began to coalesce around his palm and fingers. Within less than a minute, his whole hand had regrown, as if it was never lost in the first place. Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal LVL1-LVL2. It was slightly more pale than his left one, but other than that, it was an exact replica of the one he exploded. Julius flexed his hand, opening and closing it repeatedly just to make sure nothing fell off, but nothing did. It was a magnificent feat of magic. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. After getting his hand back, Julius made his way to the troll encampment. He hadn't forgotten the fracturing sky and knew he needed to do something soon before it was too late. He gave himself a day. One day to pick off as many groups as he could before he made a move on the entire group. It wouldn't make that much of a difference, but he could also try to evolve kinetic reinforcement during that time. With that being said, he wasn't going to be sneaking around, taking them down here and there. From this point forward, he was going to be hunting them down as quickly as he could. He arrived at the center of the valley, noticing the usual activities of the trolls. He saw one group return to camp, and another one preparing to leave as well. Typically, Julius would wait until he had found a suitable party to go after, but this time he followed the first group he saw leaving. This group had 6 trolls, and one of them was a leader. Julius hadn't got the chance to fight another troll leader since he last fought the other one. He wondered how he would fare now that he had gotten stronger. Julius stalked them until they had made their way far enough from the valley and began his preparations. He created 5 rotating saw blades, using pure compression and arcane construct to make them as sharp and durable as he could. Then he poured kinetic energy into them, causing them to whistle as they spun as fast as he could make them. He waited until he lined up all 5 trolls, and then he released them. The 4 regular trolls didn't even get a chance to respond, as their heads were decapitated in an instant. However, little to Julius's surprise, the leader troll didn't go down quite as easily. The saw blade meant for it had managed to cut through half of its neck, but its spine had resisted the force of the blade, causing it to chip as it ricocheted off the bone. Julius was already bringing the other 4 constructs around for another attack. The troll was still on the ground, holding its bleeding neck as it healed rapidly. Yet, the troll had activated some sort of skill like the other leader Julius had faced. Its skin was enveloped in a red glow, and the troll was looking around frantically, trying to find its assailant. It had noticed the incoming blades of fire mana too late and could only brace itself. 2 discs were aimed at its chest, and the following 2 were aimed at its throat. Much to Julius's disappointment, not a single saw blade had managed to kill the monster. The blades created several lacerations that were quite deep, but failed to finish it off. The physical enhancement skill had hardened the thing's flesh to the point where his constructs were no longer able to penetrate more than a few inches. That would still be considered a good result if the troll didn't regenerate the wounds within a few seconds. As he had learned the hard way, he had to put the troll down with overwhelming power. Otherwise, it would just get back up, looking none the worse. Since it was apparent that his blades weren't working on the thing, he went back to Old Reliable. A big pointy missile. He gathered the 5 cracked discs back to him and disassembled them, recycling their mana and kinetic energy. Recycling his own constructs was a much simpler task than trying to pilfer another's. The troll was still a good distance away from him, so he wasn't in a rush. Julius started to condense a spike made of fire and kinetic mana. The process of compressing was made exponentially easier thanks to the newly evolved pure compression. He was able to condense way more mana than before and at a faster rate as well. Then he honed the very point of the spike with arcane construct, refining it and making it as dense and sharp as he possibly could. Once it was formed, he started to rotate it, generating an enormous amount of penetrative force. Much like the discs, the spike started to scream as it reached its peak rotational speed. He could see the atmosphere around it start to heat up, emitting heat waves around it. Finally, as the troll was still stampeding toward him, he released the spike. Julius was worried that even this much wouldn't be enough to break through the thing's defenses and had already started to form another one, just in case. However, it seemed his worries were not warranted. The spike blasted the troll off of its feet and onto its back. With spatial perception, Julius could see that the spike had pierced the troll's navel. Only about a couple of inches of the back end of the spike had not made it through the troll, but the other foot or so had torn through its chest. The troll was unable to heal the wound with an object clogging up the hole, and it was clawing at its chest trying to remove the spike. But Julius didn't give it another chance and detonated the payload inside of it, killing it instantly. Julius didn't give it a second look and charged a good amount of kinetic energy into his legs before he bolted toward a random direction, trying to hunt down another group. He didn't bother with the cores. He wouldn't have the time or the storage to carry them. He was able to run quite fast now. He felt like a cheetah as he raced across the grassy plains, leaping across creeks and boulders with a single step. It was exhilarating. He had always enjoyed running when he was younger, but being able to run as fast as a speeding car was another level of fun. It was slightly rough on his body, even with kinetic reinforcement, but Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal was passively running and was offsetting the fatigue. An odd characteristic, though, was that his new healing skill produced a subtle fiery aura around him as it worked its magic. I better not use it if I want to stay hidden in the future, Julius reminded himself. He would be like a night light, letting anyone know where he was. It was something he was going to try to fix in the future. In the meantime, he had been sprinting around for almost 10 minutes and still hadn't found another group. Spatial perception was scanning the entire area for any signs of trolls. He had found some weaker monsters, but not what he was looking for. It wasn't until another 10 minutes went by and a good chunk of life mana was used to sustain his crazy pace that he found another group of trolls. There were 6 of them, and they had trekked out pretty far. It was almost to the end of the mountains. There was another leader with them. Not that it mattered much. Julius knew how to take care of them. He created 5 spinning discs and a single condensed spike that he sent to the unaware group. He made sure he focused on killing the leader first, blowing it up before it could activate its enhancement skill, but ended up missing one of the trolls. His aim was slightly off and had only sliced through its chest partway. But Julius quickly controlled the blades and circled them back for another barrage, leaving the troll cut up into 6 separate pieces in the dirt. He didn't even blink at the brutal execution of the monsters. He was already quite used to the violence by now. Standing there with calm and determined eyes, he brought the discs back to him and absorbed them. Then he sent another rush of kinetic energy to his legs and dashed off, continuing his hunt. Chapter 30, The Hunt. Julius managed to find and hunt down another 3 groups of trolls before the sun started to set. They were unexciting fights for the most part. Julius would launch his assault from a distance at a group of unaware trolls, and every time he would kill them before they could even get close to him. There was only a single time when a leader had noticed the attack before it reached them. It had activated its enhancement skill before the spike landed, but it didn't make much of a difference. Julius killed it all the same. He never felt any pressure or danger during these fights, so he didn't receive many level-ups. However, his newly evolved skills were still low level, so they naturally didn't take much to rank up. Arcane Construct LVL2-LVL3. Pure Compression LVL1-LVL3. Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal LVL2-LVL3. Kinetic Reinforcement still hadn't leveled up even after he had been using it the entire time during his hunt. However, he could feel it was close. It was right about to cross the threshold, holding it back. All it needed was a little push. He had given himself a day to eliminate as many trolls as he could. He had done well on that front, taking down over 24 trolls in a few hours. However, now that he was running out of daylight, he wouldn't be able to hunt down many more without attacking the camp directly. Therefore, he permitted himself to play around for a little bit. With an excited smirk, he dashed off again to find one more group. The next group he found was making their way back to the encampment. It was a large group of 6 with a larger troll at the head of them. Perfect, Julius thought with a smile. He created 5 discs and sent them shooting toward the group. Like his past fights, they didn't have time to react and were dead before they noticed the attack. The troll leader, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Julius hadn't sent any attacks at it. The remaining troll had gotten its bearings back quickly and immediately activated its skill, covering it from head to toe in a red gleam. Then it took the axe, strapped across its back, and bum-rushed Julius's position. This troll seemed stronger than the other leaders he had fought earlier. Its red aura was more solid and released a pressure that the others hadn't. Its higher physical prowess was made apparent as each step it took exploded the ground. It was faster than the other troll leaders, and Julius estimated it was at least as fast as himself. Julius began to feel the normal sensations of fear, anxiety, and excitement course through him. The adrenaline started to make his heart race, and he could feel savage dance, activating, retraining the overflow of these emotions. He had learned that while savage dance could effectively mute these sensations, he couldn't extinguish all of them. Finding a delicate balance of passion and rationale was imperative. Not enough passion, and he found his attacks lacking in strength and creativity. Too much passion, and he found himself getting lost in the moment with no control over himself. That was why he allowed himself to feel a small amount of each emotion, even negative ones like fear and pain. They kept him on his toes, honing his focus to heights beyond what he thought possible. The troll was almost on top of him, bringing its massive axe around at a crushing blow. Julius hadn't released any of his techniques at it while it charged him. He wanted to put this thing down the old-fashioned way, with his 2 fists. He took a quick step back, avoiding the axe blade by a few inches, and then ducked under the ensuing backswipe. He got into the guard of the troll with a single burst step and uncorked a crippling blow to the thing's chest, knocking it off its feet and breaking several ribs in the process. Julius tried to capitalize on the opening, but had to avoid the kick from the downed troll. It had quickly regained its footing, and the wound on its chest had already healed by the time it got back up. The troll looked at Julius with more caution than before. It wasn't attacking recklessly anymore. It started to examine him and waited for him to make another move. This was the first time Julius had seen such intelligence from a troll, and subconsciously upgraded the monster's threat in his mind. The 2 of them just shuffled around each other for a few moments, getting a feel for one another. But it was Julius that made the first move. He created a large curtain of flames and sent them right at the troll's face, taking away its line of sight. Julius couldn't see the troll either, but he didn't need his eyes to fight. Spatial perception was keeping track of the troll better than his eyes ever could. With no vision, the troll wasn't able to see Julius coming in from the right. Using arcane construct and pure compression, he created brass knuckles around his fists. Then, as the troll lost track of Julius, he delivered a crushing blow to its kneecap, blasting over half of it right off, dropping the troll to one knee. Julius took advantage of its limited mobility and released a combination of strikes at the troll's skull. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Its skull was much harder than any other troll he had fought. It felt like he was punching a solid piece of steel. However, he wanted to try to do as much damage as possible, so he didn't let up even as his arm started to hurt. Unfortunately, he got greedy, and one of its frantic swings clipped him in the side and sent him flying away. It wasn't following up on its successful strike, as it was still staggering to its feet in a drunken stupor. Ironically, that small hit had done more damage to Julius than what he had managed to do to the troll. It had broken several ribs and his collarbone, as well as damaging some of his organs. Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, which was passively running throughout the fight, cranked up to maximum output. Flames weaved up and down his torso, healing him just as fast as, if not more so than the troll. He got back to his feet within a blink of an eye and charged right back at the troll. It was still slightly wobbly on its feet and was retrieving its axe which it had dropped. It was bent over and its back was turned to Julius, so he decided to run as fast as he could and leap feet first at it. Both of his feet, supercharged with kinetic energy, smashed into the troll's back. It was tossed right off its feet and tumbled a dozen or so paces away, leaving a big puff of dust in its wake. It got back up to its feet and stared menacingly at Julius with its blood-red irises. For some reason, Julius got the impression that the troll was really pissed off. He couldn't imagine what he had done to receive such a look. Then Julius directed a large, toothy smile at the scary gray monster. It seemed like that pushed it over the top. The troll roared and dashed right toward him. All of its previous composure was gone. Taunt successful, Julius smirked. In its rage, its swings were much easier to predict and avoid. Julius allowed it to continue to attack, just dodging and occasionally absorbing any kinetic energy he could. Absorbing kinetic energy from an opponent while it was attacking up close was always hard, but it had slowly become more manageable with diligent practice. He wasn't sending out many of his own attacks. He would counter with an occasional punch or kick, but that was more to get space. Instead, he was using this opportunity to train kinetic absorption in close combat. As Julius continued to evade and absorb the kinetic energy of its strikes, he was using that kinetic energy to charge his entire body. Charging his body with kinetic energy didn't do much other than allow him to store more than his core's capacity. Typically, when he used kinetic energy, he would only use it for specific parts. If he needed to run fast, he would send it to his legs. If he wanted to punch, he would send it to his fist. Rarely would he ever charge his entire body with kinetic energy. It was too wasteful otherwise. Wait, Julius paused for a second and almost got his head taken off in the process. When he threw a punch, he didn't just use his fist. He used his entire body, like the rotation of his hips or the contraction of his back. So why was he only sending a burst of mana at the point of impact? If he wasn't busy avoiding a giant troll's axe, he would have slapped his forehead in exasperation. He wanted to try it out immediately. He had more than enough kinetic energy from absorbing the troll's attacks. If anything, he didn't know what to do with the excess. Julius released a burst of kinetic energy from his hips, then from his back, and finally released from his arm, aiming at an opening the troll's swing left for him. Unfortunately, it didn't work like he expected, and his timing was way off. He ended up looking like he was having a seizure instead. The troll hadn't expected Julius to attack out of the blue as he had been playing defense for most of the fight, but it still managed to bring its axe back around for a quick swing. Julius didn't have time to dodge this strike, so he formed a thick plate of mana as condensed as he could in such a short time using pure compression and arcane construct. The blow slammed into the impromptu barrier. The plate of mana held for a moment, but quickly shattered under the force of a physically enhanced troll. Luckily, the strike wasn't close to a full-powered swing, and the slight resistance it was met with had deviated its path enough so that it only left a deep gash in his chest. His spontaneous experiment had almost killed him again. It was becoming a bad habit, one that he should probably fix. But that was his future self's problem. For now, he decided to double down. He was going to try again. This time, he wasn't going to do the same thing. Releasing multiple bursts of mana like that was way too hard a time, and didn't feel like it would work no matter how hard he practiced with it. It was too disconnected. What he needed was to seamlessly transition the burst of mana throughout his body in one strike. His body was already charged with too much kinetic energy, and kinetic reinforcement was running as it supported his body from breaking down from the energy. What he needed was to release a single continuous surge of kinetic energy that flowed from the legs to the hips to the back, and then funnel into his limb, where it would release into his target. Once he had envisioned the process and felt like he had a good idea of what he was going to do, he waited for an opportunity. The troll was still all over him, not slowing down for a second. There, he saw an opening where the troll had overextended and would not be able to protect itself. Julius released a burst step and found himself right in front of the troll's chest. then without hesitation unleashed a monstrous strike right into its ribcage. The force of his punch dwarfed his other attacks. If his previous strikes were like a toddler's punch, then his new one hit like a hydraulic press. It was fast, but it wasn't even the speed that made it so powerful. There was a titanic force behind his fist. As a result, it was too much for his brass knuckles and had completely shattered the construct around his hands. It also nearly disintegrated every bone in his arm, which practically exploded from the force. There was also extreme tissue damage and hairline fractures running throughout his whole body. On the bright side, the troll had taken the worst of the exchange. Its entire chest had imploded, leaving a massive hole in its chest. It wasn't making any moves to get up, but it was still alive if the regenerating tissue was any indication. Julius hobbled his way over to the troll, Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, at full throttle healing his injuries. He focused on healing everything except for his mangled arm, planning to take care of it later. It would take too long to fix it anyway. He walked toward the still form of the troll and released another strong surge of kinetic energy through his entire body, stomping down on the troll's head and splitting it open like a watermelon. Chapter 31. Final Preparations. Once he determined it was completely dead, he dropped to the ground. He immediately started the process of healing his arm, red and orange flames enveloping it. Funnily enough, for how much effort that fight took, he was still almost fully loaded on mana. The only one that was kind of depleted was his life mana, but he still had no problems healing himself back to full health. While he recovered, he took a look at his notifications. Savage Dance LVL 10-LVL 11. Arcane Construct LVL 3-LVL 5. Pure Compression LVL 3-LVL 4. Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal LVL 3-LVL 5. Kinetic Reinforcement LVL 14-LVL 15. Julius internally cheered. He had finally reached level 15 in Kinetic Reinforcement. It took putting himself in a lot of danger, but it paid off. He had accomplished his goal of evolving all his skills. Kinetic Reinforcement has advanced to level 15. Would you like to evolve the skill? Skill Kinetic Reinforcement is evolving possible advancements. Advanced Kinetic Reinforcement, Force Tempering, Kinetic Augmentation, and Kinetic Surge. He had 4 options available to him. However, 3 of them were similar sounding skills. Advanced Kinetic Reinforcement, Force Tempering, and Kinetic Augmentation all sounded like they were skills meant to increase the physical abilities of his body, much like how Kinetic Reinforcement had changed it, just at a higher level. Advanced Kinetic Reinforcement was the usual direct upgrade, and a solid option if he didn't want to choose another option. Force Tempering was pretty intriguing. It was the only one that wasn't labeled as kinetic, which might mean it would temper his body against all forces, not just kinetic. If so, then Julius really liked that option. It might not be an offensive skill, but it could potentially be a reliable defensive upgrade. Kinetic Augmentation reminded Julius of an artificial enhancement. If Kinetic Reinforcement strengthened what was already there, then Kinetic Augmentation might elevate his body to a whole other level. It might take him beyond mortal capabilities and into the realm of superhuman. Then there was Kinetic Surge to consider. It had to be an option because of how he had used kinetic energy to kill the last troll leader. If so, that was a potent weapon to have in his arsenal. His main worry was that the skill wouldn't provide a way for him to handle the stress of the skill. If he didn't have Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, he would have lost not just his hand, but his entire arm. Not to mention how much damage it had done to every part of his body. It was not a skill he could use until either he got a much more robust physique or he got a tier 2 body. However, one of them would require him to choose a skill other than Kinetic Surge, while the other would require him to wait until he tiered up. Even at his current fast pace, he couldn't see himself being able to advance before the rift collapsed or whatever was happening to it. He would also be able to use the technique without the skill, albeit without such ease that the skill would provide. A part of him wanted to choose it anyway, just so that he would have it when he reached tier 2. But the more rational part of him thought better of it. He needed all the power he could get at this very moment. He could plan for the long term all he wanted, but it meant nothing if he died tomorrow. Therefore, he disregarded kinetic surge, though it pained him to do so. Then he also eliminated advanced kinetic reinforcement, because while kinetic reinforcement was nice for when he first got it, it slowly showed its limitations as Julius got stronger. Kinetic reinforcement made his skin, bones, and entire body tougher, but it wasn't even enough to endure even a single attack from the trolls. A half-hearted strike would shatter his body like a porcelain doll. So it came down to deciding between force tempering and kinetic augmentation. He really liked the sound of force tempering because he felt like it would provide him the largest defensive benefit. But if he was being honest with himself, kinetic augmentation fit him better. Kinetic was one of his main affinities, and his physical abilities could use a little augmentation. Decision made, Julius selected kinetic augmentation. Congratulations, skill kinetic augmentation, rare, acquired. Julius began to feel a tingling from his head to his toes. Oh, come on. Not this again. Julius prayed that the sensations would stop there. He forgot how painful receiving kinetic reinforcement was. The sensations started to dial up and reached a point where they went from uncomfortable to outright painful. Thankfully, he was able to activate Savage Dance at will now and could offset a lot of the pain. But he still was not looking forward to what's going to happen. Julius isolated himself as far away from the pain as was able to, but still felt like fire ants were gnawing on his bones. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like without numbing most of the pain. Then the greedy perfectionist side of him reared its ugly head, and he remembered how he implemented his healing skill during the process last time. He vividly recalled how the pain had increased due to the addition, but he also didn't forget how much more impressive the results ended up being. If you encounter this tale on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Gritting his teeth, he slowly fed life mana into the skill, and boy did it hurt. It was almost as bad as the first time. However, he attempted to shut the pain out, concentrating on anything but the agony he was experiencing. He could sense the effects of his stubbornness was working. His bones were taking in all the life and fire mana his healing skill provided, sucking them into his bones and flesh, causing them to radiate with a luster that spoke of its potential power. After the skill had run its course, and he could feel it start winding down, Julius released his hold of Savage Dance. His body had a soreness that even Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal could not completely heal, but it felt immensely different. He could immediately tell that his entire body had become much heavier and tougher than before. He also could feel that his body held a wellspring of power that was waiting to be unleashed. Every single molecule in his body was like it was supercharged with kinetic energy. It was similar to a stable version of kinetic surge. It didn't have the explosiveness, but it was passively active and would continue to work without his attention and applied to every movement he made. He was very happy with the result. He didn't know how he would compare to a Tier 2 with an affinity body, but he couldn't imagine they were much stronger than his current self. After his skill evolution, he took a breather to relax and wait for the worst of the soreness to dissipate. However, he didn't want to check his status in the meantime. Name: Julius von Hyperius. Tier 1. Skills: Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal LVL 5, Rare Plus. Spatial Perception LVL 19, Rare. Savage Dance LVL 11, Rare. Arcane Construct LVL 5, Rare. Pure Compression LVL 4, Rare. Kinetic Augmentation LVL 1, Rare. It was a very satisfying sight. He had managed to upgrade every one of his skills to Rare, and in the case of Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, to Rare Plus, which he was still very curious about. It was something he was going to look into in the future. Speaking of that, he hadn't quite decided what he was going to do after the Rift. His plan for years had always been to go to an academy to learn more about the world and advancing tiers in general. Lucas and Edwin had been really tight-lipped when it came to the details and requirements for advancement. They had only told him what he would need to do to reach Tier 2 and get his evolved body. However, they told him to wait until he reached the academy before he started to worry about the specifics of other tiers. Therefore, Julius didn't know much about how the power structure worked in this world. He understood that tiers started at untired and continued to go up until at least tier 6, but was that the limit? Or were there tiers beyond that? Furthermore, he didn't understand how to reach tier 3. He was getting close enough to tier 2 that he would need to start worrying about that pretty soon. He still thought it was a good idea to go to an academy. Golden Crest was still his first choice, but even schools like Brightwood or Radon would be a good option. But considering his situation, he had no idea where the nearest one would be. If he was in the Endless Forest like he suspected, then it would be hard to get to any. The Endless Forest was a notorious piece of land within the southern region of the continent. It was technically under the Luminous Empire's rule, but no one really thought the Empire had any control of that territory. The Endless Forest took up a massive chunk of the Empire's land, and only a small portion of it was used to collect resources. The forest was split into several layers. As you made your way deeper into the forest, so would the threat level. The outermost layer started around an E or D rank threat. Go past that, and it would be C or B rank. Then once you enter the core of the forest, which was by far the largest part, A and S rank threats were everywhere. Dragons and other exceedingly dangerous mythological beasts made their home in the core of the forest. There haven't been many excursions past the first few layers. It was too difficult to find enough people who were powerful enough to travel so deep into a dangerous territory for an extended period. So information was relatively sparse. The Luminous Empire had come to realize that it was not worth the risks to venture any deeper and anger its residents. They were satisfied with gathering materials from the outer layers and dealing with the occasional rift overflows every once in a while. Realizing that the rift overflows that occurred deep within the forest were taken care of by the very powerful denizens living there. Luckily, for Julius, he would guess he was in one of the outer layers. He hadn't seen any monsters other than the wolf, but many outer areas were quite barren of monsters from the years of gathering. Still, the rift was bothering him. There shouldn't have been a tier 3 rift where he was stranded. That on top of the fact that it had sucked him in was ringing the alarm bells in his head. However, the fact remained that he had to clear the rift, and soon by the looks of it. The cracks in the sky were spreading even wider, and he would estimate it would cover the sky within a week. He could figure out his education plans at a later date. His next goal was to decide how he wanted to kill the other hundreds of trolls. The first idea he had was to use darkness to his advantage. He knew that the camp went to sleep at night, and spatial perception would give him a large advantage. But he wouldn't be able to use Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal unless he doesn't use any fire mana with it, which lowered its efficiency. But he thought he would place himself high on one of the mountaintops and rain down explosives. It's not very sporting, but neither is fighting hundreds of trolls by his lonesome. However, he was worried that his barrage wouldn't kill the trolls. He had only been able to kill them so far because of his accurate attacks. Relying on the subsequent explosions from the blast didn't sound like a good plan. A grievous wound to a human was practically a paper cut to a troll since it could heal within a few seconds. He would just waste his mana and give up the game. His other plan, which was the one he was leaning toward, was to just continue hunting them down. He could try to do it at night when they were unprepared by sneaking into their camp and killing as many as he could before the other woke up. Then he would flee under the cover of darkness before they get organized. It was the best plan he could come up with, and he knew anything more complicated would just be counterproductive. Odds were that once the fighting started, he would need to improvise either way. Sneak in, do as much damage as he can, and run away. He liked simple plans, and this one didn't get any simpler. Chapter 32. Making his move. Julius found himself staring over the troll encampment. It was night, and he could only make out the details because of the fires that were scattered around the camp. He wasn't going to lie, he was really nervous. Taking down individual groups was fine, but taking on an entire horde of self-regenerating monsters was terrifying. Part of him still wanted to rain bombs from a safe distance, but he knew that it would most likely be a waste of mana. Even if he used half of his core for a single blast, he didn't think he would kill more than a couple dozen, and worse, it would alert them against any future attacks. But Julius steeled his nerves and quietly made his way down to the camp. He had taken a couple of hours to prepare. He had observed the camp and watched as the trolls made their way back to their tents. There were no guards posted around the camp, which was expected considering they were probably the strongest monsters in the rift. His core was full, and his body was completely charged with kinetic energy. He originally planned on having many constructs surround him like an arsenal, but he realized that having a dozen shining red discs of mana would kind of defeat the purpose of stealth. He approached the first tent, activating Savage Dance to settle some of his anxiety. He could hear loud snoring coming from the inside, and based on what he had observed, there were usually 4 to 6 trolls per tent, the same amount that were in a team. He quickly prepared several sharp wedges of hardened fire mana. Julius had tested them earlier on some rocks, and while they weren't as effective as the saw blades, they didn't require any spinning, meaning they didn't whistle, which was going to be important if he wanted to do this quietly. He sensed 5 trolls within this tent, but no leader. According to what he was able to sense with spatial perception, the groups with leaders all had tents more toward the center of the camp. The ones around the edges were apparently lower in the trolls' social hierarchy. He opened the tent, which was made of the same type of plant-based material that their clothes were made out of. It made a slight crinkling noise as it parted, but thankfully the trolls didn't awake. Then 5 wedges of sharpened floated over the heads of the sleeping trolls. Once they were all directly over the necks of the snoring trolls, he slammed them down and added a boost of kinetic energy to make sure they went all the way through. It was anticlimactic. All wedges pierced through the monsters' necks, killing them swiftly. Honestly, Julius felt a little sick for the first since he'd been in this rift. It was the only time he had felt genuinely bad for killing a monster. Killing an opponent that was actively trying to kill you was different than slaughtering his opponents in their sleep. It just didn't sit well with Julius, and he swore to himself that this would be the last time he ever did something like this. However, he still had many other tents to visit, and he couldn't back out now. So Julius quietly made his way out of the tent and went to the next closest one, keeping the constructs as low to the ground so that their glowing wouldn't alert any trolls still awake. The next tent had only 4 trolls, and he just decided to send the wedges in alone. The constructs parted the tent and silently hovered above the trolls. He could sense every movement inside with his skill, and with a pulse of kinetic energy killed all the trolls. The same happened with the next dozen or so tents. By this point, Julius was racking up quite a lot of kills. It was going very smoothly. At this rate, he could take out the entire camp in less than an hour. It was extremely disturbing, assassinating trolls by the dozens like it was nothing. He even got a notification for his actions. Would you like to learn the skill? Assassination, uncommon. Julius hadn't received any notifications for new skills in a while, even though he had been hoping for certain ones like some sort of burst step or movement skill. The fact that he was offered such a skill at this moment made his heart drop. He felt like his insides were curdling like sour milk. He didn't like it. The depths of his soul were vehemently opposing what he was doing. He didn't like that he was forced to do this. So why the hell am I? Julius asked himself. Was it because he had no other choice? Because he had other plans that he decided against? Or was it because it was the easiest choice? His mouth opened as if he wanted to refute that thought. But that's exactly what it was. It was the easiest choice. It wasn't that he was forced to kill the monsters like this. It was just the easiest way to clear the rift with the least amount of risk and using the least amount of mana. Julius gazed up into the fractured night sky like it held the answers to his problems. I got so tunnel vision on clearing the rift that I was willing to do anything to achieve it, even if it meant doing what was easy versus what was right, he realized. Julius didn't consider himself a good guy. He wasn't a hero. If it came down to choosing a single person he cared about or the entire world, he would let the world burn to ash. However, he still had morals, and cutting the throats of his opponents in their beds might very well be one of them. He was aiming for the pinnacle of this world, but if he turned into a broken shadow of himself while doing it, was that really considered a success? Was silently killing them when they were asleep any better than bombarding them from mountaintop? No. Either way, I would be killing them. But killing them in the same manner as the Genshin clan bothers me in a way I cannot describe. Julius knew he shouldn't have a problem with it. He had killed dozens of trolls by ambushing them. His style of fighting wasn't exactly honorable. Maybe there's something about slitting someone's throat when they're sleeping in their beds that doesn't sit right with me. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. It was like he had said before, power without ideals was empty, and maybe this would be one of his. He had no problem killing his opponents in their homes, but he would at least give them the common courtesy and knock on their front door before he did so. Julius smiled sardonically and shook his head in frustration. From the corner of his senses, he could feel that there were some trolls who were getting up and making some commotion. Perhaps they had smelled the thick scent of blood coming from the tents. Julius didn't know, and honestly, he didn't really care. He had no more plans of continuing this tactic. And it seemed like the trolls were no longer going to allow him either. He felt more and more trolls start to awaken from a noise. Soon, Julius wouldn't be surprised if they started to swarm him any moment. Time was up. The need for secrecy was no longer relevant. A part of Julius was glad the trolls had noticed. Now he didn't feel the pressuring need to continue this distasteful act. With a grim determination on his face, he began gathering fire mana, forming it into a compressed orb. His eyes were shining with a hint of madness while he did so. Over the camp, a large ball of fire formed. The heat emanating from it was intense, and Julius could sense more of the trolls inside of the tent start to move around. He thought about replicating his blue flame technique, but honestly thought the scary blue flame had a better chance of killing him than the trolls did. Also, he hadn't tried since he evolved Firebolt. It was way too volatile to casually practice it. Looking back, he didn't know how he was able to keep the construct together before it destabilized. Maybe in the future, he could hopefully use that technique, but not until he felt like he could control it or no longer had a choice. For now, he just compressed as much kinetic and fire mana as he could. In hindsight, he should have just bombarded the camp in the first place. It would have saved him the time. On the other hand, he was grateful that he had learned this about himself earlier than later. With a flick of his hand, Julius dropped the orb right in the center of camp. A deafening boom exploded throughout the otherwise quiet camp. He sensed every troll startled awake and couldn't help but smile like a madman. He would be facing every troll within the horde at once, but at least he was doing it on his own terms. Also, it would provide a nice distraction to make his escape. Now that the jig was up, Julius didn't hold back. He created as many constructs as he could handle at once and began tossing out sharp discs of mana and explosive spikes at the trolls with impunity. Spatial perception helped him retain his accuracy in the darkness and chaos, but it was becoming tough to kill a troll with each strike, especially the leaders. They were just moving too erratically to precisely take them out. Julius didn't stay within the confines of the camp for very long. He swiftly started to back away toward his fallback plan. He never had the intention of facing them on an open field like he was some one-man army. Nope, he had a plan that would allow him to funnel them into his attacks. Several hours ago, he found a nice cliffside where he could slowly retreat while he fended off the trolls. He just needed to make it there. It didn't take very long for the initial confusion to die down and for the trolls to collect themselves. He had only made it about halfway to the cliff, and they were already forming up in an organized group, chasing after him. He couldn't afford to look back, and spatial perception couldn't determine exactly what was happening, but there was probably some sort of chieftain or overall leader giving commands. There was a large central tent in the camp, and he suspected it was owned by the big boss of the horde. Julius continued sending precise strikes at whatever troll entered his perception, but he focused on running as fast as he could to his objective. He was faster than the regular trolls, so he was easily outpacing them by now and had stopped sending out any more attacks. It would just be a waste otherwise, considering he could no longer land them with any accuracy. He was looking pretty good on his mana capacity. He had never been so glad for his ridiculous capacity than now. He was going to be in for a long fight, even if he had the environmental advantage. Abruptly, Julius felt something latch onto him. Some sort of mana-like substance seeped into his skin. It felt dark and insidious, causing him to slow down as he felt extremely weary all of a sudden. Even with his healing skill passively running, it wasn't completely alleviating the fatigue. Julius had to increase the amount he was putting into pseudo-phoenix renewal to get rid of it. However, that also meant he lit up like a bonfire in the middle of the dark. It was only after he did that he felt like the symptoms went away. When he thought that was the end of it, the same feeling came back, but with a more violent reaction. If he hadn't put kinetic energy into his body, he might have fallen to his knees from the weakness he was experiencing. Julius had no idea what was happening to him, and he didn't have time to figure it out. He pumped mana into his healing skill, dealing with the weird effect, and continued making his way to the cliffside. Then he sensed something. He was barely able to discern what it was, but it reassembled a black cloud racing toward him. He tried to avoid it, but it was too fast and was able to track his movements. When it hit him in the back, his eyesight vanished and he could no longer hear anything. "I'm being hit by some sort of curse or debuff ability," Julius realized with wide eyes. There was a curse mage somewhere in the horde of trolls, some sort of shaman, or maybe even their leader. The situation was getting worse, and the cynical part of him was kicking himself for not taking the easy way out. He just had to go and make it harder on himself, didn't he? Another sickly black vapor of mana was heading toward him. Now that he knew what he needed to look out for, it stood out like a lighthouse on a foggy night. He tried to block it with a barrier of mana, but it eroded straight through it like acid tearing through paper and hit him again. This curse was different. He could feel it latching onto his core, trying to drain his mana. Julius tried to act quickly. He activated Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal, but focused it on the mass of black mana on his core. He didn't care about his blindness or deafness for the moment. He had spatial perception, and it was dark out anyway, so he left it alone for now. The mass of curse energy was rapidly draining his mana. It had already taken a decent chunk away, and he needed to prevent it from doing any more damage. Julius tried to surround the curse with fire and life mana, squeezing it, try to rid himself of this parasite. However, it appeared that the curse not only drained mana, but also restricted his mana usage. It took his entire attention to wrangle the mass off of his core. By the time it had taken almost a third of his resources. Considering how much mana Julius had, that was a lot. Julius had never experienced an attack quite like that. He had heard about mages that specialized in debuffs and curses, but he hadn't thought he would meet one in a troll rift. There hadn't been a single monster that could use magic beyond physical enhancements. He sensed behind him and noticed that the effort and time he had put into fighting against the unusual attack had let the other trolls split the distance between them. Julius was hyper-aware, trying to detect another attack like that before it could land. Moments later, he sensed it. It was the same attack coming for his chest. He didn't even bother trying to stop it with a construct. The last one didn't do anything. This time, he manipulated Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal so that it surrounded his core, not leaving a single gap for the black mana to slip into. To his relief, his skill burned the black mana, purifying it before it could grab a hold of his core. He let out a sign. He was extremely lucky to find a way to defend against it so quickly. The problem was that the curse had already done its job. He had just over half his mana left, with less life mana than the other two. He had been planning to fight a war of attrition, using his high mana capacity to his advantage, but it hadn't even gotten to the challenging part, and he was down to 50% already. It was not looking good for Julius. Chapter 33, Consequences. The curse mage didn't send out any more mana-draining curses at him. They seemed to realize that they didn't work anymore. But little did they know, it took Julius a lot of focus and mana to fend off the attack. Still, he was glad the enemy wasn't just spamming it at him. Instead, they went back to their original attack. However, that was just as annoying too. The only way Julius could block the insidious black mana was to cover himself with Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal before it hit. Although he was able to detect the attack before it reached him, the constant activation of the skill was taking a toll on his reserves. He was over half down on life and fire mana. Julius was so focused on detecting any more curses heading his way that he almost missed the gathering of earth mana around his feet. Fortunately, he noticed it just in time and jumped as the ground split open and sharp stakes made of stone almost impaled him. What? Do they know earth magic as well? Julius was already taken by surprise that one of the trolls knew curse magic, but now was throwing out earth magic as well. It did not bode well for Julius. He needed to take out the mage. Julius was confident in fighting Tier 3 trolls, but he had zero confidence about taking on a Tier 3 mage on top of it. He just didn't have enough experience or knowledge of magic. He had learned basic exercises, but he hadn't learned how mages fought or how to defend against them. That was something he was hoping to learn at an academy. The other trolls were at least what he was used to: slow, strong, with extraordinary regeneration abilities. He would like nothing better than to stop and launch a massive missile at the troll mage, but he didn't know exactly where this enemy was. Also, it would let the horde of regenerating, rageful monsters catch up to him. He quickly healed himself again, curing his blindness and deafness, and then continued running. To his immense relief, he finally made it to the base of the mountain. He planned to use the steepness of the cliff to give him a better line of sight for shooting the trolls. Also, he was hoping that it would prevent them from dodging as easily, and he could easily lodge a spike into their heads. He had scouted out a path earlier and quickly scurried up the route, trying to get as high up the cliff as he could. It was a path that was large enough for Julius to scale quickly, but narrow enough that it impeded the trolls. The incline was also quite steep, but not enough that it was vertical. Not long after, the first of the trolls had made it to the base of the mountain as well. Julius was praying that the trolls were lousy climbers. If they weren't, then he was screwed. Julius pulled himself over a particularly large boulder and made it to a large ledge, then paused. He looked over the edge and could make out a wave of dark shapes at the base of the mountain, all climbing their way up to Julius. Using spatial perception, he estimated that there were still 100 or so trolls left. Using as little mana as possible, he created explosive needles and had them hover over his shoulder. He took a deep breath to center himself and then began to fire down the needles on the unsuspecting trolls. Julius emphasized his accuracy over speed. He couldn't afford to waste mana, especially when it was already too low for his comfort. The trolls weren't exactly the smartest of opponents. When they saw their companions' faces getting pierced by an explosive needle, they continued making their way up with no sign of hesitation. It was easy, almost too easy. Julius had not seen any of the troll leaders yet, and only the regular trolls had been climbing. Even at the base of the mountain, he couldn't detect any stronger trolls or their supposed chieftain. It worried Julius, but at the same time, he had to focus on dealing with the trolls climbing up and trying to eat him. Some time passed, and Julius was still laying down fire on incoming the trolls. He had taken down around several dozen, but they were still coming, and he still hadn't seen any signs of the others. Suddenly, he felt movement above him, and then a mass of earth mana behind his back. He reacted instinctually and quickly rolled out of the way. Right after he moved, he saw a pillar of stone jut out from directly where he was just a second ago. If he hadn't been fast enough, he would have been knocked off the cliff and fallen over 100 feet down back to the floor. At least he found his answer to where the other trolls had gone. It seemed like they had gone some other way and blocked off his route further up the mountain. It was his mistake to assume that they would not know their way around the mountains. There were over 20 of them standing at the nearest flat ledge, most of them leaders. At the front was a unique troll. It was a little bit taller than the others, but instead of a soft red aura, there was a dense, bloody aura surrounding it that suffocated Julius even from down here. Yet, what surprised Julius was the troll chief's slimness. It was quite sleek around the shoulders and looked a lot more athletic than the other trolls. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Reports sightings. Honestly, that made the trolls seem much more dangerous. The other trolls were like beefed-up roid junkies, with too much muscle to move around quickly. This one reminded him of a 9-foot-tall LeBron James. He was quite confident that this was their chieftain. He was so concentrated on the troll chieftain that he had almost overlooked the other trolls. In the back of the group, he could barely sense a smaller troll holding a staff of some kind. Julius would have completely missed this troll if not for the dense waves of mana emanating from the creature. It was like the mana itself was interfering with the atmosphere. He could safely say that he had found his mage. It had only taken a second for Julius to observe the new group and immediately realized that he was trapped on the side of the mountain. The way back down was blocked by several dozen trolls, and above him was a group entirely composed of elite trolls. Not to mention, he was stuck on the side of a mountain with an earth mage. Julius loved his luck. If that wasn't bad enough, the trolls above began to grab large random stones and started to chuck them over the edge right at Julius. He was still firing needles at the trolls that were climbing up, so he had to decide what to focus on. A particularly large rock sped toward him faster than the others and smashed next to his feet several feet away, leaving a crater in its wake. He didn't have much time left, so Julius did the only thing that he could think of. He began creating a bomb. Not worrying about the trolls climbing up anymore, Julius stopped shooting needles and hid beneath a small shelf, protecting himself from the raining rocks. Several spikes of stone shot out of the cliff randomly in Julius's general location. Luckily, it seemed like the mage needed some sort of line of sight for his earth magic. Then he focused on gathering almost the rest of the fire mana he had in his core into a dense orb. Then he fed it his kinetic mana, which was still halfway full, into the core of the orb. He could feel the other mage doing something weird with its mana. It was trying to disrupt Julius's mana control by sending out short bursts of its mana. Julius had no idea how it was doing it, but it was like trying to build a piece of IKEA furniture while a cat was running away with all the screws. It was very frustrating. However, thanks to his highly ranked skills and sheer will, he was able to fend off the mage's interference and managed to form the first part of the construct. He barely had any fire mana left, only enough for a small construct or two, but he did have enough kinetic mana left in his core. Julius hadn't been planning to use this technique again, for fear of it killing him by accident, but he didn't have another option. Gently, he began on the second part of the construct. He stopped filling the core of the orb with kinetic energy and started to infuse the fire itself with kinetic energy. He could still feel the other mage's attempts at disrupting what he was doing, but Julius was so in the zone that he barely felt the interference. The kinetic energy and fire mana were synergizing, creating a much hotter flame. He could feel the heat coming off the orb rapidly increasing as the color started to change into a gorgeous blue. It had become so hot that the heat was searing off his skin even though it was several feet away. He could feel it melting away, burning off his flesh. He didn't have Firebolt to contain the energy this time. Only Arcane Construct was helping it not explode in his face. He loved his new skill, but the rigid structure of his old skill would have been greatly appreciated at the moment. Once he had put a third of his kinetic mana into it, the orb was done. However, Julius could feel the construct trying to rip away from his control. It was swiftly unraveling and was about to blow up in his face. No longer thinking, just acting on pure instinct, Julius blasted kinetic energy through his legs and jumped off the cliff into the open air. Then as he was falling, he fired the pulsing blue orb at the ledge the chieftain was standing on. Julius saw the mage panic and try to put up some sort of defensive measure, but the orb still slammed into the mountain and detonated with an enormous blast. The light from the explosion blinded Julius, and the resulting shockwave shattered his eardrums, blowing him even further away from the mountainside. Discombobulated and disoriented, Julius was rapidly tumbling through the air and toward the ground at a ridiculous speed. He was frantically trying to absorb as much kinetic energy from his fall as he could, but it wasn't going to be enough. So using the last of his fire mana and some of the kinetic energy he absorbed, he created a construct with his feet. It was hard to tell which way was up and what way was down as he was spinning head over tail, but by some miracle, he was able to release the payload before he hit the ground. The counteracting explosion had just enough force to blow him upward, and it slowed him down before he fell back to the surface with a hard crash. Julius broke both of his legs, but he lived, and Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal was already working on his legs. He had managed to blow himself a lot further away from the mountain than he originally thought. However, he was glad because the result of him shooting that orb at the mountain had resulted in a landslide of epic proportions. The entire ground was rumbling as thousands and thousands of tons of rock fell away from the mountain. The entire side of the mountain was getting swept down. Boulders the size of cars were toppling down and collapsing on top of the trolls beneath it. He had no idea what became of the troll chief or the mage. The dust from the catastrophe was making it hard to see through, and spatial perception couldn't pick up anything from that far away. However, he wouldn't be surprised if many trolls survived the landslide. Nothing short of being completely crushed would kill them. Ironically, it seemed like the gods had heard his wishes because, as he thought it, the very top of the mountain, whose support had eroded by the landslide, collapsed. The entire peak of the mountain tipped over and dropped directly on the rubble where the trolls had been buried. That might work. Chapter 34. New Skill. Julius had all 4 of the limbs splayed out as he used the dredges of his mana to heal himself and tried to recover as much mana as he could. Nothing went according to how he thought things might go. He had expected that he would have to fight the big bad troll chieftain in the end, but honestly, it was hard to believe that even it could survive that catastrophe. Julius stayed on the ground for over an hour. He had already completely healed by now, and his mana had recovered a decent amount in that time as well. He had checked his notifications as waited. Savage Dance LVL 11-LVL 14. Arcane Construct LVL 5-LVL 8. Pure Compression LVL 4-LVL 7. Pseudo Phoenix Renewal LVL 5-LVL 9. Kinetic Augmentation LVL 1-LVL 5. It was the greatest improvement he had seen while in a rift. Numbers-wise, it might have not been the largest increase, but considering that all of his skills were rare, the improvement was significant. He even got a new skill offered. Would you like to learn the skill Fighter's Will? Uncommon. Julius didn't know what to expect from a skill like that. He didn't even know why he got offered it. Was it from participating in so many dangerous fights? Or maybe it was because of his dumb stunt. He didn't know. However, he didn't see any reason not to accept it. He almost thought about not choosing it just because it would mean his status would no longer have all rare skills, but quickly whacked himself over the head. Congratulations, skill Fighter's Will Uncommon, acquired. Even after he acquired it, he still didn't have any idea what the skill did. He guessed it would take some experimenting to find out. Julius had bigger problems to solve, though. For one, he was expecting some sort of exit would appear. Most times when a rift was cleared, a portal appeared, taking the delvers back to the real world. However, Julius had not seen any signs of a portal yet. Could there still be other trolls in the valley? Or maybe the chieftain is still alive. Julius knew that some rifts were only considered completely cleared once the boss was killed. But looking at the mess of the aftermath, he could not even begin to guess how or where the boss might be. Getting back to his feet, Julius made his way to the destroyed remnants of the mountain. He had always planned to create some sort of landslide as a contingency, but nothing on this scale. He thought it would be useful in getting away, but it was way more effective than he could have dared hoped for. He was lucky that the direction of the landslide wasn't where he was blasted off. If it was very possible that he would have been buried alongside the trolls. Once he made it to the base of the mountain, he used spatial perception to its limits, trying to sense anything living underneath. The skill was undoubtedly one of the most useful skills he had, but he was having a difficult time picking up anything through so much rock. It was hard to differentiate what was rock and what wasn't. It was only when he was almost directly over a troll that he could sense it. It was also very tricky navigating through the rubble. Julius had to climb over boulders and be careful not to slip on the uneven terrain. A twisted ankle was, funnily enough, not a big issue for him anymore, but it still didn't mean he could just run across the debris. Not surprisingly, he ended up finding some living trolls buried deep underneath the rock. He put them out of their misery with a wedge of mana, or sent an additional blast of kinetic mana on the rock, burying them and smushing them for good. The trolls were persistent, he would give them that, but still had not found the chieftain or the mage. Julius spent several hours picking through the ruins, but still had zero luck. At this point, he was almost certain the chieftain had made it out alive. He found that there were a lot more trolls who survived than what he originally thought. It really highlighted their impressive survivability abilities. However, there was still no chieftain or mage, and it worried him. Even after constant searching, Julius came up empty-handed. But he at least was able to take care of the many stragglers stuck in the landslide, so that was a plus. It was getting close to early morning, and Julius was tired from the stress of the day, so he headed back to the ravine. He was casually enhancing his body with kinetic augmentation, jogging back as he thought about the day's events. He still didn't quite understand some of his actions. During the heat of the moment, he had decided to completely derail from his carefully made plans. With that being said, he did not regret it. He still believed that he did the right thing. It wasn't like these monsters had done anything to Julius. If they were the assassins or some sort of slavers, then Julius wouldn't have felt as bad cutting their throats in their bed. However, it was technically Julius who was intruding. They didn't deserve such a brutal execution. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. No, what bothered him so much was his proclivities to self-destructive actions. He could rationalize putting himself in danger and taking unnecessary risks to improve his skills, but he realized that he would have still done it even without the skill improvement. He had always been a weird, some might even say crazy, person. He didn't deny that. What type of person would willingly blindfold themselves for several years? A genuine weirdo. That's who. But he had never been suicidal. However, his actions since he entered this rift had been pushing the limits of what was normal even for him. He was glad that he didn't continue to slaughter the trolls in their bed. But why the fuck did he detonate a bomb instead? He could have easily slipped away unnoticed and figured out another plan. But rather than that, he decided to just break in and snitch himself out to a bunch of monsters who he just killed. It made no sense. He needed to be better in the future. He knew better than anyone what death was like. And he also knew how valuable life was. He should not be so willing to throw his away. Maybe what happened to Lucas and Edwin had been affecting him more than he wanted to admit. It was something that he had been avoiding up to this point. But his careless attitude up to now was similar to how he acted when he lost his other family. I should think out of nowhere, spatial perception picked up a fast-moving object coming straight at his back. His body was already throwing itself into a dive, getting out of the way, feeling a gust of wind as the object passed over his head. However, when he got back to his feet, a leg was already heading straight at his chest. This time, he didn't have time to dodge and try to block it while enhancing his body to the limit with kinetic augmentation. It felt like getting hit by a speeding semi-truck. His arm was completely smashed to the side, and the kick pummeled him in the shoulder, launching him off into the distance. If not for the recently evolved kinetic augmentation, that kick would have shattered him like a piece of glass. Even with the skill, almost every rib was split in half, his organs ruptured, and his right shoulder turned into a paste. I think I found the chieftain, Julius thought to himself through clenched teeth. Julius got to his feet as quickly as he could, because the troll was already charging right at him, and unlike the other trolls, this one was way faster. The chieftain made the other trolls look like the fat kids in gym class. It was so fast Julius could barely track its movements with spatial perception. Julius flooded his body with kinetic energy and blasted himself as far away while simultaneously throwing out a condensed spike right at the troll. The troll ducked underneath it and proceeded to dash straight at Julius. It was the first time that a troll had been fast enough to dodge his attack. It wasn't like the chieftain was tier 4. By Julius's estimates, it was still a tier 3, but it was on a whole other level than their other trolls. It was all over Julius, not giving him an inch to breathe. It was taking everything he had to continue to evade the rapid strikes. This chieftain didn't even have a weapon. It was just using its fists. The red aura around its body was like a thick bubble surrounding its movements. Every action it made was supported by the aura, so that its attacks were stronger and faster. Julius threw everything into pseudo-phoenix renewal and healed his injuries. When he finally found a tiny gap, he released a handful of condensed spikes he had prepared while frantically dodging. The spikes were too close for the troll to avoid them, but it didn't matter. The spikes got swallowed up by the aura, breaking down and exploding before they made contact with the troll. Julius's eyes widened in shock and almost got punished for his lapse in concentration. The troll was relentless. It didn't let up for a second. Julius started to get overwhelmed by the sheer violence and speed of his opponent. The fact that the troll's aura was somehow breaking down his constructs was a problem. Julius didn't know how it was doing it, but he did notice that as he created constructs around his arms to deflect, some of its strikes were not as affected by its aura. They were still getting interfered with, but he could easily keep them together. It appeared that he would have to try to get in close and land a blow, which was going to be difficult considering that Julius had been on the back foot the entire time and had not found an opening to counterattack. However, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He activated a burst step while he created a wall of flame, blocking the troll's vision. Then he sent an exploding orb to distract it while he shifted behind it. The troll still thought he was still in front and didn't sense him priming a heavily condensed spike on his fist behind it. Then, with a quick pulse of kinetic energy, he jumped toward the troll's head and delivered a blow directly to the back of the troll's head. The aura around the troll didn't break down this attack and landed flush on its skull. Unfortunately, the spike barely managed to pierce an inch before it was stopped. Julius kicked off and got some distance before he detonated it. The explosion still took out a nice chunk of the troll's skull, but it didn't put it down for good. So Julius prepared another attack before it could recover. However, just as he was about to move in, he felt his muscles seize and a wave of fatigue hit him. Julius didn't sense the curse mage around, but he remembered what it felt like getting hit by those curses. It was somewhere close enough to hit him, but he couldn't sense it. He quickly removed the effects of the curse and blitzed over to the still-down chieftain, spike in hand. Another black cloud of mana raced toward him. He blocked it with flecks of pseudo-phoenix renewal, but it was all just a distraction. A large amount of earth mana activated around him and turned the ground into mud that swallowed his legs and stopped him in his tracks. He tried sending a burst of kinetic energy to force his way out, but it didn't work. He could feel the earth trying to crush his legs as it trapped him. The chieftain was getting back up by this point and had completely healed its injury. It looked to trap Julius with eyes of unrestrained fury and proceeded to bum rush him. Julius thought fast. He created several exploding spikes and jammed them deep into the softened dirt. Then he detonated them. The resulting explosion freed him from the grasp of the earth while not blowing himself up, but it had also tossed him a dozen feet into the air, leaving him no way to dodge the chieftain's punch. He tried to block it with both of his arms overlaid with layers of mana, but it did little to stop the force. It blasted him head over toe, smashing him over a creek into the nearby forest and smashing his back against a tree. Chapter 35, Final Boss. Julius was only still conscious due to Savage Dance. Fortunately, the chieftain wasn't chasing after him. Its attention was shifted elsewhere. The troll mage had finally revealed itself from its hiding place. It appeared that it was hiding itself in the ground using earth magic, and the chieftain was busy arguing with the troll mage with loud grunts and growls. It almost seemed like it was berating the mage for interfering in its fight. Julius did not mind this at all. He needed all the time to heal his injuries, and the more time they wasted, the more time he had to figure out a plan. At the moment, it seemed pretty hopeless. The chieftain was already a tough opponent. It was faster and stronger than Julius. Then if he included its aura ability that broke down his mana constructs, it was even more challenging. However, when he added the mage to the situation, it became almost impossible. Julius would have to constantly keep an eye on the mage as he fended off the chieftain. He had to admit that they made a good team. He needed to take out the mage first. If he could do that, then he would have a chance. The problem was getting to it. The chieftain wasn't going to just allow Julius to walk right up to the mage and cut its head off. Not to mention, the mage was able to hide in the ground. Julius never took his attention off them, but they still seemed like they were arguing between themselves. It felt like they had dismissed Julius as a real threat after the last exchange. It pissed him off at being so casually dismissed, but he would be able to use this to his advantage. A plan started to form in his head, and he realized that it might be possible. They should have never allowed me this much space. Julius was fully healed by now and began creating as many explosive spikes as he could control. The mage's gaze snapped toward him instantly, sending a mass of black mana at Julius and falling out of sight, hiding in the ground. Julius blocked the curse with an aggressive usage of life and fire mana, then finished forming a dozen spikes. Next, he cranked up pure compression as much as he could, condensing the fire and kinetic mana inside the spike beyond any point he had ever reached before. Julius had come to understand that the more condensed his constructs were, the harder it was for the troll to break down the spikes with its aura. Additionally, he expected the mage to have a similar ability too, considering that it had already attempted to disrupt his constructs earlier, and he was hoping it would also find the extremely condensed construct hard to disrupt. The chieftain was shockingly not charging at Julius. Instead, it was slowly stalking toward Julius with an arrogant smirk plastered to its face. This motherfucker, he doesn't think I'm a danger. Doesn't he remember how close I was to jamming a spike in his forehead before he was saved by his friend? Or is he that delusional? It didn't matter. He was going to take this ugly fucker down regardless. Julius felt fighters will activate for the first time. The skill sent out a rippling of energy throughout his body and mind, and the effects were added on top to Savage Dance. Julius never felt more wired in his life. It felt like everything was on a hair trigger. He was able to push pure compression and arcane construct even further. His eyes started to bleed from the exertion, but he started smiling like an idiot because it was working. His constructs no longer had a red, ethereal glow around them. They were changing visibly. Now they were solid violet, similar to what his enhanced firebolts used to look like, except way more powerful. Julius saw the chieftain pause as it stopped to feel the mana radiating from the spikes, and he smiled at its obvious discomfort. However, the chieftain noticed Julius's smile and didn't let that unspoken challenge go unpunished. Its pride as a pack leader would not allow another being to defy it. The chieftain no longer took its time, but roared and charged right at Julius. Julius was able to feel subtle movements of earth mana gather around his feet. He understood how he had not noticed it last time, but now that he was expecting it, it wouldn't catch him off guard again. He immediately dashed to his full speed, avoiding the earth trap and heading towards the middle of the plains, getting more distance between him and the chieftain. Julius was throwing out his newly improved spikes at the chieftain. Each spike boomed every time it was released, ripping through the air with a large penetrative force. This time, the spikes weren't broken apart by the aura. They were still slowed down, but they impacted against the troll's skin, leaving large gouges in its flesh. The fact that he was now able to hurt the troll enabled him to keep his distance easier. Julius kept regenerating as many spikes as he used, making sure to keep a total of at least 10 at all times. As he was raining attacks on the chasing troll, he was looking out for any mana usage from the mage. The mage had laid out several clever traps that almost got Julius and many curses that he had to protect against, but Julius was getting close. Each time the mage used its mana, he was able to narrow down its location. That was another reason he was running around. He had learned while finishing off the remaining trolls under the landslide that spatial perception had a hard time perceiving through so much rock. However, it was still possible. He just had to be closer. This text was taken from Royal Road. Help the author by reading the original version there. Julius doubted the chieftain noticed, but he wasn't running around randomly. He was systematically clearing each piece of the land. Julius felt a tug from the direction the last curse had come from. There, he had managed to precisely sense the mage's body several feet underground, moving slowly. He mentally tracked its location, but didn't know how the mage was able to know his location yet, so he erred on the side of caution. He pretended that he had no idea where it was as he continued to keep the chieftain at a distance. Julius continued to dodge around the chieftain, waiting for his opportunity. It was close, but he couldn't afford to mess it up because he was impatient. Finally, the perfect moment presented itself. The mage had just released another burst of mana and was directly behind the chieftain. Julius didn't hesitate and sent half a dozen spikes rocketing toward the troll. The chieftain was about to evade when it saw the spikes curve around it, missing it entirely. A look of confusion flashed across its face, and turned its head to see the spikes heading into the dirt behind him. The spikes smashed directly where the mage was hiding. The first 3 were meant to clear the surrounding dirt and rock, exposing the cowardly rat-like mage. The next 3 speared the mage like a shish kebab, one in its skull, one in its throat, and one in the chest. The mage didn't even get a chance to avoid or disrupt the constructs before it was blown up to pieces. For a long moment, Julius and the chieftain just observed the mage's scattered flesh. Then they met eyes, and Julius could see something very satisfying deep behind those crimson-red eyes. Fear. Julius could practically smell the hesitance and fear emanating from the troll. Just a few minutes ago, the chieftain had been so sure of its victory, it had even allowed Julius time to recover. Now the tables had turned, and it realized that it was all alone. Julius wasn't going to make the same mistake. While it had been standing there doing nothing, Julius had been replenishing the spikes he had used. He estimated he had around 1/3 of his mana left, but it would be more than enough. He knew the chieftain style now and knew how he would put it down. Julius formed an axe entirely made of compressed and hardened mana. It wasn't practical, as the axe didn't have that much weight to it, but it was symbolic in a way. It resembled the axes the troll leaders had used. Julius sent 3 spikes straight at the troll's chest. However, he didn't even let the troll dodge them, as he preemptively exploded them, creating a wall of flame and obstructing its vision. The troll seemed to remember the trick from before and preemptively turn around, swinging its fist where it expected Julius to strike. Except it was wrong to assume that Julius would attack it from behind. Julius used the wall of flame as bait, hoping the chieftain would take it. In the meantime, he didn't move from his place and wound up the axe to slash through the troll's ankle, taking it off at the joint. Even though the axe didn't have much weight behind it, Julius figured out that a shitload of kinetic energy could compensate for that. Then Julius sent another slash across the back of its neck. The chieftain's spine was much harder than its joint, and the axe splintered, getting stuck in its neck. Julius didn't try to wrench it out. Instead, he used the troll's back as a springboard and launched himself away as he blew the axe up. The axe wasn't like a spike, so it didn't do much damage, but it did distract the troll and allow Julius to send the rest of the spikes at it. With its mobility crippled, the troll wasn't able to dodge the spikes. Its aura prevented the worst of the damage, but they still blew up its back and neck, leaving a crater of missing flesh. It was enough damage to knock it out for just a moment. However, it wasn't dead yet. He could still see the thing's skill regenerating the missing flesh at an outrageous speed. Julius didn't give it any more time and sent one last spike at it. The chieftain's aura skill was no longer active, and the spike was able to pierce deeply into the troll's skull and explode, blasting it apart in a mist of blood. Julius didn't move for a long time. He just stood there frozen in place. It didn't feel real. He half expected the chieftain to stand right back up and continue the fight. Honestly, he was surprised that his plan had worked. He thought the mage for sure had a final trick up its sleeve. However, in the end, it was only Julius left standing amongst them. He took a look around him, observing the area around him. The ground was littered with small craters caused by his constructs, and several large spikes and pits of earth magic were scattered about. Other than that, it was silent except for the soft trickle of the creek nearby. The first thing Julius did was go check the mage's body. He needed to see it in person himself. Looking back, Julius could appreciate the mage's skill in a weird sort of way. Sure, it almost killed him multiple times, but it was also a great example of not needing superior firepower to win a fight. If Julius didn't have pseudo-phoenix renewal, there was no way he would have lasted even a couple of minutes against it. Those curses were deadly and completely overpowered. Of course, he can't be saying that with a healing skill like his, but against many others he could imagine the trouble they would face. That mana-stealing curse took 1/3 of his mana before he could even react, and he was lucky that he found a way to defend against it. Then there was the fact that the mage was also an earth mage who was able to hide in the ground from his senses. It made fighting that thing a real pain in the ass, and Julius hoped he didn't have to fight any more annoying opponents like that anytime soon. Julius found its body scattered around the large crater he created. He wanted to find its core, not because he wanted to use it, but because he wanted to keep it for sentimental reasons. However, he wasn't able to find one no matter how hard he searched. It was unfortunate, but not that big of a deal. Finally, Julius walked back to the chieftain's body. Compared to the mage, it was in much better shape. Before the spike had blown up its head, the troll's regeneration skill had almost fully healed it. The only thing that was missing was a bloody stump where its head used to be. He cut open its chest and revealed the life core glowing inside its chest. It was much different than the other trolls, not to Julius's surprise. The essence inside of it was pulsing with potent life energy. Julius was thinking about keeping it and maybe turning it into a nice accessory. It would be a nice reminder of his time in the rift. Speaking of which, Julius noticed an enormous mass of energy gathering dozens of feet away from him. He immediately went into full alert mode, creating several spikes ready to fire at a moment's notice. However, he was worried for nothing. A portal much like the same one that sucked him in was being formed. Chapter 36, Exiting the Rift. The rift forming was an amazing sight to see, and Julius tried to memorize every detail of what was happening and imprint it on his brain. It was much too complicated for him to figure out at the moment, but he hoped it would one day prove useful. That it only took a few moments, and then a swirling blue mass was hovering a few feet above the ground. It took until it fully formed that Julius finally believed it was all over. The portal appearing was the ultimate confirmation that he had cleared the rift. He was tempted to immediately walk through the portal, but he held himself back. During his time in this rift, Julius learned the importance of taking the time to recover while he had the chance. He didn't think there would be trouble on the other side, but he did know there was little to no risk on this side for now. For the first time in weeks, Julius was able to take a deep breath and completely relax. He just laid there on his back, observing the rising sun over the mountains. The fractures in the sky were slowly dissipating, indicating that the rift was no longer at risk of overflowing. He stayed there for close to an hour, just lazing about and taking it in. When he first got trapped in here, he didn't have high hopes for his chances of success, but the fact he did succeed gave him an immense sense of satisfaction. He was able to completely clear a Tier 3 rift all on his own. It was a very impressive feat for a Tier 1. Once he felt like he basked in his glory for long enough, Julius sat up and opened up his notifications. Savage Dance LVL 14-LVL 16. Arcane Construct LVL 8-LVL 10. Pure Compression LVL 7-LVL 11. Pseudo Phoenix Renewal LVL 9-LVL 10. Kinetic Augmentation LVL 5-LVL 8. Fighters will LVL 1-LVL 6. All of his skills experienced nice growth, especially Pure Compression and Fighter's Will. Pure Compression had gained a total of 4 levels during that relatively short fight. Julius believed that it was because of his improvements to his constructs, which were able to withstand that aura skill from the chieftain and actually injure it. No matter how much he had compressed mana or how he wove in the past, his constructs, albeit gaining tangible properties, still felt brittle in a way. Don't get him wrong, they were certainly capable of cutting through things with enough force behind them. But he realized that once the shell or structure was cracked, the entire construct fell apart quite easily. Now, he could feel his constructs had some mass underneath the shell. If they were to crack, the construct would hold for a bit longer. Also, he was confident that as time passed, he would constantly get better at it. The thing that amazed Julius was his new skill, Fighter's Will. On the surface, it seemed like it was a similar skill to Savage Dance. Both of them enhanced his focus and heightened his abilities with an influx of energy. However, Fighter's Will was different on a qualitative level. If Savage Dance felt like it utilized his mana, skills, body, and mind all at once, then Fighter's Will utilized his soul. Julius didn't quite understand the properties of aura or how it works. He understood that every high-tiered individual ends up gaining an aura, but he assumed that was from the sheer power they accumulated as they got stronger. However, he believed that was a mistake on his part. His new skill felt very similar to the chieftain's aura on a fundamental level. The best way he could describe it was by comparing them with a sword. Both skills felt and looked like a sword, but the difference was that Julius's sword was made of paper while the troll's was made of steel. However, they were still fundamentally a sword, just their effectiveness was completely different. Julius had an inkling that both made use of the soul, just that his skill was still too weak to do anything other than give him a nice little boost. It was almost like aura was an extension of one's soul, something not related to stamina or mana, but something integral to every living creature. The stronger the soul, the stronger the aura, which was usually why those with powerful auras were high-tiered. With that new perspective in mind, Julius could look back at the fight in a different light. The chieftain had used its soul to strengthen its attacks and break down the enemy's magic. Initially, Julius didn't think the mage had an aura, but he was wrong. The mage just used it in a much more subtle way. The mage was good at hiding things with its aura. There was a commonality between every attack the mage threw his way. Each attack was shrouded in a blurry cloak of aura, which made it more difficult to pick up on. In hindsight, Julius believed that was how it was able to shroud its attacks until it was almost too late to sense them. Without spatial perception and really good mana senses, Julius would have never been able to track its shrouded mana. That was also why it was hard to detect the mage as it hid underground. It had covered itself in aura. Aura. It wasn't something that Julius originally believed to be important. However, after seeing the effects at firsthand, he wanted to learn how to use it himself. There were endless possibilities. The soul, huh? I can't wait to see where that might lead me. Julius got a manic look in his eyes as he fantasized about where aura training might lead him. But before he could begin training, he would need to leave this rift. He stared hard at the swirling blue portal, listening to the soft humming noise that resonated from it. Then he sat up and walked towards it, entering its sphere of influence. With a final moment of hesitance, he reached out his hand and put his hand directly in the portal. The portal latched on his arm and pulled him through into its depths. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. When Julius opened his eyes, he didn't see anything. It was nothing, just pure void surrounding him. He was half expecting to see where he had previously entered the rift, but not this. Hello, Julius asked to the void. Nothing replied. Other than the sound of his own breathing, it was silent. He wasn't even standing on anything. It was like he was floating in space. It was a surreal experience. He called out a few more times, seeing if there was any reaction, but nothing changed. It didn't feel like he was in danger, and the void was honestly quite comforting. It was like being in a room with the perfect temperature. He had tried to call upon his mana, even if it was just to give him something to do, but nothing came out. He was able to still feel it within his core, but for some unexplainable reason, he wasn't able to draw any of it out. For the first time in a long time, Julius was cut off from his mana. Realizing that there wasn't much he could do, he put his arms behind his head and waited. He stayed like that for a while. It was hard to tell in this environment. He was getting bored and restless as he waited. Then he thought about aura, and if he could use it although he couldn't use mana. He activated Fighter's Will, and he felt the skill flow through his body. Now that he was looking for it, he could tell that the energy was being supplied by something deep inside of him, something integral to his existence, his soul. Recognizing that this space, he was stuck in restricted mana use, but not the soul, Julius began testing out the skill. He used the skill as a way to draw this soul energy out and started to play around with it. It was similar to mana in some ways. It was malleable, but was a bit more thick than mana. It didn't follow the same natural tendencies of mana, but had its own. Aura seemed to be manifested by soul energy. If soul energy was the fuel, then aura was the fire when it burned. Fighters Will internally used aura to amplify Julius's mind, but he wanted to figure out how to manifest it externally like the chieftain had done. Julius tried to cover his arm with a layer of this aura, but Fighter's Will was struggling against him the entire time. Julius understood that he was being too ambitious with his current attempts and forgot about creating a layer over his entire arm. Instead, he focused on covering just his pointer finger with aura. Julius stayed in that concentrated mentality for a long while. He was so focused on his task that he hadn't even noticed the figure that was staring at him with inquisitive eyes. The figure just stayed there and continued to observe Julius, waiting for him to notice their appearance. Julius still hadn't turned around. He was still completely dedicated to his task. Finally, the figure seemed to have exhausted its patience. "What's your name?" the figure asked. Julius was startled out of his concentrated state and spun around, taking a look at who had spoken to him. They didn't have any distinguishing features, just a black form that resembled a humanoid. However, its voice sounded distinctly masculine. It was deep, powerful, and reverberated throughout Julius's bones. "What is this? Where am I?" Julius asked the mysterious man. The man tilted his head, and while Julius couldn't identify any eyes on them, he could feel their gaze pressing against him like a lead jacket. "We are both currently between two separate dimensions. The one where you are from and the one where the rift was located." The man explained. "You didn't answer my original question. What's your name?" "It's Julius." He thought about not answering, but the man had answered his own question, so he thought it was only fair. "Do you know why you are here?" the man asked. Julius had no idea why he was there, but it seemed like a rhetorical question, so he just shook his head. "A few weeks ago, I felt a disturbance between the spatial boundaries of your dimension and went to investigate. Much to my surprise, I found you, floating between the chaotic waves of space. I want you to tell me how that happened." Julius immediately understood that the man was talking about the teleportation incident that happened as Lucas, Edwin, and he were trying to escape. However, he didn't exactly feel comfortable telling a stranger what had happened. On the other hand, he didn't see much harm in sharing his experiences with a mysterious man. He might even find out some answers to his own questions. "We were trying to escape, hoping to use a teleportation circle to get us safety, but someone damaged the runes and interrupted the teleportation," Julius briefly explained. Julius didn't feel any pressure from the man. It felt like he was looking at a normal, low-tiered person. However, the fact that Julius and the man were literally talking between dimensions rang alarms in his head. It was very probable that this man was much more powerful than anyone he had ever met, including Lucas. That he could annihilate Julius with a blink of his eyes if wanted to. Yet, Julius didn't feel afraid of the man. He didn't feel like the man was there to hurt him. After hearing Julius's answer, the man just stood there pondering what he had just heard. So, it was just an accident. An improbable accident that was led up by a series of random events. The man continued muttering to himself, but Julius couldn't catch everything he said. Julius just observed the mysterious man talking to himself. He could vaguely remember being stuck in the void after the incident, but he didn't remember how he ended up escaping. However, based on what the man had said, he had found Julius. "Sorry, but when you said you found me, does that mean you helped me escape?" Julius interrupted the muttering man. The man looked up at Julius. "Yes, somehow you were still alive, and so I created a small entry point back into your dimension." Julius was right. This mysterious man had saved him. Without his assistance, Julius might have died or still be stranded wherever he was. "Thank you very much." Julius sincerely expressed his gratitude, lowering his head. But another question came up. "Why in the middle of the forest, though?" The man's head tilted again and paused for a moment. "I didn't have the time to pinpoint exactly where you would come out. I was only worried about making sure you didn't end up appearing in a mountain or the bottom of the ocean." The man explained. "And the reason why I am here now?" Julius asked. "I didn't have time to ask you before, but I still needed to find out how you managed to get yourself stuck. It never should have happened, even if your teleportation circle got damaged. You would usually only be transported off course or ripped apart by the spatial folds before you even left your dimension." The man said casually. "Only?" He makes it sound like getting shredded apart by space isn't so bad. However, something the man said stuck with Julius. He made it sound like he had purposefully brought Julius into this space to talk to him. That would mean the man knew about the rift. Suspicions were already being formed in Julius's head, but he had to make sure. "Wait, does that mean you're the reason I got sucked into that rift?" Julius asked, a little heat creeping into his voice. Chapter 37, Kidnapper. Julius had always wondered why the rift literally sucked him in. He had never heard about rifts kidnapping people to clear them. They usually were voluntary, until it got past the point and the rift overflowed. Most of the time, there were adventurers or other groups that focused on keeping rifts at healthy levels because they would be able to constantly collect the cores of the main monsters of the rift once they respawned. Once it overflowed, the rift would collapse and no longer be usable. However, Julius didn't get a choice. His potential kidnapper didn't answer right away. He took a moment to look at Julius before he spoke. The only way I could safely transport you to this space was if you were leaving a rift and transferring back to your dimension. The man flung his arm in the air, waving off Julius's concern away. It is all very complicated and not worth explaining to you at your current tier. So you kidnapped me, Julius pressed, still angry about it. I needed to find out what happened, the man explained. That's still kidnapping, Julius retorted before he could catch himself, forgetting that he was talking to someone closer to a god than Julius was to him. The man didn't respond and just stared at Julius with an intense gaze. It dragged on for long enough that Julius started to become anxious, worried that he might have offended this powerful figure. He was about to speak up and apologize for his rudeness when the man broke his silence with a sigh. You're right, I did. I was wrong for doing so. Julius choked on his words. He was just about to apologize himself, but ended up hearing the man take accountability for his actions. It felt weird because he expected someone as powerful as this man obviously was would consider it beneath themselves to admit fault to a mere tier 1. Julius's respect for the unknown man went up a few notches. Thanks. Julius couldn't think of anything else to say. Neither spoke, and another long, awkward silence ensued. Finally, Julius broke it and asked the man another question. So what now? Will I go back to the forest? The man nodded. Yes, the portal should take you right back where you entered. There isn't a way to go somewhere else? Julius questioned with a hopeful look on his face. It's possible. Julius got excited hearing that. He was not looking forward to trying to find his way out of the endless forest when he left the rift. He didn't even really know if he was in the endless forest. It was just the most likely location. So he had to ask, could you send me to a location of my choosing? Julius saw the man take a moment to think about his request. He really hoped he would help him out. After what seemed like an eternity, the man answered, Where did you want to go? Julius hadn't gotten that far. He was just hoping that the man would say yes, but he didn't have any idea of where he would go if the man said yes. He took a moment to think about it. The first place that popped into his head was Celestia, but he quickly ruled that out. If House Hyperius had betrayed his uncle, then going to Celestia, where they held the most influence, would not be a good idea. His next thought was going to the capital, Luminous. He would be able to blend into the large population, but still could hire some independent contractors to find out what happened to Lucas and Edwin. The only issue was that Duke Grayson undoubtedly had agents within the capital. Julius did not think it was likely that Duke Grayson was searching for him. He didn't even know if his identity was shared amongst others yet. Julius had been quite isolated, and not many knew of his existence outside of House Hyperius. But if word got out that a young boy with Julius's features was snooping around and investigating what happened at the manor, anyone could put two and two together. The last place he thought of was Heston. Heston was not only the city where Golden Crest Academy was located, but it was also far away from Duke Grayson's domain. Another reason why he thought it might be a good idea was that both Lucas and Edwin knew that Julius had been planning to go to Golden Crest if he got the chance. So if they were alive, it was reasonable for them to search for Julius there. Julius wasn't worried about his affinities that much. There was a practical exam he could take that might gain him acceptance. It was notoriously difficult, but he was brimming with confidence after this rift. He couldn't imagine many tier 1s could match him. However, another important reason was that Julius was in dire need of an education. There was too much he didn't know about this world still. He wanted to find out what happened with Lucas and Edwin, but he understood he was way too weak to do anything at the moment. He would need to get stronger before he could take revenge on Samuel and the others. That would mean he would need to learn how to advance properly and gain more experience. Julius made up his mind. Can you take me to Heston? The man didn't respond to Julius, but Julius saw the man close his eyes and concentrate on something. Then he opened his eyes and told Julius, "I can't take you directly into the city. I would shatter too many wards doing so, but I can send you just outside of the city if that's okay." Honestly, it was better than Julius had expected. That would be wonderful. The man didn't waste any time. In a blink, a new portal had appeared in front of Julius. It was still just as beautiful as the others he had seen. Julius had so many other questions he wanted to ask, but decided on his most important one. "Is there a way for you to know if my uncle or Edwin made it out okay?" Julius grimaced as he asked it, one part of him aware of how dumb it was to presume that this man knew who they were, and the other part was scared to hear the answer. The man shook his head sympathetically. "No more questions. You have been here too long as is. It is time for you to leave. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident." Julius noted that the man didn't say it was impossible, but he didn't try to argue with the man. He was already doing a lot for Julius, and he didn't want to come off as greedy or offend him. He just nodded his head in acceptance, disappointed but telling himself that he would just need to find the answers himself. Before Julius went through, he made sure to genuinely thank the man for his help. He also had one last thing to wanted to know. He turned back toward the man. "I never got your name." For a second, Julius didn't think he was going to give him it. But then Julius got the sense that the man was smiling underneath his obscurement. "It's Jasper. POV Jasper." Jasper watched as Julius was sucked into the portal, taking him to Heston. Truthfully, he wished the interaction had gone differently. It wasn't the child's fault. Julius was by all means a pleasant boy. After observing Julius in the rift, Jasper could confidently say that Julius was a kind-hearted kid, just a little eccentric. Jasper didn't like lying to people. He had thought that once he became strong enough, he no longer needed to lie. But every time he did, he always seemed to find a way to justify it. He had lied to Julius many times during their discussion, and he still believed that it was for good reason. Too much information right now would only create more potential problems for Julius in the future. He still felt bad, though. Jasper wasn't even his real name. It was just a name he had taken a liking to over the centuries whenever he wanted to avoid using his real name. Although he didn't reveal his real name, Jasper still felt obliged to share something, which was why he chose to share the name Jasper with Julius. At the same time, the conversation he had with the young boy was a welcome change of pace. Jasper hadn't been talked to so casually in decades by anyone other than his closest friends. But he didn't mind that. It was quite nice after dealing with so many esquissers who schemed and planned every word they said to him. Jasper at least hadn't been lying when he told Julius he had found him between the fabrics of space. However, what he didn't mention was that Julius would have been perfectly fine even if he had done nothing. Julius would have maybe floated around until he died of old age, but he was in no danger from the chaotic ripples of space. That was why Jasper had been so interested in the first place. Someone finding a way to break out of the spatial barrier containing their dimension was not unheard of. It was rare, but happened on occasion. But for someone to be completely unaffected by the violent waves of space spoke of several things. You either had to be a powerful entity like Jasper himself, which was obviously not the case for the boy, or you needed to fulfill some conditions. One of which was a superior affinity for space. Another was that their soul must have already developed a resistance to it via exposure, and there were only a very few ways for that to happen. Jasper had a hard time believing that normal Tier 1 had either. So he tried to peek inside of Julius's mind, and much to his surprise, he found himself unable to. There was a block placed around his mind that didn't allow Jasper to gain access to even a crumb. It was unfathomable. The only way was that someone more powerful than Jasper had given Julius that protection and was for the purpose of hiding something. All of that, on top of Julius's outrageous mana capacity and the size of his soul for his age and tier, had led Jasper to believe that someone very powerful was playing a very dangerous game. Soul reincarnation was taboo for a good reason. Jasper had lied to Julius when he was asked if he placed him in that forest by random chance, and the reason why Jasper had kidnapped him. Jasper said it was because he wanted to know how Julius got lost in between the spatial boundaries, but that was also a lie. Jasper placed Julius there on purpose, and then led him directly to that rift as a sort of test. He wanted to see what kind of person Julius was, and if needed, kill him. Jasper had found out that life or death situations usually brought out a person's true nature. There had been reincarnations in the past that have brought unspeakable destruction. It was why soul reincarnation was heavily frowned upon. However, Jasper was worried that this unknown entity was watching over Julius. So to avoid their attention, he created a rift that was completely closed off from anyone except himself. Tier 3 was the lowest rift he could create with such strict parameters like forced completion and absolute isolation. A Tier 1 or 2 rift would not have been able to handle the complexities that Jasper required. That was why he had chosen trolls as the monsters. Trolls were Tier 3 due to their extreme regeneration powers, but lacked in many other aspects as a result. Jasper thought that Julius, with his large mana capacity and firepower, would have a relatively good chance of clearing it. Afterward, Jasper would bring Julius into this space and either execute him if he deemed it necessary, or let him live. Jasper had also lied when he said he could only bring Julius into the void after he cleared a rift. He could have done it any time he pleased. It was just that he didn't want whoever was watching him to know. He would rather they believe that Julius had died within a rift. Unfortunately, he was wrong about Julius having a good chance of clearing the rift. The boy was quite talented when it came to fighting, not the best Jasper had seen, not even close, but he had a phenomenal work ethic that would take him much further than talent ever could. However, the boy was an idiot with a death wish. Jasper lost count of how many times he watched Julius purposefully make things harder on himself for idiotic reasons and then almost die because of it. Who in their right mind decides to fight a troll barehanded at Tier 1? Close range is the most dangerous place to fight a troll, but Julius did it anyway. The worst part is that it happened over and over, time and time again. Julius would purposefully handicap himself when he was in a rift 2 tiers above him. Then he would get rewarded as his skills ranked up from the danger. Sometimes it wasn't even for skill gains, just for enjoyment or because it was on a whim, like that camp attack. After seeing Julius handle the late-night camp ambush, Jasper didn't even want to waste his time killing Julius anymore, even if he turned out to be a complete psychopathic monster. It was just a matter of time before Julius did it himself. With that being said, Jasper had to admit that Julius's methods, which didn't make any sense to him, did show results. Not only did Julius have an array of skills far beyond what Tier 1 should be capable of, but he also got an aura skill while in Tier 1. It was still very weak, but with Julius's work ethic and above-average soul, it wouldn't be too long until it was a powerful skill as it ranked up. Julius also gained a healing skill after experimenting on a troll for a few hours. It was an incredible feat that was made possible because Julius didn't have a mana manipulation skill, which allowed him certain privileges. Who in their right mind doesn't have a mana manipulation skill? Sure, you could use mana in more creative applications, such as copying a skill, but in a day and age where most skills can be taught at any school of magic, it was quite pointless. There were too many benefits of the skill and too many downsides of not having it. It was frustrating to see a person like Julius go about advancing this way, and even more frustrating to see him succeed. The boy even managed to evolve that healing skill into one that contained a fragmented concept of Phoenix. Jasper knew countless pacifist healers who would wince at killing a cockroach. Most of them would, without hesitation, slaughter thousands to gain a concept of Phoenix. Jasper took a deep breath, not that he needed oxygen anymore. Julius, in this whole situation, was an abnormality. Someone was playing dangerous games, and Jasper didn't appreciate it. He almost hoped that Julius had done something that would justify Jasper executing him. It would have been simpler in the end. It was only his morals, which he had proudly kept intact for centuries, that prevented him from doing so. Ultimately, he chose to let Julius live and even sent him to Heston as an apology because he still felt guilty about almost killing the kid due to his scheme. For someone who disliked scheming as much as Jasper, he found himself doing it more and more as the years passed, and he didn't like it. Jasper didn't think Julius would turn into a raving psychopath anytime soon, but Jasper would keep an eye on him just in case. Chapter 38. Reaching Civilization. Julius found himself face down in a pile of dirt again. Why did it always seem that he found himself in this position? Why couldn't he land on his back? Now he had to deal with the taste of earth and gritty grains of dirt covering his tongue. Julius hadn't had a real meal in a long time, and the first thing he wanted to taste certainly wasn't dirt. So the Novel Fire, an E*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality, he got up on his knees and tried to spit as much out as he could, wiping his tongue with the back of his hand. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove all the remnants. Julius flung his hands into the air in defeat. He had managed to survive a Tier 3 rift, but was ultimately bested by some dirt. Julius decided to just deal with it until he found some water to clear out his mouth. For now, he had to deal with it. He didn't want to figure out where Jasper had taken him. Also, he wanted to find out who Jasper really was and what he was hiding. Julius might be dumb sometimes, but even he could sense when someone was withholding information from him. He didn't quite believe all of Jasper's reasonings. For all Julius knew, Jasper had planned everything that happened to Julius and was still manipulating him. With that being said, Julius honestly felt that Jasper had good intentions. He was aware that he might be getting led around the nose, but his gut was telling him that he could trust Jasper didn't want him dead. Otherwise, someone that powerful could have done it before Julius could even sense it. I can't waste time thinking about it. I'm already too weak to do anything about Lucas and Edwin, nevertheless against someone who is quite literally able to control the barriers of space. Baby steps, Julius, baby steps. First, he needed to find out where he was. Jasper said that he would transport Julius just outside of the city, but Julius had no idea how far away that was. It was possible that Jasper's interpretation of just outside the city was thousands of miles away. Who knew with people that strong? Julius assumed it was morning. The air was crisp and it was slightly foggy. It was similar weather to coastal towns Julius had visited with his gramps in his old world. The early mornings were always colder and slightly dewy from the moisture of the ocean. Heston was right on the eastern coast of the continent, so early morning would make sense. However, Julius had no compass or map still, so he had to use the alignment of the sun to approximate east and start walking. If he was right, then he should be hitting the coast pretty soon. From there, he would follow the coastline until he found any sign of civilization. The environment was quite pretty. There were many rolling hills, lush with greenery that were covered with smaller, thick trees. The trees were also weird. Instead of the typical brown, some of the trees were made up entirely of bleach-white bark. It made for quite the sight. As he was walking, he made sure to check his status. However, he had a notification waiting for him. Fighters will LVL 6-LVL 9. It appeared his experimentation had some excellent results. 3 levels for some testing were quite nice. He still hadn't quite managed to manifest aura around his pointer finger yet, but he could feel he was close. He was just missing a piece, but once he found it, he believed that it would be possible to externally manifest aura. Julius finally pulled up his status. Name: Julius von Hyperius. Tier 1. Skills: Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal LVL 11, Rare Plus. Spatial Perception LVL 19, Rare. Savage Dance LVL 16, Rare. Arcane Construct LVL 10, Rare. Pure Compression LVL 11, Rare. Kinetic Augmentation LVL 8, Rare. Fighters will LVL 9, Uncommon. His status was coming together quite nicely if he said so himself. Most of his rare skills had already passed the level 10 threshold, and kinetic augmentation was closing in. He couldn't help but wonder how he compared to others. Julius knew it was unfair to do so, as his reincarnation had come with some advantages. Nevertheless, he wasn't that delusional to think that the progress he made in these few weeks was normal. Fighting under such stressful conditions had done more for him than another several years of training would have done. Julius crested over another large hill and laid a hand on the beautiful white tree, expecting to see another hill in the distance. His eyes lit up. Instead of more hills and trees, there was a flat piece of land. It was so flat it looked like someone had carved it right out of the hills. However, it was the thing that was placed on this piece of land that delighted Julius. It was a gigantic city that stretched miles upon miles following the coastline. Pearly white walls extended along the city, protected it from outside threats. But it didn't take away from its beauty, it only accentuated it. The stark white walls contrasted beautifully with the colorful structures that littered across the cityscape. Every color imaginable was present, from the darkest of blues to the brightest of oranges. There were also a handful of massive towers extended from the city and into the sky, dazzling as the morning sun hit their peaks. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. However, the most impressive thing was a colossal gold structure deep in the city. It was built right on top of a cliff that extended over the coast. The gold-covered spires and twisting architecture glimmered with the most incredible display of elegance and strength. It would have made King Midas envious. There is no doubt in Julius's mind that this was Golden Crest Academy, and that the city that surrounded it was Heston. The stories and descriptions Julius had read didn't do it justice. You had to experience it for yourself to understand the majesty of it. Julius hurriedly searched for the entrance into the city. There had to be a general gate that accepted visitors. Heston was a major trading hub. Many merchants made their way here to trade their goods. Therefore, Heston must have some sort of entrance for the general public. After a quick search, Julius found a gate closest to him. It was just a couple of miles away, but he could see the line of carts that lined up in front of the gate. He quickly made his way down, practically sprinting with kinetic augmentation active. This meant he was able to reach the gate in a very short amount of time. Julius approached the well-maintained path that the carts were driving on. It honestly impressed him with its condition. The path was completely smooth, no cracks or broken stones were in sight, and many intricate decorations and light fixtures surrounded the path, making it look very pretty. There was no doubt that the path had been created with magic. There are no seams in the path. It was just one beautiful slab of perfectly even rock. There were a lot of carts waiting in line, stretching on for hundreds of yards. It must have been merchants or those who wanted to set up in the market before the day started. Fortunately, Julius spotted a separate line that appeared people without carts were able to wait in line. It was much shorter, with only several dozen people waiting to be let in. Julius quickly hustled over to get in line. Nervous and excited at the prospect of seeing a city for the first time since he came to this world. He had been isolated for his entire time here and couldn't help but be excited at seeing a place bustling with people once again. He took his place at the end of the line, oblivious to the looks he was receiving. Julius got behind a man and a young child who appeared to be his son. Both were wearing plain brown breeches and beige linen shirts. The father had a sword sheath on his hip and a large pack over his shoulder. The son was holding onto a wooden doll that was bearing a sword and shield. It was a very impressive piece of woodwork. The facial features and joints were extremely detailed, speaking of the care whoever made it put into it. However, while Julius was admiring the son's toy, the boy himself was trying to get as far away from Julius. His face was a mixture of disgust and fear, then retreated silently. The boy was pinching his nose and hiding behind his father's leg. Only then did Julius take a look at himself. He was still shirtless, his pants were barely hanging on by a thread, and he was covered in blood and mud. He must have become desensitized to smell, but it didn't take a good imagination to understand that he must have reeked like death and rotting corpses. The father was also wincing at the smell wafting from Julius, but had one arm around his son, protecting him from Julius. The man took in Julius's appearance and apologetic demeanor. Realizing that Julius wasn't a threat, he turned both himself and his son around, looking back toward the gate, ignoring Julius. Damn, I think I would have preferred him insulting me to my face over just straight ignoring me like that, Julius thought to himself. The father didn't acknowledge Julius's presence for the rest of the time, completely disregarding his existence. Luckily, the line was moving fast, and Julius would be able to enter the city soon. Hopefully, he would be able to find somewhere to clean up and get some clothes on him once he entered. However, he quickly realized his next problem. Money. How was he going to pay for clothes without any coin? The only thing of value he had was the chieftain core and 2 other cores. He was lucky that he had that much. Before he left, he stuffed as many of the cores he had lazily scavenged in his pockets, just in case he needed some money. But Julius lost most of them during the fight. He would need to find a place to exchange the cores for money. He was hoping the guards at the gate would be willing to point out a place for him to go to. However, he was beginning to have doubts about receiving any help in his current state. He didn't imagine many people would want to help a half-naked teen covered in blood. It was even a possibility that the guards wouldn't allow him into the city in his current state. He should have washed up before he came down. He just got so excited that he forgot that his appearance was quite disheveled. Another man had gotten in line after Julius, but he quickly made sure he kept a good distance away from Julius. Now that he was aware of it, he could sense a lot of people's stares focused on him. Some were disgusted, some were pitying, and some just didn't care. Finally, Julius made it to the gate. He stood in front of a pair of guards with his hands loosely by his side. The one guard in front was a large man and had a chiseled face with brown hair. He wore a set of silver and gold armor with elegant designs imprinted onto the chest piece, and on his side hung a sword with a wolf head ornate on the pommel. It was quite the flashy outfit, but it was a clear message to any who entered the city that these weren't just your average guards. They were elites. The other guard didn't have metal armor, but was equally impressive. Tall and lean, sporting a confident stance with stern eyes that took in every detail. He had an immaculate black and gold long coat that flared at the bottom. The man in the coat stared intensely at Julius over the shoulder of his armored comrade as Julius approached. Julius knew that his appearance was going to give him some problems, but he still tried to put on a pleasant demeanor. He placed a bright smile on his face. Unfortunately, Julius felt that had the opposite effect he was going for. Instead of putting the guards at ease, he felt they got more suspicious. He couldn't blame them either. A smiling 14-year-old, no shirt, barely any pants, and covered in gore was indeed a suspicious sight. The 2 guards took his appearance in and didn't even blink at the stench that Julius knew he was assaulting them with. The gags he had heard from the crowd as he waited confirmed that he smelled rank. Chapter 39. Entering Heston. The large man in armor was the first one to talk to Julius. "Who are you, and what's your business in Heston?" The man's voice was quite warm and soothing despite his physical appearance. Julius didn't bother hiding anything. "My name is Julius, and I am planning to take the Golden Crest Academy entrance exam." As Julius was responding, his senses picked up something. It came from a man in the long coat. Julius's eyes snapped over to the other guard and focused on what the man was doing. It appeared like an application of aura. Julius was only able to recognize this much because of his previous exposure to the troll mage's aura. The man was similar in that it was incredibly subtle, but it was much more refined than the troll's. Julius saw the tall man's eyes raise minutely, surprised that Julius managed to detect the subtle probe. Julius believed that the man was using his aura to somehow detect if Julius was being truthful or not. Having a way to determine the truth would make sense considering they were dictating who to let into the city. The guard in the back interrupted his friend who was about to ask another question. "What happened to you?" The guard asked him while waving his arm, pointing out Julius's choice of attire. The man's voice was quite the contrast between the first guard. It was sharp and commanding, like the voice of someone who was used to giving orders. Now that Julius was pretty sure that there wasn't a point to lying, he made sure to tell the truth, but also make sure not to divulge too many details. He thought about how he was going to answer for a second. "I got separated from my family and found myself alone in the wilderness fighting against monsters. Eventually, I made my way over there." Julius turned and pointed at the hill in the distance. "And now here I am." Julius felt the man's aura wash over him, probing him and determining whether or not Julius was being truthful. The man's sharp gaze also roved over Julius, and he felt like all his secrets were exposed to this man. Finally, the man seemed to be comfortable that Julius wasn't lying to him and relaxed. Then the guard walked up close to Julius and got on one knee so that his head was only at Julius's chest. Then he reached over and laid a hand on Julius's grimy shoulder, giving Julius a small, empathetic look. "I'm sorry to hear that." Do you know where you were when you lost contact with your family? The guard asked Julius. Julius dropped his head and shook it. I have no idea where they might be. I don't even know if they are still alive. It's going to be okay. Maybe they also found their way to Heston. What are their names? I will check if we have noted anyone with them coming through. Julius paused. He didn't expect the man to ask about their names. He would rather not have to give out their names. Lucas and Edwin weren't uncommon names, but he wanted to be careful. The guard seemed to notice the indecision on Julius's face and understood that there was some sort of reason why he was hesitant to share their names. He turned to his partner and said, Hey, Orus, I'm going to take this young man back to the guardhouse. Keep watch for me in the meantime. Orus, the man in armor, just nodded his head in response and started to check the next person in line. Then the other man looked back at Julius. Come on, let's get you cleaned up back at the guardhouse. There should be some spare clothes lying around as well. Julius was tentative about following this man back to the guardhouse. Still, the man had been quite kind to Julius so far, so he decided to give the man a chance. Julius followed the man past the main gate, walking through and seeing beautiful buildings placed around a very wide stone path that led to a large square. The square seemed to be some sort of intersection that had large signs and directions to where specific sections of the city were. The guard didn't take Julius to the square. Instead, they approached one of the larger buildings off to the side of the path. A large gold and black banner was hanging from the front of the building, displaying a gold dragon in the middle of it. Another two guards were standing in front, both holding spears and back straight as an arrow. As the front gate guard walked up to them, they stepped aside, giving a salute as Julius and the man passed them. When the two of them walked through the doors, Julius could make out a massive common room. It had many large mahogany-colored wood pillars stretching to the high ceiling and many tables scattered around the premises. Many guards who were off-duty were either eating or just hanging out with each other, laughing and talking loudly. Most of them were wearing similar gold and black uniforms, but their top buttons were unsnapped and flared open. Several of the men who noticed their entrance stood up and saluted the guard escorting Julius. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Julius took note of the respect these men were showing to the guard who brought him in. This man must be a high-ranking officer or someone important, he thought to himself. Eventually, they made their way past the common area and up a set of stairs. Then they walked down a warmly lit hallway. The man randomly stopped at a door and turned the doorknob, stepping into the room. Julius had stopped in the hallway, and the man was turning on some lights in the room. With his back still turned to Julius, he said, Well, don't just stand out there, come on in. Julius slowly made his way into the room. He looked around and noticed that it was quite cozy. It didn't have the opulence that some rooms within the Hyperius estate had, but there was a sort of warmth to it that they lacked. There were even some wooden pieces of art hanging off the wall. The bed was not very big, large enough for one person, but looked soft and plush. Julius stared at it, fantasizing what it would be like to allow himself to fall within its soft embrace. The man had finished checking the room and turned to Julius. You can use this room for however long you need. There's a bathroom behind that door. He pointed at a wooden door off to the side of the room. You should go take a shower. There are towels and soap as well, so don't be shy. In the meantime, I will go. A pile of clothes was placed on the bed. They were simple articles, black pants and a cream-colored shirt. However, they fit like a glove. Only a few moments after Julius pulled the shirt over his head, there was a knock on the door, which was promptly opened, with the guard standing in the doorway. Julius smiled at the man and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You have no idea how much I needed that, Mr. Declan. The man let a small smile grace his lips. Nice to meet you, Declan. I'm Julius, he said. Very nice to meet you as well, Julius. You look completely different now you are cleaned up, Declan complimented him. Thanks. I can't remember the last time I had a nice shower. I'm glad you enjoyed it. You must have had a hard time. Declan paused for a second, looking directly at Julius. Back at the gate, I got the feeling that you didn't want to share your family's names. Is there a particular reason for that? Julius didn't respond immediately. He still didn't know if he wanted to share everything quite yet. But a part of him wanted to ask Declan because he wanted to find out what happened to them and if there was any news about the condition of House Hyperius. His uncle was the patriarch of a marquis family, and if Samuel had killed them, Julius didn't think they could hide Lucas's disappearance forever. They would likely have to come up with some kind of believable explanation. As much as Julius wanted to be cautious, he would need to start trusting someone if he wanted to find out some answers, and Declan might be one of his best options at this point. He had treated Julius far better than anyone was obligated to, and was a highly respected officer within the guards. Maybe he had some contacts that would help Julius. Also, Declan was clearly strong. Julius didn't know how strong. Declan's aura was completely hidden, and Julius couldn't get a proper estimation. However, his instincts were telling him he was at least on Edwin's level. If there was a time to share, there might not be a better chance. Chapter 40, Taking a Leap. Julius just stood there conflicted, not sure what to do. Declan, on the other hand, just stood there patiently, waiting for him to make his decision. He didn't put any pressure on Julius. He allowed Julius to make his own choice. That in itself was a sign that I can trust him, Julius thought to himself. Okay, I want to tell you, but I have to make sure I can trust you. Julius told Declan. There are some things that will cause things to get ugly if they get out. I want to trust you, but you don't know me. Declan finished Julius's sentence, running a hand through his short hair. Yeah. They both didn't say anything for a minute or so until Declan spoke up. If you are worried about trusting me, I might have a solution to that. Solution? What kind of solution? Julius asked Declan. At the gate earlier, I noticed that you were able to feel my aura probing, right? Julius nodded his head in confirmation. It might be possible for you to feel my aura to see if I'm being truthful, Declan explained. You wouldn't have to be able to use it like me, but being able to sense aura means you have some sort of aura skill already, which is the hardest part of this technique. And it will allow me to sense if you're being truthful. It would depend on how good you are at sensing aura. But basically, I will open up my aura and allow you to get a more in-depth feel for it. Julius was sort of able to follow what Declan was trying to get at. Instead of probing Declan's aura with his own, Declan would open his up and allow Julius unfettered access, which would let him determine his intentions. Okay, we could at least try, right? Julius responded. Declan sat both of them down on the wooden planks of the floor, facing each other. Declan gave him a quick walkthrough of what he should be looking for in his aura. It was confusing, and Julius didn't quite grasp the concepts. Julius told that to Declan, but he continued explaining regardless, and once he believed Julius understood enough, he started. Julius felt Declan's aura surround him like a blanket. He could sense how gentle Declan was being with his aura. Julius instinctually understood that if Declan wanted to, he could crush Julius within his aura with little resistance. Julius shook those thoughts away and concentrated on Declan's aura, attempting to feel his intent. Julius and Declan sat there for close to half an hour, not making any progress. However, something began to click. It was similar to sensing mana and different affinities. There were flavors and textures associated with aura. He couldn't determine it yet, but he had a feeling that each person would have different aspects based on their personalities. In Declan's case, Julius was able to feel a hardness that surrounded it, but also a softness and warmth on the inside, just underneath it. Julius focused on digging deeper. It was made much easier because Declan was purposefully opening his metaphorical doors for Julius to explore. However, as he progressed, Julius began to realize how vulnerable it was to open up one's aura to another. It was like getting naked in front of someone, but on a spiritual level. Julius couldn't even begin to understand why Declan was going through this much just to help him. Getting him a room, a shower, and a change of clothes was already generous enough, but for some reason, Declan felt the need to go beyond that. Now, he was literally baring his soul to Julius, just so Julius would be able to trust him. Why is he doing this? I don't understand. Julius was able to feel the intent that Declan was talking about. He could feel Declan's emotions and knew why Declan was confident that Julius would be able to trust him after this. At the moment, the predominant emotions were empathy, justice, and sorrow, interestingly enough. Was this what Declan felt every time he inspected someone with his aura? Julius opened his eyes to look at Declan now, that he had established contact. Why are you helping me so much? Julius asked the question he had thinking about. He could immediately feel Declan's aura tense at the question, although his face hadn't moved a muscle. Declan didn't respond right away, but Julius was patient and gave him time to answer. However, he had to know why Declan was doing this for him. It was important. Finally, he could feel Declan's aura relax, and a sad feeling of acceptance came through their connection. I used to have a son right around your age, Isaac. Looked just like you too. Black hair, dark brown eyes, and similar facial features. Declan paused. Several years ago, we took a camping trip with my wife and her family, just outside of Heston. It was a trip we had taken many times before and nothing ever went wrong. The location didn't have any rifts or monsters around, so it was safe for the kids. Then one day, my older son and I went off and did some hunting like usual, but when we were gone, a pack of monsters came out of nowhere and attacked the camp. My wife and her family were all raised as hunters, so they were able to handle the monsters, but my son was off exploring on his own. He always enjoyed a good adventure. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Declan's eyes were misting up at this point, but continued anyway. I found his body torn apart several miles away from the camp. There was nothing I could do to save him. And when I saw you at the gate and then heard your story, I couldn't help but compare you to Isaac. Julius was lost for words. He didn't expect to hear something like that. Losing your child was tough. Julius remembered hearing his Gramps cry every night on his mother's birthday. Gramps had always told Julius that the worst thing a parent could go through was losing their child before they died themselves. Julius didn't know what to say that might comfort Declan. He wasn't good at comforting others in pain. The only thing he could think of was trying to send sympathy and support over their connection, letting Declan know that he understood his pain. Declan quickly pulled himself together and placed a calm look on his face like the conversation had never happened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go that far. I have been able to move past it little by little over the years. But seeing a child that resembled Isaac walk up to the gate covered in blood after getting separated from your family in the wilderness ripped open some old scars. Declan apologized to Julius. No, it's my fault. I didn't mean to bring up any more bad memories. I just wanted to know why a complete stranger was going so far to help me. Declan gave Julius a tiny grin. I'm not going that far out of the way. We do sometimes find children or people in similar positions as you. These rooms were built for situations just like this. You'll be able to stay here for as long as you need. I was just worried that someone was targeting your family. That was why I wanted you to feel that you could trust me. Declan wasn't exactly wrong on that front. It was just that it was his family that was targeting him, Lucas and Edwin. Declan must have felt Julius's aura that was still attached to his own because he nodded his head as if Julius had confirmed his suspicions. So someone is targeting your family. Julius nodded. He didn't bother hiding it. At this point, he was in too deep, and if he couldn't trust Declan, then who else could he trust? He would need to take a leap of faith. He took a deep breath and told him the truth. My full name is Julius von Hyperius, he told Declan, and he saw Declan's eyes raise in surprise, recognizing the name. Julius then went on to give an abridged version of what happened to the manor and how a teleportation mishap landed him in the middle of the wilderness. However, he didn't mention the rift or that he had been transported again, closer to Heston. Julius knew Declan felt him hiding some details, but he didn't press him on it. So you want to know what happened to your uncle and Edwin, but are afraid that if you went looking for answers, someone would find out it was you. Pretty much, Julius said. Declan nodded at Julius. I haven't heard anything about House Hyperius, but it has only been a few weeks, so it will take some time before any news reaches Heston. But I will keep an eye of anything regarding House Hyperius, and will reach out to some of my old contacts and see if they might have heard anything. If that's all right with you, that's fine. As long as you believe you can trust them, just be careful. Duke Grayson and Clan Jinshin were involved as well. Julius reminded Declan. Don't worry. There are people who I would trust my family with, Declan reassured him. After that whole situation, Julius could feel that he and Declan formed a connection. They had shared their intent over aura and told each other personal secrets. They had only known each other for a couple of hours, but it felt like they had already become friends. It was nice. Julius hadn't really made many friends during his time in this world. Lucas and Edwin were basically his only friends. Even in his old world, his Gramps was his best friend and only had a handful of close friends. Declan took Julius back downstairs, but instead of heading to the common room, Declan navigated him toward the kitchens. Many people were bustling around getting food prepared. However, Declan directed Julius by the shoulder and led him to a stool where he sat him down. Then he called out to a worker, "Hey, Ray, could you get this young boy something to eat?" The lady turned around. "Oh, Vice Captain, I thought you were doing gate duty this morning." "Yeah, I was, but I found this young boy earlier with Orus. He was separated from his parents while they were traveling outside of Heston. Could you get him something to eat? He probably hasn't had a real meal in a few weeks." Declan told the woman. "Of course, sir." She turned to Julius. "Weeks? Poor thing, you must be starving." The lady had light brown shoulder-length hair and was slightly overweight, but had a radiant smile that lit up the room. "Let's get you some soup. If you haven't eaten in a while, then something light would be best." Julius watched as the lady went off to get Julius a bowl of soup. He hadn't eaten anything in weeks, because Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal was able to satiate his appetite with mana. However, a warm bowl of soup sounded divine. Just because he didn't need to eat anymore, didn't mean he couldn't appreciate food anymore. Food was a huge part of his life. He loved it, and one of the things he was looking forward to was trying out the many restaurants around Heston in his spare time. The lady was back immediately, holding a piping hot bowl of soup in one hand and a large glass of water in the other. She set it down in front of him. "If you need anything else, darling, just call for me. My name is Ray." Julius just nodded as he was already grabbing the bowl with both hands and sipping the broth, not even picking up a spoon. She laughed at his actions and went off. Julius felt like he just died and went to heaven. The broth was delicious. It was savory, herbaceous, and had subtle warmth from the spices. He didn't know what kind of broth it was, but he loved it. After he put the bowl down, he finally picked up the spoon next to him. There was a medley of vegetables and some sort of sausage floating on the surface of the soup. Julius devoured the soup, and Declan had to put a hand on his shoulder, making him slow down. Still, in mere minutes the soup was gone, and Julius had a satisfied smile on his face as he had his first meal in weeks. Chapter 41. Getting some coin and food. He was surprised that he had some notifications waiting for him to see. It seemed that practicing aura like that with Declan improved his aura skill. Fighters will LVL 9-LVL 11. Julius was tearing through the levels for Fighter's Will. It wouldn't be long until he was able to evolve it. Sadly, Declan had to get back to his duties, leaving Julius alone in the guardhouse. He told him he was free to explore and let him know where the market was. It seemed that Declan had even sensed the cores Julius was carrying and was kind enough to point him to a place where it could sell them. That was where Julius was headed. He wanted to sell his cores to get some money. He was fortunate that he didn't have to pay for room and board, but he would still like some coin. According to Declan, the entrance exam for Golden Crest was in a few days. Julius was lucky. He had made it here just in time. He didn't know if he could still take it if he missed it or if he would have to wait for next semester, but he was glad he didn't need to find out. So while he might not have a lot of time before the exam, he still wanted to explore the city a little bit before then. Declan said he would sign Julius up for it, and all he needed to do was show up. Julius didn't know what would be on the exam. It was a secret that not even Lucas was privy to. Julius knew affinities played a large part, but there have been cases where those without excellent or perfect affinities got in. He was hoping that he would also be one of those exceptions. Julius finally made it to the market that Declan directed him to. There were many permanent shops set up in buildings, but there was also a large square where many merchants set up their tents. Declan told him to find a shop named Albert's Emporium. He said that the man was trustworthy and wouldn't scam a child. It took him some time and asking a couple of people for directions, but eventually he found a shop. There was a large, simple sign stating Albert's Emporium over the front door. Confident that he found the place, Julius walked through the door. There were several people inside shopping around. However, he walked up to the counter, where an older gentleman was sitting. "Hi, are you Albert?" Julius asked the man. Yep. What can I do for you, Sonny? The man said. Declan told me you would buy cores for a good price, Julius said. Well, I don't know about a good price, but I do buy them. Let's see what you have. Albert waved his arm at the counter. Julius took the 2 normal troll cores out of his new pants, placing them down on the felt mat. The man picked one of them up with a pair of gloves and examined them. Tier 3 life core. Not something you see often, especially on a kid. You selling it for someone? Julius nodded in affirmation. Nobody would have believed him if he said he hunted them himself. This one doesn't have any wood or nature aspects, so I assume it was from some sort of monster with a healing factor. At Tier 3, it is probably from a troll or something similar. Albert decided after a moment. Julius was impressed. The man got it spot on. Yes, they're cores from trolls. How much would you buy them for? Julius didn't know much about currency or what the cost of normal things was in this world. He knew that 10 coppers for a silver coin, 10 silvers for a gold coin, and 10 gold for a platinum coin. But other than that, he had no idea what the general market price for a Tier 3 Life Affinity core was. However, he did see a Tier 3 water core on the wall above the counter selling for 2 gold, so he expected something close to that. I could take them off your hands for 3 gold and 4 silver, Albert offered Julius. How much would you sell them for? Julius decided to straight up ask the man. Albert paused, thinking about how he was going to answer. I would probably sell them for 2 gold each. Really? Even though that water core is selling for 2 gold, I thought life cores were less common than water cores. Julius pointed out with an innocent face. Julius could see the man try to hide a grimace. Probably a silver or 2 more, he admitted. You can have them for 4 gold, Julius told the man. No way, for gold is too much. 3 and 8 silver is the most I will do. Even for a friend of Declan. Albert refuted. 9 silver, and you got a deal, Julius said as he reached out a hand. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The man looked at his hand and gave him the first inkling of a smile since Julius came in. Okay, 3 gold and 9 silver. You got a deal, he said as he shook Julius's hand. So how much would you really sell them for? Julius asked Albert as he was counting out the coins. I could probably get close to 2.5 to 3 gold right now, but if I hold on to them until the price goes up, then maybe 4, Albert told him. And what would be the most you would have given me? You did pretty well. I would have been willing to part with a couple extra silver, but not much, Albert said. Julius was glad. For his time, it wasn't a bad result. At least he didn't get completely ripped off. Now he had some money to spend. He browsed through the man's store to see if there was anything he wanted to buy. He did find a pack that he liked. It was small, but it would be able to carry enough for Julius. It was only a silver and 4 copper for the thing, and the man just let him have it without paying anything for it. He thanked the man and left his store, heading toward a place that sold food. Julius found a row of stalls that all served street food. They had everything, ranging from roasted meat on sticks to stuffed pastries. Over several hours, Julius tried everything. By the time he was completely stuffed, he had managed to fit 3 separate skewers, 2 pastries, a few rolls, and something that looked like a corn dog but tasted like a caramel apple down his gullet. It was amazing, and the best part, it cost him less than 3 silvers total. He didn't realize how much a single gold coin could buy. He was quite ignorant considering his upbringing, but now he understood how much money he had in his pocket. It had him grabbing his pockets several times during his adventure, making sure nobody had snatched it away while he wasn't paying attention. It was getting late by now, and Julius started to head back, enjoying his little trip immensely. When he got back to the guardhouse, there were 2 different guards on duty, but Julius didn't have to explain anything. They just stepped aside and let him through. Someone must have told them about me. Was it the previous rotation, or was it Declan? Julius wasn't sure. Julius took the time to explore the building a little bit. The main floor had things like the common room, kitchen, and a library. Julius might check the ladder out later. There were several more floors, but it appeared they were mainly for either storage or living spaces for the guards who didn't have their own houses. He found himself in the outer courtyard behind the building. It looked like it was a training area for the guards. He could see equipment and groups of younger guards going through drills directed by an instructor. Julius was tempted to ask if he could join them. However, he didn't want to interrupt them, and he could ask Declan later. Declan came back around dinner time and ate with Julius in the common room. He introduced Julius to many of the guards. He even got to see Orus again, this time out of his armor. The man was still just as massive without it, but it turned out he was quite shy. Julius sat next to him, and Declan threw out dinner. He didn't forget to ask Declan about him joining in some of the guards' drills. Are you sure? I don't disagree that it would be a good decision, but the entrance exam is in a few days, Declan said to Julius. Yeah, it would give me something to do in the meantime, and I was thinking once I learned the drills I could still do them at the academy, Julius responded. Orus overheard their conversation and joined in. You've mentioned Golden Crest a few times. You seem confident that you'll be accepted. Do you have an excellent or perfect affinity? Nope, just a high. But I did hear from my uncle that although the academy puts a heavy emphasis on affinities, they also care a lot about practical abilities. It's just that most children my age don't have the experience yet to do that well on the practical. Julius turned to Orus. I never went to Golden Crest. I went to Wester Hills Academy when I was your age, but my fiancé got a really nice job offer, so we ended up moving across the entire empire to Heston. But Declan here did go to Golden Crest, and I believe he was a top graduate even. Orus pointed at Declan, who was in the middle of swiping the remnants of his meal with a piece of buttered bread. Julius turned back to Declan with his mouth full of bread. You didn't mention that. What was the exam like? Julius asked while spraying some crumbs over the table. Declan finished chewing his food before he answered. We are forced to swear not to reveal any information on the entrance exam. If the proctors find out if an applicant had someone share the details, then they're usually penalized. Not to mention the exam is slightly different every semester. Do you think I have a good chance at least? Julius asked him. It's hard to say. I can say that combat prowess is a significant factor, but it is hard to tell when I have never seen you fight before. Declan answered Julius. Why don't you two find out after dinner then? Use the sparring area out back, and you can see where Julius stands. Orus suggested to them. It wasn't a bad idea, as Julius had been planning to sneak out there later tonight anyway. Having a little training session with Declan sounded exciting. I'm down for that. What about you, old man? Julius teased Declan. Declan looked up from his empty plate. Old man? He asked. Yeah, I mean, unless you're too nervous, then we don't need to do it. Julius further antagonized him. He really wanted to fight Declan and was hoping he would take the bait. Orus, on the other hand, was looking at Julius like he grew a second head, horrified to see him talking to his vice-captain like that. Declan, on the other hand, didn't say anything and got up, taking his tray to the bin, and started to walk out. Maybe Julius pushed him too far. We're doing. I thought we were going to spar. Unless you're too nervous. Declan threw his words back at him and headed for the courtyard. Julius jumped up, cleaning up his tray and following Declan quickly. Orus also got up to follow, but was mumbling something about crazy kids under his breath. Chapter 42. Sparring with Declan. Julius watched Declan turn on some mana-powered lights that illuminated a section tucked away in the back of the courtyard. Declan waved over Julius to come toward the center of the sparring ring. Okay, we can start slow and then slowly increase the pace. Does that sound good to you? Declan asked Julius. Sounds good to me. Julius was a little excited. It felt like forever since he had the opportunity to fight another human. He was curious where he stood now that he had gotten stronger. He had already decided that he wasn't going to use his life affinity. He had been feeling like he was becoming too reliant on his healing skill anyway. He felt like he was developing bad habits because there were fewer repercussions to his actions. If he mistimed a dodge and lost a hand in the process, it wasn't a big deal because he could heal it. He didn't want to use the skill as a crutch. He would rather rely on his other abilities and use Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal as a trump card. He was also thinking about limiting how powerful his fire constructs would be in the future, especially at the academy. He was thinking that he could try to create some new constructs that would use as little mana as possible, but also do enough damage. When he arrived at Golden Crest, he didn't want to stand out too much, otherwise there would be too much attention on himself, which might lead to someone investigating who he really was. However, if he was too weak, they might not even accept him in the first place. That was why this spar with Declan was important, because he would get a better sense of how much he could limit himself while still being impressive enough to get in. From now on, he would primarily lean on his kinetic affinity, at least in public. He would still train his other skills, but he would keep them somewhat secret. He didn't care if Declan, or honestly, if Horus knew about them, but the better he was able to hide them, the safer it would be. Julius had made his way into the center of the ring, with Declan confidently standing there watching him. Horus was also off to the side spectating. "Ready?" Declan asked him. Julius nodded in confirmation. Then without hesitation, Declan moved in, leaning in and throwing a casual punch at Julius. Julius activated Savage Dance, Fighter's Will, and Kinetic Augmentation in quick succession as he evaded the simple strike. They danced around each other at the beginning, each getting a feel for the pace. As the minutes passed, Declan decided to increase the pace slightly. Now, Declan was moving at twice the speed as he was in the beginning. Even at a handicapped speed, Julius could tell Declan was skilled. Julius was still able to keep up easily. Kinetic Augmentation was still not even close to being fully activated. But he did find himself frequently having to increase the amount of kinetic energy he infused into his body to keep up. Declan was an impressive fighter. He had a similar style to Edwin, where he was speed-focused build, but instead of using deception and counterattacks, Declan was more aggressive in his approach. It wasn't even that. While the lack of breathing room was becoming annoying, Julius was more impressed at how fluid Declan was transitioning his strikes. Each move and attack led to several additional attacks due to the placement of his body and the timing of the strikes. Julius was really good at not falling for feints or deceptive attacks because of spatial perception, but he found himself getting caught up in the increasing pace and almost fell for several feints. Declan used his body so creatively, hiding a leg kick behind a swing or changing the speed of a punch just a hair so that it caught Julius off guard. Julius was getting completely outskilled by Declan. It wasn't even close. They had finally reached a point where Julius was almost going full out, pumping kinetic energy to keep up with Declan. Even Declan was taking it more seriously. In the beginning, Julius noticed that Declan was playing around with him, not considering him as a threat. However, that changed pretty quickly. Declan's eyes narrowed in focus, and his strikes were becoming sharper and more crisp, not leaving a single gap for Julius to exploit, and Julius was starting to get beat on, his openings getting exploited by the much more experienced fighter. However, he wasn't taking the beating without a fight. He made Declan work for every strike he landed and made sure to land attacks of his own, even if it meant taking several hits in return. But Declan was able to read Julius like an open book, and he wondered if Declan was reading Julius's aura to predict where he was going to attack. It would make sense considering Declan's proficiency with aura. It was just that Julius had no idea how to obscure his aura, yet at least. He was going to make sure he got Declan to give him some tips. Julius was also making sure to take notes on Declan's style. It was very similar to how he liked to fight up close, and he was learning a lot already. However, he was getting worn down pretty fast, and with no pseudo-phoenix renewal to heal his fatigue, he realized that he wasted a lot of energy during a fight. Declan, in contrast, didn't waste a single movement in his assault. Everything was calculated and efficient. It was like Julius was running around like a chicken with its head cut off in comparison. So as he was trying to implement some of Declan's attacking combos, he also was trying to use his stamina more efficiently. Instead of diving to avoid a strike, he would use his momentum to evade, but make sure he was in a good position to either continue to dodge or counter with his own attack. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. At the start of the fight, he had been planning to display some weaker applications of fire magic, but as the fight intensified, he was just enjoying having a straight-up brawl. Declan wasn't using any of his active skills either, other than some physical enhancement with his aura and maybe a couple of his passive skills. He could feel himself improving as the fight went on. He made small adjustments that he would have never recognized without Declan's help. It just sucked that his fatigue was going to be his downfall. He tried to keep going, but at some point his body was unable to keep up, his arms were not doing what he wanted them to, and his legs were shaking from the exertion. It was only after Julius tripped over his feet and blocked a kick with his face that Declan called it off. Julius was on his face once again, and Declan helped him up. "Why don't you go clean up, and then we can talk about it afterward?" "Why not now?" Julius asked out of breath. "Because you can barely talk, and trying to talk without someone who can't even get enough air to speak is a pain. Now go get showered, and meet us back out here once you're done." Declan ordered Julius. Julius didn't bother arguing any further. He could wait, and a shower did sound nice. He could take the time to use pseudo-phoenix renewal in the meantime. Not enough to completely heal, but just enough to take the edge off. He slowly made his way through the doors, passing by some guards who were hanging out in the common room, and struggled up the stairs as he was barely able to lift his legs to each step. Halfway up the stairs, he got frustrated at his predicament. He sent out a pulse of spatial perception to make sure nobody was watching and used pseudo-phoenix renewal at low power to heal some of the muscle fatigue in his legs. The relief was immediate, and he was able to make it up the stairs with way fewer issues. He quickly got to his new room and jumped in the shower to wash off the sweat. It didn't feel as good as his last shower, but it still felt damn good. When he got out, he looked in the mirror and noticed over a dozen large bruises scattered over his body. Julius was a little surprised at how Declan didn't hold back. He half expected the man to use kid gloves on him and leave him practically unscathed during their spar. However, he was glad that the man decided to roughen Julius up a bit. Julius was able to learn so much more because of that. Kinetic augmentation even leveled up. Kinetic augmentation LVL 8-LVL 9. After inspecting himself in the mirror, he left the bathroom. There were several more sets of clothes on the bed. They were all the same as the ones he got earlier. Once he dressed himself, he left his room and went back downstairs to the courtyard. POV Declan. Declan watched as Julius staggered back inside, closing the door behind him. He shares so much resemblance to Isaac, but acts in a completely different manner. Declan thought to himself. His son, even when he was alive, did not enjoy fighting. Julius, on the other hand, clearly loved fighting. Declan watched as Julius fought with a maniacal grin, loving every second of it. The second Julius was out of earshot, Orus spoke up. "With all due respect, sir, what the hell was that?" "That's exactly what I want to know," Declan replied. He just wanted to see where Julius stood and see if he was good enough to get into Golden Crest, even without an excellent affinity. But he didn't expect Julius to be such a good fighter. "And you're absolutely sure he is Tier 1? Orus asked him. "He's pretty darn close to Tier 2, but yes, he is for certain a Tier 1. As for how, your guess is as good as mine," Declan said. "I just don't understand how he has a body that's strong and one that is resilient enough to handle that much energy before getting his affinity body. His body should have exploded from that much energy. Did he mention if he had some kind of special bloodline that allows him to do that?" Orus was pacing around. "Calm down, Orus," Declan ordered the man. His aura had no indications of a bloodline. "But you felt it, right?" Declan asked Orus. "Felt it? How could I not feel it? Kinetic is a rare affinity in these parts. But in Volsci, we have enough exposure to the northern warrior clans to see what a kinetic affinity can do. But I can safely say that I have not seen it used in such amounts in someone under Tier 2. Me either. So do you think he will get into Golden Crest?" Declan smiled as he asked Orus the question. "Get in? I will personally beat up whoever thinks that the boy isn't qualified. Fighting up a tier is impressive as hell, even if it's at Tier 1. There's no way they would reject him," Orus said while shaking his head in disbelief. "You know, I was going to intervene when I saw you going at him that hard. There are going to be some bruises later, you know that, right?" "Yeah, I wasn't going to take it that far, but after a few minutes in the spar, I realized that he must have some sort of evolved combat focused skill that has elements of pain resistance. And after experiencing some of his strength, I felt less bad about beating him up." Declan explained. "He might even have some rare skills already. My guess is that he has some sort of rare body reinforcement skill, and maybe even that focus skill is at the rare rank," Orus predicted. Declan didn't disagree with Orus. He also didn't say anything, but Declan believed that Julius was still holding back. Based on his aura, Declan was pretty confident that Julius had at least another affinity, maybe even two more that he didn't use in the fight. He got the feeling of explosiveness and vigor hiding in his aura. However, he didn't mention it to Orus. While Declan trusted Orus, he didn't want to share too much about Julius's circumstances with him before he got permission from Julius. He sent Julius away so that he could get some time to unravel what he had just experienced and also to see Orus' reaction. At that moment, Declan could feel mainly excitement and disbelief in Orus' aura. Orus was much better at keeping a lid on his aura than Julius, but with Declan's superior aura abilities, it was still possible to get a read of him. For now, Declan was going to wait until Julius came back out. He would bring up the topic of sharing information with Orus with Julius, but if Julius didn't feel comfortable with it, then he wouldn't try to convince him otherwise. Orus would understand as well. He was a kind and considerate man. Declan was preparing Orus to take on more responsibilities within the guard for a good reason. In the end, it would come down to Julius's decision. Chapter 43, Sharing Information. Julius found Declan and Orus exactly where he left them. They were both sitting down on a bench watching Julius approach. Orus was looking at Julius with a large grin spread across his face, while Declan was more reserved, a neutral expression on his face. "Okay, I'm all cleaned up now." "What now?" Julius asked once he got within earshot of the other two. Julius observed as Declan glanced at Orus before talking. "I want to talk about some personal things. But if you're not comfortable talking around Orus, he will understand and give us some space." Julius must have had a confused expression plastered over his face because Declan continued explaining. "I want to talk about some of your skills, and it might digress into some of the things that we talked about earlier. I won't share them with Orus, but I do think that he is very trustworthy. I am preparing him to take over as vice captain once I vacate the position. He also knows more than most about kinetic affinities. He is from the Volsci region, and they have more experience than anyone with the Northern Warrior clans. He might have some useful insights." Julius thought about what Declan said. Truthfully, as long as he didn't mention some of the more secretive stuff like the details regarding his house, he didn't mind Orus participating in the conversation. He didn't necessarily think his skills needed to be kept absolutely secret. He needed to learn about too many things to expect total secrecy. He would need to share some details about his skills if he wanted to know how to progress them. Also, he knew that Orus went to Western Hills Academy, which now that he remembered, was near the Volsci region and quite a renowned academy in the northwestern part of the Empire where many of its students were frontliners and close combat fighters. The Northern Warrior clans were the same people Julius remembered Edwin discussing with him a while ago. He said that they were a brutal warrior culture that had many warriors with kinetic affinities. He agreed with Declan that Orus might be able to give Julius some pointers about how these warriors use kinetic energy that he might not have thought of. It just came down to how much he wanted to share, even with Declan, as much as Julius was finding himself respecting and liking the man. "I'm okay with Orus knowing some of my skills. I believe in your judgment and aura sense. I would just prefer if some of the more secretive things could be kept just between us," Julius told Declan. "Not a problem. Orus won't press for anything you don't feel comfortable talking about. He's sometimes too timid for his own good," Declan responded. Orus was nodding his head in agreement before hearing that last statement and stopped before looking at Declan, offended. Julius smiled at that, before looking toward Declan with expectation, wanting to hear what he had to say. "Okay. The good news is that I do not think you will have any problems getting into Golden Crest," Declan told him. It was nice to hear it confirmed, but not that surprising. "And the bad news?" Julius asked. "You might draw some unwanted attention along the way," Declan said. Just as Julius expected. "What sort of attention?" Declan paused and scratched his head. "Are you aware how much kinetic energy you were using throughout your body during our spar?" "Too much?" Julius asked. "Way too much for anyone below Tier 2. Anyone at Tier 3 or with good perception will immediately see the ridiculous amount of energy you are using at Tier 1. This will lead them to assume you have some sort of bloodline ability, like Orus here, or think you are purposefully hiding your tier with some sort of expensive device." Declan explained. Julius hadn't thought about that, and he also hadn't heard of bloodline abilities before. "Bloodline ability?" he asked. Orus was the one who answered. Bloodline abilities are traits that are passed down from generation to generation. originating from a powerful ancestor. For example, the current imperial family has a unique bloodline ability that allows them to harness large amounts of light to increase their strength far beyond what their tier is. It is a trait that has been passed down for many generations. So, if people see me using kinetic energy like that, they might assume I have some sort of bloodline and come from a prestigious lineage, Julius stated. Declan nodded. Yes, they might think you have some sort of body-enhancing bloodline that allows your body to handle more energy than normal. There are a few bloodlines like that out there in the Empire, but I am more worried that it will just draw unwanted attention to you. Julius thought that bloodline abilities sounded unfair. So if a child came from a family with a powerful ancestor thousands of years ago, they could inherit a bloodline ability and will have a massive advantage over others. Not that he could say anything about unfair advantages, but he could at least complain on behalf of the common people. That sounded rigged. So how much kinetic energy could I use and still stay under the radar? Julius asked. Radar? Declan asked confusingly. Sorry, I meant to say how much should I use to avoid that kind of attention? Julius said, forgetting that common earth sayings didn't make sense here. Around half of what you were pulling. You should still be able to pass the entrance exam, but it won't be as guaranteed. But there was another thing I wanted to ask you. Do you have other affinities? Declan asked Julius. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. Julius didn't care that Declan knew, but he was more curious about how Declan knew that he had other affinities. Most likely using his aura ability, knowing Declan. I really need to figure out how to control my aura better and figure out how to use it like Declan. It's very useful. Still, Julius didn't decide to hide his affinities from the two of them. Yeah, I have a fire and life affinity as well. Horus was surprised to hear this. Wait, you have 3 affinities? Why would you split your attention when you have so much of your core dedicated to kinetic mana? I have a lot of mana. Also, they were all affinities of similar quality, and I didn't want to give up any of them. Julius tried to explain. Declan wasn't saying anything for the moment. He was just quietly thinking to himself. It was only after a minute that he spoke up. Do you have a healing skill? He directed at Julius. Julius just nodded his head in response. What kind of healing skill? Is it heal, refresh, or maybe something like regeneration? Declan asked him. You don't need to answer if you don't want to. Skills are supposed to be quite private, and you usually don't share them with anyone other than a close friend. Julius didn't mind telling them that he had a healing skill, but didn't know if he wanted to share its exact name. On the other hand, he still didn't know what Rare Plus, Mint, and maybe Declan or Horus knew. Eventually, his curiosity took priority over his cautiousness. I have an evolved healing skill, and it is pretty good in my opinion, but it has a plus sign next to its rank. Do either of you know what that means? Julius asked the two of them. He saw both men freeze and simultaneously look at him. Horus broke the silence first. You have a superior skill? But that would mean your skill is at least of the rare rank, he said with enthusiasm. So the plus meant that the skill was a superior skill. It was nice to finally find out the name for it, and it seemed that it only appeared in rare rank skills. Julius turned to Horus. Yes, I evolved it to rare, but that also leads to some of my other questions. Like, what is a superior skill? And what is the difference between evolving a skill by leveling it up to the required threshold and evolving it by synergizing multiple skills? Declan decided to answer those questions for him. A superior skill is a skill that has reached the pinnacle of that rank. They're always more powerful or more versatile than other skills of the same rank. As for the difference between evolving through leveling up and synergy, it comes down to what someone is trying to do with a specific skill. If you want to specialize and add a property to a skill, then evolving the traditional way is best. You will receive many options that relate to how you have used that skill up to that point. Declan paused, letting Julius take in that information before continuing. Synergy is a more complicated matter. There are many arguments about how it works, but in short, synergy will grant you a skill combining multiple skills that resonate with each other and yourself. A common example is the weapon mastery skill, which takes several skills such as swordsmanship, unarmed combat, and another weapon-based skill to create a generalized version of them. This skill may not be as powerful or as specialized as just a raw sword skill, but it allows you to save 2 skill slots. That was a lot of information at once, but it made sense when he thought about how his skills evolved. Spatial perception, pseudo-phoenix renewal, and savage dance were skills that came from synergy evolutions, which was why they had many various aspects attached to them. Then there were skills like pure compression and kinetic augmentation that were extremely focused on a single aspect. Julius had kind of pieced some of that together himself, but having someone explain it helped reaffirm many of his own deductions. He looked at both of the men. Declan was a stoic self, but it was quite amusing to see Oru's face at the moment. It appeared he was still in disbelief that Julius had a rare plus healing skill. I would like to keep my healing affinity a secret, at least while I am at the academy. I was thinking about portraying myself as a kinetic fighter with some fire affinity capabilities. Would you think that would work? Julius asked Declan. It should work out. Most test examiners are tier 3 and won't be able to investigate your aura like I can. Declan told him. However, you might be losing out on potential healing classes you could learn from if you don't share your life affinity. That's fine with me, Julius reassured him. Julius was planning on doing most of his life mana training on his own and would find some resources in the school library. He wasn't planning to become a dedicated healer. It would primarily be for personal use. What about your fire abilities? Do they supplement your close combat abilities, or are they longer-range skills? Orus asked Julius. Right now, they lean more toward range attacks, but I was thinking that I could focus more on constructs that would help me in close combat situations while I'm at Golden Crest, Julius responded. I know kinetic is very difficult to create any constructs with. I have mainly seen only tier 3 or 4s with kinetic affinities who have been able to create physical constructs with kinetic mana. Fire mana, on the other hand, would be a solid path if you want to support close combat. It takes a lot of practice to make them sufficiently strong to hold up under attacks, but you could definitely create some armor constructs in the future. If you have time, you should research Justin Emberhold. He was a tier 6 who dominated the battlefield with fire construct armor, Oru said with an excited look. Yeah, I have been able to harden them, but I have found that they shatter quite easily when subject to enough force. Do you know how I could fix that? Julius curiously asked. Orus put a hand under his chin, thinking for a bit. I know it has something to do with mana layering techniques. I have a blood affinity that I mainly use to increase my physical strength. Also, blood is much easier to create physical constructs within fire, so I never learned it in much depth. But the Academy should have plenty of courses or books that will go into detail about it better than either I or Declan could. Orus said. Julius hadn't heard of mana layering before, but by the name, it sounded a lot like what he needed. His constructs felt a bit like glass at the moment. He could harden and compress the shell as much as he could, but no matter how much he condensed it, it would still be just a thin layer that would shatter once the integrity was broken. Maybe the answer lay in creating several layers that reinforced each other, kind of like an onion in a way. Built layer upon layer until he had a solid construct. He wanted to test that out. As Julius was thinking about the possibilities, Declan interrupted his thoughts. I think that displaying your kinetic affinity with fire constructs to supplement you will be a good choice to enter the academy with. If your abilities with fire are anything close to your kinetic or life affinities, then you should easily make it even when handicapping yourself. You will be able to maintain a subtle profile and then in your spare time train your other skill sets. Julius agreed with him and Orus. The idea of punching things with kinetic energy while covered in an armor of mana was enticing. Oh, and one more thing, Declan added. If you haven't already managed to evolve, mana manipulation, I would recommend you wait. Some amazing evolutions come once you reach rare rank. Julius froze as he heard Declan's last words. Chapter 44. Everyone makes mistakes. Julius awkwardly scratched his head. If he was being honest, he had a feeling that there were some pretty cool evolved skills for mana manipulation. For a while, he had stubbornly maintained his stance that mana manipulation was a crutch skill. However, as time went by and he was exposed to more skills, he started to realize the fault in his thinking that if that was the case, then he could argue every skill was a crutch. They might not be as integral to magic as mana manipulation, but they would still be a standardized application of mana or ability. He didn't let Firebolt stop him from changing its shape, although the skill fought him the entire. So why did it have to be the same with mana manipulation? No doubt, not having the skill enabled him to improve his mana control to this point. It forced him to put in thousands of hours experimenting with mana, time he might not have put into it if he had the skill to rely on. He was confident he had a better intrinsic feel for mana than most people his age. However, now that he had improved his control without the skill, he could see how much having the skill would increase his fighting prowess. Even after getting stronger, manipulating mana was still a difficult task. It took considerable concentration to precisely use it during a fight, and the skill would help him with that. He still believed that if he had the skill back then, it would have been a crutch. But he could confidently say that wasn't the case now. Not having mana manipulation might have allowed Julius the freedom and opportunity to experiment with Firebolt and other skills in such unique ways, and he believed that was the main reason why he was offered Arcane Construct. But he was seriously considering taking it now. He still had 3 open skill slots and could always remove it if it wasn't worth it, but he wanted to at least see if it made a difference. Julius didn't doubt Declan when he said there were some impressive evolutions at the rare rank. Declan just observed Julius as he was silent for a while, and Orus was looking at Julius as well. Finally, Orus laughed and asked, "What? Did you already evolve it to rare as well?" At this point, Orus wouldn't be surprised to hear that the boy had also gotten a rare mana manipulation skill. Julius shook his head. "I don't have a rare mana manipulation skill." Smiling at him, Orus said reassuringly, "That's okay. Having even one is a mark of pride at Tier 1. So what's the long face for?" Julius didn't have to answer because Declan interrupted them. "No, you did not," Declan said in a disappointed and resigned tone. "I think he knows." Julius winced to himself. "Maybe," Julius said quietly. Julius saw Declan put his face into his hands, as if he couldn't believe he had heard something so dumb. Declan lifted his head out of his palms and asked a simple question, "Why?" "I thought it was a good idea at the time," Julius explained. "Also, in hindsight, I would make the same choice again." Orus was looking between the two of them in confusion. "Would you two like to let me know what you guys are talking about? He doesn't have mana manipulation skill." "Say again." "You heard me," Declan said. "I don't think I did. I must have not cleaned my ears this morning. Could you repeat that?" Orus stubbornly asked. "I don't have mana manipulation," Julius finally said loudly. He was barely able to get out the last word when Orus slapped Julius across the back of the head. "You idiot," Orus insulted Julius. Julius rubbed the back of his head. He was sure Orus only hit him that hard because he knew Julius had healing skill. In my defense, it was a good decision at the time. Do you know how many idiots forego the skill thinking that they can either not be restricted by it or save themselves a slot by not choosing mana manipulation? Orus asked Julius. Too many, and each time they just waste time practicing for many times longer for the same results than if they just took the damn skill. Most of them are idiots or fantasizing children. I didn't think you were both. Julius turned red from embarrassment. Orus wasn't exactly off the mark either. Orus didn't stop scolding him. "How did any of the people raising or training you not tell you about this?" Julius thought Orus was a big softy, but seemed that he also had a temper when it came to certain things. "It's not that big of a deal. I'm telling you the truth when I say I would make the same choice again. Currently, I am pretty good at controlling mana without the support of a skill, and if I get one now, I feel like it would benefit me a lot." Julius defended himself, getting frustrated at their judgmental tones. Orus gently whacked him again. "No shit, it would benefit you a lot." "Stop that. It kind of hurts," Julius told Orus. "You know what hurts? Seeing such a talented kid like yourself literally cut your own hand off," Orus threw back at him. "You have such potential. You were able to keep up with Declan of all people, even if he was holding back, but then I hear that you don't even have mana manipulation. The tail has been illicitly lifted. Should you spot it on Amazon, report the violation." Julius was getting annoyed. It didn't seem like they understood where he was coming from. But if they wouldn't listen, then maybe he could show them. He tuned out Orus yapping and focused deeply, activating Savage Dance and Fighter's Will. He wouldn't create anything powerful or destructive. He wanted to display the sheer finesse he managed to achieve through his own efforts and without a skill. He took a handful of fire mana and wove it into a thin cord that was completely smooth and was the same thickness throughout the entire length. Then he took a hold of it and started to mold it quickly and precisely. He had tried to make something similar before he entered the rift, but the current him was incomparable to the previous version of himself. Within a few seconds, he had managed to create a beautiful web of fire, looking like a red prismatic dream catcher hovering over his palm. Horus had stopped talking as Julius created the stunning construct. Even Declan seemed surprised at how delicate and refined the mana construct was. Julius felt a wave of satisfaction as he watched their reactions. Any person who handled mana often should know how difficult it was to pull off what Julius just did, skill or not. Now, they might understand. Declan was the first to respond. How long did it take for you to become capable of doing that? He asked with a somewhat odd expression. It took me a long time, honestly too much time looking back. I spent thousands of hours since I went through my baptism practicing just mana control. You were correct in saying that someone would spend much more time learning how to do this than if they had mana manipulation. Time that you could use on other things. I'm not saying it would work for everyone, but it was how I ended up doing it, Julius told them. So if you got mana manipulation now, Horus started, you would be able to create your constructs better and stronger, especially since you're already better than most without a skill. Declan finished for Horus. That's what I was thinking as well, Julius said. Not only that, but you will probably rank up mana manipulation very quickly and reach uncommon in no time. Maybe even rare if you're lucky, Horus exclaimed. Julius was hoping for the same thing. He also hoped that if he got mana manipulation, that might strengthen his constructs and maybe, just maybe, he could get a nice evolved skill or use it to synergize with another skill. Furthermore, he wanted to be able to use his kinetically enhanced flame ability. He felt like with some additional help he would be able to use it safely one day. How would he go about getting mana manipulation back, though? He didn't know if it was possible to regain a skill he had removed in the past. He knew it wasn't possible to regain the same version of the skill he used to evolve, but he barely had mana manipulation for a couple of hours before getting rid of it. Luckily, he had two knowledgeable people sitting in front of him and asked the two of them if they knew of a way. You should be able to receive a notification asking if you want to learn the skill. I know for a fact that there have been other cases where someone regrets removing a skill but was able to learn it again. Declan informed Julius. That was relieving for Julius to hear. His biggest worry was that it was impossible, but now he had to figure out how to actually do it. So how do I go about it? Julius asked. Typically, the words of the world works off of intent, so if you didn't want mana manipulation, then it wouldn't offer it to you. But now that you want the skill, I will make a guess and say that it will offer you one as long as you go through some mana exercises, Declan ventured. So after some more questions and discussion, Julius spent the next couple of hours going through all of the exercises he could think of, even the old ones he hadn't done in years. Horus and Declan went back inside after their discussion, allowing Julius to focus on his task. He was glad he had opened up to them. He was able to receive answers to many of his questions. Deep inside, he was still nervous that they might both betray him, but he didn't think it was healthy to go about life constantly worried about someone backstabbing him. Also, he trusted Declan. That stunt with the aura had bonded the two of them within a very short period. And understanding the nature of Declan's aura abilities, he knew Declan wouldn't just trust anyone he didn't get a good vibe off of. He wondered what he did to deserve his luck. Any other day, and he might not have run into them. It might have been some other guard that wasn't as sympathetic as they were. He now had 3 days until he had to take the entrance exam, and a small part of him was anxious. Although he knew he would most likely get in, he couldn't help but let some doubts creep in. Julius shook the negative thoughts away and concentrated on learning mana manipulation. He tried to limit his use of any other skills other than Savage Dance and Fighter's Will. He felt that using Arcane Construct and Pure Compression might hamper his ability to gain the skill. He did learn something very interesting along the way, though. He found out that he could use Aura to enhance his mana control just a little bit. He found a way to stabilize his manipulations with aura. He still wanted to find how to use it to strengthen his body like the chieftain and Declan did during their spar, but it was progress. Julius was many hours in and had been sitting out in the courtyard for the entire time, continuing to try. He used pseudo-phoenix renewal to take away his exhaustion and also his bruises from before as well. His skill's ability to let him go without sleep was a massive advantage. He was tempted to say it was the most powerful part of the skill. While it wouldn't save him during a fight, the long-term implications were insane. With the skill, he wouldn't need to sleep, which meant that he would be able to train for hours when everyone else was asleep. It would add up over time, and the longer it went on, the more improvement he would see. It wasn't until the sun was starting to rise that he finally succeeded. Would you like to learn the skill? Mana manipulation? He accepted immediately, feeling the skill ingrain itself into him. Congratulations, you have learned the skill, mana manipulation. He let out a sigh of relief. Several hours and he started to think he wouldn't be able to do it. Hours of monotonous, constant mana practice took a toll on a person mentally. He tried to spice it up and take breaks once in a while, but those methods could only work so much. Julius wanted to test it out immediately. He created one of his spikes just like he usually did and instantly felt the difference. Mana manipulation activated automatically, and he felt each step of the process of making the spike become streamlined. He didn't even have to consciously think about it anymore. With Arcane Construct active as well, the spike formed within half the time. It didn't seem like a lot when it only took a second or two to form, but this was just a level 1 version of a general rank skill. He wondered how much it would improve when it got better. He was already glad he chose to get it. A prideful part of him had been reluctant to get the skill, even though he understood why it would be smart. Now he would experiment with it and see if taking it was worth it. He wasn't too worried, because if it seemed like it was restricting him, then he could always just remove it again. Chapter 45. Days leading up. Julius spent another couple of hours playing around with his new skill and checked his notifications before he went back inside. Arcane Construct LVL 10-LVL 11. Pure Compression LVL 11-LVL 12. Fighters will LVL 11-LVL 13. Mana Manipulation LVL 1-LVL 6. Arcane Construct and Pure Compression had leveled up surprisingly, but so had Fighter's Will. It was almost at level 15 and would evolve pretty soon, but he wanted to figure out a way to enhance his body using aura before he chose to evolve it. He hoped that if he did, that he might get an option that revolved around that aspect. Mana Manipulation was already over half the way there until it ranked up to Uncommon. Horus was correct in thinking that the skill would increase very fast due to his already proficient control of mana. It was early, but Julius stopped at the kitchen to grab something to eat. He saw Ray there along with some other staff. They were preparing breakfast for the guards. It wasn't quite ready yet, so Julius decided to help out the staff while he waited. Ray tried to prevent him from helping and told him to just relax and enjoy a hot chocolate, but after a long argument, he was able to convince her that he enjoyed cooking. That was why he was currently taking a tray of freshly baked bread out of the oven. The smell hit Julius, and he almost salivated all over the bread. As he was helping out, he heard a soft ding ring throughout the kitchen and looked at the clock that it came from. It had just turned 6 and was time for the guards to make their way down for breakfast. Some didn't have morning duty, but most still came down early to get at least a snack before training, or maybe they were just hungry. Julius grabbed himself a nice plate of eggs, potatoes, bread, and sausage before tucking in and eating. He was almost halfway done when he saw people start flooding in, grabbing plates, or for just a cup of coffee. He saw Horus walking toward him with nothing more than a simple plate of eggs and toast. Horus must have seen Julius looking at his plate and said, "I don't like to eat too much before I train." That was understandable. No need to stuff yourself before you plan to push yourself. It might just be more to clean up later if you threw up. "So how did your first night go?" Horus asked him. "It was productive. I got mana manipulation a couple of hours ago." Julius answered him through a mouthful of potatoes. "A couple of hours ago? Were you too excited to sleep or something?" Horus asked. "Yeah, something like that." Julius didn't mind sharing that his skill allowed him to not sleep much, but he thought they might try to stop him from training all night long if they knew. Declan, he suspected, would forcibly tie him down to a bed. After eating breakfast and some small talk with Orus, Julius found himself standing beside Orus in the courtyard along with many other guards. He had joined them for their daily training. He wanted to see their regime and learn it before he left for the academy. He got some looks from the other guards, but didn't pay them much attention. He was there to train, nothing else. It was pretty standard. They started with some stretching and then an intense run. Julius didn't use any mana for this, using his pure body to do so. Still, he couldn't believe how light his body felt though out. He was running as fast as an Olympic sprinter with ease. After the run, the guards split up into groups. Some went to lift weights, some practiced on some agility courses they had set up, and others sparred or trained with weapons. Julius followed Orus to the sparring area, where Orus taught some basic sword fighting to Julius. He was surprised that Julius had no experience with blades. Julius was used to fighting with his hands, but he realized it might be worth it to learn how to use a weapon. Kinetic energy was easier for him to use with his bare hands. But if he wanted to create constructs to fight up close, something with a little more reach might be useful down the line. Julius was able to pick up the basics pretty quickly. He already had a pretty solid foundation with his unarmed fighting, so his footwork was already good. The only thing that was hard to get used to was using a weapon to create space between him and his opponent. Julius was used to staying within arm's reach, but sword fighting was not like that. It was a game of distance control and anticipation. Spatial perception helped a lot with that aspect. Julius found Orus to be a wonderful teacher. He was patient but strict enough that he pushed Julius to do his best. He also was able to teach Julius in a way where Julius could feel the specific way he needed to move. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. He wondered if he even needed to go to Golden Crest or if he could learn from Orus. He even jokingly mentioned this to Orus, who laughed. You will be able to find good teachers for certain disciplines anywhere, but there are not many places that have the best teachers for every discipline in one place. Not to mention the facilities are what you should be looking forward to. Orus was right on that part. Golden Crest had countless classes ranging from botany to spear lessons. They also had simulated combat arenas fueled by runic inscriptions. They only worked up to certain tiers, but were one of the most important inventions in the world. They allowed young students to experience fighting without the risk of death. As Julius and Orus were training, Julius was only using about half of what he could use for kinetic augmentation. He wanted to get used to fighting at this speed before the exam. However, the longer they sparred, the more Julius realized how inefficient his kinetic usage was. It wasn't that it was being wasted. He was still recycling most of it, but he felt like he should be getting a larger increase in strength for how much mana was going through him. Julius slowly got the hang of it. He realized that he was being too gentle with his kinetic energy. He had been gently flowing it through his body. He forgot that's not how kinetic energy liked to be used. Explosiveness and dynamic is how he would describe it. So although he still used the same amount of mana, he made sure to increase the pace of how it cycled through his body. He could feel the effects immediately, and so did Orus if the smile on his face said anything. Julius's strikes were sharper and carried more force behind them. Even with a wooden sword, the difference was clear. After a couple of hours of training, Orus had to leave. He had a patrol and then some paperwork afterward. Julius hadn't seen Declan yet today, but he also lived in another city district with his family. Orus mentioned that Declan had a 10-year-old daughter and he liked to spend his meals with his family. Julius might see him once he finishes his duties, but as a vice captain, Declan is quite busy. Orus had been very informative. He told Julius about Heston and how it was structured. There were 10 districts, each had a captain assigned to each territory, and Declan was the vice captain for District 7. Julius hadn't seen or heard about the captain, but he didn't care that much. On the plus side, he also ranked up kinetic augmentation while sparring with Orus. Kinetic augmentation LVL 9-LVL 10. Julius spent the rest of the day walking around District 7, exploring while also trying to cover his arm with aura. He had been able to finally cover his fingers with aura, vastly increasing their strength, but now wanted to do the same for his arm. Then eventually a whole body enhancement with aura. When he got bored, he would switch to using mana manipulation. The skill had gotten better, even with a few levels, and was still improving at a rapid rate. Mana manipulation LVL 6-LVL 7. He made sure to try more food stalls that he came across. Some weren't that great, but there were some amazing finds. He even found a stall that sold something that was similar to a New York-style pizza. The man was really nice and appreciated Julius's enthusiasm so much that he gave him an extra free slice when he left. Heston was a beautiful city. There were still spots that Julius could tell were the seedier parts of the city, but as long as you stayed away from those, it was a wonderful city. There was such diversity here as well. He had heard about humanoid species existing, but he hadn't experienced it firsthand. But seeing some roaming around was amazing to see. Many of them looked almost identical to a normal human with the exception of a few features. The most common were beastkin and half-elves. Julius had bought a skewer from a stall owned by a beastkin. She looked just like a human, just with eyes similar to a cat, deep yellow and quite beautiful if he was being honest. He saw another beastkin with dark brown skin and large horns extending from his forehead walking down the street as well. Half-elves were harder to identify. They had sharper ears and more delicate features, but all were very pretty. Half-elves were much more common in human-controlled territories like the Empire. Most of the pure elves were living within Aeolian, a country far to the west of Corvus and situated between the Alliance of Morning Sunday. It was on the other side of the continent. The reason why most half-elves did not live in Aeolian is that half-elves have a lower life expectancy compared to pure elves, and experiencing discrimination was common in Aeolian for anyone not a pure elf. It was quite unfortunate, but luckily many other countries welcome half-elves with open arms. Julius found himself thinking about half-elves because he had just walked into a store with a half-elf standing behind the counter. It was an alchemy shop that sold potions and other salves for various uses. The most common were healing potions and salves. They weren't as good as a dedicated healer, but if you got hurt out in the wild, then they could save your life. Luckily, Julius didn't have a need for them with his own healing skill, but he was looking for anything that caught his eye. He found several items that were made from monster cores. Most of them focused on enhancing skill progression and tier advancement, but Julius ignored those. He also found some interesting ones as well. There was a smell erasing potion that completely erased any odors and scents from your body. There was also a salve that healed old scars. Julius took a look at his arm, the one where he burned himself. There was still light, scarring marring his skin that pseudo-phoenix renewal couldn't heal completely. He thought about buying the salve, but quickly reconsidered once he saw the price. It was over 7 gold for a small tub of it. He didn't care about the scars enough to pay that much gold. That was like a couple hundred slices of pizza. Plus, he thought they were a nice reminder of his experiences. He was still browsing around when something caught his attention. On a shelf was a small container holding a small twig planted in some soil. 3 small green leaves were dangling from the small branch. Even though it wasn't that impressive visually, Julius was drawn to it like a moth to a flame. It radiated life mana and comforted him just by looking at it. Chapter 46, Spirit Seed. Julius tried to check the tag, but it didn't say anything that would indicate a price. Curious, he brought it to the half-elf at the counter. The shopkeeper looked up from the book he was reading as Julius approached. "How much for this?" "I didn't see a price on it," Julius asked the man. "Oh, the price for it is 2 gold and 3 silver, the shopkeeper answered. "That much? For a tree branch?" "I'm sorry, but why is it so much? Is there something special about it?" Julius asked. "Yeah, most people don't know what they are, but that," the man pointed at the branch, "is a life spirit seed." Life spirit seed? Julius had never heard of it before, but it made sense considering the life affinity coming from it. Life spirits are naturally occurring spirits that are very useful for most life mana practitioners. Most get life spirits as familiars to supplement their life mana, allowing them to heal more often as they can use the mana from the familiar instead of their own. That one is only a seed, so it would require a lot more life mana before a spirit is born. That's why it is only that much. Otherwise, a newly born life spirit can cost up to a couple of platinum. The man kindly informed Julius of this. That seems like a large increase for something that only requires mana, Julius commented. Mana is only one requirement. Time and care also matter a lot when raising a life spirit. It is not guaranteed for a seed to spawn a spirit. If the conditions aren't met, the spirit fails to form. The shopkeeper shrugged his shoulders. Julius didn't really need a life spirit, and it was quite expensive, but he was drawn to it for some reason. He asked the man, "Could you do 2 gold?" The shopkeeper thought about it for a second, looking at Julius and the seed with calculating eyes. "You can only grow it if you have life mana, you know." Julius nodded his head and gathered a small mass of life mana over his palm to show the shopkeeper he had the affinity. The man had a look of approval on his face and smiled at Julius. "Sure, you can have it for 2 gold. It's been waiting for a good home for a while now," he told Julius. Julius happily paid the man and walked out the proud owner of a life spirit seed and 2 gold per her. He didn't mind the money. Money was meant to be spent, and he had really liked the idea of raising his own spirit. The shopkeeper had told Julius how he was supposed to take care of the seed. For one, he needed to feed it life mana twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. He also needed to make sure it was a comfortable environment. Too much stress wasn't good for the birth of a spirit. Julius could handle it. In his old world, he had a small plant he kept next to his bed for years. It wasn't a spirit, but he took good care of it for many years, even sometimes taking it with him on trips if he was going to be gone for extended periods. He headed back to the guardhouse for the day, cradling the spirit seed with both hands. On his way back, he saw a stall that sold pretty-looking flowers and plants. He thought that the spirit might like being next to nature, so he bought several plants to put next to the seed. When he got back to his room, he set up the plants on the table next to the bed before nestling the seed in the middle. Once he thought it looked nice, he took the glass lid off the case and admired the little branch. It wasn't quite night yet, but he thought a little life mana wouldn't hurt the thing. So very gently, he gathered some life mana and fed it to the branch. The seed instantly reacted to the influx of life mana and sucked it up through its leaves and branch. Julius observed as the seed pulsed softly with green mana. He kept feeding it mana until he felt it was no longer taking in anymore. He tickled the seed's leaves and said to it, "All full, little fella? I will check on you tonight to see if you are hungry again." He didn't know if the seed could hear him, but he thought it wouldn't hurt to start getting close to it now. If the seed birthed the spirit, he was planning on taking it on as a familiar, so building some goodwill was a good idea. He left the room after making sure the seed was all comfy and well fed. It was almost dinner time for him, and he wanted to get a few hours of training before he ate. Julius was laying into a practice dummy as if it owed him lunch money. Sweat was pouring down his back as his fists slaughtered the wooden figure. He didn't take any breaks or use pseudo-phoenix renewal to offset the exhaustion he was feeling. He just concentrated on covering his forearms in aura as he punched the dummy. Loud thumps rang out throughout the courtyard, and his knuckles were getting shredded apart from his relentless attack. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Aura was an amazing thing. It was able to give his punches a heaviness to them that was hard to describe. It was like having massive lead gloves covering his fists, but without any of the weight. Each strike should have shattered the wood, if not for the runic inscriptions protecting the dummy. However, he was approaching his limit. His form was becoming sloppy, and his aura started to flicker around his forearms. He gave one last yell and uncorked a final punch that smashed into the dummy's face. Julius was out of breath, and his arms were heavy beyond belief. His knuckles stung as the cold air hit the split skin. Many other guards who were training at this time of day were staring at Julius with bewildered looks. They were surprised to see a young boy Julius's age attacking the dummy so brutally, and were also surprised to see aura covering over the boy's hands. Julius noticed Declan was watching him from a window inside, and Julius headed toward him. "What did that dummy do to you?" was Declan's first question when he saw Julius. "He owed me lunch money, and I was showing him what happens when you don't pay up," Julius joked to him. Declan just shook his head at Julius's antics. "Remind me to never owe you money, okay?" Julius smiled at Declan. He had a feeling that even if Declan stood there in place of the dummy, Julius would not be able to leave a mark on him without resorting to some of his more explosive methods. Julius still didn't know exactly what tier Declan was, and he didn't ask. He wanted to find out himself. But his current prediction was a high tier 4. Horus was a tier 3 on the cusp of tier 4, so Julius was guessing that Declan was at least at tier 4 if he was a vice captain. Who knows, if Declan was high tier 4, then maybe the captain of District 7 was tier 5. Declan talked to Julius for a while, asking about his day and what he did. Julius told him about the places he visited and mentioned the life spirit seed to him as well. Declan was supportive of Julius's decision. He said that life spirits were always very useful and good familiars because of how difficult they are to destroy. Apparently, some people stray away from familiars because of the risk of losing one in combat. However, spirits weren't normal existences. Part of them also existed within another plane, the spiritual plane. This made it hard for someone to completely destroy a spirit attached to someone as a familiar. It might take some time to reform, and they have little to no direct combat power, but they were semi-immortal as a result. Julius didn't know this when he bought the seed, but was even more grateful for his spontaneous decision. Declan and Julius talked about each other's day more until Horus showed up around when dinner was being served. Declan excused himself, heading back to his home where his family was waiting on him for dinner. After he left, Horus and Julius enjoyed a hearty meal together while talking about small things they did during the day. Horus was unexpectedly curious about the life spirit seed and wanted to see it after dinner. Horus hadn't seen a life spirit up close before. Julius made sure to clarify that it wasn't a spirit yet, that it was just a seed for now and would take some time before one would be born, but Horus wanted to see it nevertheless. Julius didn't mind. He was excited about the little spirit seed too, and it might be hungry again, so he could show Horus how he fed it. After filling their bellies, they headed up to Julius's room. When they opened his door, Horus said to Julius, "You know there's a lock and key to your door if you want some privacy at night or when you're gone." Julius didn't think that anyone would be dumb enough to steal at the city's guardhouse, but he did have the seed now and found himself already getting protective of it. Julius showed the little table where the seed was placed along with the extra plants he got on his way back home. Horus was more excited than Julius would expect, but it turned out that Horus wanted a blood spirit when he was younger, but they were so rare that he never got the chance. Blood spirits were very sought after by all blood users. This was because, unlike most spirits, blood spirits can be absorbed within one's body and used to improve the quality of one's blood. Having better quality blood makes a big difference to blood users. Unfortunately, there have only been a few confirmed sightings over the years. Julius bent down to the table and gathered a small amount of life mana in front of the seed to find if it might be hungry again. It had only been a few hours, but who knows, maybe it had a big appetite. It seemed like it did have a large appetite because it devoured the small amount of mana, and Julius felt like it stretched out on its own like it was asking for more. However, Julius had an idea he wanted to see before he fed it more. He manipulated the mana in a similar way to how Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal worked. He wove an intricate braid of life mana and condensed it down with pure compression and presented it to the seed. The seed didn't take it immediately. It was almost probing the life mana like it was curious as to what it was. Finally, it seemed satisfied with its investigations and took in the mana. Unlike last time when he fed it, instead, the leaves were pulsing a brilliant green with more intensity. He could almost see the branch swaying back and forth. It was kind of cute in a way, like waving a hand. He knew the shopkeeper said the seed wouldn't gain sentience until it was born, but Julius got the feeling that wasn't the complete truth. The seed and the way it interacted with the mana seemed intentional and alive. He would make sure he kept an eye on the seed's progress and note down any observations that might be out of the norm. However, he still had some training to do tonight, so he and Horus went down to the courtyard, and Horus spent some more time going through some sword forms with Julius. About an hour in, Julius was offered a skill. "Would you like to learn the skill, swordsmanship?" He told Horus about the notice, and he explained to Julius, "If you take the skill now, then you might not be offered any other skills relating to swords." That being said, sword mastery is a great skill and has many paths where it can branch out. It all depends on where you want to focus your fighting style. Julius liked the idea of learning how to use a weapon, but he still wanted to primarily use his fists. He didn't know what other skills might be offered instead later down the line, if any were offered at all. He also wondered what kind of skills he might be able to evolve swordsmanship into in the future. He thought he might gain a skill similar to combat trance that had evolved from unarmed combat, which eventually led to savage dance, one of his most heavily used skills. Or maybe it would be specific to his sword, something like a sword construct skill, or something that used a blade as a medium to strike like the more common skill, mana slash. Though he didn't necessarily think he needed something like that. There were just so many choices and so many decisions he had to make. Chapter 47, Swordsmanship. After discussing it with Orus, Julius decided that there wasn't much reason not to take it. Even if he wanted to wait and see if there was another version of the skill he could gain, it would most likely be even more specialized to sword fighting. He would rather have something that could synergize or maybe evolve into a broader skill. Furthermore, he could remove it if the advancement options weren't what he was looking for. So he decided to wait at least until the first evolution before making a serious choice. He only had 2 more slots, but was hoping for some of his skills to combine in the future. Julius believed that Arcane Construct and Pure Compression had a good chance to combine just because of how often he used them in tandem. He also thought that Kinetic Augmentation and Savage Dance could go well together, or even Savage Dance and Fighters Will might be nice. They were similar, but Julius didn't necessarily want to merge his aura skill with something else yet. He wanted to at least see how it evolved down the line. He contemplated it for a moment and made up his mind. So with a quick thought, he accepted the new skill. Congratulations, you have learned the skill Swordsmanship. Julius took a quick look at his status. Name, Julius von Hyperius. Tier 1. Skills. Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal LVL 11, Rare Plus. Spatial Perception LVL 19, Rare. Savage Dance LVL 16, Rare. Arcane Construct LVL 11, Rare. Pure Compression LVL 12, Rare. Kinetic Augmentation LVL 10, Rare. Fighters Will LVL 13, Uncommon. Mana Manipulation LVL 7. Swordsmanship LVL 1. It was getting pretty full, and soon he would have no more open skill slots. Now he was beginning to understand how precious skill slots were. He had previously assumed that 10 would be enough, but now that he had only 1 left, he couldn't help but wish for more. With that being said, Orus did make an offhand comment about the possibility of getting more slots as you increase in tier. Julius tried to ask for more details, but Orus teased him and told him that he would learn it at the academy. Julius only had a little more time before the entrance exam and wanted to see if he could evolve Fighters Will before that. It was currently at level 13 and was close to 14. He could feel it. The real question was how hard it would be to overcome the uncommon threshold. Some skills were more difficult to push over the line than others. For example, Spatial Perception had been stuck at level 19 for what seemed like forever. It wasn't like he hadn't been using it in dangerous situations. It was one of his most important skills when it came to combat. The ability to know where everything around him was at all times and be able to properly calculate distance, even without looking, was so important to his fighting style. Yet, Spatial Perception hadn't evolved yet. It was as if there was something else that was needed to give it that final push. Leading up to the day of the exam, Julius trained all day and all night. He got used to using kinetic augmentation at half power and was confident that he would pass the entrance exam. He also sparred with Orus once or twice a day, leveling up swordsmanship as well. Swordsmanship LVL 1-LVL 3. Even when he went out to explore some of the city, he was training either his aura or his mana manipulation. His favorite exercise with aura had been trying to investigate random strangers' auras on the street as he passed them. It was clumsy at the moment, but it was good practice for more subtle uses of aura. Julius was getting more comfortable enveloping his body with aura. He was able to surround most of his upper body with it after many hours of practice. The more he got used to it, the easier it was to expand to his entire body. However, He did realize that the more delicate applications, like how Declan could use his aura, Julius was missing. That was why he took several hours a day, walking around and probing people's aura. He didn't try to intrude too deeply, but he wanted to observe them passively so that they had no idea he was doing it. A few people felt his probes, some of them having an aura skill of their own, but once they saw he was a young kid, they usually didn't mind. He guessed that was a benefit of being a kid still. Mana manipulation LVL 7-LVL 9. Fighters will LVL 13-LVL 14. He had reached the final levels of Fighter's Will and Mana Manipulation. The entrance exam was tomorrow afternoon, and he thought that if he pushed himself, he could get both over the threshold by tonight or tomorrow morning. He felt more confident in upgrading Mana Manipulation. General ranked skills required less upgrading an uncommon skill, but he could hopefully evolve both. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. After he got back from his aura training, he walked up to his room to feed the seed. For some reason, the little thing was always hungry. It ate more often than he did. The shopkeeper said it would only require feeding twice a day, but so far Julius had been feeding the little seed 4 or 5 times. He wondered if he had gotten a gluttonous spirit instead of a life one. The good news was that instead of 3 leaves, there were more small leaves growing out of the branch. Also, he could see small flowering buds beginning to blossom too. Julius made sure to continue talking to it. He had already decided in his own head that the spirit was already alive and found himself talking to it like one would talk to their dog. He liked to believe that the seed appreciated it. He even took it out with him sometimes and let it overwatch him as he trained in the courtyard. Julius wouldn't enjoy being stuck in a room all day, so why would the seed? He had started to talk with some of the guards, at least some of the regulars who were training at the same time or eating when he was. They were nice, but they always kept him at arm's length. He did notice he was starting to garner some weird glances as time went on. Oru said it was because some of the guards thought that he was an odd boy. Julius could see why they thought that. From their perspective, all Julius did was eat, train, carry around a plant, and hang out with Orus and their vice captain. He didn't play or hang out with other kids his age. He just spent his time either swinging a sword, punching a dummy, or sparring. He didn't blame them. It reminded him of some of the looks he got when he was younger around the mansion. Most of the workers thought he was odd as well. Hell, some of them even thought he was mentally handicapped. Julius ate dinner with Orus, and Declan even decided to eat with him as well. He made sure to let his family know he wasn't going to be home for dinner. "Are you nervous about tomorrow?" Declan asked him. "Not really. I feel pretty confident about my chances of getting in. Though I'm feeling a little anxious about what school life might be like," Julius admitted to him. Julius attended a public school in his old life, so he didn't know what to expect from a school where he would be living full-time. He knew that first years always had a roommate or two, and he was curious how that dynamic might work. After dinner, the 3 of them went outside for a late-night training session. Both of them had quickly gotten used to how often Julius trained. They had originally been surprised at how much of a training maniac Julius was, but started to understand how Julius had become so strong at his age. Julius started off by sparring with Orus. Julius was still only using half power for kinetic augmentation, but he could feel himself improving rapidly over these past few days. Having skilled people to fight against was doing him a lot of good. He even felt like he could keep up with Orus if he went all out, but that would require him to use his more explosive constructs. Orus was a brilliant swordsman. Declan was quite good as well, but he mainly used a bow and sometimes small swords as a backup. Orus, on the other hand, was focused on the sword and very skilled. He understood why Declan was apprenticing Orus to become the next vice captain. Sparring against Declan was different. While sparring against Orus was for Julius to get a better understanding of the sword, Declan helped Julius use his aura to supplement his close combat abilities. Declan was truly a genius when it came to aura. Julius was beginning to comprehend that as he became more knowledgeable about it. Aura was like another extension of his body for Declan. He was able to use it in every way imaginable. Declan was holding back his aura to keep it on the same level as Julius's, but the skill gap was massive. Declan didn't use any more aura than Julius, but could smother Julius. Declan didn't even need to use his hands. His aura alone could physically strike Julius from a distance. Even a slight nudge at the right time threw off a strike from Julius. He was trying to teach Julius to fight using it the same way. The problem wasn't that Julius lacking power from aura, but how fast he could transition and react with it. It didn't move as quickly as mana, so he needed to predict his opponent's strikes and already have aura in place. It was difficult but extremely rewarding. He didn't get the last level in Fighter's Will, but he felt that he was close. However, he did gain levels in some of his other skills. Swordsmanship LVL 3-LVL 4. Kinetic Augmentation LVL 10-LVL 11. Savage Dance LVL 16-LVL 17. Eventually, they finished for the night. Declan went back home, and Orus had some paperwork he had to complete. Julius, on the other hand, went to the kitchen to see if he could grab a snack or some dessert. He was surprised to see Ray there as well. It was late, so he had expected her to already have left. However, she smiled at Julius as he walked in and offered him some cookies. Julius never would deny a warm cookie, and she immediately got him a nice plate full of cookies and a cold glass of milk and joined him with her own cookies. Ray was a wonderful lady, and Julius was going to miss her when he left for Golden Crest. He would make sure to see her whenever he came back, though. He didn't know exactly how the academy handled leaving campus during the semester, but he hoped he would have some time to do so. While they were eating their milk and cookies, she asked Julius, "How are you feeling about tomorrow, sweetie?" "I feel pretty good. I prepared as much as I could, and now it is all about waiting." "I'm going to miss you, though," Julius told her. Ray smiled as she heard Julius and said, "Well, don't be shy. You're always more than welcome anytime. There aren't many people who appreciate my food as much as you do. I still have to find out how often I will be allowed to leave, but I promise I will make sure to come visit every once in a while," Julius said while smiling at her. Julius had been blessed to meet such amazing people so quickly after coming to Heston. In the many years since he came to this world, he hadn't made many friends outside of Lucas and Edwin. It felt nice. After finishing his cookies, Ray, and he talked for a bit more before he excused himself. He said good night, but he was only going up to his room to practice some more. He made sure the little gluttonous seed got another serving of mana before he started on some mana exercises. He thought that would be easier to evolve mana manipulation, and then he might have time to get Fighters Will evolved as well. He had a feeling it was going to be a busy night. Chapter 48. Mana Manipulation Evolution. The first thing Julius attempted was the mana layering Orus had talked about. It was a more mage-focused technique, so neither Declan nor Orus were able to explain that much to him. But Julius got an idea from the name alone. The main issue for him was how to connect multiple layers in a construct. He had tried it before, but every time the construct would fall apart or turn into two instead of one. He needed to find a way to merge multiple layers into a single construct. He might not find a way tonight, but he believed that the act of practicing might be enough of a challenge to evolve his skill. He tried and tried for hours, but didn't make any progress. It was only after he unraveled 2 layers and tried to weave the separate layers together did it work. He had been trying to combine 2 completely finished layers seamlessly, while in reality, it would only work if both layers were incomplete. Julius needed to leave room in each layer so that the other one could intertwine with the other. It was a simple answer, but it took him stepping back for a few minutes and backtracking his process to find it. It seemed that his skill had approved of his success as well, because it finally reached level 10. Mana Manipulation LVL 9-LVL 10. It had only been a few days, but he was already able to evolve the skill. All of his hard work had paid off, and he was very interested in what some of his choices might be. Skill, Mana Manipulation, has reached level 10. Would you like to evolve? Mana Manipulation? He mentally accepted. Skill, Mana Manipulation, is evolving possible advancements. Advanced Mana Manipulation, Mana Hardening, Mana Overload, Mana Weaving, Mana Absorption, Mana Saturation, and Mana Layering. Damn, that's a lot of options, Julius thought to himself. Way more than any other skill. Was it because of his own various uses of mana, or do most people get a lot of options? He recognized and understood many of the options They were skills that Julius had been able to do on his own for a while now. Advanced mana manipulation was the typical direct upgrade, but unlike other skills, he felt like it might be a good decision for him. He was already good at a lot of the options on the list. If he were someone else who got the skill early, he probably wouldn't have considered it. But a general enhancement on all of his manipulations was tempting. Mana hardening was a nice-sounding skill. He assumed it was from when he first was able to harden mana and create a physical construct. Very useful, but he didn't think he had a problem of hardness. His constructs were hard, but they were also brittle. So he eliminated that one. Mana overload was interesting. From a name, Julius assumed that the skill would allow him to use more mana than he could otherwise control. It sounded nice if he wanted to use techniques like the kinetically enhanced fire that used so much mana that he couldn't control it. But was he going to get a skill for a single technique? He wasn't exactly lacking in offense. He would rather have something that would help him comprehensively. But he was still tempted by the allure of bigger and more powerful explosions. Mana weaving didn't sound very powerful based on the name, but Julius understood how much weaving mana had helped him. If he hadn't learned to weave mana, he would have never been able to replicate the troll's healing skill. Weaving mana saved him a lot of mana, not requiring him to compress a massive amount of mana to do more damage. For that reason, that skill was high on his mental list. Mana absorption sounded cool as hell too. He figured that recycling his mana like he did was what allowed him to get this option. It was honestly something that he did automatically at this point. Whenever he used a technique, he would subconsciously keep control of any excess mana to use for another technique. He wasn't able to reabsorb into his core, but as long as he kept it under control, he would still be able to use it. Maybe the skill would allow him to absorb mana into his core or something similar. It was tempting because he already had a huge capacity and wondered how his future opponents might feel when he was able to bombard them with mana and then quickly regenerate it and keep on doing it. Mana saturation was probably similar to kinetic augmentation, except for all mana types. He was guessing that he would be able to saturate mana into objects or his constructs to make them stronger. He was already thinking of the possibilities. Once he could create armor constructs, he would be able to reinforce them with mana to make them even stronger. This was another top contender for sure. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. Mana layering was a weird one. He only just did it several minutes ago, so he didn't really know much about it. Also, he didn't know if it was smart to get it because he hadn't gotten good with it yet and wanted to at least be proficient before he relied on the skill to do it for him, or if it would save him a lot of time down the road. It was a complicated process, and he could see how it being done automatically be a useful tool. But he realized, after practicing mana control without a skill for so long, how much more he was getting out of the skill because he was already able to do it without the skill. In the end, he didn't make a decision yet. He thought it would be better to wait and see if Declan might have an opinion tomorrow when Julius asked him. In the meantime, he still had several more hours until morning and wanted to see if he could evolve Fighter's Will as well. He quietly made his way downstairs and entered the courtyard. There wasn't anyone else there, but Julius tried to be as quiet as possible and didn't turn on any lights. There were sound-dampening runes around the training yard, so nobody sleeping should get woken by the noise. But they might still be awoken by the lights. He would rather nobody come out here in the middle of the night and see him training. They might tell Orus or Declan, and Julius didn't want them to worry about him. It was dark out, but with spatial perception, Julius could still find his way around and set up the training dummy in the back corner. This spot had become Julius's nightly training area and was tucked away from the other areas. Julius took a moment to focus himself and then got to work. He forgot about everything else other than training his aura and evolving Fighter's Will. He was smashing the dummy, not with just punches this time, but using every part of his body, using it to cover his sword strikes as well. He even started to cover his head in aura and headbutt the dummy. Not a single body part was left unused, and unlike during the day, he liberally used Pseudo-Phoenix Renewal to heal his fatigue and minor bumps and scrapes. He tried so hard to get the skill over the edge to use aura in his flexible and challenging ways, but to no avail. Even after the morning sun started to creep up, he didn't see that level increase. He did see some other skills make some progress. Pseudo Phoenix Renewal LVL 11-LVL 12. Swordsmanship LVL 4-LVL 5. He was close, so close he could taste it. He was tempted to keep on going, but he was running out of juice. Pseudo Phoenix Renua was an amazing skill, but even it had limits. Julius had been going without sleep for too long already, and he wanted to be in tip-top shape before his exam. He wanted to give himself at least an hour of rest before Declan took him. He was annoyed that he had failed and a little disappointed too. He had spent every second for over 6 hours training and didn't achieve his goal. He knew it was ambitious, but it still stung when he didn't accomplish it. Shaking his head and beating himself up, he forced himself back up to his room. He took a quick shower and climbed into bed. A bed for that was seeing some use for the first time since he had been there. It was funny, he had been so eager to climb in when he first got here, but had forgotten all about it when he got enraptured with his training. He felt the plush mattress contour around his body, snuggling him within its soft embrace, lulling him to sleep within seconds. When he awoke, it was to the sound of someone banging on his door. Then he heard Orus' voice through the wooden door ask, "Hey Julius, you up yet?" Julius was still a little groggy, but a quick application of Pseudo Phoenix Renewal, and he was wide awake. "Yeah, I'm up. I will be right down, Orus." Julius gave a big cat-like stretch and rolled out of bed. He must have slept much longer than he had planned. He didn't mind that, though. He felt like he needed it. Just because he didn't need sleep anymore didn't mean it wasn't good for his mental health. Sometimes a good rest could do a lot of good for someone psychologically. Before going to bed, he was feeling a bit stressed and disappointed. Now, while he was still bummed out about not evolving his skill, he was feeling much better and didn't worry about it that much. He had time to evolve it after the exam, after all. Julius met with Orus down in the common room after he fed his spirit seed, and they had breakfast together. Orus seemed more worried about Julius's exam than Julius was about it himself. Orus kept reassuring Julius that he would pass, and they would be stupid not to accept him. Julius just smiled as Orus anxiously talked about what might be on the exam and how Julius might want to handle it. It made Julius feel cared for when Orus was so worried for his sake. It was a nice feeling. Afterward, they went to the courtyard to practice some, but they didn't go as hard as usual. Orus wanted Julius to be fresh for his exam. Julius tried to argue that his healing skill would revitalize him before then, but Orus wasn't having any of it. If only he knew that Julius had been staying up all night to practice, he would be appalled. Soon after, Declan showed up to take Julius to the exam location. He had switched things around so that he had some time to take Julius himself. It was very considerate of him to do so for Julius, and he let Declan know he appreciated it. Don't even worry about it. Most of the time, it is pretty boring as vice captain, more paperwork than anything else. It was the least I could do for you. Declan smiled as he reassured Julius. They were walking down the carefully maintained city streets, taking their time. Declan made sure they left early just in case there might be any large crowds, and also for Julius to experience parts of the city that he hadn't seen yet. District 7, where Julius had been staying, was colorful, vibrant, and had a lot of character in each building. However, as they made their way deeper into the city, many of the buildings became more monolithic in structure. There are some impressive feats of architecture, but instead of the warm, welcoming atmosphere of District 7, District 4 was feeling more intimidating. It was still very beautiful, just different. Chapter 49, Start of the Entrance Exam. There were still many people out and about, shopping at stores. Julius saw many other kids his age walking with their parents. He assumed that they were also applying to Golden Crest today. While they walked, Julius asked Declan about the options he got last night for mana manipulation. Declan was a little surprised that he had already got it to level 10. That was fast. I thought you were training your aura lately. I thought that maybe it would take you a couple of weeks to evolve your mana manipulation. Yeah, I made more progress faster than I thought I would, Julius said offhandedly. Julius felt Declan's aura probe. It was much more subtle than the one he used at the gate when Julius first met him. If it wasn't for his training and his really good perception, he didn't think he would have noticed this time. Declan knew Julius felt it, and looked at him, his gaze asking for an explanation. He knew Julius was hiding something. But Julius knew Declan wouldn't press unless he was really worried about Julius. He was fine with not knowing all of Julius's secrets, which Julius respected immensely. Still, he felt bad for keeping it from Declan. Plus, he was leaving soon anyway, and Declan wouldn't be able to stop Julius from practicing at night anymore. Julius decided to come clean. It would keep his conscience clear in the long run. I may have been practicing all night when everyone went to bed, he admitted to Declan. All night? How late were you practicing? Declan asked concerningly. The entire night, Julius answered. Declan had stopped walking. Julius felt Declan enforce the barrier of aura that was already around them, protecting their conversation from people who might overhear it. Okay, I'm confused, explain, Declan said. You know my healing skill? Julius asked, and Declan nodded in return. Well, it has a unique effect where it is able to heal fatigue, which also extends to how much sleep I require to function. Declan thought on Julius's words before responding. Most healing skills, even at rare, specialize in one area. Regeneration or healing of injuries is one of them. The other is recovery, which includes fatigue and purification. I have not heard of a skill that allows you to do all of that at high levels and also mitigate sleep. So most healing skills or recovery skills don't let people go without sleep? Julius asked him. They can, but only for a day or two, and there are usually some bad side effects for doing so. I wonder if that is why your skill is rated as rare plus. Declan added, should I be worried about long-term side effects if I continue to do it? I've been doing it for the past few weeks, but I haven't noticed anything. Julius informed Declan. A few weeks with no sleep? Declan asked worryingly. I did take a couple of naps in between, but essentially little to no sleep for weeks, Julius said. Declan thought for a while. They had moved off the main road and were standing by an empty alley. Honestly, I would say yes in most cases. You won't find many healing skills like that until epic rank. Even then, they are extremely uncommon. I can see if it was a single skill that focused on lower requirements of sleep, some skills exist like that and are used mainly by researchers, but yours sounds very unique. I would be extremely worried if your aura was showing negative signs, but it seems healthy, exceedingly healthy even. Julius was relieved, but he was scared for a moment. He thought that he was hurting himself. Sleep deprivation was a real thing in his old world. Luckily, Declan believed that Julius wasn't killing himself so far. Do you think it has to do with the fact it is a self-use healing only? Would that restriction impact how effective its healing is? Julius wanted to know if that was possible. I didn't know you could only use it on yourself, but that would make more sense. Self-buff skills are always more powerful than skills that allow you to buff anyone. It's as you said, more restrictions, but higher potency. Declan agreed with Julius. Julius would be careful in the future. He wouldn't stop completely, but he would make sure he did take breaks every now and then, like how he did last night. I promise I will monitor it closely. If anything seems off, I will stop using it, Julius promised Declan. That's all I can ask for. I can't exactly tell you what to do, especially while you are at the academy, but I do hope you will take care of yourself. You are sometimes too mature for your age, but don't let training suck the enjoyment out of life, Declan advised him. Declan never did answer what skill he should take, that is. He said that he should wait until he has the time to research some of the available mana manipulation options at Golden Crest. Declan told him he would have the resources to get a better idea of what certain skills might do. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. They eventually made it to the gates of Golden Crest Academy, the gorgeous gold building looming behind the massive gates. There were a lot of kids his age with their parents entering the property. There were many Golden Crest staff members out in front, making sure each person had what they needed and directing them to the testing areas. All students were required to go through the first screening process. It was an affinity test to see each student's affinities, and then they were sent over to take an interview portion where they would be asked a set of questions. Finally, they were taken to a training arena where they would take a practical exam. It was supposed to be a test to see where students stand in actual combat or to see how well they have learned and utilized their skills. Julius was certain that most of the kids around him had an excellent affinity in at least one. Maybe even there were some with a perfect affinity. He just hoped that wouldn't prevent him from getting accepted. Declan had assured him that affinities only mattered to the test examiners if someone didn't excel at the practical or interview portion. Most of the time, they lauded hard work over talent. They waited in line for their turn, and after a while, a lady finally approached them. Declan showed the staff Julius's paperwork, and the lady ordered Julius to follow her. Declan had to stay behind, but he said he would come back in a couple of hours when the exam was over. Quickly saying his goodbyes, Julius followed the lady to the first area. The lady took him to a large building with many rooms where kids were leaving and entering alongside another staff member. Julius entered a room and looked around. It was a bare room except for a table set up with an orb that was supposed to gauge one's affinity. It was similar to the one that was used in his affinity ritual, but just a little more simple in design. The one he had used was too expensive to use for the purpose of the exam. These ones were able to test specific affinities. On an application, you would state your affinities, and then during the testing, they would only test your affinity on those types. It was much cheaper than testing every affinity. It was just to verify and to make sure nobody was lying. Julius had asked Declan to only put down fire and kinetic as his, omitting his life affinity. It was against the rules to lie on the application, but it wasn't against the rules to not state every affinity. There wouldn't be any reason for most people to do that. The lady was very professional. She didn't interact with Julius beyond telling him what to do. She looked at his profile and set up the affinity orb with a deft hand, speaking of her experience and how many times she must have done this. At her orders, he placed his hands on the orb. He stayed there with his hand attached to the glowing orb for a while until the lady told him when he was done and didn't say anything else to Julius. She just wrote down the results and let him out of the room. It was feeling very clinical. He didn't necessarily mind it because he wasn't getting treated rudely or anything, but admitted that he would have preferred some warmth or maybe even a smile if the lady was capable of it. Maybe every staff member was told to behave like that. Either way, he made sure to thank her every time she did something for him. His gramps had taught him that politeness barely cost anything, so he should always try to be polite. The staff member finally led him down a hallway and into a room where 3 people were sitting at a table. There was another orb placed where he expected he would sit, but nothing else. The lady didn't say another word and left him in the company of the 3 people in front of him. There were 2 men and a single woman sitting on the panel. The man to Julius's left was older, but had a kind smile across his face, while the other 2 were coldly looking at Julius. Julius just stood before them, displaying a smile of his own at the examiners. He didn't make any moves to sit in the chair in front of him, waiting for them to give him instructions. Finally, the man in the middle said, "You may take a seat." He looked down at the piece of paper he had in his hands. Mr. Julius Snow. Julius nodded his head and took a seat. He didn't put his real last name, for obvious reasons. "Okay, we have a list of questions we would like to ask you. All I ask is for you to keep your hands placed on the orb in front of you. It is a simple truth stone. If you don't want to answer a question, just let us know and you won't have to respond. Do you understand?" The man asked Julius. "Yes, sir," Julius responded and placed his hands on the blue orb. "Let's get started then. Why do you want to attend Golden Crest Academy?" Julius thought about his answer for a second before he replied. "I guess the main reason why I want to attend Golden Crest is that I lack knowledge and I wish to learn about magic and how to progress through the tiers. There are many other schools that would be able to give you a thorough education. What specifically about Golden Crest makes you want to come here?" This time, it was the soul lady who asked him a question. Julius took a moment to observe her in more detail. She was a pretty middle-aged woman, her blonde hair tied up in a bun, and she had a pair of glasses framing her soft features. "It is one of the best academies on the continent, ma'am. If I am getting an education, I want it to be the best one I can get," Julius answered her while looking directly into her eyes. "No other reasons?" The old man with the kind smile interjected. Julius turned to him. "I also heard it was an absolutely stunning place in person, and everything I've seen so far has supported that." "Okay, next question. What did you think of the women who brought you in here?" The man in the middle asked. The question caught Julius off guard. Was that the reason why the woman had behaved like that? Was it done purposefully to find out which people would get insulted by that behavior. That was quite devious of the school to do that. Honestly, I don't have much of an opinion, sir. She wasn't rude or anything, but she also didn't treat me with any particular kindness. I thought she was professional and good at her job, though, Julius answered truthfully, and the orb pulsed with blue supporting that as well. They didn't ask any more questions that caught him off guard. Most of them were ones that he had predicted they would ask. Just simple questions about what he wanted to do and his aspirations, or others about his family, which he either chose not to answer or felt he could be vague enough. It was all pretty simple. He had already thought of answers that wouldn't tell the whole truth, but also wouldn't be judged as lies either. He just continued answering their questions as politely as he could. Chapter 50, Rude Woman. All was going smoothly, and everything was within Julius's expectations. It wasn't until toward the end that the woman asked Julius a question that definitely wasn't a part of their script. I'm assuming you know that most of the student population is made up of those with excellent or perfect affinities, correct? Julius nodded his head in confirmation. So why would a slightly above average commoner with a mere pair of high affinities try to get into one of the most prestigious institutions on the continent? She asked unkindly. So that's how it is, huh? Julius thought to himself. Will his affinities be more of a factor than he had originally thought? Sonia, that is highly inappropriate. The kindly gentleman scolded her, defending Julius. He mentally placed the man above the woman in his list regarding likable people. It is a perfectly fine question, Harold, the woman refuted. Mr. Silas, please tell Sonia that it is not appropriate for a professor of Golden Crest to talk to a child this way, affinities notwithstanding, Harold complained to the man in the middle. The man in the middle stared at Julius, trying to see his reaction. Julius felt a probe of aura extend from the man and tried to invade Julius's aura, trying to get a read of how Julius was feeling at the moment. It was much less elegant than Declan's and was quite a breach of common courtesy. Probing with aura wasn't rude or anything, but using it in the way the man just did was. Now Julius was getting annoyed. The woman insults him, and then the man tries to invade his privacy, while he is already attached to a truth stone. But he hid it underneath the smile he still had on his face, and simultaneously slapped away the tendril of aura before it could get close. The man sat up straighter in his chair as he felt Julius rebuff his probe. Sonia, he called out to the woman. Yes, sir. The woman asks, suddenly much more polite. Harold is correct. That is not how a professor should speak to anyone, much less a student. It is a bad reflection on the academy and not what we represent. The man reprimanded the woman, who in turn pressed her lips together as she took the rebuke. However, the man wasn't done speaking. On the other hand, while the question could have been asked more politely, I do think is a good question to ask. Would you care to respond, young Julius? Julius didn't know what to make of the man named Silas. He had tried to do something rude, but also admonished his staff member for acting out of place. Julius just decided to keep it blunt since the woman hadn't tried to sugarcoat anything. He stared right at the rude woman and said right to her face, I don't have an excellent affinity, you're right. But I'm confident in my skills. I see myself doing very well on the practical exam. I may not have the talent, but I have worked very hard to get where I am today. It would be stupid to assume I am not worthy of attending here just because of the mere rank of my affinities, especially for a school that is lauded for its ability to produce the best in the empire. The orb pulsed blue, confirming that everything he said was true, even the part where he inferred that she was stupid. The woman didn't like that and was about to say something in response. However, Silas cut her off with a wave of his hand before she could speak. Confident, huh? He asked Julius. Julius turned to stare at him with deathly serious eyes. Very. The man looked below at the pulsing blue or below him. Okay, Mr. Snow, I think that is all the questions we have for you today. You are free to head to the next portion of the exam. It is down the hall. Follow the arrows, and they will lead you to the training arena, where a teacher will be there to proctor your test. Julius stood up and bowed to the panel of examiners before leaving. He could feel each one of their gazes digging into his back, each for different reasons. He knew he could have maintained his cool and not antagonized them, but he also didn't want to go to a school where they punished him for sticking up for himself. He also didn't know how much influence they would have in whether or not he would be accepted. Everyone except the old man had been rude. The Sonia woman didn't like that someone with a lowly high affinity was applying to Golden Crest, and Silas had tried to invade Julius's privacy. It was only because he had been practicing with Declan so intensely that he had even felt it. Julius wondered how much that happened to Tier 1s. According to Declan and Orus, Aura's skills for Tier 1s were rare, so Julius couldn't even imagine how many higher tiers were able to feel out someone's aura without getting caught. Luckily, Julius was able to catch Silas in the direct act of doing it, but he didn't know if that made Silas mad or not. Julius shook his head. He needed to put out of his head for now. It would only serve to distract him, and he would have his practical exam coming up. He still didn't know what exactly was going to be tested or how it was going to go, but he relaxed and concentrated on it instead of the interview. Silas POV. Interesting. The only other Tier 1 in this year's batch with an aura skill was that Chris Patterson kid, but unlike this Julius kid, he flaunted it to everyone who could hear, mentioning it several times during his interview. The author's tale has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Silas wasn't mad that Julius had thrown